Half a bottle of original urine is priced at 1 billion, but people are all scrambling for it. A bucket of instant noodles is used as a dowry, and women are even more eager to marry because the survival of the island has come to the world. Humans are randomly born on an island to start their survival, when others are still struggling to build a home. You are already holding Diaochan and chatting about life in a warm cabin. All of this is because you have awakened the talent of resurrecting the dead, able to bring ancient figures back to life by your side. At this moment, a strange voice rang in the minds of all the characters, welcoming them to the National Island Survival Game. This is your new home and your only future destination. We will give you a brand new body, ensure your physical health, and give all players a fair starting point. This land has endless possibilities, so please cherish every corner. Endless treasures await your discovery. As the voice fell, you opened your eyes to find yourself lying on a beach, with an endless blue sea in front of you. Just as you were a bit confused, a voice came in your mind. Ding! The game system is granting you talents. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Resurrection of the Dead, Myth. When opening any treasure chest, you will receive an additional amount of coins for resurrecting ancient figures. Talent rarity is divided into 6 levels: common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and myth. Currently, the characters that can be resurrected are limited to the Three Kingdoms era, and unlocking other dynasty characters is possible after obtaining key items. What's this? Can I resurrect ancient figures? After reading this description, you suddenly feel a tremor in your body. There are too many fierce warriors from the Three Kingdoms era. If someone like Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, or Lu Bu were to come, wouldn't it be chaotic? Thinking of this, your eyes instantly become fiery, thinking that if you really had these fierce warriors at your disposal, you would be invincible. You burst into laughter, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, and the system's voice reappears. Newbie rewards have been issued to you. 666 resurrection coins have been granted, with 666 remaining. Do you want to spend resurrection coins? Summon 3 Kingdoms characters. Yes, you answer without hesitation. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you want to invest. Quantity 99 pieces. Summon C-level characters. Quantity 666 pieces. Summon B-level characters. Quantity 1, 888 pieces. Summon A-level characters. Quantity 666 pieces. Summon S-level characters. Quantity 2, 333 pieces. Summon S-level exclusive items. The higher the character level, the stronger the talent and the higher the growth limit. The result of each summon is completely random. Drawing duplicate characters increases the constellation by 1, and drawing duplicate exclusive items increases the refinement level by 1. You looked at a string of text and were instantly stunned, not expecting this talent to be so humanized. With room for choice, you chose the S-level character without hesitation, consuming all the resurrection coins. Ding! Consuming 666 resurrection coins. Congratulations on successfully resurrecting Diaochan. Name, Diaochan. Strength level, mortal. Combat power evaluation, 10. Talent, peerless beauty, myth, blessing, legend. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, the next second, a woman as beautiful as a celestial maiden stepped out, walking with lotus steps. Her face was as cold as jade, her skin smooth and fair, like a lily about to bloom, with cheeks tinged with a light peach color. Charming and pitiful, Diaochan was dressed in plain clothes. Looking at you with watery eyes, she lightly opened her pink lips, smiled, and bowed gracefully. Diaochan, Lord, why did you summon Diaochan here? At the moment you saw Diaochan, you were stunned, never expecting the first resurrection to be the most beautiful woman in the Three Kingdoms. Diaochan, shouldn't the S-class characters be fierce warriors like Zhao Yun or Lu Bu? You are puzzled. Although it's true that Diaochan is beautiful, how did she rank as an S-class character? Is it because of those 2 talents? Diaochan was indeed puzzled. Lord, what's wrong? Why no reaction when you see me? Have I become less attractive recently? She felt a little worried inside, as all her memories from her past life had disappeared due to being summoned by the system. In Diaochan's perception, she was just a close mate of Jiang Yang, and she didn't even know her deceased husband. Mr. LV. The status of maids in ancient times was very low, and if they were not liked by their masters, they could easily be abandoned, which was exactly what Diaochan was worried about. But at this moment, you were too absorbed in reading Diaochan's talents to even consider her thoughts. Peerless beauty, myth not yet effective, provides a 10% to 40% combat power bonus for her husband, permanently effective. Blessing, legend active skill, bestows a one-day blessing status on a character. There is a 60% chance of receiving double rewards when opening a treasure chest, with a one-day cooldown. Jiang Yang was too shocked to speak. The first gift, the Jedi. Not only does it provide a combat bonus, the value is very powerful. The first gift, the blessing. The effect of double rewards when opening treasure chests and treasures is a divine skill when placed in any time. Sitting on 2 unbelievable talents is enough to show that Sable is not a trophy among S-class characters. Earn it. Unfortunately, he and Sable are not married, but subordinate, so Jedi is inactive. Marrying Sable became a must. When he thought of this, Jiang Yang's gaze changed when he looked at Sable. The fact that the other party was willing to address his lord was certainly a good start. My lord? Has Cicada done something wrong? Sable frowned lightly, her tone rather anxious. A warm smile hung on Jiang Yang's face, his fingers caressing Sable's stunning face. The only thing you did wrong was to be born too beautiful. Just because you're so beautiful, one more glance and I'm going to be mesmerized. Sable's little face blushed and she lowered her eyebrows to hide her eyes. This scene made Jiang Yang look at it with a sense of apathy. He finally understood why Dongjua had fallen for the beauty plan. Ding! Wolverine's favorability towards you has risen to 600. Level, close friend, the favor is up? That easy? Rating Sable is imperative. After collecting his mind, Jiang Yang began to think about the future. God had given him such a beautiful future wife that swinging was out of the question. Sable was surely a good helper as she looked up to him. Jiang Yang has always believed that women can hold up half the sky. As the saying goes, men and women work together. This clean slate is the perfect opportunity for the two to make a big splash. Cicada child, follow me to the island. This will be our home from now on. Yes, Lord. A man and a woman walked back and forth on the beach, heading deeper into the island. After a while, Jiang Yang and Sable stood on an unusually raised boulder. The wind blew wildly, scattering the hair of both of them. Jiang Yang blocked the sun with his hand and squinted into the distance. Patches of fish frolicked in the sea, and an occasional whale or two could be seen spouting. The sea, 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 the sea. Jiang Yang let out an exclamation. Currently they were in the southern part of the island, with a reef underneath, covered with many shellfish plants. If you can't, you can survive for a while by eating these seafood. Looking towards the center of the island, a forest surrounds the whole island. The vegetation is very dense, can shelter from the wind and rain, just like a good place to build a home. The island is only 3 square kilometers in size. As far as the eye could see, there was a blue ocean all around, and no other islands could be seen at all. It's an island. Transportation became a big problem. Jiang Yang cut out the system in his brain and familiarized himself with the functions. Announcement, personal, territory, channel, friends, exchange, see map, photo. The densely packed functional interface gave him a headache. View territory. Jiang Yang said so in his head. The interface came up quickly. Territory level, 1. Lord, Jiang Yang. Territory characteristics, barren, many treasure chests. Area, 3 square kilometers. Special facilities, none. It seems like this place needs to be explored more often. And getting rich in the early stages depends on treasure chests. Jiang Yang immediately strategized. Sable, our goal today is the treasure chest. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the two walked off the boulder towards the grove in the center. Just a short distance away, Jiang Yang's running shoes kicked a hard object. Bang! He looked down and realized there was a bronze treasure chest buried under the sand. Yoo-hoo! A treasure chest after a few steps. Good luck, Cindy, cast a prayer on me. Jiang Yang had a flash of light and didn't realize that prayer had used it all at once. No problem, Lord. Sable moved lightly to the clearing and did a beautiful dance. With a smile in her eyes, she executed an ethereal dance step that set off the arc of her delicate figure. Footsteps on the ground, both light as an aureole, and ethereal as a flying swallow. The waist twisted and swung, and the sleeves undulated like waves. Jiang Yang was mesmerized by the stunning dance, and for a moment he was actually infatuated. Ding! Wolverine has applied the prayer blessing status to you. Within 24 hours, there will be a 60% probability of getting double rewards when opening treasure chests. You're fortified. Jiang Yang suddenly thought of this sentence. As Sable watched, Jiang Yang began to furiously plow the sand with his hands. It didn't take long to flip the entire bronze treasure chest to the top. Bang! In the anticipation of the two, the treasure chest slowly opened. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Jiang Yang's face was delighted. 60% chance of double rewards. Triggered the first time. The treasure chest was fully opened and the items lying in it came into view. 2 normal quality iron axes, 2 300g compressed dry rations, and 4 2L bottles of purified water. Weapons and defenses are divided into 5 qualities: normal, inferior, medium, superior, and extreme. As for what other ranks are on it, it is unknown at this time. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 by 2 resurrection coins for a total of 200. Good lord. I can't believe you can even double your resurrection coins. Blood money. Jiang Yang said in praise of Sable's talent. Sable, thanks to your prayers, we both have weapons. The axe is a survival weapon. As anyone who has ever watched a survival show knows, as the saying goes, if you want to get rich, first jerk a tree. Sable giggled, her face offending the peach blossoms. My lord, you are so high on me. Without you my little girl is nothing. Stowing their loot in their shirt pockets, the pair moved on again. This time Jiang Yang's pace slowed down a lot and his eyes began to search carefully. He understands a path where there is treasure everywhere. Chapter 3 Construction of Huts. 2 people looking for a treasure chest was a lot more efficient than a lone wolf player. Unsurprisingly, the second treasure chest was found by Sable 20 minutes later. My lord, this way. Sable waved her veiled hand up in happy greeting. Good for you. Cindy, you're awesome. Jiang Yang came in stride and rolled up his sleeves in a furious plow. For a long time, a bronze treasure chest came into view. Having opened it, it didn't trigger the double bonus. It's a shame that a 60% chance doesn't trigger every time. Jiang Yang fully unfolded the chest and saw the loot inside. A blue drawing. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the construction drawing cabin. Cabin, level 1 200 units of wood. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 resurrection coins. With the building plans it will be easy to build shelters. And today's goal is logging. Jiang Yang had already been informed of the drawings from the chat channel while he was looking for the treasure chest. It's a lot easier to build things from drawings than reality. And the quality is infinitely better than the crappy stuff players build themselves. With drawings, everyone can be a master builder. Without much thought, Jiang Yang led Sable straight towards the woods. The goal is 200 units of wood, preferably today. Jiang Yang first brought Sable to the grove to make sure there weren't any large animals. Soon they had traveled through the southern region. This island is too damn barren to see anything but a few little squirrels. After patrolling the place, Jiang Yang realized that the environment was unusually harsh. After walking some hills, the two finally found a lake of clear water. The clear spring is 30 square meters in size and filled with clear rainwater, which looks safe but is likely to give you diarrhea if you drink it directly. There is a rocky hill around the clear spring and a cavern under the rocky hill. Jiang Yang copied his axe and walked into the cavern, realizing that there were no dangerous creatures overrunning the place, and the environment was still dry, making it a good place to use as a temporary shelter. Sable, from now on this will be our storage room, where supplies like food, wood and stone can be put. Sable asked, nodding her head. Lord, after getting the drawings, shouldn't we go logging now? Jiang Yang shook his head in the negative. Let's rest for a while. We have to work hard. The inside of the cavern is cool and a great place to rest. There are many tall trees outside the cave. Jiang Yang pulled off multiple leaves of large plants to use as a cover. A simple leaf bed is finished. Jiang Yang lay straight on top, leaving half the space for Sable. Phew, that's cozy. It was a full 35 degrees or so today, and the sunlight made a searing glow on the land. An hour had passed since the begging began, and he was now drenched in sweat. If we don't get some rest, I'm afraid we'll easily get heat stroke. Sable was also dripping with sweat after walking for so long. During this time, but did not say a word. There is suffering. Even Jiang Yang was very surprised. Seeing her lord lying down, she froze with no intention of resting and stood resolutely at the entrance of the cave to let the wind out. Jiang Yang kindly spoke out. Cindy, come in and rest. There's no danger with me. Sable looked back and her smile blossomed. No, lord. Sable can hold her own. You can't stand it. You're getting weak in the knees. Jiang Yang had long ago sensed Sable's dilemma. It's hard enough for a weak woman to keep going without resting. Cicada, we need to conserve every ounce of physical strength now. It's not that I mind that you can't do it, but I think you're too feisty. Under Jiang Yang's patient persuasion, Sable finally loosened up. Thank you, lord. Sable will definitely not be like this in the future. After saying that, he sat down close to Jiang Yang. A scented breeze hit the room. Jiang Yang bared his teeth and smiled. Don't worry, your master is no ordinary person. I'll take care of everything. Sable smiled warmly. Ding! Wolverine's favorability towards you has risen to 700. Level, close friend. It's not too easy to raise favorability even for this. After lying down again, Jiang Yang checked the chat channel in boredom. What the hell is this place? Why doesn't the cell phone even have a signal? I'm going home to play pesticide. I just turned 18 this year. I was watching my own brother in bed and somehow I traveled here. There's a treasure chest on the beach, so don't miss it. Treasure chest? Where's the treasure chest? I don't have anything here, okay? It's a bare island with nothing. I'm in a swamp, full of snakes, rats, insects and ants. No fun at all. It seems that all the guys have different conditions of survival. And isn't this game about absolute fairness? Thinking too much. Have already repaired your body. Why do you need a bicycle? Do you understand what it is like for me, a person with a disabled lower limb, to suddenly have legs? I could live here for the rest of my life. Don't panic everyone, the Chinese officials are actively analyzing the situation, so please do be patient. Exit the chat channel and come to the exchange. There are already a lot of people peddling items here. Water, food, farm tools, and household items are available at sensational prices. 2L of pure water for 70 units of stone. 300 G of canned meat for 75 units of wood. 8848 titanium nuclear energy cell phone for 999 units of stone or wood. Original underwear for one of any can. Original urine 300 milliliters. Call for 10 units of stone. Good health. No illnesses. Good flavor. What's all that about? Jiang Yang cried and laughed. Goods are gradually increasing. Originally only a few dozen pages of content. Within a few minutes came to nearly 100 pages. A lot of players have been getting involved. Both live and serious hustlers. There are even female bodhisattvas who have already taken beach portraits and started netting buyers on the channel. Feeding 60 cans unlocks more poses. The top of the list can be customized with specifics. A one-time feeding of 10 cans and 10 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water will unlock a top-tier membership with free lifetime movie viewing. Hiss, what a magical world. I didn't realize there were even movies for sale now. Jiang Yang thought so. It's a survival game. And the female bodhisattvas are still so rolled up. Shibori is indeed the first productive force in social development. Jiang Yang flipped to the tools page and realized that there were very few tools such as axes, hoes, and shovels. Only a handful of dozens. Common quality axe for 300 units of stone. Normal quality hoe for 250 units of wood. Normal quality shovel for 220 units of wood or stone. The price of each tool is exorbitant and is rarely called for. Many buyers and sellers are fighting over price. Jiang Yang smiled happily. Silly, master has 2 axes. After a 50-minute break, the weather clouded over. The sun hid behind the clouds and the ground was instantly cooler. Jiang Yang and Sable began to plow through their axe work, taking a swipe at the nearby trees. Neither is too strong physically, but at least they have the tools. There are far fewer axes on the market, and they've gone ahead of everyone else. Now is the perfect time to break new ground. 80, 80, 80. A short, loud voice echoed through the middle of the woods. Several small trees slowly collapsed with a crunching sound, falling to the ground and instantly turning into a pile of wood. A small tree yields roughly 5 units of wood and requires more than 10 swings. 3 hours later, there was an extra clearing in front of the cavern. A small mountain of wood had piled up in the clearing. So far, there are 195 units of wood, with 5 units left to build the cabin. Jiang Yang wiped off his sweat and moved on to the next small tree to work on. Click! The sound of a small tree collapsing came from a few dozen meters away. Not far away came the happy news from Sable. Lord, I've cut down another small tree. Jiang Yang looked back just in time to see a stained Sable walking with a pile of wood in her arms. A petite body can explode with such tremendous power. Jiang Yang could keenly see that she was walking unsteadily. Watch out. I'll help you. He immediately went over and picked up the wood, not daring to let Sable have any accidents. My lord, be careful. Sable immediately handed over the wood. Grateful. Ding. Wolverine's favorability towards you has increased to 750. Level, close friend. Kong Yang gasped and picked up the wood, carefully placing it on top of the wooden mountain. 200 units of wood to hand. Excitedly, he pulled out the architectural drawings in his arms and placed them in front of the cavern. Ding. Material testing is complete. Do we need to build a level 1 cabin at this location? Yes/no. Jiang Yang let out a deep breath and said, yes. The woodpile in front of them immediately disappeared and was replaced by a brand new cabin. Chapter 4, Silver Treasure Chest. Having witnessed the birth of the cabin, the two danced with joy. It is not only a defense against wild animals, but also a shelter from the elements. A good start is half the battle won. Jiang Yang excitedly opened the 2-meter-high wooden door. What comes into view is a small room of almost 15 square feet. Walking into it and looking around, the more Jiang Yang looked at it, the more satisfied he became. A wooden bed, 3 wooden benches, and a bench, and a mud fire pit. Not a lot of furniture, but it wins. There were only a few pieces of furniture in the house, but none of them were of poor quality. The system automatically builds things just fine. Sable followed behind, also in shock. Good lord, a cabin this perfect appearing out of thin air in a clearing is unheard of. She had been systematically indoctrinated with the concept of modern technology, but as much as she had never heard of this technique of transforming a living house in a big way. Lord, are we going to sleep here tonight? It seems like there's barely enough room for the two of us to lie down. Sable immediately noticed the wooden bed and made a gesture to point to it. Jiang Yang coughed. Yes, and there's no other location. Sleeping with Sable on the first day. It's a little too much happiness, but if you sleep on the floor, it's not conducive to a better relationship between the two parties. But if they do sleep together, when it's late at night, it's inevitable. At the thought of this, his face instantly lost its composure. It was a good thing Lubu wasn't here, or he might have pawned himself. No, what am I afraid of? We are all our own maids now. Isn't this something we should do? And I'm the one who has to take care of her now. I'm losing out on this situation any way you look at it. Jiang Yang's eyes changed, suddenly remembering Cao Cao's words, thy wife and daughter, whom I have raised. Sable, on the other hand, was beaming the entire time. In ancient times, it was definitely a blessing for a maid to be able to serve her lord in his bed, so she didn't half reject it inwardly. After checking the furniture, Jiang Yang stepped out of the cabin. Looking up at the sky, I noticed a few dark clouds drifting in from the west. It's expected to rain heavily for a while longer. Sable, we need to go outside and look for the treasure chest again. I'm afraid it's going to storm after a while. Yes, Lord. The two men put all the supplies into the cabin, then cocked their axes and headed north. They were now in the southern part of the island, and there were still many places waiting to be searched. Good luck. Having just stepped out, Jiang Yang noticed a bump somewhere. It's a treasure chest. He walked up quickly and was about to check it out. Suddenly, a strange voice appeared in his ears. Fizzle. Listening carefully, the familiar rhythm instantly made Jiang Yang realize something. There are snakes here. He gave a hasty warning to Sable behind him, his feet momentarily stopping in place and turning his head to look around warily. After a few seconds, the sight landed on a large, inconspicuous tree next to the treasure chest. Only a large snake several meters long and 5 centimeters thick was wrapped around the trunk of the tree. It is grayish-black and blends in with the dark trunk, making it easy to ignore its presence without a closer look. Jiang Yang gripped the axe in his hand as if he were an enemy. One man and one snake stared at each other for dozens of seconds, ending with the latter's retreat. Fizzle. The serpent let out a hiss and slowly left the tree, crawling towards the distance. Jiang Yang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, cold sweat breaking out frequently. It seems that there is no shortage of some dangerous creatures here, so we'll have to be more careful in our future actions. Luckily, the big snake didn't initiate the attack, and neither of them were hurt. Jiang Yang revisited the land. The day's openings had gone a little too smoothly, so much so that it had made him forget the dangers of nature. The probability of large snakes being venomous is low, but who knows if this game has modified that setting. In case you do get hit, you might be planted here today. Sable nervously hid behind Jiang Yang the entire time, her puffy breasts rising and falling. Seeing the big snake fleeing, the big stone in his heart settled down. The first time she saw such a thick snake, it almost didn't make her faint. The two stayed where they were for a while, double-checking that there was no danger around before making a move. Jiang Yang led the way to the treasure chest and found it buried in the loose mud. Axe digging is not very realistic. The good thing was that there happened to be a piece of animal skull around the perimeter, with a depression in the center shaped like a spoon. He started digging without saying a word. After a long time, a silver treasure chest was revealed. A silver treasure chest. The props inside must be better than a bronze treasure chest. The quality of treasure chests is divided into wooden treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and higher rarity treasure chests hit a question mark and are not accessible right now. Jiang Yang found the opening of the treasure chest and slowly raised it with his hand. It's heavy. The heart's anticipation was instantly 1 point higher. What could it be? As the two men watched nervously, the box slowly opened. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Double reward triggered again. And prayer is worthy of the legendary level divine technique. Jiang Yang's face was full of joy. Hearing these words, no matter what he got, he recognized it. In the next second, he saw the bonus props inside. The heart stuttered all at once. What the hell is this? Only 2 strange metal orbs were seen lying inside the treasure chest. Jiang Yang reached out and held it in his hand, guessing what it did. The metal ball had a prominent bulge that appeared to be a switch. Upon opening it, a number was displayed on the screen in the center. 1. I see. Is this the treasure chest detector? Jiang Yang seemed to understand something. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 600. Remaining resurrection coins, 900. The silver treasure chest has a full 300 resurrection coins, which when doubled is 600. Jiang Yang ignored the voice and couldn't wait to imprint his thoughts. He started walking around with the metal ball in hand and noticed that the number turned to 0 after 20 meters away from the treasure chest. It's true. The metal ball can't detect the treasure chest once it leaves 20 meters away. That means this treasure chest detector has a range of at least 20 meters. If Sable and I have one each, Won't we be able to find all the treasure chests in this place in no time? Jiang Yang knew he had picked up a treasure. It's not easy to get this kind of prop. No one is even listing this prop on the exchange. And the rarity is evident. Jiang Yang took a closer look and realized that there were numbers displayed in the upper right corner. It was only turned on for a moment and the number came from 100 to 99. This device has a number of uses, and when it's used up, it expires. It's better to save it. After handing the other one over to Sable, the two continued on their way. With the treasure chest detector, the two searched much faster. Sable turned on the device every 40 meters or so, not daring to slack off. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, had alert eyes and was in charge of inspecting the surroundings. Shortly afterward, the detector's numbers lit up. 1. Sable cried out in surprise. My lord, the number has turned to 1. There may be treasure chests within 20 meters around. Jiang Yang quickly examined his surroundings. It's full of tall weeds, and there's only one spot that stands out. Finally he dug up the treasure chest under a small tree. The result was the bronze treasure chest. Jiang Yang slowly opened it up and saw a surprising contraption. It looks like we're opening up today with Tianhu. Chapter 5, Lighter, Knife, Air Force. What came into view was none other than 3 flints, and a multi-purpose knife. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 1,000. The things Jiang Yang lacked the most right now were fire and knives. This opening is a little too dreamy. There are no words to describe the excitement in my heart. The importance of fire to mankind cannot be overstated. Not only to keep away mosquitoes and wild animals, but also for warmth. A pocket knife is the first choice for making certain tools, and an axe simply does not replace that function. Jiang Yang beautifully put the knife away. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang through the sky. Boom! A sudden gust of wind blew around the neighborhood, ruffling the hair of the two men, and it was feared that from time to time a heavy downpour was imminent. Jiang Yang immediately decided to hit the road, collecting dry wood and hay on the way. Lord, I'll gather the hay, Sable said quickly. Jiang Yang looked back and gave her a thumbs up. Please. The two worked with each other to quickly and completely gather the dry wood and hay on their way home. Sable's chest was hugged with hay, and the grass flakes stained her face, but it was still hard to hide her beauty. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, held dozens of pounds of dry wood in his arms. The return trip was smooth and uneventful, and they were soon back at the cabin. Firewood and hay are kept in the driest place possible to prevent moisture from building up. Boom! A thunderstorm was followed by a sudden downpour of rain. It was a good thing that the two of them had entered the cabin before the rain came. Otherwise they would have been drenched for sure. Barely. In a flurry of flint, the small fire pit in the center rose to flame. Jiang Yang threw in a stick of firewood to arch the fire up, and the warmth of the fire traveled into his body. The firelight gradually illuminated the darkened cabin. Phew! This is a haven from the world. Jiang Yang sat down on a wooden stool to rest, and smoothly took out the compressed dry food on the side. After a busy day, it's time to eat. Sable was likewise given a compressed dry ration, which she carefully enjoyed with pure water. She looks cute when she puffs up her cheeks to eat. It's kind of hard to be whole when you find 2 servings of food at the end of the day. When the rain stops, I don't know if I'll be able to find time to go out and look for something. Kang Yang sighed as he swallowed his food on a mouthful of water. Sable stopped eating half of the dried food and gave the rest to Jiang Yang. Lord, Sable is full. I just can't eat any more of these. Jiang Yang's energy was depleted, and with 300 g of cookies down, he was indeed still a bit hungry as well. Instead of taking the dry food, he excused himself. Keep these for when you're hungry. Sable warmed up inside, feeling slightly guilty about her lord. It's been taken care of too many times today and it's more than a little embarrassing. Putting the dry food away carefully, she slowly leaned against Jiang Yang's shoulder to rest. Lord, I want to help you more. Jiang Yang laughed. Have you done me any less favors? No kidding. We wouldn't have this cabin without you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sable spread her face and smiled like a blooming bud on a rainy night. A body odor came towards Jiang Yang. Ding! Wolverine's favorability towards you has increased to 800. Level, Adoration. Ding! You may enter into a marriage contract with Sable-chan. Please make a wedding ring for each other. Jiang Yang was confused when he heard this. What? It's going that fast? The development of getting a ring on the spot and getting married is really a bit more than expected. Despite some internal sputtering, Sable's eyes looked like they were coming true. At this moment, she was looking at Jiang Yang with affection. Just as lovers are fiery. Gollum. Jiang Yang subconsciously surveyed Sable's body and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She was now a charmer, displaying her watery tenderness all the time between her eyebrows. It only took a second to look at it and I was about to get stuck in. Ahem. Jiang Yang coughed, relieving the awkwardness for a moment. That said, what kind of mindset was he in to spend a day with Sable? How suddenly it feels like I'm living in paradise. How to describe this feeling? 4 words: floating. Forcing himself not to look at Sable, he picked up a branch near his feet and began to delicately carve it. A ring. I need to give her a ring now. Color is empty. And empty is color. Soon he gathered his composure and began to become extremely focused. The wooden ring on his hand quickly took shape. Then just as he was about to deliver his hand, Jiang Yang hesitated. Is this wooden ring really appropriate to give away? Marriage has to be a ceremony. No matter what, at least get a silver ring. Ding! The rarer the ring, the higher the degree of bond formed between the two parties, and the higher the combat power bonus provided by that absolute beauty. Is there such a thing? He snapped back to Sable's gift, and it dawned on him. Is that what those floating parameters 10% to 40% in the Jedi turned out to mean? Jiang Yang silently placed the ring in his arms, ultimately not intending to give it away. It's a lifelong event for both of them, and it can't be rushed. Just then, a slight sniffle came from Sable, who was leaning on her shoulder at that moment. She was so tired, she fell asleep. Jiang Yang carefully carried her body to the wooden bed without disturbing her. The rain kept coming down without a break. Jiang Yang was bored and swiped through the chat channel, urgently in need of wood. Is there anyone who can support me? Zhang will be rewarded later. This rain is so damn heavy. It's a good thing I have an umbrella made of banana leaves in my hand. Envious. I can only hide under a big tree right now. Shivering. Old-timers, where are you on the map? I'm on the far right bottom of the world. Come and face me sometime. Face a few. The nearest island is not even a shadow. Only those players who were born in the islands can team up. We loners are doomed to die alone. Is there anyone who was born a player on the Great Sea Island? Please deduct one if you have. 111. My island resource is characterized by an abundance of flora and fauna. A full 20 square kilometers. So cool. Wouldn't that be treasure chests everywhere? We won't starve at all. You're overthinking it. This place is full of snakes, bugs, rats and ants. And there's alligators in the water. So try it? Players are in different situations. Depending on the place of birth, there are roughly 3 types of birth points: isolated islands, archipelagos, and large sea islands. After an hour, the downpour petered out. Jiang Yang stepped out of the hut in search of food. There must be other means of foraging for food besides treasure chests, or you will soon run out of food. Gollum. A hungry growl came from his stomach. Starvation can take away some of one's sanity, which is dangerous in the wilderness. Jiang Yang suppressed this hunger and walked straight to the beach. Looking at the endless ocean, Jiang Yang fell into deep thought. If only I had a fishing net. Jiang Yang opened the exchange and searched for fishing nets, and immediately a smattering of results appeared. The cheapest fishing nets cost 800 units of wood. One of the best fishing nets even sold for 2,000 units of wood. But again, no one even asked for it. It seems hopeless to expect to buy. If I can't, I'll make a fishing rod and try it? Jiang Yang is a man of action and decided to try it right away. He came to the woods looking for a suitable small tree. Flexible materials are needed to make fishing rods. Kan Yang made a couple of fishing rods based on survival programs on TV. Then he tried it on the shore with shell meat. With no silk thread, he had to make simple fishing lines from tree tendons and vines. As for the fish hooks, naturally they were replaced with stones. Come on, fish. Kan Yang cast the rough fishing line into the sea with anticipation. Nothing for 20 minutes. Unbelieving. He turned to a couple of different fishing spots. Finally a fish was hooked. Jiang Yang pulled violently and realized that the other party had already fled, with only a little remnant of shell meat left. Air Force. This result was naturally expected by him, but his heart still could not avoid disappointment. It was completely dark by the time we got back to the cabin. Sable had been waiting in front of the cabin for a long time. Lord, I found a treasure chest nearby. She joyfully delivered the treasure chest detector to Jiang Yang. It shows a conspicuous number 1. Chapter 6 list opening. There are still fish in this place? Jiang Yang picked up a burning log and hurriedly searched around. However, after searching for half a day there wasn't a single thing to be found. That's not right. It's only logical that this place has been searched all over by us. How could a treasure chest suddenly appear? He was puzzled. The surrounding trees had been cut down, leaving only a small cabin and nothing else suspicious at all. Is the treasure chest hidden underground? That's the only possibility. Jiang Yang went into the exchange and searched for shovels, coming up with dozens of pages of results. Prices are mostly around 300 units of wood, which is simply unaffordable right now. Jiang Yang decisively left this matter for tomorrow. Cindy, it's getting late and it's not appropriate to labor. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Sable nodded in realization. And oh yes, it's so late now. It really is time to rest. It was now 7 p.m. and completely dark. There was a rustling of insects around them, and a sudden gust of cold wind blew through. lifting the hair of the two men. It's a harbinger of cooling. You still wear short sleeves and shorts during the day, but at night you have to wear a coat. Luckily, there was a fire inside the cabin to keep them warm, and the two of them were cozy against each other. Only, Jiang Yang, a big old man, was a bit tormented. A man and a woman in a room together. Not to mention the fact that the other party was the beautiful sable cicada. The two lay together in an awkward position, feeling each other's body heat as well as the heat coming from the fireplace. There was nothing illegal about the action, but Jiang Yang almost didn't hold it. Color is empty, and empty is color. Ba. By 9 p.m., he just couldn't top it. On the verge of an outbreak, Jiang Yang hurriedly stood up from the bed and slept beside the fire by himself. Sable woke up in a daze just in time to see the scene. Lord, won't you come to bed and sleep together? The floor is cold. You'll get sick. Jiang Yang shook his head frequently. This wooden bed is still too small to accommodate my great sleeping form, so you don't have to mind me. When Sable heard this, she left him alone and drifted off to sleep. She was just too tired to argue today. Heavy rain began to fall again, and the sound of raindrops filled the outside of the cabin, mixed with the sounds of insects and leaves, making it difficult to sleep. Bored, Jiang Yang checked the chat channel. Most of the players are in the soup, and almost all of them will spend this night in insomnia. There are not many players at all who can lie down in their cabins and roast the fire. Players who are able to live in cabins have either awakened a better talent or were previously masters of wilderness survival. Many players have really useful talents. For example, chopping down trees to get double or even triple the wood, stones to use 1 as 2 or 3, or fishing for 100% hits. Anyway, it's all to do with survival. In the early stages, all of these talents are undoubtedly good transition options that can give them a big advantage. Out of so many players, there were very few players who could awaken the transcendent talent. Jiang Yang knew he couldn't tell anyone about his talent, lest he be envied. I wonder how many people have actually awakened mythic level talent. So sleepy, go to sleep. After confirming the situation, Jiang Yang fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang was woken up by a game announcement. Game Day 2 announcement. It's a foggy day. Visibility is low, not good for sailing, and the temperature is 8 to 29 degrees. Important, we've gone live with a game survival score leaderboard, and players who stay at the top of the list are rewarded accordingly. Please work hard to achieve a high ranking in your region. Currently only the regional rankings are open. The world rankings will be opened at a later date. Look forward to knowing. As soon as the words fell, the regional chat channel caused an uproar. What the hell? What the hell is a leaderboard? It's just the game PvP mechanic. It's normal. Where do I look for specific rankings? What can I do if I'm on it? There's a table attached to the bottom of the announcement, and everyone who makes it onto the list gets a different reward. What's the reward? Don't you have eyes of your own? It's at the bottom of the form. I'm ranked over 30,000 and the reward is a bronze treasure chest. I'm in 10,000 place and the reward is 3 bronze treasure chests. Envious? Why are you all on the list but not me? How is this score calculated? Are there any rules? It's all explained below the rankings list. It's too long to read for yourself. Anyway, it has to do with your performance. Come on guys, roll up. A constant barrage of news hit the brain. Game list. This Jiang Yang can be too familiar. Once this goes live, players are going to have to roll without it. The development team of this survival game is such a bunch of malcontents that they just want to see us hurt each other. The appearance of charts is usually not a good thing. At least that's how it is for the weak. As long as rankings are tied to rewards, it's easy for the strongest to be the strongest. Jiang Yang wistfully clicked on the list. Dense electronic text comes into view. The feeling at this point was similar to checking scores on a high school exam. So nervous that my heart was about to pop out of my chest. The table only lists the names of the top players, kindly hiding the rest of the information. Written at the top is a line of explanatory text. Hello dear player, Jiang Yang. You are currently in area number 6666. There are a total of 100,000 players in the area. The 819 players who have died will not appear within the list. Rest assured. Turtle. It's clear that we're still in the 3-day newbie protection period, and as a result, 819 players have still been killed. Jiang Yang couldn't help but think of the snake from yesterday. If he hadn't heard the hissing of the other party, perhaps he would have fallen here as well. That's awful. He couldn't help but shiver on the floor. Collecting his mind, Jiang Yang carefully examined the list. Most of those on the list are foreigners, with unfamiliar and awkward names taking up nearly half of the table. Many well-known Chinese survival experts are among them. Jiang Yang looked from the bottom up and realized that if he scored on 100 he could be ranked around 30,000 th. As long as you're on the list, you'll get at least a guaranteed reward of a bronze treasure chest. This score has to do with various factors such as how many treasure chests the player has opened, how many tools they have crafted, how many buildings they have constructed, as well as their physical and mental state, and how comfortable they are to live in. And of course, the player's overall combat strength assessment. It covers your own strength level, number of companions, companion strength level, weapons, defenses, and defensive facilities. Companions refer to third-party creatures like Sable. Players teaming up with each other do not add points, but instead lower their own ratings. Jiang Yang murmured. That means that multiple players hugging the table will pull down the ratings. It's reasonable. Several people living together will definitely have conflicts. After all, hearts are all complicated and changeable. If one is strong enough, one can survive just fine. Kang Yang thought of a wilderness survival program with celebrities. Multiplayer survival is actually much harder than single player. It's a disaster when you meet a piggybacker who is overflowing with sanctimoniousness. This is especially true of surviving on such a strange enclosed island, with resources already scarce. How they are allocated is also a big deal. Many people will get into arguments over this, leading to an avalanche of teams. Jiang Yang took careful stock of his performance yesterday. I opened a total of 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and built a cabin yesterday. With Sable's talent, she's definitely going to give me a lot of points. It would be perfect with a fire. It's a shame yesterday's rod didn't pay off and went airborne. Otherwise it would have scored even higher. With that thought, he pulled the leaderboard to the top with anticipation. Chapter 7, I'm number 1 on the list? Jiang Yang's mood had never been so apprehensive. It wasn't until the list crossed to the top that he was outright confused. LOL. The heart let out a wild beat, drying up to 200 beats per minute all at once. List 1. Jiang Yang's body straightened up from the wooden floor, his eyes full of incredulity. After double-checking, he finally settled on the familiar and unfamiliar name. Number 1 on the charts. Kang Yang. Is this me or not? Could it be a case of the same name? Don't get too happy. He forced himself to calm down, his eyes looking towards the back of the form. Upon reconfirmation, it turns out that the person is himself. Seconds later, he sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the points in the last column. Overall rating, 971. I'm such a big guy on the list. And actually pulled ahead of second place by 300 points. In second place was a Chinese player named Gu Changqing. His score was 652. At the same time, all the players throughout the regional channel found out about it. What the hell? Is first place open? How can you be more than 300 points higher than the second place? Gu Changqing, it's not fair. I demand a rematch. I was the fastest to build a cabin yesterday, made a fire, caught a few big fish, and even opened 3 bronze treasure chests. How can I be ranked below him? Gu Changqing? That name is so familiar. Asterisk. Isn't that the big guy who's always on wilderness survival? I remember. He's that tough guy who won some bald, naked guy in singles in the wilderness. Such a strong talent ranked second. Then who is this Jiang Yang? I've never heard of it, but it must be some low-key big shot or it wouldn't have scored so high. That's horrible. Doing over 900 points on the first day. This great god couldn't have found the treasure right out of the gate. Too lucky. Treasure? What the hell is that? It's the treasure hidden in the island. I heard from the World Channel that someone found the treasure on the very first day, and directly did more than 1,000 points in that area. Do you guys have Big Brother Jiang Yang's ID? I want to add him as a friend. Are you there? Great God Jiang Yang. The little woman is sending you a private video. Can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten anything for a day. Zhang Hanuo, God seeks to bring. I am a soft and cute girl. Can send voice proof. Guli, brother Jiang Yang. I'm the department flower of the Film and Television College of Jibei University. I can give you video proof. Please chat privately. All the players are looking for Jiang Yang. And Kang Yang himself had been on the floor so shocked that he couldn't speak. There are no words to describe this moment. This caused a small change of heart for him, who had wanted to lay flat. The need for a little effort is the limit of the crowd. I finally understand what it means to have a protagonist's aura. Jiang Yang collected his mind inside but I was obviously just trying to put up a good fight. So how did it come to this? Things are going in strange directions. It overwhelmed him, but more than surprise and trepidation, there was surprise. By the way, there are rewards yet to be handed out. What on earth could it be? Make me conk. Jiang Yang excitedly scratched the form to the last column. It's an unusually complex and detailed table, fully divided into several reward brackets. Lowest slot, 30, 00040, 000 names. Only 1 bronze treasure chest. Players below this ranking will get nothing. 20, 000 to 30, 000 th place. 2 bronze treasure chests. 10, 000 to 20, 000 th place. 3 bronze treasure chests, 1000-10,000 th place, a silver treasure chest, 100-1000 th place, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest, 10th to 100th place, 1 silver treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests, 2-10 th place, 3 silver treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests. First place, a golden treasure chest and a random reward. Jiang Yang silently read out the contents of this amazing reward. Gollum. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he felt his mouth go dry. The golden treasure chest is precious enough, and this random reward is even more mysterious. It doesn't sound easy. Just as he was thinking about it, Sable opened her eyes and got up. Lord, are you awake? Jiang Yang looked back up from the floor just in time to see Sable walking away from the bed. You're just in time. We're going to be rich today. Sable looked puzzled. Jiang Yang hurriedly told the whole story. After listening, Sable-chan's beautiful eyes constantly flashed with a strange color. She covered her pink lips lightly with both hands and seemed incredulous. The time slowly came to 9 o'clock. In the midst of the two men's anticipation, there was a sound from outside the house. Bang! The sound of a giant object hitting the ground. Jiang Yang quickly stepped out of the door and saw an ornate golden treasure chest, as well as a piece of parchment pressed against it. The reward arrived. This parchment, could it be the legendary treasure map? Jiang Yang hurriedly walked forward to check it out, and the first hand touched the strange parchment. The moment it entered his hand, the parchment disappeared. A beep came from his brain. Ding! You've unlocked a treasure location. The target location has been marked on top of the chart. Please check it promptly. Target star rating, 1 star. Treasure rarity level, 1 star. 2 star. 3 star. 4 star. 5 star. Sure enough, it's a treasure map. Jiang Yang didn't choose to view it right away, but instead surveyed the golden treasure chest in front of him. The blessing is still on, so it would be nice if it triggered a double reward. The blessed status has another 1 hour to take effect. Definitely have to spell double rewards. A nervous hand touched the smooth surface of the treasure chest. The cool touch calmed him quickly. Open the box. After a shout, the treasure chest was slowly opened by Jiang Yang. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. The corners of Jiang Yang's mouth rose slightly in delight. The blessing took effect. Double bonus. Get. In the anticipation of the two, the golden treasure chest was fully unfolded, revealing its contents. A silver flash came into view. These are 2 shiny silver spatulas. These are 2 shiny silver spatulas, broad and upright, with a tough, shiny texture. The handle of the shovel was inlaid with a few pieces of broken silver, which flowed and shimmered in the light. With excitement, Jiang Yang checked the attributes. Silver shovel, medium grade, a must-have artifact for digging for treasures, and it has a certain attacking power, and it is quite smooth to use to knock people out. How big? It's actually a medium grade prop. It's 2 big grades higher than the axe. It looks like it can be used for a long time. He laughed and swung the shovel in his hand a few times, dancing like a stick. Smooth feel and effortless to use. Not only is it a digging artifact, but at the same time it can be used for combat. So what more could you ask for? After putting the shovel down, Jiang Yang's eyes refocused on the treasure chest. There's another bonus not checked. With such a huge treasure chest, there is certainly more than one piece of loot. This treasure chest actually utilizes a layered design. It's very ingenious and almost made me miss something. Jiang Yang examined it carefully and found a circular button. After pressing, click, the sound of organs rattling came from inside the treasure chest. What could it be? I'm curious. Chapter 8, the model of the North Peking ship and its treasures. In the expectant eyes of Jiang Yang, the 2 handsomely modeled ship models appeared. The ship model is gray in color, about 70 centimeters long, up to 10 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters high. The large caliber main guns are set symmetrically on both sides, and each barrel is meticulously represented. The masts and access pipes are staggered and extended, remote and well laid out. It's actually a ship model. It can't be some sort of collector's item. It's a good thing Prayer made it a double as well. It should fetch a good price? Jiang Yang was a bit uncertain at that moment. How does this look like a work of art? Would anyone really want it? Reaching out to touch the ship model, the latter instantly disappeared in place. How come it's gone? The voice rang in his head. Congratulations on winning the Beiyang ship model *2. Collect all the Beiyang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Beiyang. Current progress, 20%. Beiyang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Beiyang Naval Division, manifesting the strongest combat power of the Beiyang Naval Division, and an invincible warship dreamed of by thousands of Chinese captains. Battleship class, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star, so it's a prop used to unlock ships. Kind of interesting. It's only at 20% progress, which means a total of 8 more ship models are needed to unlock the Beiyang. which is quite difficult. But this Beiyang ship, I have never heard of. Secretly built ships, is it stronger than the 7 far ships? It would be very magical to think of some fierce man from the 3 kingdoms to pilot the Beiyang. Jiang Yang couldn't help but have fantasies rising in his heart. Gan Xingba, such a big stage is waiting for you. When will you come? Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 1,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 2,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 3,000. Woohoo! Resurrection coins broke the 3,000 mark. 3888 left until the next S-class. After the loot was collected, Jiang Yang opened the chart in his head. Ding! The location of the treasure has been marked for you. Please check. A voice entered the ear. Jiang Yang tapped on the chart of area number 6666. Just as the system said, a big red cross was marked on the map full of mist. The location of the red cross happens to be right on this island of Jiang Yang's. Could it be that the spot under my feet is the hidden treasure? It can't be such a coincidence. The shock in Jiang Yang's heart was beyond words. How good things come one after the other doesn't make sense. I'm afraid that even online novels don't dare to write like this, right? Coo. Just then, a growl came from his stomach. He's hungry. Sable was keenly aware of the voice, and she hurriedly brought over half of the compressed dry food left over from yesterday. Lord, don't starve, and don't mess with Sable. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang was moved to tears. He waved his hand and tried to excuse himself, but Sable's mind was unmistakable. If you don't eat, I'll starve myself. Sable's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Without the slightest concession, she didn't look like she was joking at all with this sentence, and her eyes were full of love and obsession for Jiang Yang. Looking at Sable-chan's thin and delicate body, Jiang Yang's heart ached. In this place, every bit of food and water can make a difference in a person's life. I can't tell you how touched I was to see Sable looking out for herself. After a few moments, Jiang Yang finally gave in. Even though the other party is a woman, she's not soft at all inside. He took the food carefully and held Sable's small, delicate hand. After a day's labor, her pair of jade hands were quietly calloused, and her palms were broken in several places with a few cuts covered with a trail of blood marks. You've got a lot of blood on your hands, so get some rest today. I'm a man. I should do all the heavy lifting from now on. Sable's eyes were firm and stubborn. No, Sable is with the Lord. She copied the silver trowel shovel next to her and didn't budge. A look of the Lord going east and I will never go west. Jiang Yang instantly wanted to rebuke loudly, but his words changed to another tone. Good, well, then you must be careful. It's not good if you get hurt. Without saying a word, he nibbled on dry food with the water left over from yesterday. While eating, Jiang Yang even carefully peeked at Sable a few times. The other party was staring at Jiang Yang with a pair of beautiful eyes. As long as he dared not to finish eating, she would dare to eat Jiang Yang. Come on, as the Lord was actually managed by Sable Cicada. Jiang Yang burst into tears. However, he was not feeling any twinge at this time, but rather a rare feeling of alien emotion. This is love. A familiar melody resonates in the mind. It's a dense foggy day with only about 5 meters of visibility. It was almost hard to go out exploring and find food, so Jiang Yang decided to see what the underground stuff was first. After finishing their food, the two began waving their silver shovels towards the ground. With enough energy, Jiang Yang's movements were much faster than before. At his bidding, Sable took care of sorting out the shoveled-out dirt on the side. Digging is a heavy job, and you can't do it without some strength. An hour later, the two had dug out a large 7-meter deep hole. Just then, there was a beep in his head. Ding! The blessing status on you has ended. Jiang Yang stopped digging and wiped the sweat. During the hour he had not dug up few stones, and had expected to be delayed in his progress. I didn't realize that the silver shovel spatula could actually shatter them alive. The strength of the silver shovel completely exceeded Jiang Yang's prediction. The genius let him save a lot of strength. It's worthy of being a mid-quality prop. It's as good as open as it gets when you use it. The air was filled with the fresh scent of dirt, and both Jiang Yang and Sable's faces were covered in yellow mud. The two looked at each other and made fun of each other. Why do you have a black frog on your face? Lord, you have the nerve to laugh at me. Don't you realize you have a brown turtle on your forehead? Jiang Yang instantly retorted. Turtles are good. They live long. Sable covered her mouth and giggled. Lord, you don't want to become a turtle either. Jiang Yang was instantly annoyed when he heard this. What kind of weird has this game system put into your head? Sable covered her mouth with a smile. My lord, Cindy knows a lot more. Who let people this year? Just turned 18. Jiang Yang's face instantly darkened. There was always something wrong with that phrase coming from the mouths of the ancients. After a few moments of jostling past, the two regained their strength. Clunk! There was a sound of shoveling. Just as Jiang Yang dug to nearly 15 meters, banging sounds finally came from below. Silver shovel came across a metal box. There it is. Jiang Yang accelerated the swinging speed of the shovel, and the surrounding dirt was emptied in a flash. An ancient, huge black box came into view. The box was extremely large, enough to hold several people. I don't know what's really inside. It always feels like there's going to be a big catch. Jiang Yang kept feeling around in the box and finally found the switch of the box in the corner. He did not intend to rise and open the chest, for the blessing was over. A good time to open the box is after one day when Sable's prayer cools down successfully. Double rewards don't go for nothing. Just then, an eerie laugh came from inside the darkened box. Jiang Yang sweated coldly and slowly gripped the silver shovel in his hand. Are there monsters in there? There was a vague bad guess in his mind. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang stepped out of the ground pit and came to meditate beside Sable. Sable raked his arm in fear. Lord, is there something bad down here? This was something that Jiang Yang couldn't pinpoint. He frowned. I don't know. By the looks of it, it's better to leave it open for now. He turned to the regional channel and began scouring the area channels for information on the treasure. Hello everyone, I'm Chinese player Jiang Yang. Can anyone tell me about the treasure? Chapter 9, Information on the Treasure. Jiang Yang's words caused an instant uproar. The number 6666 channel is immediately bursting with messages. Jiang Yang? Why is this name so familiar? Asterisk. A big guy on the list. He's the big guy who got the highest reward. Ha? He found the treasure so quickly? No way. It's only the second day. Should we roll like that? It looks like he'll be able to secure the number 1 spot tomorrow as well. That's awesome. Oh my god. Big brother Jiang Yang is so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Really, yeah. I also feel like I have a married couple vibe with him. I'm already in love with him. Big brother Jiang is my man god. Great god. What area are you in? Asking for a team. +1 +1. +1 +1. +1 +1 +1 +1. A number of people sent him private messages in an instant. There were people who friended me, people who said they were begging for a belt, and people who made personal attacks. Many pretty girls grabbed for the buddy spot and were going backwards, and the buddy requests dried up to 99 plus in a flash. For this situation, Jiang Yang naturally chose to ignore it. I'm surrounded by the beautiful Diaochan. These welfare girls can't even get into his head. As they say, vision is everything. Ha, even you stinky ES want to add me as a friend. No way. Jiang Yang sneered in the dark. All friend requests are rejected. Through and through. As for those scrub videos sent over, after a quick tasting, I don't hesitate to delete it. These women are twerking hard in the video, but in actuality they are hot. Leaving the beauty camera, the fairies went back to basics. Vegan is king now. Of course, there are a few girls who barely make the cut. Kong Yang gave them a nod of approval, followed by a boilerplate rejection. Next time don't post it. I'm a good man with a family. The other person made a calling expression and opened her mouth. Don't be like that. I've got a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yang immediately pulled the black. Since it's a masterpiece, it's better to keep it for yourself. It was hard to process all the information, and he realized there was no one who could answer his questions. Jiang Yang continued the message. Please don't come to me without treasure-related information. I'm a busy man. All you sisters who want to friend me, stop sending me private videos. If you want to survive, you should be self-reliant, not a Jezebel. I know you guys are in a literal state of starvation, but I'm not such a nice guy. So watch out, I'm going to pull the plug on you. Soon a woman began to cry. One of them was a woman named Roland, who was one of the more famous female bodhisattvas in China. After being blackballed by Kong Yang, she immediately came out to garner sympathy for herself. Wakabayashi, oh, how can Jiang Yang be so heartless to me and call me a welfare girl? Wakabayashi, everyone stop sending me private messages. I'm having a hard time crying, I'm going to lose my little pearls. After 3 or 2 sentences, many lickspittles began to verbally attack Jiang Yang. Isn't it just a matter of mixing up the first one by luck? What's the big deal? My sister Wakabayashi messed with you. Why did you blackmail her? She's our white moonlight. Where can we find such a good girl? Do you eat oil cakes? Why are you being mean to my wife? You've gone too far upstairs, huh? Wakabayashi is clearly my wife. Oh, I gave her 3 hard-earned cans. What did you give her? I gave her company for the night. Can you Goldilocks? The scene caused a scolding. Jiang Yang shook his head helplessly. It's hopeless. Looks like we won't find any information today. I was hoping to see information related to the treasure here, but now my expectations have been dashed. Just then, a woman named Yu Chaoqian added herself as a friend. Jiang Yang clicked on it with indifference. The private message above said so. Hello great god Jiang Yang, I'm Yu Chaoqian. I have some information about the treasure. I believe it will help you. Jiang Yang checked the other party's information. Yu Chaoqian is a quiet-looking girl, probably around 20 years old. It doesn't look like it's the same as those welfare girls. Jiang Yang half-heartedly accepted the friend request. Let's hope she gives a little useful information. After waiting for a few seconds, Yu Chaoqian took the initiative to send a greeting. Hello there, great god Jiang Yang. Thank you for going through with my friend request. I'm so excited. At this moment, Yu Chaoqian, who was on one of the islands, let out a shocked cry. Jiang Yang really added her friend. He is a big god in the list one. There are no words to describe the joy of this moment. Now that there were countless people who couldn't add Jiang Yang's friends, she couldn't be happier. After waiting for 10 seconds, Jiang Yang sent a message. Hello, just call me Jiang Yang. No need to be so awkward. The gold coins you speak of are from the treasure. Yu Chaoqian hurriedly replied. Yes, the main thing contained in the treasure is gold coins. It's true that gold coins can be used for trading, but the main people to trade with are the natives here. On the other side of the room, Jiang Yang was confused. An aboriginal? You're not kidding, are you? Yu Chaoqian patiently explained. It's true, but these aborigines are not people, but ghost-like beings. They're called ghost merchants. Come without a shadow and go without a trace. The things on a ghost merchant's body are rare, such as a space ring that can store things, mysterious tobacco that can heal wounds. In short, there's a great variety. Every night, they appear at a random location on the island and leave again after morning. Jiang Yang came to a realization. It turns out that there are still such mysterious existences in this world. The storage ring and the healing tobacco felt itchy anyway I heard it. It would be so nice to get it. He continued to ask. And do you know what monsters will appear inside the treasure? What Jiang Yang was most curious about was whether it would be dangerous. Yu Chaoqian replied. The great god is so steady that he can actually resist the temptation to not open the treasure. Of course there are monsters, such as necroticized chaperones, small animals and whatnot. Generally speaking, the monsters in a one-star treasure can be easily dealt with weapons such as axes, shovels and pickaxes. There's nothing to be afraid of. But I've heard that the higher the level of the treasure, the more powerful the monsters that appear. And I don't know if the news is true. Brother Jiang Yang, are you still satisfied with these answers of mine? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment and replied thus. Thank you very much. And please feel free to let me know if you hear anything else on this in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, each of them exited the private chat channel of their friends. Jiang Yang got the information. Yu Chaoqian got the thigh buddy bit, and neither party lost anything. The time came to 5 p.m. Jiang Yang stretched in place and looked around. The fog still hadn't lifted, and the entire realm highlighted a sense of grayness. I'm afraid it's not very practical to try to get out and explore, and I may not even find my way home. How are you going to fix dinner today? Jiang Yang's stomach began to rumble again. It's hard to sleep in a hungry state, so he decides to poke around the exchange for some food. Cicada, what do we have in our possession now? Jiang Yang asked with a smile. Sable Cicada was honored to be promoted to the position of a big housekeeper today, and all the supplies were managed by her, which saved Jiang Yang a lot of trouble. She happily broke off her little hand and counted. 2 axes, 2 treasure chest detectors, 4 bottles of nearly empty water, 2 silver shovel spades, 3 flints, and a pocket knife. That's all we have. Chapter 10, Fish Trade. The silver shovel can be used as a digging tool or as a battle prop. Naturally, it goes without saying that the treasure chest detector must be kept. The 2 axes are slightly worn but still in demand for felling at this stage. Pocket knives are even less of a consideration. There's only so many of them, and they're gold. All things considered, the only thing available is flint. Flint is enough for one at the moment, so consider the remaining 2 out for food. The rest of the props are useful, and none of them can just be sold until absolutely necessary. Jiang Yang rubbed his chin and thought. As far as he could remember, the price of flint didn't seem to be low. After all, props that can make fire are a rarity in the wild. The fire not only boils water, but also roasts meat, repels insects, wild animals, warms the house, and so much more. In an environment like the islands, it is hard to find clean fresh water sources, so drinking boiled water becomes the preferred option. On the very first day there were many people who got sick from eating raw water and raw meat, and this category is growing rapidly. Once you get sick in a harsh environment, it gets harder and harder every day, leading to a vicious cycle. All it takes is fire to change all that. Anyway, let's see what the price is first. Maybe there are a lot of people who have found flint. Curious, Jiang Yang opened the exchange and looked up the information on the flint. We are checking the relevant information for you. Please wait. After a few seconds, the regional exchange page is revealed. There are not many flint-related deals, only a few pages. 1 flint for 500 units of wood. 1 flint for 450 units of wood. A flint for a primary water filter. 1 flint for 10 quality cans. 1 flint for 16 bags of 300g compressed cookies. Good lord. Flint is more expensive than an axe. Jiang Yang found that there weren't many options available. This suggests that none of the players are well stocked with food. 10 cans is still less, but it beats the long shelf life. 16 300g bags of compressed cookies are something to consider, but you need water to go down with it or it won't go down at all. At the moment we have fire. It might be more cost effective to trade for more meat. Jiang Yang's idea was simple: eat meat. Cans are expensive mainly because of their ability to hold their value. Most of them are fine for a decade or so, but they are not cost effective. Compressed dry food needs to be consumed in conjunction with water and tastes awful and is not considered. Jiang Yang needs a protein supplement most of all right now. Meat is preferred. He carefully sought a deal in the page and also posted a message in passing. 1 flint for any meat. Private message if needed. After the transaction message was sent, it was immediately drowned in a dense sea of information and then disappeared. It's a matter of luck whether I can find a seller or not, and I hope that group of female bodhisattvas and his devotees will never come to me. Since the last time he had hacked a group of female bodhisattvas, there were many people who had sent him malicious messages. There are all kinds of personal attacks, and even a mocking picture posted at. It's messing up the private message page and it's hot. It's a good thing that you can only send one private message before you add a friend. Otherwise Jiang Yang would have been annoyed by these people sooner or later. Jiang Yang collected his mind and continued to check the exchange. After looking through all the pages, he still hadn't found anyone willing to trade meat for flint. Just as he was about to give up, a private message was sent. Who is it? It's not going to be the same ones that came to drive unicycle blasting. Bored, Jiang Yang opened the private message box. A man named Mo Wei Yong sent the transaction information. Great God Jiang Yang, I heard that you need meat right now. I happen to have a lot of fish right here. Do you need any? After reading this message, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. He rushed to add the man's friend. Ding! Friend request sent successfully. Ding! The other party has agreed to add you as a friend. Mo Wei Yong appeared in the friends section. A few seconds later, his avatar flashed. Diaochan, you're finally willing to add me as a friend. Happy. Jiang Yang replied. Don't be a big god. Just call me Jiang Yang. I hear you have a lot of fish? Did you get a fishing pole on your first day? Being able to catch a fish in just 2 days and getting a rod is very likely. Mo Wei Yong sent a bared smile emoji. Yeah, but my fishing is so bad I only got 2 fish yesterday. Slightly lucky today, probably due to the weather. The fish were hooked hard and ended up popping. Jiang Yang replied. It's a good thing you're still catching fish in this fog today. The whole area is covered in a fog so thick that everything 5 meters away is a blur. Fishing in these conditions is not an easy task. Mo Wei Yong said triumphantly. Ha ha, this actually has something to do with my transcendent level talent Fire Eyes. With this gift in place, I can see things 300 meters away through the fog, including fish in the water, so it's handy for fishing. I hadn't seen a few fish yesterday, and today there was a huge school of them, which surprised me straight away. Luckily, I got a wooden fishing rod from the treasure chest yesterday, so I can count on a blowout today. Hearing these words, Jiang Yang felt a little surprised. This Fire Eyes talent could actually penetrate the fog. Mo Wei Yong's talent should be in the upper superior category. Jiang Yang spoke out to congratulate him. Congratulations, your talent is really good. Make sure you utilize it. So how much fish do you have now? And how much can you give me? First things first, I only have this 1 flint here. I won't have it if I give it to you, so the price definitely won't be too cheap. In order to sell it for a good price, he decided to hide the catch first. Say outright that you have 3 flints, and the other person might press the price. The consequence of doing this may be a few less meat meals and a much less nourished life. For Jiang Yang and Sable, meat food was exceptionally precious. It's important to realize that 2 people can have far more overhead than 1. Mo Wei Yong pondered for a moment. Then he quoted a price. How about this? 1 flint and I'll give you 20 pounds of fish? The flint is really important to me, and I don't want to eat fish raw every day and get sick when I do. Actually, there were many people who asked me for fish just now, but I refused them all. If this price is not satisfactory, we can still negotiate again. Only there is a possibility that someone else will grab it first. Oh. Hearing this number, Jiang Yang began to do some internal calculations. 20 pounds of fish is not a small number. Enough to feed 2 people for at least 4 or 5 days. There was no denying that he was a little ticked off. As for the next few sentences, they can basically be identified as bargaining words and need not be cared about. The odds are that the last 2 sentences are just words, and if he really had another buyer, he probably wouldn't have come to me. I'm kind of a celebrity in this area. So anyway, let's fish for him for a while. Jiang Yang suddenly fell silent. On the other side, Mo Wei Yong was nervously looking at Jiang Yang's avatar. The other party did not reply for a long time. Will he think it's too little? Or is someone else taking this deal from me? Those who can get the first place on the list must all be big shots. Their talents are basically above transcendent. They deserve deep friendship. I'll have a better life in the future if I climb up this thigh successfully. Mo Wei Yong is very shrewd-minded and immediately figured out what was at stake. He immediately thought of a way out. Great God, is this good? Flint, I can do without. But how about I provide you with some fish every day, and you cook them and send them over partially? In this way, he could spend a long time with Jiang Yang and also get himself cooked meat. Maybe then the other party would take a liking to him and take him in as a junior? Wouldn't it be nice for the two of them to eat and drink at that time? Chapter 11 Win-Win Choices. When Jiang Yang heard this proposal, he couldn't help but call it straight from the inside. Wonderful. So there is such an operation? In that case, I keep the Flintstones and whore out the fish for nothing. It's not a loss for him to have cooked meat to eat and avoid bacterial and parasitic infections. There's only one question on the table, and that is, can cooked meat be traded? Jiang Yang replied, that's a good proposal, old brother. I agree with it. Why don't you get 2 pounds of fish over here and try it out? And I'll see if I can trade you cooked meat before I do. Mo Wei Yong sent a teeth-baring emoji. Yes. The next second, the two parties began trading. Ding. Mo Wei Yong has sent you a trade request. Please choose to agree or reject. Agree/refuse. That's certainly agreeable. Ding. The trading environment is being detected for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object. A few moments later, a trading panel appeared in his head. Mo Wei Yong put a fish in the item box. Then both parties clicked to confirm. Ding. The transaction is successful. The sound fades. A fish appeared in front of Jiang Yang. It was a small 2+ pound walleye covered in a nice blue pattern. The sea bass hadn't been dead long and the flesh looked pretty fresh. The eyes also emitted a weird light that seemed to be telling Jiang Yang something. Fish, doctor. I seem to be able to salvage it. JY, yes. I'm going to use fire therapy. Fish, listen to me, thank you. Jiang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said happily, Sable-chan, go to the house and build a fire. We'll roast fish for dinner today. Yes, Lord. Sable excitedly trotted into the house and began to pick up the flint with a flourish. Under Jiang Yang's tutelage, she learned a lot of things. Flint to start a fire. Piece of cake. Click. In a short while, small bright yellow flames appeared in the middle of the ground furnace. Sable took firewood from the side and threw it in as fuel. Prickly prickly. A burst of sparks sputtered, and the fire gradually leapt to a height of more than 10 centimeters, like a hot girl doing a hot dance. My lord, the fire is ready. A soft voice reached his ears. Jiang Yang used a small knife to sharpen 2 wooden sticks and slowly threaded the whole fish into them. Okay, grilled fish coming right up. Come to the fire with the minnow in hand and place it on the stones at either end to sizzle. Zigzag. The vapor evaporates from the fish and with it the aroma of the fish. Sable, go fetch some water from the sink. We need to store some plain water. Jiang Yang commanded. Since yesterday, the 4 2L bottles of water obtained from the bronze treasure chest have been consumed. After a day of rainfall, the spring-fed pool by the cabin was nearly overflowing and it was time to boil some water. Sable arrived carrying a water bottle. The pool was mixed with so much dirt that it looked a little cloudy. Even so, you can still drink it after boiling it, or at least you won't be infected by parasites or bacteria, which is dozens of times better than drinking raw water. In the wild, it's easy to get hit by drinking this water directly, so don't be careless. Gollum. Sable bent over the willow and filled the 4 empty bottles with water. There are as much as 8L in total, enough for 2 people to drink for 2 to 3 days after boiling. What would be a good container to boil water in? Sable crossed her tiny arms and started looking for bowl-shaped stones in the neighborhood, only to find no good containers for a long time. Jiang Yang came out from inside the cabin and said a way out. Make one out of clay if you don't find a container. Just pinch them into a bowl shape and calcine them in the fire. Making bowls out of clay was a casual pastime of his childhood in the countryside. Under Jiang Yang's hands-on instructions, Sable went to the sink and kneaded the clay bowl. The dirt here is yellow and soft, with just the right amount of clay. She was handy and soon got the hang of it, the clay dancing up in her hands. Soon a bowl shape is complete. 1, 2, 3. In just half an hour, 3 clay bowls made of yellow clay had been molded. Sable handed them to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang carefully placed the clay bowl next to the earthen pit and slowly roasted it over a gentle fire. The temperature is so high that it tends to crack, and in the meantime the cracks have to be patched up with clay so that it can be perfectly molded. The clay bowl gradually hardens under the heat of the flame and is soon fixed into shape. 3 neatly shaped clay bowls were quickly completed. Done. Jiang Yang used a tree branch to get the clay bowl out, then set it aside to cool. Lord, the fish smells so good. Sable licked her pink lips as she sat on the wooden stool. The fish has been grilling for almost 40 minutes and is giving off a burst of aroma that excites the taste buds. The two men had their eyes swallowing a mouthful of saliva, impatiently. After coming to the island, it was the first time they had smelled the flavor of meat, and their mouths were suddenly full. Meat, the main source of protein. If you want to have the strength to work, you must eat meat. Compressed dry food fills you up, but doesn't provide a lot of protein and is hard to eat. Eating only one thing every day is not a good thing and will most likely lead to malnutrition. Eating meat builds a physical advantage. Until now, too few players could eat meat, and even fewer could eat cooked meat. Jiang Yang carefully flipped the fish, not daring to scorch any parts. Most of the skin of the fish has turned golden and shimmers charmingly. The juices spread across it with an occasional popping sound. After 50 long minutes, the fish was finally fully cooked. Jiang Yang placed the golden-colored fish on the clean stone slab and frantically moved his chopsticks. The sweetness of the yellowing fish hits you instantly as it is caught in your mouth. The small mouth pursed slightly and the warm, soft fish melted into precious nourishment into her throat. Gollum. After swallowing the first bite, a second followed. Yummy. It was the best thing Kong Yang had ever eaten so far. Sable was a much more civilized eater, her small hands trembling as she placed the fish into her pink lips before nibbling lightly with her teeth. The flavor of the fish excites in the mouth. After swallowing a bite, it was so good that I almost cried. It's so delicious. The two said nothing and began to concentrate on their meal as the fish faded from the stone slab. Halfway through eating, Jiang Yang suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly covered Sable's chopsticks and said, "Stop. This leftover fish has to be returned to Mo Wei Yang as well." About half of the 2+ pound fish was left at this point. Jiang Yang and Sable both had an 8-minute meal, which was more than enough. Sable's little face blushed slightly. She had almost forgotten about it. The other side, Mo Wei Yang, who was waiting anxiously, finally received the message. Ding! Jiang Yang has sent you a trade request. Please choose to agree or reject. Agree/refuse. Finally, he chose to agree without hesitation. Ding! The trading environment is being detected for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object. The transaction box appears. Jiang Yang immediately put the fish on the stone slab. After confirming the transaction, a grilled fish with only half of it left appeared in Mo Wei Yang's hands. He immediately surprised Jiang Yang with a message. It worked! Great God! The fish smells so good! I can't wait to get started. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately began to eat the grilled fish without a moment's hesitation. The delicious fish meat sent a burst of sweetness into the mouth. It's simply a delicacy on earth. Jiang Yang sent a message at this point. Buddy Mo, how's my handiwork? Do you have any more fish over there? Just one isn't quite enough. Can I have another small one? Over 1 pound of fish is still less for 2 people. Mo Wei Yang said painfully. The craftsmanship is fantastic. I've never had such delicious grilled fish. No problem. As many fish as you want. I'll just give you another one. After I finish eating, I'm going to go fishing later. And sooner or later I'm going to get rich selling fish. After a long time, another fish appeared in Jiang Yang's hand. He and Sable smiled at each other. Tonight, we'll realize grilled fish freedom. Sable drummed her little hands together in excitement and glowed. Yeah. After a period of busy work, Jiang Yang had another skewer of grilled fish in his hands. Those 3 clay bowls were also filled with boiling water. It's a bit yellow in color, but it's at least safe to drink. To make the water a little better, Jiang Yang also took some leaves from plants nearby to garnish it. A simple bowl of tea and a skewer of golden brown grilled fish. The joy of survival is so simple. Chapter 12, Another Top 1. Jiang Yang is in charge of grilling and shares half of the food, solving the meat source. Mo Wei Yang is in charge of fishing and gets half of the grilled fish while hugging the other side. It's certainly a win-win. Going forward, the two will do more deals that won't stop at meat. There will be much more available to them then. Jiang Yang knew that connections were important in this world, and that resource swapping could often achieve the highest benefits. Thoughts return to the present. After the two of them have had a nice meal, they begin to look to the future. Jiang Yang licked his lips as he lay on the wooden floor. It would be nice to have grilled fish every day. It's nourishing to think about. Sable was cooking boiling water by the fire, showing her bright eyes and teeth to Jiang Yang. Lord, your grilled fish is the most delicious food Sablechan has ever eaten in her life. I'd like to catch a good mini walleye for you, too, if I get the chance. Jiang Yang hitched his legs and flirted. You want to fish with your little body? I'll be thankful if I don't get taken away by a big fish. Sable was not happy and puffed up her cute cheeks. I can't see past the small fish. This girl is aiming for the big stuff. Hearing this, Jiang Yang cried and laughed. Gee, it sure looks like you can't let Sable touch a fishing pole in this life. With this stubbornness, he might be dragged away by a giant thing in the sea one day, and that would surely make Jiang Yang's heart ache for the rest of his life. Boom! Just then, There was a clap of thunder from the sky. A downpour is coming. That's the one thing that's bad about staying in this place. It doesn't move and it rains. Jiang Yang changed his position on the ground and spat. The next second, he rushed out and started gathering dry wood. After 20 minutes had passed, Jiang Yang rushed back to the cabin before the rainstorm came, and there were dozens of pounds of dry firewood in his arms, so there was definitely enough fuel for tonight. Just as he had stepped inside, it immediately started pouring rain. Boom boom boom. A clap of thunder came from the sky, and a bean-sized rainstorm landed on the earth, followed by gusts of wind. Temperatures plummeted to about 5 to 10 degrees, catching people off guard. It's 7 o'clock, and darkness is coming a little faster than yesterday. I wonder how the others are doing now. Jiang Yang and Sable leaned against each other for warmth. Feeling each other's body heat, they were inseparable, like a real couple. The sound of the rustling rain muffled the sound of the sparks bursting into flames, and it was extremely shocking. Sable, why is this rain heavier than yesterday? Jiang Yang whispered loudly in her ear. It was the only way his voice could be heard by the other side. Sable shook her head helplessly in disbelief and continued to fiddle with the clay bowl in her hands with a twig, concentrating on being a water-burning woman. Jiang Yang lay down in boredom, quietly feeling the sound of the rain falling like a beating drum. The cabin, the fire, the beauty, the grilled fish. It was certainly a very nice piece of scenery. Since I can't do anything, I'll just have to brag and fart. It would be nice to have a cell phone at this time of year. Bored, he opened the regional channel. There was a whale here and everyone was complaining about the weather. It's raining, so hurry up and fill containers with water to drink. So what if it's loaded? Don't you dare drink it without a fire to boil the water? Afraid of nothing. I'm in great shape, so feel free to drink. I just recorded a video. The video shows a big man covered in sunscreen mud. The middle-aged man raised a bright yellow can of water above his head, then shouted, "Ali gives." The brothers, Gollum. The whole bottle of water was poured into his stomach. 666. You're a real talent, old man. Asterisk 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 you just drank a leech in. Old man. Ha, no wonder I always feel a tickle in my throat. Don't worry, leeches are afraid of salt. Just pour seawater in and you'll be fine. No, if you're dead, you're dead. And you encourage others to drink seawater. You deserve to be hit by a car on your way out the door. It's over. Barbecue. Family, what if I can't find my way home? How dare you go out in this foggy weather? Do you even want to die? I was starving to death. But luckily I went out and opened a treasure chest and got 2 days worth of food to wrestle a bike into a motorcycle. If I don't come out, I'm just waiting to die. I don't want to be like some people, staying in some dark corner watching female bodhisattvas twist and turn. So hungry. Can someone give me something to eat? It's so cold. I feel like I'm seeing the little girls selling matches. Most of the players had spent the day in torment, and many of them had become mentally unstable and just about couldn't hold it together. When he saw this, Jiang Yang was trapped. Luckily, I'm not missing anything. With the warmth of the flames, he closed his eyes and fell back to sleep. It was a big dawn when I woke up. Day 3 of the game. 8 o'clock sharp. Officials made their voices heard on time. Game Day 3 announcement. It's a sunny day. 14 to 32 degrees. High visibility and everything. The leaderboard has been updated. Please check carefully. The rewards will be distributed on time later. Important note, after 12 a.m. today, the novice protection period will end and the game will become more difficult. So please prepare yourselves. The voice remained cold and clear. This has caused many players to troll like crazy. Jiang Yang woke up from the floor with immense energy. He stretched and turned his head to find that Sable had gotten up early and was boiling a bowl of hot water by the fire. A whimpering water vapor rises from it. Lord, would you like some morning tea? Sable smiled and held the clay bowl in front of him. Jiang Yang slowly took it and slowly savored it. The water had a sweet smell. Phew, yummy. Jiang Yang let out a long breath and said truthfully, a hot bowl of plain water in the morning is a great way to wake up. After drinking the water, he found Mo Wei Yong in his friend Bar and asked him directly for a fish. The other party nonchalantly threw a fish in the trade box and clicked confirm. Shortly thereafter, a cloud of white smoke rose from the cabin and golden-colored grilled fish came into view. Jiang Yang and Sable moved their chopsticks and began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Life was nourishing beyond measure. After solving half of them, as usual, the rest were returned to Mo Wei Yong. Then Jiang Yang began to check the leaderboards. I was expecting to drop in the rankings, but I found myself still in first place. Yesterday it was announced as 971 points, and now the score has actually come to 2,200 points. Only opened a gold treasure chest and it actually went up so many points. Jiang Yang quickly figured something out. It must have been the double rewards of the prayers that produced the effect. One golden treasure chest is equivalent to 2. That's why the score is so high. Then wouldn't I be able to dominate the top 1 every day with this method? If you get the golden treasure chest every day, and then a super double, the top 1 is simply within reach. Jiang Yang's eyes became even hotter as he looked at Sable. Not bad for your future daughter-in-law. Sight further down, he noticed that second place had changed to a foreigner. Smith. This man is unheard of, but certainly a fierce foreigner. At 1400 points, that's not bad. To get a total of 1400 points on the second day is equally rare, and even more so in foggy conditions. Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel smug as his score was way ahead. It seems that as long as I put in a little bit of effort, it's already the limit for others. At the same time, many foreigners suddenly appeared in the regional channel. Early in the morning, they were sniping at each other with the Chinese. The foreigners were generally more unified in their views, and they all thought that Jiang Yang had opened up. You Chinese people are really hateful. You are the ones who like to hang up the most in the Steam platform, and now that you have switched to the survival game, you are actually still hanging up. That's right, that Jiang Yang at the top of the rankings is definitely open. I demand an official rematch and release the details of the points, or I'm going to court-martial. Chinese people, on the other hand, have started defending Jiang Yang. Oh, what can you do but bark incompetently? Bunch of clowns. Yeah, how do you start a real-life survival game? You guys are incapable, don't come and get involved. Okay, great God, Jiang Yang has definitely awakened a talent above the transcendent level and is destined to abuse you all like sons in the future. A bunch of you foreigners are just jealous, jumping straight to your feet when you see a good Chinese. Upstairs is right. These birds just can't see the good in us, and anyone who gets involved with old rice is a bunch of badasses. When Jiang Yang saw this, he likewise felt a bit speechless. There is simply something funny about the slander of this group of foreigners. Chapter 13, Rank 1 Strife, Jiang Yang's retort. The swearing war between the two parties intensified. For a while the entire channel of players were involved. The debate about the list never ends, but rather intensifies. The label of open hanging was forced on Jiang Yang's head by foreigners. No matter what you guys say, Jiang Yang is just open. Right. We simply don't believe that you Chinese people have this kind of ability, and it's useless to argue any further. Just an open-minded nobody. The Chinese are a bunch of losers who can't stand up. Shortly afterward, a famous old meter came out to speak. Without saying a word, he directly gave Jiang Yang a direct order to hunt him down. Hello everyone, I'm McDonald, a 5-star army general from the United States of America. Jiang Yang is a historical sinner who specializes in stealing achievements and should be spurned by people all over the world. Allies, if you see him, make sure he pays dearly. I have asked God for you, and this act will get you to heaven. In the face of his vocal criticism, many of Rice's allies have joined in. On behalf of the Stick Country, I agree. On behalf of Eagle Country, I agree. On behalf of ISIS, I agree. On behalf of the Republic of Korea, I agree. A wave of sound rang out like a battle cry, as if Jiang Yang had truly become a sinner for stealing the results. Jiang Yang looked at this scene and instantly felt a little amused. At the same time, his eyes became incomparably glazed. Well, so much for playing right. One day, I will make you feel what true fear is. I will return 100-fold the insults that the people of China have suffered in the past. Since the other party chose to treat them with malice, Jiang Yang would naturally strike back accordingly. He continued to scroll down the message. Gradually, this group of foreigners not only began to denounce him, but also began to target all players in China. A female politician from Yamato, Kawashima-chan, appears. She said truthfully, Honorable General MacDonald, these Chinese scum don't deserve to live in this world. Might we consider blocking the Chinese trade routes? This statement was instantly echoed by many of Old Rice's allies. Right, why didn't we think of that? This group of Chinese will only drill holes. It's good we're doing this. On behalf of the Stick Country, I agree with this resolution. Blocking the trading routes of the Chinese is imminent. Ha ha, tremble. Damn Chinese. Jiang Yang silently remembered the woman named Kawashima-chan. This woman will be killed in the future. MacDonald left a message. That's a good idea. I adopt it. Fellow Millikan nationals, and my allies, it's time to launch the first round of sanctions against the Chinese. I, 5-star Admiral MacDonald, hereby declare that all dealings with Chinese players will be considered evil and destined for the Lord's sanction. Only by doing so can the Chinese people feel the freedom and democracy that belongs to us. For freedom and democracy. Numerous allies began to swarm. For freedom and democracy. For freedom and democracy. For freedom and democracy. At the same time, all the Chinese players started speaking back. A bunch of crazy people. You are shouting about democracy and freedom, but behind your back you are doing unspeakable things. The whole world knows what you've become. No need to pretend anymore. All Chinese unite in this group of foreigners. I've long been displeased with them. This kind of trashy goods. I'll kill one when I see one. My awakened talent is related to fighting. I'm worried that I have no place to use it. Me too. Little ribbons. If I didn't have a ship far away right now, I'd be out there ing with you. Boss Jiang Yang, come out and stand up for us. You're the only Chinese on the list. Great God, Jiang Yang, hurry up and come out. Even Big Brother Guchangqing has been squeezed out. These foreigners are really hateful. The Chinese people were furious and started coming out to fight for Jiang Yang. There were also a lot of people calling out to Jiang Yang, trying to get him to come out and say something. Faced with this situation, Jiang Yang naturally wouldn't shy away from the stage. In anticipation, he spoke. I just wanted to say, you hot chicks don't deserve to have me turned on. Middle finger. JPG. Disdain abounds between the lines. Jiang Yang's comeback instantly made McDonald and a bunch of others blush. That's so blatant, too, that it doesn't leave them with half a face. McDonald shot back immediately. Jiang Yang, don't think we can't find you. Do you think this sea is big? Big mistake. You're so naive. It's not too late to send over all the rewards you originally got if you admit to being open now, or all of China will suffer with you. The threatening meaning between the words was very thick, just like kidnapping Jiang Yang on the moral high ground. Kawashima-chan of Yamato concurred. Jiang Yang, it's useless for you to argue any further. Honestly admit your mistake and the Lord will forgive you. If you persist, the Alliance will impose even harsher sanctions on you. Don't try to go against us now. Jiang Yang secretly sneered in his heart. Needless to say, the shamelessness of the old rice and its allies is beyond perception. For these faceless monsters, it is no longer possible to justify themselves in conventional ways. If you want to fight, then fight. Jiang Yang had wanted to be polite to them, but now he thought that he didn't need to be so at all. He shot right back. Since you guys decided I was open, that's great. That's a hang-up I really intend to drive to the end. I'm going to be number one on the list, and as long as I'm still alive, you pigs and dogs will never make it to the top. Feel free to retaliate. All ing straight all at me. Don't get into all that mumbo-jumbo. Come 10 and I'll kill 10. Come 1,000 and I'll kill 1,000. Absolutely no mercy. Against you cockroach-like minions, I can exterminate a whole bunch of them with the hook of my finger. Jiang Yang's incredibly powerful retort angered many people, so it was that all sorts of verbal attacks swarmed in. The Chinese players, on the other hand, were all committed to supporting Jiang Yang and started cursing with him. The scene was a mess, and Jiang Yang exited the channel with satisfaction. As the chosen one who took the mythic rank talent, such a group of people was not really enough to look at, and he was confident that the other side would come to a few of them to give him a dry run. As long as he was able to summon a few more sluggers, it wouldn't be enough for them to come a few times by then. Just then, a huge object fell from the sky. Under the sun's rays, the surface of the object glows with a golden color. Bang! A huge golden treasure chest just smashed next to the pit, startling Jiang Yang, who stepped out of the cabin. It's fun for a while against the line, but it's even better to open a treasure chest. What was the reward for yesterday's list 1? Jiang Yang hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. Chapter 14, Concept of Territory. Yesterday Jiang Yang got the golden treasure chest and randomized to a treasure map. Today's reward content is naturally different from yesterday's. What exactly is randomized about the random rewards? Jiang Yang carefully went up to check it out. Sable also stepped out of the cabin and watched it all curiously. My lord, did you get the top one again today? Jiang Yang returned smugly. That's for sure. It's hard not to come in first place with you as your wise assistant. Sable smiled shyly. While lounging around last night, Sable had learned about the leaderboard. When she heard that Jiang Yang had gotten top one again, she was naturally incredibly happy. Jiang Yang nervously circled around the treasure chest. There was no treasure map found. Could it be that the random rewards are inside the chest this time? He rubbed his chin and guessed so. He was fuming when he heard Sable's alert. My lord, there seems to be something pressed underneath the box. Jiang Yang obediently lowered his eyebrows. Sure enough, I found a golden drawing under the treasure chest. After bending down to pick it up, a prompt appeared in his head. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the construction drawing Territory Stone. Territory Stone, Level 2, 3,000 units of stone. Description of the function of the Territory Stone. After the construction is completed, the territory will be upgraded to Level 2 when the builder will become the real lord of the territory. Hint, after the territory is upgraded, all resource points, including treasure chests and treasures, will be refreshed. Real lords? What's that supposed to mean? So I'm not the lord of this place. Jiang Yang looked at the description and fell into deep thought. The system provided a timely response. Real lords may administer the resources and companions of the region, while lords are equivalent to guards stationed on the island and have no actual authority over the territory. Real lords can authorize lords-related management privileges. All risks need to be borne by themselves. The difference between a true lord and a lord is in the permissions. It's actually similar to the difference between a king and a lord. This form is similar to the feudal system, where individual lords are puppets of the king, but have their own sphere of authority. The lord would take over from the monarch in ruling the land, but was not the true owner. Jiang Yang marveled. I didn't realize this game was so well thought out. It feels like I've come to a strategy simulation game in general. In his opinion, this so-called island survival game had gone beyond survival. Later in the game, there might be a lot of super empires. War is a staple of humanity. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang couldn't help but raise a fantasy in his heart. If one could really build an empire from scratch, what would that experience be like? The burning fire within is being ignited. Establishing a country is no simple matter, and making that my goal is somewhat contrary to my original intent. But what is certain is that the dregs in the channel are definitely going to be used for sacrifices. It would be a bad thing for me if I let them develop. Jiang Yang's eyes grew cold as he thought of the meter country and their allies. He had never forgotten the offense these people had taken against him. Thoughts returned to the present. Jiang Yang carefully handed the territorial stone drawings to Sable, asking the latter to carefully put them away. Cindy, this drawing is very important. Don't lose it. The tone was serious. Sable naturally did not dare to disobey and sullenly took it into her arms. Got it, Lord. As the head of the great household, the matter was categorically not to be taken carelessly, and she vowed to make this right. Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had more things to think about now. Sable is very careful in her work, and it's best to leave it to her for safekeeping. When there are more things to worry about, the role of a good wife becomes immediately apparent. As the saying goes, a successful man always has a woman standing behind him. The woman behind Jiang Yang is Sable. Afterwards, Jiang Yang summoned the system and looked at the time. Sable's prayer still has a 2-hour cooldown. Waiting for the blessing to cool down successfully is the moment to open the treasuring golden chest. The ability to have double rewards then will be key to dominating the top spot. How to get through these 2 hours? Jiang Yang already had a plan. In a nutshell, go to the beach first and play in the water. He took Sable's hand and grinned. Cindy, it's time to relax after 2 busy days. Yesterday, they dug the ground for a day, and the day before that, they cut down trees for half a day, which really wore them out. Sable also nodded in radiant agreement. Lord, can we really go to the beach and play? Without saying a word, the two jogged to the south beach. Jiang Yang bore the brunt. After looking at the sea, he directly stripped off his clothes and pants, and even his pants were not left. Woohoo! He didn't care in the slightest about Sable's shy eyes as he ran straight toward the distant horizon. The footsteps were windy, like wild monkeys in the mountains. How does a big man running around with his bare but exposed on white sand full of shells look like he's having a seizure? Sable didn't even have eyes. She covered her eyes the entire time, daring to show just a slit. Sable's entire ear flushed red as her eyes flicked to the key area. Lord can be a real stinking rascal. If other women see this, the impact will be too bad. She doesn't realize that. Jiang Yang's mood does seem a bit eager to release. That said, this was the first time in his life that he had been on a beach vacation. Running recklessly on the beach was supposed to be the wildest urge within him. In order to survive, he always represses himself. His mind does not have a moment's rest at all. And even in his sleep he is thinking about tomorrow's plans. This is clearly not in line with his original intention of laying flat. Today Jiang Yang decided to let loose and leave everything behind. The sea ran thin and soaked his calves. Jiang Yang welcomed the waves and slowly came into the sea, raising his hands to feel the clamor of the wind. The warm stream of water slowly enveloped the body and a burst of pleasurable emotions erupted from within. There's only one word to describe what's going on inside at the moment. Cool. Sable shouted anxiously from a distance. Lord, you'd better put your pants on. What if the fish in the water did that to you? Jiang Yang laughed out loud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the king here. Who dares to fight me? He stretched out his arms and looked provocatively at the sky. The waist-high sea water lapping at his body was completely unable to shake him. Cindy, do you want to come down and play too? Jiang Yang was swimming backstroke in the sea and shouted to Sable on the shore. Why wouldn't Sable want to go down there and have fun? Nay, the ancients were just more conservative in their thinking. She hadn't showered in 2 days, and she did feel a little uncomfortable, under the suppression of thoughts, but never able to let go of my mind and body. At Jiang Yang's shout, Sable bit her lips and finally decided to act. Lord, don't make fun of me. She moved her lotus steps lightly and slowly walked behind a rock. There was a rustling sound of undressing. For the first few seconds, Jiang Yang was lying bored in the water. As his eyes turned to the right, his eyes were stunned. Sable Cicada stepped out of the sheltering stone with lotus steps. Her perfect torso was completely exposed in the sunlight, and her beautiful figure shattered her sanity. No words can describe her beauty. Immediately afterward, Sable moved shyly and slowly walked into the sea. The sea lashed at his body, drenching his silky hair. The white skin glowed hazily against the sparkling water. The exquisite and delicate body was perfectly displayed. She was like a fairy from the heavenly realm who descended to Jiang Yang's side. My lord, am I beautiful? After slowly approaching Jiang Yang, Sable asked with a blushing face. The soft voice drifted into his ears, completely disrupting the other's thoughts. The woman's aroma went straight to her mouth and nose. Gollum. Jiang Yang subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva, panicking for a moment that he actually didn't know what to do. As if he had used all his strength, he slowly pronounced a word. Beautiful. Immediately following the next second, Jiang Yang kissed up. Lips covered each other and sweet nectar flowed into her mouth. The two of them embraced each other tightly, their bodies gradually rejoining, performing a Mandarin duck dance in the sea. Chapter 15 Mo Wei Yong's warning. In those 2 hours, the two were like dry wood meeting fire, clashing with each other with extreme sparks. The repression in Jiang Yang's heart was completely released. How could Sable be any different? The two have been at the tipping point for a long time now, and it's just a matter of getting there. The fun lasted 2 hours and was not short-lived. Divided for a long time and united for a long time, the two figures in the sea ended the battle in a gasp. Jiang Yang, being a modern man, took the initiative throughout. Nonetheless, he was still a bit unable to hold on to such a beautiful fairy, thanks to the fact that he possessed a robust body. Otherwise he would have been unable to stand up by now. The beauty was flushed and was lying quietly on the man's chest, not daring to make any extra movements. Sable was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would make this man's mind wander again. In her perception, Jiang Yang had never been a rude man, but just now, the other side seems to have turned into a beast. For the first half of the time that the Mandarin duck bath began, Jiang Yang was always demanding, his eyes full of possessiveness. Sable was surprised and tried to respond accordingly. It wasn't until the second half of the ride that Jiang Yang gained clarity and softened his movements. After a few moments of rest, they both got dressed. Sable rechanged into a plain dress that wrapped her pretty figure. Her face was incredibly flushed, like a ripe peach, and her eyes were completely afraid to look at the man beside her. Jiang Yang coughed a few times. He realized he was out of control. Inside, there was a hint of relief. In addition to self-condemnation, Sable didn't reject him the entire time, instead taking his rude behavior in stride with love. It was quite choppy in the early stages, but he finally curbed his urges in the middle and late stages, and Sable's eyes gradually began to enjoy themselves. I have to say, the two are very compatible. Cindy, there's no need to be shy. We're just doing the most normal thing between a man and a woman. Jiang Yang embraced Sable from behind and comforted her. Sable looked back and leaned in. Brother Jiang, this is something that is bound to happen between you and I. In fact, Sable has long been prepared for it. If you don't take me in, Sable will be troubled instead. As she spoke, she sheepishly brushed her damp hair. A gust of sea air brought the scent of hair to my nose. Jiang Yang looked surprised and no longer hid his impulse. The two looked at each other and kissed deeply. Back at the cabin again. It was 12 noon. On to the enjoyable unboxing part. Unfortunately, Sable was too physically exhausted to complete a full dance. Seeing that the prayers could not even be administered, the plan to open the box was logically postponed. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate and directly asked Mo Wei Yong to send the message. Older brother, are you free now? How about a fish? I'm hungry. Since I have nothing to do, I'll grill a fish for dinner. Staying physically fit at all times is the king of survival. Mo Wei Yong quickly sent a reply. Of course I'm free. I'll give you the fish later. I'm out gathering wild fruit. Great God Jiang Yang, your dislike back today can be too much. These people are really a bunch of scoundrels, actually slandering you for opening up. How shameless. Jiang Yang replied. It's nothing. Dealing with these people means you need to be tough and not wimp out. You be careful too. I heard that these people have started targeting our Chinese players. In between the battle just now, he took the time to look at the regional channel a few times. Rice and his allies have officially opened a trade embargo. Chinese players were left without trading avenues, and many materials could only be circulated within the range of their own players. Countless people have been badly affected. Luckily, the Chinese players also gave a counterattack, and they were instantly united in what was originally a scattered group. The trade war is on. Mo Wei Yong replied. It doesn't matter. I'm an island player and I'm basically self-sufficient. It's only day 3 and everyone is stuck on the island. There's no way they'll come after me. I'm also relieving my boredom while fishing and playing against the gringos. Great God Jiang Yang, you must be extremely careful yourself. Even if you build a boat, don't go out of the island easily. It's not good if you expose your position. These scum of the West are looking all over the world for you, all wanting to eat you alive. Why wouldn't Jiang Yang understand this? But he's not actually very afraid of these people that, as he said, kill as many as come. In the spirit of being humble, He still thanked Mo Weiyong for the reminder. Okay. Don't worry. I won't reveal my position until I have to. Mo Weiyong sent a teeth-baring emoji. Great God, you take the top one a few more times and hit them hard in the face. I've had my eye on this gang for a long time. Jiang Yang replied. Don't worry. They don't stand a chance with me in this world. Today, I'm going to try to work my way up to over 5,000 points and see if any of them can pass me. Mo Weiyong marveled. Asterisk. 5,000 points. Great God, this is too good for you. How did you do it? Oh, I remember. Did you really find the treasure? No way. No way. People who get to open the treasure in the first 3 days are a rare breed in the world. Mo Weiyong knows the story of Jiang Yang's fight against the female bodhisattvas. The cause of the incident was that Jiang Yang had sent out a transmission about the treasure information. You don't usually ask this question without encountering a treasure. At first Mo Weiyong thought that the other party was bluffing, bragging who would not. Now he was completely sure of the truth of the message. Jiang Yang must have found the treasure without a doubt. In his understanding, those who could get the treasure could soar to the sky, and getting the first place on the list was a normal thing. Jiang Yang replied, it's just luck, nothing golden. I'm not going to lie. This treasure is practically something that came to me of its own accord, and I barely put forth too much effort. If you explore more, you're sure to hit the jackpot like I did, and it is true. But these words were complete humility in Mo Weiyong's eyes. The Great Spirit is too modest. Those who can get the treasure can be the strongest of the strong, and none of them will be ordinary people in the future. It's really an honor to meet you. Jiang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Why is it that the other party just doesn't believe what he or she is obviously telling the truth? He didn't dwell on it too much, though. Believe it or not, it's none of your business. After a hush-hush moment, Jiang Yang was given a sea fish of more than 2 pounds. After the words of thanks were said, he exited the chat channel and began to build a fire to roast the fish. At this time, a private message from a friend suddenly came. It's that quiet girl, Yu Chao Chen. Big brother Jiang Yang. I met the captain of a Chinese team today. His name is Zhang Wei. He's the 15th ranked Chinese player on the leaderboard, and he said he wants to get to know you. I heard from Zhang Wei that he wants to elect you as their vice captain. Chapter 16 Zhang Wei's invitation. Seeing the word team, Jiang Yang developed a slight sense of resistance. I'm sorry, I don't want to join any team right now for a while, but it's okay to add a friend. We can share information or trade with each other. There are definitely benefits to joining a team, but not many. Trying to make him a co-captain, that's even more unlikely, because it means that one is subject to the guidance of others, which is never acceptable. Yu Chaoqian sent a mischievous emoticon. Alright, then I'll ask Big Brother Zhang Wei to add you as a friend first. This is something you can take your own time to talk about. Jiang Yang replied. Okay, there's nothing wrong with getting to know each other. Being the same Chinese player, more communication would be beneficial in the future. Might be able to use that relationship later. The other party was an expert on the list no matter what, so he had to give face. Out of 100,000 people, those who make it into the top 1,000 aren't that simple, so you could say the potential is endless. Zhang Wei was able to place 15th and clearly has his own strengths. A few seconds later, Zhang Wei took the initiative to send a friend request to Jiang Yang. Hello, my name is Zhang Wei, 15th on the list. Jiang Yang checked Zhang Wei's information. Plate inches, broad arms, a robust yet tall figure, and imposingly fierce features. Undoubtedly a realistically ruthless man. Put in such a hostile environment, most of these types of people also manage to do well. He didn't hesitate and quickly agreed to the other party's friend request. Ding! Zhang Wei has become your friend. The message came immediately from the other side. Zhang Wei said so. Hello, I'm Zhang Wei. May I ask if you are Jiang Yang himself? Jiang Yang replied. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jiang Yang himself, so just tell me what's up. Zhang Wei sent a handshake emoji. Look at it this way. I'm the leader of a Chinese team. I, along with most of the team, was born on the Mandela Islands, which are rich in resources and a great place to grow. As Yu Chaoqian said, we'd like to push for you to become the vice captain. Of course, I'm the only one who is the chief captain, and together we will then lead the team to become the name of the country of China. Are you interested in the offer? Jiang Yang refused. Sorry, my answer is no. I do not wish to join any team for the time being, as it would not do me any good. Once you're in, it's hard to get out. He would never agree to it without a proper reason. Zhang Wei said, shouldn't a talent like yours be better off staying on the team? Surviving on an island alone is inevitably inefficient, and there's always a need to team up. Jiang Yang's attitude was incomparably firm. Thanks for the heads up, but you're overthinking it, because I'm the whole team all by myself. On the other side, on some archipelago, Zhang Wei and his companions are hunting hares with wooden bows. Upon seeing this, He sighed rather irritably and addressed the men and women around him. It's just taking first place. I didn't expect his heart to be so high. Guys, Jiang Yang didn't agree to join the team. So this is yellow. Jiang Wei's words caught the attention of the crowd. The people around them looked at each other and talked. No way. Jiang Yang really rejected Zhang. Is this the heartbeat of the top one? Che, isn't it just by luck to go up there? Don't come or don't come. Yeah, we'll follow brother Zhang and sooner or later we'll far surpass him. When Jiang Wei heard these words, he also fought for himself. After being born in the islands, he became a leader by his great strength. The team got on track under his leadership and is now a major force in the Mandalay Islands. With control of swathes of the islands to the east, there are enough resources here to tide them over for a long time. In an archipelago with more than 500 players, this is not an easy achievement. Jiang Wei himself was very strong, and even with so many people, he was able to rank 15th in the regional rankings. He didn't really have much admiration to speak of for Jiang Yang. Trying to pull him into the team was also a suggestion from the players. Seeing that the other party refused, Jiang Wei was a bit impatient. If I didn't have to lead the team myself, I would have passed you in the rankings. What are you pretending? When Jiang Wei saw that Jiang Yang did not agree, he did not serve. Words start to become offensive. Jiang Yang, you're supposed to be a solitary island player, even if you take the treasure. So what? Are we players much worse than you? My brother has only one thing to say to you. Listen to people and eat. Don't think you're invincible already. It's dangerous to think like that. Jiang Yang could see the smallness in his words. He replied thus. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. And in any case, I categorically cannot accept your invitation. Seeing as you're from China, I'll let this offense go for now. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I have grilled fish to eat later. After the words were said, Jiang Yang decisively exited the channel, no longer paying attention to any messages from the other party. Jiang Wei sent several messages in a row, but did not get a response. It pissed him right off. Bitterly, the other party was not in his own territory, so he could only be impotent and furious. Damn Jiang Yang, why is he so disobedient? It's good enough to give you a lieutenant. What more bike? When I lead the team to develop into an overlord in the sea, let's see how arrogant you'll still be. Jiang Wei roared in front of the crowd. In his opinion, Jiang Yang was completely uneducated. The team members around him also looked like they were converging, and they stepped forward to speak. This man is just high-minded, and sooner or later he's going to suffer. If you don't listen to good people, you'll suffer. Jiang Yang hasn't seen the situation until now. What can a lone player develop into? By the time he runs out of resources on the island, we'll have long since become the overlords of the archipelago. By then, our development progress will be several times higher than his. Hey, we'll be driving a sailboat to him then, and I'm sure we'll see the look on his face as he grits his teeth. Can be on the list of one. I guess his talent and resources off. Also can fool around in the early stage. Not much use. Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel a little fluttery after hearing these words. Yeah, one doesn't have to agonize over him at all. The other side is just taking their own life by doing so. Once they took control of this archipelago, they would not be far from dominating this sea. At that time, this area will have to be their say. Jiang Yang do would also have to look at the face of their own family. Sooner or later, the other side's resources will fall into their hands as well. Jiang Wei became enlightened as he figured everything out. He laughed out loud. Jiang Yang, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. On the other side, Jiang Yang was in deep thought. I thought the Chinese players were all ironclad, but now that I think about it, there's a lot of smart colors mixed in. It seems that one has to be more careful about interacting with other people in the future, or else sooner or later one will get screwed over by someone else. From this incident, he realized that he had thought too naively. One thing Jiang Yang realized was that he had become a thorn in the side of many people. The slightest mistake will make you a target. Chapter 17 Treasure and Golden Chests. Jiang Yang made a decision not to pay attention to people like Jiang Wei in the future. His attention turned back to the grilled fish. Anyway, we haven't had lunch yet today. He skillfully sharpened 2 sticks with a knife and inserted the processed fish. The fire had been stoked by Sable and just needed to be set up to bake. Zip, zip, bang. The sound of evaporation mixed with explosions. After a while, hot, smoky air rose from the golden grilled fish as it cooked. The two of them tucked into another aromatic grilled fish. After tasting it, the remaining half was naturally given to Mo Wei Yong. After eating and drinking, the two rested in the cabin for a while. Sable finally had the strength. She danced and reimposed a prayer for Kong Yang. Ding! Wolverine has applied the prayer blessing status to you. Within 24 hours, there will be a 60% probability of getting double rewards when opening treasure chests. The familiar beeps are exciting. With prayer's help, Kong Yang was able to secure the #1 spot on the list. The auspicious time has come to open the box. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the golden treasure chest with a scorching gaze. Under Sable's anticipation, the treasure chest was slowly opened by Jiang Yang. Crunch! The pleasant voice came. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 1,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 2,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 5,000. Steady! I can't believe it's another double bonus. Resurrection coins also surpass the 5,000 mark. 1666 short of summoning an S-rank character. Jiang Yang's excitement knew no bounds. Wouldn't it be nice to open the treasure later to trigger the double as well? The sight couldn't wait to get to the treasure chest. Unlike the last silver shovel, this time 2 silver picks were opened. The silver-white body of the pick shimmers in the sunlight. Silver pickaxe, medium grade. Is your head hard or my pickaxe hard? Not only can it be used for gathering ore, but it can also be used as a weapon. Large rocks have to be hammered into small broken units before they can be used. A special rule for survival games. With a pickaxe, it's easier to gather stones. Building a territory stone can be on the agenda. Satisfied, Jiang Yang held the pickaxe in his hand. It weighs a little less than a silver shovel and swings smoothly. It can be regarded as a short weapon that is one step stronger than a pocket knife. He found a large, snow-white boulder nearby and tried it. Bang! 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 Under 3 vigorous swings, the entire stone cracked into unit-sized pieces. A unit of stone is about 3 pounds. Sable can also move. It takes 1,000 units of stone to build a territory stone, which is not a small number. Jiang Yang moved the stone into the middle of the cavern. It's just the right place to use as a storage room for rocks. After that, the two of them went back to the golden treasure chest. The rest of the loot is still under the hidden grid. Jiang Yang flipped a hidden switch as usual. 2 familiar ship models appear on the lower level of the treasure chest. It's actually the ship model of the Bei Yang again. At this rate, won't we get its drawings soon? Jiang Yang felt incredibly excited. Reaching out a trembling hand, he touched 2 ship models, the latter instantly disappearing. Congratulations on winning the Bei Yang ship model *2. Collect all the Bei Yang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Bei Yang. Current progress, 40%. Bei Yang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Bei Yang Naval Division, manifesting the strongest combat power of the Bei Yang Naval Division, and an invincible warship dreamed of by thousands of Chinese captains. A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Yang collected his mind and turned his attention to another trophy. There's a 1-star treasure unopened next to it. Seconds later, the 2 men plunged into the 15-meter deep pit, holding a silver pickaxe. Jiang Yang carefully turned on the switch button next to him. Cluck! There was a metallic scraping sound. The blackened treasure chest operates in the dirt. Jiang Yang and Sable Cicada stood tightly together, gripping the medium silver pickaxe in their hands. Sable, if you see a monster later, don't be soft, just knock it against its brain. The things in here are dead. Don't treat them like human beings. Sable's eyes were glazed over and she spoke in a deep voice. Yes, Lord. In spite of that, her hands were still sweating profusely. After waiting patiently for a few moments, the treasure chest made a terrible hissing sound. Roar! A strong stench hit the room. As the 2 watched, 2 wet humanoid monsters rose from it. They moved slowly, as if they were zombies. Upon closer inspection, the face was covered with dense shells. Beneath the shells were dark, lifeless eyes and skin. The 2 monsters were highly corrupted all over, but their attire remained intact. One man was nearly 1.7 meters tall with an incredibly thin torso, and it was possible to tell that he had been a male during his lifetime. He wore a captain's uniform, a saber in his hand, and had 2 pipes and a telescope hanging from his belt. The other was nearly 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a flashy sailor's suit, and had a frame as fat as a leather ball. He held a stinking diary in his hand and a saber at his waist. Underneath the 2 monsters, radiant gold coins were scattered, looking incomparably tantalizing. There were quite a few. There had to be at least a couple hundred. As the monster finished rising, Jiang Yang heard voices. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 3,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 6,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 11,000. Oh, my god! The resurrection coins are super doubled. Jiang Yang was ecstatic in his heart. The silver pickaxe in his hand swung without hesitation at the monster in the captain's uniform. Eat my pickaxe! Both men struck at the same time. Click! The sound of a skull cracking came. Being mentally prepared, the blow was a precise headshot. The captain-suited monster was killed instantly, its body falling into place. Sable was equally unwilling to show weakness, and the silver pickaxe in her hand swung down decisively. The fat monster was struck on the forehead by a silver pickaxe and his body fell like a kite. Having easily taken care of the monster, Jiang Yang still felt that it wasn't too much. That low in intensity? That's it? Jiang Yang spread his small hands. Yet Sable didn't half relax as she pointed to the body. My lord, you are too careless. As she spoke, she raised her pickaxe and swung it. Click! A monster hiding underneath the captain was trying to sneak up on her, and she cracked her skull and her body fell straight down. Jiang Yang turned around coldly and realized that there was also another living creature underneath the fat man that was standing up towards the two of them. Double the rewards. And I didn't realize the monsters were doubled as well. Without waiting for the other man to make a move, he grabbed the pickaxe and swung it. Bang! The crisp sound of bone cracking resounded again. Jiang Yang learned his lesson this time and didn't take credit right away. It's a good thing Sable had a good mind. Or she could have just flipped. Who knows what kind of weird disease you can get from being tickled by this blackened monster. Confirming that there were no monsters, Jiang Yang then crouched down to search. The four monsters had a lot of stuff on them, and with the gold coins from the treasure, it was undoubtedly a fortune. Cicada, thanks to you, we made a fortune today. Looking at the large pile of loot on the ground, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Sable pinched her nose and frowned. Hurry up and take inventory. It really stinks in here. I'm going to take another shower later. Chapter 18 S-Class character Zhao Yun. It took a while for the two to count all the loot. Jiang Yang was dazzled. He first searched the captain's body for his belongings. Telescopes, 2 in all. The state of preservation is very good. Actually no half rust. Visible material must be very precious. Binoculars are a must-have when you're out on the water. And you can use them for exploring the island during the week. A godsend for exploration, so to speak. Considering how difficult it is to make, the price is certainly not low. Best of all, it's not just about the view. It's about seeing something inside. Ghost telescope, excellent observation capability, with an extreme viewing range of 1,500 meters, and at night, it is possible to observe ghosts and apparitions. Reading that description in the back, Jiang Yang was not calm. Ghosts really do exist in this world, and the ghost merchants Diaochan talked about really do exist. I was skeptical about the credibility of the ghost merchants, but now the anticipation is drawn out. Jiang Yang was suddenly looking forward to the arrival of the ghost merchants. Gathering his thoughts, his eyes turned to the next item. 2 antique pipes were thrown casually on the floor. Jiang Yang casually picked one up and examined it carefully. Energizing pipe, medium-grade smoking restores vitality and slowly cures minor ailments. Needs to be combined with energizing tobacco to be effective. This stuff can be used to cure diseases? The system's introduction gave him a whole lot of confusion. It seems that this is a special prop, and the price must not be low. All in all, it's not a bad catch. Jiang Yang ran over to the captain again and began to feel around. Eventually did find 8 bags of intact tobacco in one of the pockets. Energizing tobacco, when lit, it slowly restores vitality and can be used to treat minor ailments. 2 medium-grade vitality pipes, plus 8 pouches of vitality tobacco, were given through to Sable for safekeeping. Then there were 2 sabers. They looked to have some age on them, but they are still exceptionally sharp. The handle of the knife was ancient and simple, etched with aged fingerprints and scratches, indicating that it had been through many life and death battles. Jiang Yang realized that both were mid-grade weapons of superior quality. It's perfect for fighting and hunting. Ancient pirate saber, medium, a saber that has survived hundreds of battles and is still incredibly sharp. A surge of power when held in the hand. Jiang Yang came to the small tree with his saber in hand to test the knife. As a result, in 3 or 2 strokes, a small tree 5 centimeters thick was cut down with amazing power. The consequences of this would be unimaginable if it were to cut into a human being. After tasting the weapons, the last thing was the shiny gold coins. The surfaces of these treasures are thick and eye-catching with a golden hue. The edges of the bottle are well curved, and the front is deeply embossed with a full-bodied lion figure, which is very lifelike. Holding the gold coin up to the sunlight, it was dappled with gold and filled with glory and preciousness. The gold coins that the two had found from the treasure were piled up into a small mountain, amounting to several hundred pieces. Each gold coin is heavy and contains a good amount of gold. Jiang Yang had specially fired several large earthen jars, specifically to hold these gold coins. Sable had also made a point of washing them to remove the necrotic odor from them. The final tally is 322 pieces. Tinker! The gold coins fell into the earthen jar with a clear crashing sound. Jiang Yang filled each and every gold coin inside the earthen jar. His face was filled with smiles the entire time. If we can bring these gold coins back to the old days, why do we need to work? He also gets to experience what it's like to be a capitalist. Too bad it can't be brought back. I wonder what these gold coins can be exchanged for. Jiang Yang wished he had met those legendary ghost merchants earlier. After counting the gold coins, the person is not wanting to do anything at all. With so much wealth in front of you, I think everyone would go crazy. If it were ordinary people, I'm afraid they would have run for the hills, but Jiang Yang knows that he cannot do this. Secretly there are many people are watching him. He perked up and began to wonder about the resurrection coins. Without realizing it, I already have 11,000 resurrection coins. Try resurrecting an S-rank character? Here it comes, the big change. Now that it's just Sable, the genus is a bit busy. The only way to catch up with the progress is to resurrect more S-ranked characters, or else you'll soon be overtaken by the club high team. Without saying a word, Jiang Yang activated the deceased Sosin talent. Ding! The dead survivor system is being opened for you. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you wish to put in. Quantity 99. Summoning C-class characters. Number 666. Summoning B-class characters. Quantity 1888. Summoning A-list characters. Number 6666. Summoning S-class characters. Quantity 2333. Summoning exclusive props for S-class characters. The higher the level of the character, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit, and the result of each summoning is completely randomized. Duplicate character drawn. Fate +1. Duplicate exclusive item drawn. Refinement level +1. Jiang Yang did not hesitate to choose an S-rank character. Ding! Consuming 6666 resurrection coins. Is resurrecting a random S-rank character for you? Ding! Congratulations on successfully resurrecting Zhao Yun. Automatically unfolding character information for you. Name, Zhao Yun. Strength level, Rock. Combat power assessment, 120. Talents, Courage to Fight, Mythic. King of Guns, Legendary. Zhao Zilong. The God of War at Changban Pa. When Jiang Yang heard this name, he immediately recalled the various deeds of Zhao Yun. The 7 entries and 7 exits at Changban Pa. Intercepting the river to save Ido. Riding alone to save his master. And taking Guiyang. Each of these is a great thing that ordinary people look up to. A space fluctuation. A handsome youth appeared in the cabin. The man's features were angular, with a bony, rather craggy look between his eyebrows. He was more than 1.8 meters tall, with strong muscles and a valiant air. Zhao Yun was dressed in rough cloth and carried an iron-handed pointed spear in his hand. Arriving in front of Jiang Yang, Zhao Yun slowly performed a kneeling salute. Lord Jiang Yang, I am the new personal guard. Zhao Yun, I am willing to serve my lord. Jiang Yang was so excited that he couldn't say anything, and it took him half a day to stifle a word. Yes, as an ancient toddler, Zhao Yun's name was already deeply ingrained in his heart. With my childhood idol right in front of me, there are simply no words to describe the emotion. Sable's little face went white when she saw the sudden presence of an extra person in the room. My lord, this man is? She hid behind Jiang Yang in fear and looked at Zhao Yun with a shocked look. Jiang Yang took a deep breath and spoke out to explain. Sable, this little brother's name is Zhao Yun, and he will be our new companion from now on. Don't worry, as long as he's here, neither of us will ever be in danger. Zhao Yun readily accepted the order and half-kneeled in front of Sable-chan. Zhao Yun, I'm willing to go through fire and water for my mother. In his setting, the other man was his lord. In other words, during the Three Kingdoms period, Jiang Yang is the same as Liu Bei, and Diaochan was the mother of the house in his eyes in general, so naturally he needed to obey. Zhao Yun's loyalty is needless to say, as evidenced by heaven and earth, sun and moon. If he resurrected Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu's group, Jiang Yang was afraid that he would worry every day. What a day to hit the jackpot. Sable blanched slightly, but accepted the setting slowly. Well, if the Lord says so, I'm sure I'll get along with him. Your name is Zhao Yun, right? Zhao Yun slowly raised his head and replied to her with a clasped fist. Yes, Sable Master Mother. Just call me Zilong on weekdays, and Zilong will certainly be at your beck and call. Hearing the words Master Mother again, Sable's face instantly reddened to her ears. You net nonsense. I'm just the Lord's maid. Jiang Yang coughed. Cough cough. Zilong, you have a good eye. This is your future Master Mother. Cicada, you don't have to be so outgoing. Is there any need to say more about the two of us? Getting married is something that will happen sooner or later. Sable blushed even more, her mind going blank as she didn't know how to answer. Under Zhao Yun's gaze, Jiang Yang gently embraced Sable-chan into his arms. The man and the woman are a perfect match. Zhao Yun was glowing, heartily happy for Jiang Yang. He gave a warm smile and rose to congratulate him. Zhao Yun wishes his lordship and Lord Diaochan's mother a long life, 100 years of goodwill, and double life for husband and wife. Happiness forever. Chapter 19 Zhao Yun's terrifying talent. Facing Zhao Yun's blessing, Jiang Yang couldn't be happier. Things have come to a head, and a great general has finally come under his command. Zhao Yun is a standout in terms of character, combat prowess, and loyalty. Handsome is also really handsome. It could almost be a match for Kong Yun. No, It should be that much better than Jiang Yang. After accepting Zhao Yun, things were much simpler. The three talked to each other in the cabin about survival. Jiang Yang fumbled for his pipe and held it to his mouth, figuring out what he was going to do today. Zilong, you are in desperate need of a place to stay now. And this cabin is where Sable and I will be staying. We two big old men are tasked with logging and trying to make another cabin today. As for Sable, you'll be in charge of finding some firewood and hay in the neighborhood. There's no guarantee that it'll cool down enough to need it at some point. Zhao Yun hurriedly said. For logging, the next person is enough. Lord, don't worry. Marching men aren't that particular. Even if they sleep on the ground, it's no problem. Zhao Yun has been fighting for many years, and is very experienced in battle and hardy. To him, Jiang Yang as the Lord also personally went down to the field. The genius is a bit tired. It was a dereliction of his duty as a personal guard. Jiang Yang shook his head. Zilong, to me, both you and Diaochan have the same place in my heart, without any inferiority. Call it a personal guard, but I'd rather you treat me like a comrade in arms. We're trying to survive. We don't even have to care about such things as honor and subordination. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was genuinely a bit touched. As a nobody, it is very difficult to hear the Lord say such things to himself. Sable chimed in softly. Zilong, just follow brother Jiang Yang. He's a lord you can trust. Anything that comes out of his mouth can be believed. After 3 days together, the two have reached a certain level of understanding. Sable's tone is infectious, and with her fairy-like looks, it's easy to be convinced. Zhao Yun looked at Jiang Yang with inquiring eyes. The other man's eyes were not half false, his gaze firm and soft. He warmed up inside and realized he had found a good lord. Zhao Yun solemnly clasped his fists at Jiang Yang, his face grateful. Zilong understands. My lord's favor will be repaid by me in the future, and the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water. Jiang Yang let out a deep breath of joy. Good. Let's take a break and go logging right away. There's no rush on this, so go ahead and go about your business on your own. Zhao Yun intended to stroll around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. So he said, My lord, then I will go outside first to see what's going on and learn about the state of the land. Jiang Yang nodded his head in praise. Well, if you have the heart for it, go ahead and do it. For soldiers, intelligence was incredibly important, and Jiang Yang went along with him. As a survivalist, it's good to take the initiative to find things to do, much better than those female bodhisattvas who mope around every day. Jiang Yang could see Zhao Yun's seriousness and was inwardly incredibly pleased. Sable left with her to gather firewood and hay. There was only one person left in the cabin. Only then did Jiang Yang start checking Zhao Yun's attribute panel. System, check out Zhao Yun. Ding. Character information being expanded for you. Name, Zhao Yun. Strength level, rock. Combat power assessment, 120. Talents, courage to fight, mythic. King of guns, legendary. Jiang Yang's eyes first came to the intensity level. From the beginning, he hadn't paid much attention to this attribute, and now he intended to study it. My own combat power assessment is 30. Sable is 10. And Zilong has actually reached 120. It seems that the intensity is one level higher when the combat power exceeds 100. The lowest is mortal. The second grade is rock. So what's the third gear? Combat assessment is a term that comes up a lot in online gaming. It tends to represent the player's approximate combat range, with the main one being conspicuous and easy to use. System, how is this combat power assessment calculated? Jiang Yang asked. A few moments later, the system gave an answer. Combat power evaluation, a value based on the target's strength, agility, defense, stamina, talent, etc. Strength level, mundane tire, 0, 100. Rock, 100 to 400. Copper bone, 400, 1000. In the system's telling, each notch up in rank means a qualitative change. With a value of 101, the actual combat power will be quite a bit higher than 100, whereas 100 makes little difference relative to 99. This is basically the same perception as Kongyang. It's not hard to understand that 100 beating 101 means a cross-level challenge with a low chance of winning. The limit of what an ordinary person can achieve is mortal 100. Zhao Yun's value, on the other hand, exceeded this range and reached the range of the second gear, which was the rock. That means he must have a terrifying fighting ability. A little Karami like me would probably be taken care of in 3 or 2 hits. Of course, there are also external influences in terms of weapons and defenses, so it's not absolute. Weapons and defenses are external elements that do not participate in the assessment of combat power, but realistically affect true combat power. When fighting against someone, you need to look not only at the combat power, but also at the equipment. Against creatures, the main thing to look at is the combat assessment. So far, no one has found a prop that recognizes combat power. Even the exchanges don't have these things on their shelves. It's still in rookie protection. After today it's hard to say. Jiang Yang began to inspect Zhao Yun's talent. A mythic talent. And a legendary talent. Ooh, this doesn't look weak in any way. With Zhao Yun protecting me, how can I lose in future battles? Jiang Yang excitedly clicked on healing the battle. Heal the battle, mythic when entering the battle state. All attributes slowly increase. The more intense the battle, the more significant the effect. The maximum limit of 300%. Hiss. Sure is an awesome combat class talent. Full attribute rise. This effect can be so powerful that it is weighty in any game. As long as it stays undefeated, it will get stronger. It's like the undefeatable. It's just a bummer. Zhao Yun is a slow-burning warrior, and this talent fits well with that. I can only say that it is worthy of being the god of battle in Changbanpa. Jiang Yang was ecstatic. Zhao Yun is awesome as he is awesome. How can he not be happy? Wait, there's a legendary talent I haven't seen yet. Gather your thoughts and keep checking. King of Guns, legendary when using a gun-type weapon. Combat power is increased by 30% and the amount of chakra consumed is reduced by 50%. Effectively, it's a renewal class passive. Zhao Yun likes to use guns, and this talent is also undoubtedly very appropriate and highly rewarding. Paired with the first talent, there are only 2 words to describe it. Perfect. Slow-burning warrior, gets stronger with each fight, and king of the gun. With the 3 terms stacked on top of each other, Zhao Yun was definitely an absolute powerhouse. Jiang Yang's eyes were shocked, feeling as if he had picked up a treasure. Just then, Zhao Yun cleared the wooden door with his hand. My lord, I'm back from inspecting the situation. Jiang Yang collected his thoughts and smiled. Come in, I was just looking for you. Chapter 20 Building a Wooden House. Finding a treasure chest. At 3:00 p.m., the 2 men arrived at a small grove of trees to the south. At Jiang Yang's command, Zhao Yun lifted his axe to swing at the trees. His movements were incomparably skillful, and it was clear that he was not on the same level as Jiang Yang. Zhao Yun was originally from a farming family, so this small matter was naturally not a problem. Crunch! After 3 or 2 strokes passed, the small tree was chopped into 3 units of wood, which Zhao Yun skillfully put away to the side. More than twice as efficient as someone. Jiang Yang also did not give in and found a small tree and began to swing, the axe under his hand dancing in the wind. Click, click, click. After a fierce operation, a small medium-sized tree is chopped to the ground and 5 units of wood arrive. Jiang Yang bent down to pick up the wood and turned his head to peek at Zhao Yun, realizing that he had already put the 4th small tree down on the ground. How did it go so fast? Jiang Yang was still trying to show off his muscles in front of Zhao Yun. However, he was immediately slapped in the face. As it turns out, the 2 are not even on the same level. The difference is vast. Seeing this, Jiang Yang decisively changed his strategy. Open the pendulum. If you don't swing it now, when will you swing it? With Zhao Yun, the lumberjack who wouldn't cry out of exhaustion, there was simply nothing left for himself. He opened the exchange and started looking for drawings. By the 3rd day of the game, many players have built level 1 cabins. On the market, there is an endless variety of cabin drawings, with at least dozens of pages of results. It's not cheap either, requiring at least 140 units of wood or stone. The items on Jiang Yang's body were all very valuable and were not going to be traded. Zhao Yun had collected just the right amount of wood, and it would be perfect to use for the drawings. An hour passed. Jiang Yang stopped participating in logging work to save energy and concentrated on bargaining with merchants. I thought that Zhao Yun would cry out of exhaustion, but it turned out that the more he hacked, the more strength he had. 130 units of wood have been collected. Jiang Yang immediately exchanged the drawings of the cabin with a player. The time came to 5 p.m. Zhao Yun had another 200 units of wood in his hand. The 2 hit the road. A few moments later, an additional cabin appeared in a clearing somewhere. The configuration of the furniture is not too far from Kong Yang's. Zhao Yun stood to the side in a glowing manner. Seeing Jiang Yang change a wooden house from the void, he really felt magical. Worthy of the Lord. Jiang Yang led Zhao Yun into the cabin and proudly said, "This will be your home from now on. That's all the furniture. Don't be too short. Don't worry, waiting for us to develop later. The cabin will return to its honor sooner or later. You have to remember that this is where we start, not where we end." A surge of bravado surged through Zhao Yun's heart. Lord, where do we end? Jiang Yang laughed out loud. Our end is in the stars. This bullet-ridden land is still too poor after all. We're a drop ahead of everyone else right now, but it's still not enough to have a good life. Zilong, your arrival has given me great confidence. With Zhao Yun, Jiang Yang's mind had a firmer shift. A well-to-do life beckons him. It's not too late to open the pendulum after a while, Zhao Yun said with a longing face. My lord, Zilong is bound to follow you in this life. Jiang Yang patted his shoulder and solemnly said, Good, Very spirited. But don't wear yourself out. It's not good to get sick. Just now you cut down the tree really hard. Look at your smelly sweat. Quickly go find a place to clean up. Zhao Yun immediately agreed. Yes, Lord. Zhao Yun is touched by Jiang Yang's concern. Without half a second's hesitation, he came outside to the pool to clean himself up. The toned muscles and unscarred upper body signaled that he was extraordinary. Jiang Yang was silently peeking in the dark. It really doesn't hurt at all. No, Zilong is just too dazzling. I need to hurry up and improve myself as well. Faced with such a ministry, he also developed a slight sense of crisis. As a lord, the last thing you want is to see your subordinates outperform you in everything. This indirectly motivates Kong Yang to carry out his efforts. He went to his cabin and began to ponder the follow-up. With the cabin constructed, the next goal is to build the territory stone. Before that, the island will have to be explored thoroughly. The treasure chest hasn't been fully explored yet. Building a territory stone will refresh the treasure chest. Insurance considerations. It's best to get the treasure chest here first. 10 minutes passed. Zhao Yun appeared before the cabin. The body has been cleaned of dirt and the whole person is refreshed. Jiang Yang walked out the door and handed over the treasure chest detector in passing. Zilong, this thing is called a treasure chest detector. I'll show you how to use it later. Later on, we'll set off for the West Island and try to get all the treasure chests over there. The island is only 3 square kilometers in size and is bordered on the west by a small grove of trees. The treasure chest over there hasn't been explored yet. With Zhao Yun as a powerful combatant, Jiang Yang put the exploration program on the agenda. After a brief demonstration, Zhao Yun quickly knew the usage. The two men then set off for their destination, weapons in hand. He had just stepped out of the campground when he ran into Sable, who was returning with a bundle of firewood. Jiang Yang explained to her the purpose of going out. Lord, be careful. There must be a lot of snakes over there. The last time I went that way, I encountered a large snake. Sable was unusually sensitive to that scene, so she spoke up to remind her. Jiang Yang bared his teeth and smiled. Don't worry, we're not afraid of anything we encounter this time. Isn't that right, Xiron? As he spoke, he patted Zhao Yun's tall shoulders. Zhao Yun said with a clasped fist. Don't worry, Sable Mother. Zilong will definitely keep an eye on the Lord and won't let him get hurt a bit. With his assurance, Sable was instantly much more relieved, but she still felt shy when she heard the words Master Mother. Go about your business then, and remember to come back early. I still have to find firewood. After saying their goodbyes, the two men resumed their journey. As he walked down the road, Zhao Yun carried his lance in his hand to open up the road in front of him. His eyes were like water and his steps were like clouds. The lance in his hand was only an ordinary quality weapon, but it was like a divine weapon in his hands, making people feel incredibly at ease. Jiang Yang was in charge of exploring the treasure chest in the back, and his mental activities were decidedly different from last time. With such a god of war in front of you, you are emboldened to encounter anything. After a while, they passed the silver treasure chest that had been opened the last time. 300 meters from here, the treasure chest detector came up with numbers. Jiang Yang and Zhao Yun searched for a while and realized that the target was in the middle of a patch of grass. It's a bronze treasure chest. On top of that, there is a large snake next to the treasure chest. It was the same snake that Jiang Yang and Sable encountered last time. Hiss! A serpentine cry came. Zhao Yun took the brunt of the attack and walked forward carrying his lance. Lord, we'll have snake meat to eat tonight. Jiang Yang spoke up to remind him. Be careful, Zilong. It's not easy to heal from snake venom. Currently they have very little medical supplies and everything must be handled with care. Zhao Yun nodded slightly in understanding. He only saw him slowly raise his iron-head spike spear above his head and quickly gave Orochi a throwing technique. The lance drew a deadly trajectory in the air and flew towards the great snake. Pust! The tip of the gun accurately hit the 7 inches of the big snake, striking its heart. In the next second, it was already too dead to even let out a scream. This scene directly made Jiang Yang look dumbfounded. He stuck out his thumb in admiration. Damn accurate. Chapter 21 Elite Vultures. After slaying the serpent, it was time for a pleasant harvest. Jiang Yang pushed aside the grass and held the large snake covered in blood in his hands. After weighing the snake, I realized that it was at least 30 pounds. But this snake meat shouldn't be poisonous. Jiang Yang broke open the snake's mouth to check it out, and the huge fangs emitted a fishy odor. He rushed to ask Zhao Yun. Zilong, have you ever handled snake meat before? Can this stuff be poisoned if you eat it? Zilong picked up the lance on the ground and laughed. Lord, this is certainly edible. Thoroughly clean the snake's meat, remove the entrails and parasites, and then cook it so it's not poisonous. People in the army, it is inevitable to go over the mountains, and it is not strange to eat snakes. Zhao Yun also popularized the benefits of eating snakes. For example, it enhances immunity, anti-aging, tonifies blood and qi, nourishes yin and strengthens yang, dispels wind and removes dampness, and so on. Jiang Yang's eyes glowed. It looked like he had food for the next few days. He instructed Zhao Yun to carry the snake over his shoulder while he himself walked over to the bronze treasure chest. Crunch! The treasure chest was slowly opened. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 4,434. Too bad it didn't trigger the double bonus. Jiang Yang's expression was ancient. There's always going to be a flip in the card draw, so consider it a pad for the next opening of the box. Reach out and pull out something in it. Under the sunlight, Jiang Yang saw the construction of the prop. This is a primary water filter. This water filter consists of 3 components, including the filter media, the housing, and the inlet and outlet pipes. The filter media uses sand and carbon in a laminated structure with different pore sizes to remove impurities of different particle sizes. The inlet and outlet pipes are connected to the upper and lower parts of the housing for water inlet and outlet respectively. Jiang Yang's face was a happy one. They happened to be missing a water filter. There was a pond full of rainwater near the cabin, but it was full of dirt and impurities. Every time I use it to boil water to drink I have to eat a mouthful of mud. It's awful. Water filters solved this pain point. The 2 men took the water filters away and started forward again. This time they slowed down a bit. There may be other dangers in this place and there is no room for carelessness. From time to time, Zhao Yun probed around with his gun, his eyes calm and refusing to let go of every detail. Jiang Yang concentrated on using the detector. Shortly afterward, the 2 successfully found another bronze treasure chest somewhere. After opening it, it didn't trigger the double bonus either. Inside is a cotton pillow, plus 100 resurrection coins. The pillow is made of high-density cotton filling, and the cotton fibers are soft and warm to the touch. It has a standard rectangular shape and is big enough for 2 people. Jiang Yang smiled happily. The treasure chest actually opens up bedding, so I'm sure Sable will be very happy. If we could open another quilt, we wouldn't have to burn a fire in the cabin on a cold day. Cotton pillows weren't rare in the old days. They're worth their weight in gold now. Sleep is a big deal in the wild. Jiang Yang was sleeping on a leaf pillow a few days ago, but this is a newer birdshot. His quality of life is improving with the naked eye. Zhao Yun also had a light smile on his face and congratulated him. My lord, this pillow looks very comfortable. With it, I'm sure the lord's mother will be pleased. It didn't matter to him whether there was a pillow or not, but it was undoubtedly good that his own lord was happy. With pillows on their backs, the 2 hit the road again. Unfortunately, no other treasure chests were ever seen here again, so he hit the road. Today's haul was a large snake, a pillow, and a water filter. It was slowly starting to get darker, and a clump of dark clouds was drifting in from the south, signaling a possible change in the weather. So Jiang Yang sped up his march. However, just as the 2 were walking down the road, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. Chirp! Jiang Yang and Zhao Yun looked up at the same time and some dark spot in the sky grew larger in the field of vision. What kind of creature is that? An eagle? If I'm not mistaken, he's flying in the direction we are. Zhao Yun frowned slightly. My lord, we may be in trouble. They are not eagles, but vultures, and should be looking at the big snakes on us. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yun placed the body of the great snake on the ground and drew the lance on his back to answer the enemy. Jiang Yang was surprised. You say it's a vulture? But vultures aren't supposed to attack humans, so aren't you being a little paranoid? Vultures are scavengers, yes, and they excel at snatching food from other predators. In Jiang Yang's perception, vultures were far weaker than the stream of eagles. It would be even more impossible to take food from humans, because it would be asking for trouble. Just as Jiang Yang was puzzled, the black dot at the very front gradually became larger, followed by 3 more black dots. There were a full 4 vultures in the air. Without waiting for Jiang Yang to marvel, the 4 black dots had already arrived over the 2. They finally got a good look at the vultures. Each vulture is as tall as an adult and has a wingspan of 4 meters. None of them are good. Their heads are sunk deep between the shoulder blades, and there is not a hint of feathers around the chin or neck, presenting a flesh-colored skin. Most eye-catching are the long, curved black beaks and claws that add a bit of a grim air. Jiang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhao Yun's concerns proved to be correct. Chirp! A flock of vultures flew over the 2 men and circled, emitting a cawing sound. Jiang Yang's scalp tingled as he looked at the group of air bandits with a wary face. Turtle, is this vulture becoming a spirit? Why did it grow such a big one? I thought we agreed that no vulture is as good as an eagle. How is this not quite what I expected? Ben thought there was only one little karami on the other side. It turned out to be a gang, and each was a large bird with a wingspan of 4 meters, with a ferocious eyes and sharp claws. Just then, a prompt came from the system. Warning! You have encountered an elite level creature, the vulture bandits. Combat difficulty, hell. Creature classification, ordinary, elite, lord, domain head, king. Warning, creature level is too high. During the novice protection period, the system will guarantee your safety. The other party will not take the initiative to attack. Do not try to provoke to cause a fight. Hearing this burst of prompts, Jiang Yang only felt his heart skip a beat. Elite level monsters. It just doesn't look like a presence to be messed with. From the description of the system, the monster level and the player intensity level correspond to each other. Mundane tire equals normal grade. Granite equals elite level. Bronze bone equals lord level. Jiang Yang was in between the mortal tires, with a combat power assessment value of only 30, right at the bottom of the tier. Trying to fight them was undoubtedly a death sentence. Zhao Yun's voice came at that moment. My lord, to fight or not to fight? I can keep at most 3 of these 4 vultures, and the remaining one is expected to escape. Vultures are generally swarming creatures, and if it goes back to move help, the matter will be in trouble. Jiang Yang turned his head and suddenly felt much more at ease. Yeah, there's still Zhao Yun. How can you forget about this god of war? Wait, are you sure you weren't kidding when you said you could keep 3? Jiang Yang suddenly realized the point. Zhao Yun looked back and said confidently, Lord, don't you trust me? Jiang Yang nodded without hesitation. Of course I believe that. Just make yourself available. You can kill as many of these vultures as you want. Zhao Yun smiled slightly. Good, then I'll go in peace. As soon as the words left his mouth, he copied the lance in his hand and threw it toward the sky. The iron-headed pointed spear turned into a sharp white light and rushed straight upwards. Its speed was strangely fast. Giggle. Under Jiang Yang's gaze, a vulture hovering in the sky was instantly plugged. Its feathers scattered in the air. Chirp. The vulture fluttered its wings feebly as it slowly descended. Blood splattering continuously on the ground. Naiha Jiang Yang low cultural level. Even though the mood is incomparably excited, 2 words of profanity came out of his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 22, The Great Battle Against the Vulture Bandits. The remaining 3 vultures let out a shrill whine. Chirp chirp chirp. Seeing their companions killed, their eyes changed. How dare you hurt our companion? This human must die. The vulture fluttered its wings and began to dive towards Zhao Yun. At this moment, a strange glow appeared on Zhao Yun's body. The first talent, healing the battle. Mythic talent is officially activated. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Zhao Yun's body went straight for the landing vulture. The soles of his feet were like the wind. Take him while he's sick. This wounded vulture had to be the first to be tackled. The opponent wasn't stupid. And seeing Zhao Yun flying towards him, he began to toss up in the air and fly towards the distance. However, Zhao Yun's speed was getting faster and faster, and the dense thorns underneath him were completely unable to stop his figure. Whoosh! The sound of weaving through the grass kept coming out. The insects, snakes, rats and beasts on the ground scattered and instantly ran away. Soon Zhao Yun approached the vulture and leapt through the air, helicoptering 3 meters into the air, and actually caught his opponent's sharp claws perfectly. Get your ass down here. His large hands fired with deadly force, veins popping, and he yanked downward with deadly force. The massive force sent a wave of discomfort through the vulture. Chirp! The vulture let out a scream, his eyes looking backward in fear. Don't you come over here. However, with its body penetrated by the gun, it did not have the ability to fight back half-heartedly. And in the next second, it was pounced on by Zhao Yun. Without waiting for it to react, Zhao Yun's iron fist had already arrived at the side of his head. With a thud, the vulture's head fell to the ground and he fell into a baby-like slumber. After knocking out the vulture, another vulture crept in. As it neared its target, it stretched its neck, its black-hooked beak looming toward Zhao Yun. How could Zhao Yun let it win? Only to see his movements were incomparable. Instantly pulling out the lance in the vulture's body, turning around and coming to dance a gunflint. Whoosh! The head of the gun stabbed in the air in a chain, and the lance hissed continuously, hitting the vulture's chest with precision. In a flash, the vulture let out a miserable whistling cry and blood gushed out wildly. It fluttered its wings and fled to the left overhead, no longer tangling with Zhao Yun. The first attack failed, and the second followed. Another vulture whistled shrilly as it swooped down from the sky, intending to attack Zhao Yun's head from a sneak attack. Zhao Yun had long since noticed and was not the least bit flustered. He pretended to freeze in place, waiting quietly for his prey. In the next second, the vulture swooped down and extended his black claws. Got it! The vulture let out a happy shrill. Yet in the next second, Zhao Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. Thus, the vulture's attack fell short. Waiting for you, fool! Hearing the sound, it realized it had been duped. The vulture's body fell into place and hastily fluttered its wings in an attempt to escape. Giggle dash! However, in the next second, its chest had been pierced by the gun. A heartbreaking pain surged into his brain, and the vulture's huge body trembled continuously in agony. It struggled for a few seconds and immediately fell into death. Zhao Yun didn't dare to be arrogant and directly drew his lance to answer the enemy again. So far, there is one injured vulture left, and one intact vulture. Neither of the two large birds dared to attack, but began to hover in the air. The strength of this human had exceeded expectations and was clearly not something they could deal with. The vultures are afraid. Zhao Yun found the right opportunity to give the injured vulture another throwing technique. The long spear swung out again, drawing a graceful arc in the air. The vultures were terrified and fluttered their wings in an attempt to escape. However, Zhao Yun was so smart that he happened to be aiming for its escape route. Pust! The lance hit its chest with precision, and blood splattered everywhere. It had already been wounded in the chest by the lance and blood was still flowing, and this blow directly killed its bird. The vulture felt a sharp pain and used all its strength to fly away towards the distance. However, this exacerbated the expansion of the wound. Shortly afterward, it landed slowly on a patch of grass and couldn't get up again. Chirp! There was only one vulture left in the scene, and it was making a piercing cry. It was as if he was sympathizing with his companion, but Zhao Yun knew that it was just coveting its companion's corpse. As scavengers, the carcasses of their companions are considered a tasty meal, and vultures are not picky eaters. However, when its eyes came to Zhao Yun, it became afraid again. It's a fear that comes from deep within and can't be avoided. After growing to an elite-level creature, a certain amount of intelligence is awakened. The vulture's intelligence wasn't low to begin with, and after being strengthened it was even closer to that of a human. So he hesitated. Zhao Yun came to the vulture's corpse and slowly took out his lance. Pust! Blood splattered over him, the fabric stained with horrible scarlet spots. Come on, you! Come for your companion's body if you can. Zhao Yun pointed his finger at the other two corpses with a rather provocative expression. The vulture let out an angry shrill as if enraged. It stretched out its sharp claws and waved them in the air. Stupidly. However, after hovering for dozens of seconds, the vulture regained its sanity. Even if Zhao Yun provoked it no matter what. After a few moments, the vultures fluttered their wings unwillingly and went away. The body of a fellow traveler. Don't want it. Bird life matters. Under Zhao Yun's gaze, the vulture turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the west. Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief and checked his body. Good. No injuries. Jiang Yang stepped out from behind a small tree, his eyes pleasantly surprised. Killing 3 human elite-level vultures without injury was terrifying by any stretch of the imagination. Zhao Yun's fighting prowess was nothing short of terrifying. The sight turned to the corpses of the 3 giant birds. With all the killing done, it's time for a pleasant trophy collection. These were 3 elite-level creatures, so there must be some good stuff. At his command, Zhao Yun gathered the bodies of the vultures on the ground. Looking at their broad wings, Jiang Yang sked inside. Zilong, these 3 encountered you. Can be unlucky. I get the feeling you kill them as easily as you kill a chicken. This is true. In Jiang Yang's eyes, these vultures were just here to deliver food, with no room to fight back. Zhao Yun humbly laughed. My lord, it is I who have overestimated these people. I thought theirs would be strong, but I didn't realize they were flowery. I guess it would work if the lord came instead. Jiang Yang slandered in his mind. Zhao Yun's words were obviously lifting himself up. If it came to the real thing, he definitely wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds. Jiang Yang squatted down and pulled out the knife he was carrying to dismember. When the blade touched the vulture's body disappeared. Large creatures detected. Do you need the system to break them down for you? Yes/no. Hint, when the system automatically disassembles, it will lose some of the meat. Ding! It's automatically breaking down elite-level vultures for you. Please wait. Jiang Yang exulted. The system actually helps me automatically break down animals. That's a good thing. Wouldn't we have to work our asses off if we really messed around with a pocket knife? The 3 vultures piled up were as tall as a small mountain, so how to break them down was really a troublesome task. Jiang Yang decisively chose yes. A few moments later, a prompt came to his brain. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. Stinking vulture meat *312 kg. Flesh and blood essence *4. Bird feather of inferior quality *612. Bird's claw *6. Inferior. Level 2 stone house building plans *2. Black feather war bow drawing, lower grade, *1. Eye of insight talent orb, rare, *1. A large array of loot dazzled Q Jiang Yang. Gifted orbs. What the hell is this? The final display of loot caught his attention. The system gave a timely answer. Eye of insight talent orb, rare, a prop dropped by specific creatures of elite level or higher. After using it, you can obtain the corresponding talent Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, rare grade talent. Eyesight enhanced by 2 times. Able to check the combat power level of most creatures. Chapter 23, Talent Ball. Flesh and blood essence. The tone ended and the corpse of the vulture in front of him disappeared. Instead of a field of broken flesh and props, Everything is neatly organized. In this, the most striking thing was a small green-colored ball. Bending down, he carefully picked it up and held it in front of his eyes to examine it. Under the sunlight, the green-colored ball emitted an emerald green light that was divine and incomparable. This must be the Eye of Insight talent orb, all right. But how exactly am I supposed to use it? From the outside, the talent ball looks no different than a toy glass ball. The system gives a hint. Return to the host, swallow it and use it. You're not kidding. Are you sure it won't get stuck in my throat if I have to swallow this thing? Jiang Yang snorted. The talent ball was a full 2 centimeters in diameter. Not like it could be eaten. But Jiang Yang did as he was told, going out on a limb for a new talent. Under Zhao Yun's surprised gaze, Jiang Yang opened his mouth and stuffed the orb into it. Gollum. The orb entered the throat and did not feel as obstructed as one might expect. It turned into a ball of nutrient liquid that flowed into his stomach, causing Jiang Yang's body to send out a comfortable shiver. Hoo-hoo. So cozy. Jiang Yang's eyes were slightly mesmerized. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, widened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva in worry. Lord, why did you swallow this bead? Is it really alright? Will it block the esophagus? In his eyes, Jiang Yang was like a crazy person who didn't want to die. This action directly dried out Zhao Yun's brain. Jiang Yang turned back. Indifferent. No RIP. I'm in great shape. This is just a little something. I'll digest it tomorrow. Zhao Yun looked puzzled. Can this be digested? Is your stomach made of iron? But seeing that Jiang Yang's face was not half abnormal, he slowly relieved himself again. It seems that his own lord is really extraordinary in some ways. Take the body that just disappeared. It really taught him a vivid lesson. What it means to be a massively changed walker. Isn't this a properly real case? Jiang Yang also did not expect that his actions could actually give Zhao Yun such a big shock. That's the advantage of being modern. With a lot of fiction, experiencing anything can become a rarity. Jiang Yang couldn't help but think of his cell phone, the software called Todoc Novel. After a short wait, the beeps sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new talent Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, rare, enhances vision by 2x. Able to check the combat power level of most creatures. Automatically expands the character panel for you. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 30. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of Insight, rare. The moment before the sound ended, a change appeared in Jiang Yang's eyes. He realized he could see farther. Objects within 200 meters are captured in all details. Things are clearly visible within 400 meters. Things are a bit strained in 800 meters, but you can still see the general outline. Objects within 1,500 meters are barely discernible. Such powerful eyesight is already counterintuitive for humans. Jiang Yang focused his sight, his eyes gazing towards the distance. There is a turtle crawling on the beach right next to the ocean. The turtle was incredibly fat, its mirror-like shell glowing. A beep came from his brain. Neutral unit detected, Centennial Turtle. Combat power assessment, 5. Jiang Yang subconsciously licked his lips. It's like I haven't tasted a turtle until now. He's hungry. The turtle sensed the prying eyes of some pervert and slowly retracted into its shell. In front of it was a peaceful place, but for some reason it always felt that someone was trying to plot against it. Don't. I'm only 100 years old and I'm still on the baby bus. Give me a break, warrior. Jiang Yang laughed and stopped caring about it. I'll let you off the hook for today, little turtle. After adapting to his current vision, Jiang Yang had a small thought in his mind. I thought I would go dark with one talent, but I didn't expect any surprises. It seems like we need to hunt more elite creatures in the future, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to get rich off of talent orbs. With the divine general Zhao Yun, there's nothing to be afraid of. After tasting the talent orbs, it was time to count the rest of the loot. Eyes rested on a puddle of unpleasantly smelling blood and flesh. Vulture blood and flesh. 312 kilograms in total. Vultures are scavengers, and their blood and flesh are filled with an extreme stench. You can tell at first glance that these meats are tough to eat. They're hard to swallow at all. Jiang Yang could only pinch his nose and give up. As far as he was concerned, the meat had to be buried to avoid being revisited by other vultures. Or maybe it's okay to use it for fishing? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment and spoke out to command. Zilong, go look around for a suitable container. These can be stored bloody for fishing. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and led the way, proposing, Lord, those open treasure chests are just right for meat. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Zilong, you're so smart. You're strong enough to go and do just that. It's certainly a good idea to be able to use open treasure chests as containers. Jiang Yang was too weak to move the treasure chest. Plus, the previous home base pressed without much consideration in that regard. Now that the family is wealthy, storage props have to be utilized. With Zhao Yun, these empty treasure chests have a purpose. The flesh and blood can all be carried home and stocked up for a rainy day. As for whether the vultures will come back to haunt us, we'll see. Yes, Lord. Without saying a word, Zhao Yun ran towards the treasure chest that he had searched before. His strength was incomparably immense, and the bronze treasure chest that was more than half a person tall was steadily carried on his shoulders. Every step left a footprint on the ground, enough to show its weight. Jiang Yang cooperated with him to put in all the blood and flesh. Zhao Yun set off again, carrying the large box towards the camp. Even with hundreds of pounds of weight on his back, he still walks steadily. Zhao Yun's body was bursting with veins, showing off his manly prowess. Jiang Yang's eyes were sour, not to mention envious. If only I was going to have a body like that. He gathered his thoughts and continued to look at the other items. There are 4 blood-colored orbs on the ground. Picking it up, he found that it was 4 primary flesh and blood essence. Elementary flesh and blood essence. After taking it, it can enhance the quality of body, better with special ingredients. Basic description: the essence of flesh and blood condensed after a creature grows to a certain level is a great tonic. It really is a prop used to enhance the body. Jiang Yang had a guess when he saw the beads. There is a natural reason why vultures crave the bodies of their companions. In addition to being able to eat a full meal, you can also improve the strength of your physical body. So why not? Jiang Yang's attention centered on the second half of the sentence. It's even better when taken with special ingredients, which means the later you take this stuff, the better. Now that I have Zilong, I'm not in a hurry to raise my combat power myself, so I'll keep it for now. It is taken in the same way as the talent orb, by swallowing the flesh and blood essence. In order to maximize the benefits, Jiang Yang still decided to keep it for now, and plan for it. For him, every blood and flesh essence could not be wasted. It's a basic law of survival. Chapter 24, Stone. Stone or stone. There are 4 other types of loot left. The lower bird feathers asterisk 612, respectively. Bird's claw asterisk 6. Inferior. Level 2 stone house building plans asterisk 2. Black feather war bow drawing, lower grade, asterisk 1. Inferior bird feathers were materials for making bows and arrows, and were also necessary items for making the black feather battle bow. On top of that, making a black feather war bow requires the right bowstring, as well as special wood. Until now, the latter 2 things Jiang Yang did not have. Let's see if you can pan it at the exchange later. Having a long-range weapon is still necessary. If Zhao Yun's projectile wasn't accurate enough, I don't think it would have been able to help these vultures at all. After all, the enemy has the ability to fly and has all the space in the world to spend with you. In the place of another S-class character, Jiang Yang would never dare to let him do it. Not everyone is Zhao Yun. Hunting animals is also easier with a bow and arrow. Zhao Yun was not only an expert with a gun, but also an expert with a bow. Something Jiang Yang had not forgotten. The eyes came to rest on the bird's claws. Vultures have sharp claws that can be used to craft melee weapons, but they require corresponding drawings to be useful. Jiang Yang was currently not short of melee weapons. The silver spade shovel, the silver pickaxe, and the 2 sabers will last a long time. Zhao Yun also had an iron-headed pointed spear on his side, which was sufficient for most situations, so he was going to sell the bird's claws for something. After putting away the claws, his eyes came back to the 2 drawings. Stonehouse, level 2 can upgrade a cabin into a stonehouse. Requires 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of wood. The stonehouse is the advanced building of the cabin. The construction required an appalling amount of stone and wood in massive quantities, together with the 3,000 units of stone from the territory stone. Jiang Yang now had a shortfall of 9,000 units of stone. After living in the cabin for a long time, Jiang Yang also discovered the drawbacks. Not only does it leak all over the place, not only does it sway on windy days, but it leaks when it rains. The advantages of a stone house are stability, warmth, and security, which are more than double that of a cabin. The weather in the islands is very changeable. There's no telling when a Category 11 hurricane will pick up and completely destroy the cabin. It's a small thing to lose your shelter. It's a big thing to lose your life. Jiang Yang never wanted to see this. Only upgrading to a stone house can perfectly withstand the onslaught and live longer. Stone, or stone. Stone is becoming more and more important now. Head's itching to grow a brain. Jiang Yang rubbed his head, feeling an immense headache. The island has few stone resources. To be precise, there are very few stones that meet the hardness index. This is a result of the scouring of the sea. The stone is not as hard as it should be, meaning that it will come out as broken pieces and cannot be used for construction at all. That's why building 2 stone houses is so difficult. There was no shortage in the food department for the time being. Not only was there a deal for Mo Wei Yong, but there was also a bunch of snake meat. If you can't, there's vulture meat. The water aspect, because the filter is found today and the probability is that there will be no shortage of it in the future. So far, Stone has fallen into scarcity and everything else has to step aside. Jiang Yang bitterly smiled and put away the drawings. There's a lot of work to be done next. Back at the campground, the time came to 6 p.m. The sun was also starting to set over the horizon and it was much cooler. The dark clouds in the sky were also slowly closing in, and it looked like it was going to rain. Sable was currently burning a fire in the cabin. When she saw Jiang Yang return, she immediately welcomed her smiling face and walked up. Lord, did you find anything good today? Jiang Yang honestly took out the water filter and pillow. Here's a surprise for you. From now on you can take it to catch fresh water and not have to go to that dirty sink to bathe. This pillow is also a rarity and sleeps well. Under the dry heat, a day without a shower is simply unbearable. This is especially true for Sable. The rainwater pools are full of yellow mud, which is good for washing when it's clear, but when it rains it mixes in with the sediment and becomes cloudy. Seawater is also too sticky and makes your body uncomfortable after washing. The filtered water can not only be boiled and drunk, but also used for bathing. No drawbacks other than a little slower water filtration. Sable saw the two objects and brightened up. After listening to Jiang Yang's introduction, she couldn't wait to use the filter. Smoothly placing the pillow on the wooden bed. Tick-tock. A bright yellow stream of water passes through the inlet and a clear stream of water flows out the outlet, dripping into a clean bottle. Just be patient and you will get 99% clean water. Very nice. During the wait, Jiang Yang gave all the drawings to Sable for safekeeping. Sable was not ambiguous, and turned her hand to the golden treasure chest in the house. The golden treasure chest was Jiang Yang's leaderboard reward and was placed in front of the house after opening it. Zhao Yun became a storage box after moving it to the house. After the incident, Jiang Yang opened the friend interface to find Mo Wei Yong. Dude, get a big fish over 5 pounds. I'm entertaining a new friend today. Zhao Yun was a big eater and had to eat at least 3 pounds of meat to ensure peak physical fitness. Aside from the snake meat, he also wanted Zhao Yun to try his grilled fish. Mo Wei Yong was a bit surprised when he heard this. He was fishing on the beach and hurriedly replied, Jiang, you have someone from your island? Is he from China? He doesn't mean you any harm, does he? He subconsciously thought that Jiang Yang's place had come to find trouble with the MIB. Jiang Yang explained, yes, he's Chinese and a great fighter. We hunted a big snake today. I'd like to grill a fish for him, and relieve you of your hunger in the process. Mo Wei Yong bared his smile. Good, no problem. I'm bursting at the seams today and I happen to have another big fish in the fish guard. He was relieved to see that Jiang Yang was fine. Driven by curiosity, he asked again, Brother Jiang, this Chinese player, what's his name? Can I get to know him? His talent is above transcendence too. Right, can you tell me about it? We can friend each other and take care of each other in the future. As a top one, Jiang Yang naturally has a high eye for picking his teammates. Mo Wei Yong estimated that this Chinese person's talent was at least above transcendent. Jiang Yang laughed darkly. Transcendent talent was nothing. Zhao Yun had mythic as well as legendary level talent. If he really said it, I'm afraid he'd be scared to death. He spoke out perfunctorily. His name is Zhao Yun, and he's a low-key and honest man. Zhao Yun said he doesn't want to friend you right now for a while, so I declined for him. Mo Wei Yong was a little surprised. Why is that name so familiar? By the way, isn't Zhao Yun a big name in the romance of the Three Kingdoms? Who doesn't recognize the 5 tiger generals? It was quite a coincidence that this player actually had the same name as him. Mo Wei Yong wouldn't even think that the Zhao Yun that Jiang Yang was talking about was the honored one. In response, Jiang Yang didn't intend to explain. Exiting the chat channel, the two initiated a trade with each other. Mo Wei Yong gave a fish as usual. Jiang Yang casually cared after receiving the fish. Are you short of flint now, old man? Mo Wei Yong sent a bitter smile. Nope, flint is getting more and more sought after. It's gone as soon as it hits the exchange. But it's okay, it's only the 3rd day of survival. Take your time. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. After whoring out so many fish for nothing, it's time to give something back. Mo Wei Yong's character is also relatively bright, and is considered a rare good guy. Helping people like that is considered a good investment. After thinking it through, Jiang Yang replied, I just happened to find an extra piece of flint and gave it to you. Mo Wei Yong was surprised. Brother Jiang, flint is a stone that can be sold for 500 units of stone. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Jiang Yang replied, it's fine. After opening the treasure, I have a thick family now. Mo Wei Yong looked shocked. Still got the treasure. No wonder it's so generous. Flint is one of the hardest props to open. This has been proven by the market and cannot be questioned. Jiang Yang's luck was as good as hanging. A treasure chest came directly to 3, but he himself felt sparse. If anyone else knew the truth, they'd probably die of acid. Mo Wei Yong sent a teeth-baring emoji. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Then, the two initiated the deal again. Jiang Yang flung his hand and sent the flint over. Chapter 25 Rainstorm. Roasted snake meat. 7 p.m. As the sun set, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder. Whoa whoa whoa. Jiang Yang was resting his eyes inside the house when he suddenly heard a rain. Sable had started a roaring fire and was fiddling with a grilled fish in her hands. Inside the cabin, the smell of fish wafted. Outside the small wood, the gray misty, as if two worlds. Zhao Yun carried a flat stone into the cabin. My lord, the snake meat has been sliced and is ready to be baked. He shook the rainwater from his body and hastily set the stone down. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes on the flat stone full of 10-centimeter long pieces of meat. Good knife work. He couldn't help but marvel at it. An hour ago, Jiang Yang had Zhao Yun dissect the big snake and then cut it up again with a small knife. With a 30-pound snake, there is about 20 pounds of meat left after the bones are removed. Jiang Yang intends to make most of it into jerky. He stood up and commanded, Zilong, tonight you will dry 18 pounds of snake meat without leaving any moisture behind. Zhao Yun quickly agreed. Yes, Lord. Zilong will accomplish his mission. The ancients knew that the only way to preserve meat for a long time was to dehydrate it. As a modern man, Jiang Yang was naturally no exception. Shortly afterward, the meat was neatly dried on a wooden railing. Smoke continued to rise from the fire, taking the moisture out of the meat slices above. Just make sure the fire stays lit, and you'll get plenty of jerky the next day. Meanwhile, Sable concentrated on roasting the snake meat. The fatty snake meat was roasted with moist oil. With the addition of the flavor of the grilled fish on the side, it was truly gluttonous. At 8 o'clock, the trio ate grilled fish and snake meat at the cabin. It was a great meal. Just then, many players have started complaining about the weather. I thought it wasn't going to rain today, but I ended up getting soaked as usual. Didn't we say it was sunny today? Why is it raining again? Man on the beach. Didn't catch a fish, I became a fish instead. It's been 3 days since I've eaten and I'm going crazy. So hungry. Can someone give me some food? I'll call him daddy. It's a good thing my weight loss program failed. At 300 pounds I'm a thief against hunger. Families, help me see if this mushroom is edible. I've been starving for 3 days now, and I really can't carry it anymore. It's okay, it's good to have mushrooms. I'm eating earthworms raw today, and I can't tell you how good that popping tastes. Upstairs is a tough guy. Jiang Yang held up a clay bowl and took a sip of pure boiling water. He didn't engage in the discussion, but quietly enjoyed the moment. Everybody's having a bad time. I'm pretty lucky to be able to stay in a cabin and eat barbecue. The world outside is stormy. The cabin is warm and cozy. Zhao Yun and Diaochan sat contentedly in their chairs, and were very happy even after they were full. 2 pounds of snake meat and most of a 5-pound grilled fish were eaten, leaving a trail of fish bones. The remaining 2 pounds or so of fish were disposed of in the usual manner and given to Mo Wei Yong. Until 10 p.m., it was still raining outside with no intention of stopping. Jiang Yang had thought about going out and exploring, but he could only give up. He looked at the 2 earthen jars inside the cabin. More than 300 gold coins haven't been spent yet. The search for the ghost trader will have to be put on hold until tomorrow. At 11 p.m., Zhao Yun remained in front of the fire, constantly adding firewood. Jiang Yang and Sable Cicada were so sleepy that they hugged their pillows and ran to Zhao Yun's house to sleep. The weather dropped to about 10 degrees at night. Instead of choosing to build a fire, the 2 men made the 600 or so bird feathers into a spread. After placing the cotton pillows, a simple bird feather crib was completed. The 2 curled up in a hug and slept peacefully. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang got up sleepily. He didn't sleep very well last night because the cabin leaked. The rain leak was still just above his forehead. It rained until 3 a.m. and there was a gale-force wind in the middle of the night. The cabin began to shake, but fortunately it eventually withstood the raging wind and did not collapse. Sable was awakened in the latter part of the night and clung to his chest. After waiting for 2 hours, the heavy rain slowly stopped. After getting up, Jiang Yang pushed open the cabin at the first opportunity. The small trees in front of the house were blown askew and the ground was wet. Fog once again shrouded the realm, and visibility was very worrisome. Jiang Yang's gift of the Eye of Insight came into play. Within his field of vision, he could still see clearly for about 15 meters. If you were an ordinary player, I'm afraid you'd have to suffer. And it's estimated that you can only see objects within 5 meters. Players in the regional channels are crying out. Asterisk 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 the meat I was drying outside the house blew away. Wake up and find yourself lying in a watery swamp with a water snake practicing its revenge. The cabin was moving all night and it was so hard to sleep at all. I don't want to be in this hole anymore. Someone give me a knife to free me. It's a disaster. I just can't hold out any longer. Put me back. I just can't hold it in. I'm going to have sex with Junior upstairs. Someone's cabin collapsed and a video was recorded of it. WDNMD. The home that was so hard to build yesterday is gone after only one night. In the video, a cabin falls to the ground askew. A man is roaring in a raging storm. God damn it, give me back my cabin. Then a bolt of lightning struck the man and struck him in the back, nearly giving him an electric grill, which was appalling. There are many similar cases. In a good case it's a leak, in a bad case the home is gone, and in an even worse case the people are gone. Jiang Yang is considered one of the lucky ones. After leaving the door, he went to the original cabin without saying a word. This cabin wasn't so lucky. It was seen to be crooked to a point below it, and the beams were swaying in the wind, threatening to collapse at any moment. The rain pooled above and fell in drops inside the house. Jiang Yang saw a wisp of smoke wafting out from it. Zilong is still in there? He rushed forward and pushed open the wooden door that was pressed against the beams of the room. After stepping into it, he saw the still burning fire, as well as a half-drenched Zhao Yun. The cabin was leaking all over the place. The only dry place was the fire and grill in the center. With a black eye, Zhao Yun shielded the baking rack with his broad body to ensure that the jerky was protected from the rain. At this point there are only a few pieces of snake meat left on it, which will soon be stripped of its moisture. Seeing him enter, Zhao Yun turned back with a tired smile. My lord, I am fortunate to be able to do so. He excitedly went to the front of the golden treasure chest and opened it up for inspection. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was full of dried snake meat. He couldn't help but marvel. Zilong, you've worked really hard. In hot weather, meat spoils easily when exposed to moisture. It would be a shame to see so much snake meat go down the drain. Good thing Zhao Yun didn't give up and guarded them all night. Zhao Yun wiped the rainwater with a calm face. My lord, this storm is nothing. I care more about the task the Lord has given me than my own safety. These meats are supplies that we got with great difficulty, and we can't give them up easily until the end. Jiang Yang was touched inwardly and didn't know what to say for a while. He nodded slowly in praise. Zilong, thanks to you, we have accumulated at least 3 days of meals. It's a great honor. Chapter 26 Sophia's Warning. Cabin wood is definitely not livable and the only option is to tear it down. Tearing down a building is easy. You just need to conjure up the system to function. After waiting a while, the cabin turned into 160 units of wood. Recycling buildings only returns 80% of the materials. 40 units of wood down the drain. Jiang Yang moved the fire to Zhao Yun's cabin. The short-term goal is to build another cabin. After all, you can't let Zhao Yun sleep in the wild. Jiang Yang searched the exchange for drawings. It turns out that the price of cabin drawings has gone up. It's now up to 400 units of wood. Almost double. It's a good thing that Jiang Yang has a rich family. The lower bird claws that the vultures had popped were now available for bidding. Lower materials are rare now and are going for around 150 units of wood out of the gate. A buyer was quickly found. It was a Snow Country player named Sophia. She acquired these bird claws to make weapons for hunting or defense. Sophia was 18th on the list yesterday and is without a doubt a powerhouse. As soon as Jiang Yang took a look at the avatar, he knew that she was not simple. Snow-white skin, a straight nose, soft blonde hair and delicate features, combined with a shapely body. It was undoubtedly a great beauty. Ding! Sophia has sent you a trade request. Please choose to agree or reject. Agree/refuse. Agreed. Ding! The trading environment is being detected for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object. On the screen, Sophia puts up a drawing. Click on it to view it, and sure enough, it's the architectural drawings for the cabin. Jiang Yang put 3 lower bird claws on it. He asked a curious question. Sophia, are you living in a log cabin or a stone house now? Jiang Yang was curious about the progress of these foreign powerhouses. Sophia replied, cabin. I haven't found the drawings for the stone house yet. By the way, I have intel on the MIB. Do you need it? Kang Yang sent the emoji of a bared smile. Sure, Sophia replied. The MIB is looking for your location. They have sent out several sailing ships and are roaming all over the world, cruising for Chinese. Someone must have awakened a talent for shipbuilding to be able to build a sailboat so quickly. And if you dare to drive in this weather, you must have some kind of auxiliary props to help you, so you must be careful. Jiang Yang looked grave. It seems that the Mizos are determined to fight themselves to the bitter end. As Sophia said, boating in fog-filled weather is dangerous, not to mention the possibility of torrential rainfall at all times. It's times like these that the corresponding talent is especially important. Jiang Yang had seen fog repellents in the exchange, but had absolutely no clue how to make them. As for his own safety, he was not very worried. This is a large sea, with more than 100,000 islands, and the distance between the territories of 2 players can be as little as a few kilometers or as short as a few hundred meters. It's still a matter of whether the sailboat will find itself. And even if you find yourself, it's not certain who is who. Zhao Yun could even deal with elite creatures, and these little caramels came to give one away. Jiang Yang wasn't afraid at all. There was only one thing that amazed him, And that was that the other man had built a sailboat. A ship in the modern world is nothing. In the present it is a proper supermodel. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious to manufacture, it's also resource-intensive. Building a sailboat requires at least a couple thousand units of wood, not a small number. Only a wealthy and powerful force can afford to build it. In conclusion, this is something that needs to be dealt with carefully. If he exposed his position, I'm afraid there would be no peace in the future. The other side had sent more than one team, and it was a given that if there was a first attack, there would be a second. I just pity those neutral players on the road. I'm afraid they'll meet their fate as well. It's highly likely that the MIB will come in under some sort of guise to do some nasty things. Jiang Yang is convinced of this. Overall, Sophia's information was important, and Jiang Yang was grateful. He replied decisively, "Thank you, Sophia. This information is precious to me. I have a total of 6 lower-grade bird claws. All of them are for you. It's useless to keep the bird's claws, so you might as well give them out as a gift and a personal favor." Sophia sent a happy emoji. "You're welcome. It's the right thing to do. You don't have to worry. Our warriors of the snow country will teach the MIB a lesson. Anyone who dares to pass through our territory is guaranteed to make them pay, leaving you no room to live." Jiang Yang bared his smile. "Okay, I believe you. The snow country player. The main one is a take it or leave it. The Mizos were also their enemies, so naturally they would not be soft." The deal was closed immediately. Jiang Yang had an extra drawing of the cabin in his hand. Zhao Yun happened to go to the woods and collect 40 units of wood, making up 200 units of wood. After an operation, a wooden house reappeared on the ground. The mold was the same as before. Not half has changed. After they finished their work, the 3 of them ate dried snake meat. A good day starts with eating meat. Chicken flavored and crunchy. Sable brought them 2 bowls of clean water. The water is not half full of impurities, which is a credit to the filter. Compared to the yellow water of the previous 2 days, the taste is really more than twice as good. Gollum. The 3 of them drank a bowl each and were refreshed. Phew. Comfortable. Jiang Yang's eyes were satisfied, and for a moment he felt like he had returned to the modern era. After drinking, the 2 men gratefully handed the bowl to Sable. Sable took the empty bowl and immediately went to the sink to catch the water and take it to be strained. Today, she takes care of all the simple chores around the house. Burning fires, filtering, gathering firewood, and organizing your home can be a lot of fun. There will even be ancient massages and bed warming. And on top of that, it's beautiful and thoughtful. The family doesn't have to worry about anything on Jiang Yang's own. To be able to bring Sable and Zhao Yun to live such a good life is dreaming in any case. But Kong Yang did it anyway. A short breakfast time passed and Jiang Yang decided to take a nap. Zhao Yun similarly laid down on his own bed, tired from the all-nighter as well. Sable Cicada sat beside Jiang Yang and squeezed his legs and rubbed his shoulders, just as gentle as a little petite wife. Resources determine everything. All the major elements of survival are in place. Now they don't need to be exhausted every day. Preserving their strength and not wasting it is the key. Survival is a constant battle and sometimes you need to rest. Enjoying Sable's massage, Jiang Yang was quietly waiting for the sound of the system. 9 o'clock in the morning. Today's announcement was a clock slower than usual. Game Day 4 announcement. It's a foggy day with low visibility and 3 to 26 degrees. The protection period for newbies is over, and the game will gradually increase in difficulty, so look out for it. In the meantime, we've changed the ranking rewards, so please check back. Also, the top 100 players on the leaderboard will have the right to hide their names. Within the next few days, we will be opening up other game features, so please prepare yourselves aggressively. It's a matter of your survival. Jiang Yang rubbed his forehead in thought. There is nothing more important than modifying the leaderboard rewards and the ability to hide your name. Ding! Detected that your ranking has entered the top 100. Do you need to hide your name? Yes/no. Jiang Yang skimmed his lips. Is there any need to hide this? Apparently not. So he chose no. Ding! Your name has been reserved for you. This option cannot be changed for a period of time. Please no. Jiang Yang clicked on the announcement. Then check out the leaderboards. He pulled straight to the top and realized that almost all of the top 100 players had chosen to hide. Just then, the private messages started exploding again. It dried up to 99 plus in a flash. When something like this occurs, it often means only one thing. That's when he got top 1 again. Jiang Yang confidently slashed upwards, the corners of his mouth rising. Ranked 5th, Wei Zhang. Survival points, 2456. Ranked 4th, Hidden. Survival points, 2562. Ranked 3rd, Hidden. Survival points, 3712. Ranked 2nd, Hidden. Survival points, 4312. Number 1 on the list, Jiang Yang. Survival points, 15945. Fault First. Chapter 27, Fault Layer First. World shocked. Jiang Yang couldn't help but get a little excited. It only took 1 day to go straight from over 2,000 points, dry to over 15,000 points. What kind of progress is that? It's unimaginable. He let out a few deep breaths and couldn't help but think back to yesterday's battle. 1-star treasure. Double reward. Get 2 medium sabers, 2 energizing pipes, 8 units of healing tobacco, 2 ghost binoculars, and over 300 gold coins. Golden treasure chest. Double reward for 2 silver pickaxes and 2 ship models of the Beiyang. 2 bronze treasure chests to get a water purifier and a cotton pillow. Summon an S-rank character. Zhao Yun. Kill a large snake and harvest 20 pounds of snake meat. Kill 4 elite level creatures and harvest black feather battle bow drawings. Level 2 stone house building drawings *2. Flesh and blood essence *4. Eye of insight talent orb. And more. Each of the above deeds could cause a stir when placed among the players. Anyone who can do any of these things will undoubtedly make the list. Getting a couple bronze treasure chests is definitely not a problem. With a bit of luck, you might be able to squeeze into the top 1000 as a result. The golden treasure chest. Not many people have seen it until now. 1-star treasure. That's even more of a luxury. As for getting companions and killing elite creatures, it was all too much to think about. Jiang Yang's chest jumped straight up and his heart rate dried up to over 200 in a flash. These rice people are probably going to be pissed off. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he opened the area chat channel in passing. There are a lot of people online. Fully 60,000 players are talking about today's leaderboard. Jiang Yang once again won the list 1. Rushed to the top of the trending topics. Chinese players raised their eyebrows. Why don't you come out and talk today? Rice losers? Didn't you say that Jiang Yang is open? Then you guys open it too. Why are you so polite to us? Not only did they take first place, but they also released their names generously. In contrast to you old CXS, who all chose to hide themselves. Coward. The people of Rice gritted their teeth, but none of them knew how to retort. Jiang Yang's actions had undoubtedly caused them to lose face. Even 5-star General McDonald chose to remain silent. Kawashima-chan, a player from the Republic of Korea, was also being taunted like crazy and didn't dare to come out and have a conversation at all. As for those allies who saw the wind in their sails, they also chose to avoid talking about it. Kan Yang went straight down to McDonald. Mr. McDonald, weren't you screaming yesterday? Why are you silent today? Sorry, as you guys said, I'm just a turn-on. So what are you going to do about me? Have another UN meeting to vote on sanctions? What a time to stop your springtime dreams. But I'm no devil, and I'll even let you sit at the top of the list if you'll call me Dad. On the other side, on a certain large island, McDonald, in uniform, saw this and was almost outright pissed off. He shot right back. Damnable Jiang Yang, how dare you insult me like that? It's simply too much of a bully. You better watch your back. I still have some influence in this world. Jiang Yang's eyes went cold. McDonald is clearly the culprit for sending the boats. Sophia's information seems to be true. Jiang Yang replied. Don't think I don't know that little thing in your mind. You think you're the only one with allies. Don't be naive. Attention all players, McDonald has sent out a number of ships with the intention of plotting against you. Everyone must remember to hide if they see a ship approaching. They are outnumbered and have many experts. He decisively delivered the message to all the players. This statement caused an outcry. I didn't realize that the MIB was so cruel. So everyone should be careful in the future. Jiang Yang's words are very believable. We must not be careless. I even saw a small boat go by yesterday while I was fishing. Luckily I don't have anything here. They took one look and left. The Mizos can build ships? Why is the progress so fast? I've only just built the cabin. And the MIB is full of tech points. Isn't it? Probably awakened a shipbuilding talent. No one in our country of China has awakened a similar talent? Of course they do. But the boat thing takes a lot of wood and is hard to build. The Mizos are a bunch of bandits everywhere they go. So now I can only pray that they don't find me. McDonald looked surprised to see this scene. How did Jiang Yang know about his plan? Could it be that there are traitors in the rice crowd? No way. Absolutely no way. For a while he was a little uncertain, and his heart was filled with fear of Jiang Yang. This son must be removed. McDonald went to the friends bar and found the group chat. Within the last few days, he had secretly formed a group of people who were his allies. Republic of Korea, Republic of Korea, Republic of Eagle, Republic of Toho, Republic of Isochrome, Republic of Wuklan. Influential people from all countries are included. McDonald spoke. Jiang Yang's development is so fast that it terrifies me. How many ships have we sent out in total to look for him? Kawashima-chan spoke. Back to the Admiral. We sent 15 ships with a total of 216 men. The ship's personnel are well fed, and also stocked with fog repellents and windbreaks, all offered by our Yamato subjects. McDonald asked. How is the fighting strength of these people? Can they deal with Jiang Yang? I think he's awakened a talent of epic level or higher. Park Yun-yin, a politician from the stick country, said. Don't worry, General Tang. Our fighting strength isn't bad either. Every single one of us is at the peak mortal fetus level, with an average fighting strength of a good 80. As long as he's not a rock level expert, he's basically dead. In the area of supplies, we have also provided a lot, and we must be given priority in the reward of merit. McDonald sent a triumphant emoji. Good. Very good. Very good. Good luck with your martial arts. If we catch Jiang Yang successfully, make sure I kill him myself. The various allies chimed in unanimously. I promise to complete the mission. Seeing that McDonald was ignoring him, Jiang Yang knew that the other party must be secretly doing something bad, probably plotting something again. Mo Weiyan sent a congratulatory message. Jiang, you're really too fierce. How in the world did you go from 2,000 plus points to 15,000 in one day? Did you really turn it on? In Mo Weiyan's eyes, Jiang Yang is becoming more and more mysterious. It's incredible to be over 10,000 points out of second place. The points of the second through fifth place combined couldn't even fight Jiang Yang. There's simply no other way to explain it other than being open. Jiang Yang replied. Thanks to my companion. His presence helped me a lot. With Zhao Yun around, many things can be solved. Mo Weiyan wondered. I'm really curious as to what elder brother Zhao Yun's talent is. Jiang Yang replied mysteriously. Can't go into details, but I can reveal to you that he possesses a combat-oriented talent of epic level or higher. Mo Weiyan was stunned. The fishing rod in his hand couldn't stop shaking. Epic or higher talent? It was one level higher than his transcendent level talent. No wonder he was able to receive praise from Jiang Yang and even climbed into a relationship to team up with him. Chapter 28 Attempted Fishing. Jiang Yang exited the channel and waited for the reward to come. Starting today, the official rewards sent have changed. Rewards no longer come in the form of treasure chests. This was sort of a disguised way of weakening Jiang Yang's ability to dominate the list. Also Jiang Yang caused some distress. The Beiyang ship model is still 6 short. How are we going to get it after this? Gold treasure chests. Almost guaranteed to have a ship model. I thought I would get the drawings in a few more days, but now I think it's fizzled out. However, he didn't feel bad about it. The Beiyang was huge and it was still one thing if it could be built. There are a lot of sailors and crews needed. A few hundred at least to get on the road. Even if you build it, it's just sitting there. Not much use. Just then, a beep sounded in his head. Ding. Please select the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. 2,000 units of stone. 2. 2,000 units of wood. 3. A set of Roadrunner fishing tackle, medium grade. 4. Spicy beef jerky 20 kg. 5. 1-star treasure map. 6. A set of fine velvet bedding. The dense array of options is dazzling. There's no denying that each item is good and useful. Kong Yang first ruled out 6. Bedding is too much of a luxury for these days and not much of a necessity. The simple bird feather bed in the cabin was quite comfortable to sleep on. Option 5. 2. Is a bit of a long shot for right now. In case this treasure is far away, it's a big loss. Now without a ship, there is no way to sail far, and the treasure could be snatched away from them. Option 4 is rather tempting. Spicy beef jerky 20 kilograms. Enough quantity for many days. Food is never too much at any given time, but on second thought, it might as well be option 3. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Jiang Yang's old retirement dream was to go to the beach and become a fishing guy. If you come up with a few fish every day, the long-term returns will certainly be better than beef jerky. Jiang Yang's heart moved as he asked. System, what's in a Roadrunner tackle? Back to the host. Roadrunner fishing tackle includes rods, lines, hooks, baits, floating bottles, line holders, buoys, fishing boxes, fish protectors, and other props. Nice guy. All set up. The array of props feels professional. Jiang Yang made a decisive choice. System, I want option 3. A set of Roadrunner fishing tackle. Ding. Rewards are being issued for you. Please wait. Reward issued successfully. Please go out and check. As soon as the words fell, a cracking sound entered his ears. Shoo shoo. Jiang Yang and Sable walked out the door just in time to see a large black box fall from the sky. When you open it up, it's a complete set of fishing tackle. Since he hadn't fished before, Kong Yang first picked up the instructions. The moment you touch it, the instructions disappear. A huge chunk of knowledge surged through his brain. Jiang Yang instantly mastered many metaphysical fishing methods. How to choose a fishing spot. A spot to fish. How to determine where the fish are going based on temperature and barometric pressure. And so on. The feeling is metaphysical. Learned, but not quite. But even so, Jiang Yang suddenly felt motivated. Just for today. He will definitely burst his guard. Congratulations on your realization of the talent beginner angler. Beginner angler, normal a growth talent that gains corresponding experience value for every fish caught. Current upgrade progress 0%. Talent effect, small fish have a very low probability of actively congregating around the bait. Seeing the effect of the talent, Jiang Yang laughed. Air Force? No way. Without any half-hearted hesitation, he and Sable arrived at the beach. It's a foggy day and Zilong is resting, so it's not a good idea to go out. So it's perfect for fishing. The two men each moved a stool. Jiang Yang sat on it, fiddling with various implements in his hands. The technique is extremely professional, like a master angler who has been in the game for a long time. While doing so he also taught Sable. Cindy, there's a lot to learn about this fishing, but for me, getting the fish to bite is a simple matter. As a modern man, he's going to give Sable a little shock. Sable's little face leapt with surprise. Lord, I want to play too, Jiang Yang said with a stern face. Fishing isn't a game. Just watch. As he spoke, Jiang Yang flung into the sea the fish hook with the vulture meat hanging from it. The hook arched gracefully through the air and fell to the surface 10 meters away. The fog was too thick for Sable to see into the water. Jiang Yang's eye of insight came into play. Through the surface of the sea, a few fat sea fish were spotted swimming slowly. Steady. Kong Yang confidently pops the champagne early. In less than 10 minutes, I'll pull in my first fish. So watch. Sable licked her pink lips. Yes, Lord. The thought of another night of fish made her happy. Yet 10 minutes later, the change was silence. Strange. Why isn't the fish taking the bait? Jiang Yang frowned slightly. Could it be the temperature? Why don't you lazy bones move? The sea fish are uncharacteristically evasive. Didn't even look at the hook. The bait that Jiang Yang had specially prepared for them actually failed. Just wait a little longer and it will work. Without the slightest bit of anxiety, Jiang Yang remained ancient. Another 30 minutes passed. The water remained motionless. Jiang Yang scratched his head. Strange. Why don't they just eat it when there was obviously a fish that just passed by? Can't figure it out. Not at all. Could this be a problem with the fishing spots? Or is it something to do with temperature and barometric pressure? Sable yawned and narrowed her phoenix eyes. Lord, it's been so long. Why haven't you caught any fish yet? Jiang Yang said calmly on the surface. No panic. No panic. Fishing is all about patience. Having said that, the heart is actually panicking yuppies. After a while he finally planned to change positions. Fishing spots don't work. Change ground for ground. The two came to another place. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes and looked at the sea. The fish in the sea swam by in schools. It was simply not too easy. The reason was found. The wrong fishing spot had just been chosen. Kong Yang sat down on his stool and cast confidently. Cindy, 2 consecutive shots in 10 minutes. 5 pounds on the bottom. Just watch. Sable's little face was puzzled. Why are you so confident all of a sudden? Who would have thought that 10 minutes later, there would still be no fish biting? It's not right. It's not right. I must have used the wrong bait. Jiang Yang scratched his head vigorously, frantically analyzing the reason. He retrieved the rod and replaced the bait on it with another. Fresh. Big corn. Let's see who can top that. Jiang Yang casts confidently. After 30 minutes, there was still no response. Kong Yang was so angry that he cast the rod directly and quit. Fishing man, not even a dog. This fish is for whoever likes to catch it. The clock came to just after 1 p.m. and actually ended up in the Air Force. Just then, Sable suddenly spoke up. Lord, why don't I try? Jiang Yang handed her the fishing rod and instructed her. It doesn't matter if you can't catch a fish. It's not really a normal thing to do. Sable nodded excitedly and agreed. Got it, Lord. Jiang Yang didn't care about her anymore and took a nap on the beach by himself. Open the pendulum. Who knows? Just 20 minutes later, there was a fierce sound of water coming from the sea level. What's the situation? Jiang Yang was awakened by the sound. When he got up, he saw that Sable was tugging at a large fish, and was on the verge of being pulled into the sea by the other. Asterisk. Giant. He rushed up to help and held the rod in place. Poof. There was a sound of water and the fish leaped out of the water. A big guy at 20 pounds. After pulling for a long time, the two men could not subdue him with all their strength. Sable-chan, go find Zilong. At a command, Sable rushed back to the cabin. A few minutes later, Zhao Yun dragged out Jiang Yang, who was about to be pulled into the sea. A 20-plus pound walleye that he knocked right out of the way with his spear. Jiang Yang's heart palpitated and he looked at Sable with a skeptical gaze. Could it be that you can't catch a fish on your own because you don't look good enough? Chapter 29, The Ghost Merchant. The sea bass was around 20 pounds and over a meter in length. After waking up, it was very forceful to be idle in the fish guard at all. Since I can't manage it, I'll be on the road in the morning. With a command, Jiang Yang issued a death sentence on it. Zhao Yun killed it, then dissected it, and finally carried large chunks of fish back to bake. When made into dried fish, it is just easy to store and sell. After the two of them sent Zhao Yun away, Sable Cicada sat steadily in a fishing boat. Jiang Yang stood aside and became a fisherman. Not long after Sable had sat on it, the fish in the sea sprang to life as if they were springing to life and took the bait. With the experience of the first time, coupled with the previous observation, Sable's movements were just as skillful. The closing and swinging of the pole is perfect, and it has the appearance of a master. Obviously a munchkin of a munchkin. Why is that? Jiang Yang felt incredibly frustrated. His eyes grew dull as he saw a fish so simply hooked. This is called a newbie aura? Thought the big fish at the beginning was the limit. As it turns out, sable fishing requires no skill at all. Cast the hook and you're bound to catch a fish within 30 minutes. 100 shots. It's so fake. It's almost like a dream. Kang Yang was on the sidelines fishing exclusively for fish, and had lost count of the number of fish he had simply landed. Sable's little face was red with excitement. Back-to-back fish hits have piqued her interest. Fishing is so much fun. The fishing rod in his hand was never handed over to Jiang Yang again. The two just fished until 5 o'clock before finally giving up. Came to the fish guard and found at least 12 fish. Each one was alive and well and at least around 4 pounds. Total weight is around 50 pounds. Jiang Yang hurriedly opened the exchange and searched for fish-related transactions. For a pound of fish, you can probably trade 30 to 40 units of stone, or 40 to 60 units of wood. With any luck, someone might even pay a high price for it. Either way, it's a fortune. At least 1,500 units of stone can be exchanged. Wouldn't this be a good exchange for a stone house if we let Sable fish for another day? Jiang Yang sked. The efficiency was simply terrifying. He finally realized that the fishing tackle was carefully prepared for Sable, and there was nothing for him at all. The time came to 6 p.m. After sealing up the fish guard, Jiang Yang cruelly confiscated Sable's fishing tackle. Lord, I still want to fish for a while. Why don't you go back first? The latter had a reluctant face and pleading eyes. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate for half a second and directly spoke out to reject it. No way. You're the only mate I have. What if I give the fish a drag? That's not half true. If Jiang Yang had really fallen asleep on the beach at that time, with Sable's stubborn nature, he might have been dragged away by the fish. The fog gradually lifted and visibility improved considerably. Temperatures began to plummet. The two returned to the cabin with the black box, just in time to see Zhao Yun guarding the fire and roasting the fish. A shelf made of branches is full of strips of meat. The heat rises from the fire and drains the moisture from it. Today was certainly a bumper day. Zhao Yun was filled with joy and asked about the harvest. Lord, how much fish was harvested today? Sable snaps and proudly replies. At least 50 pounds. All caught by me alone. Jiang Yang was coy. Yeah right. It's all because of Sable. I didn't do a bit of business. Zhao Yun laughed. There is no need for the Lord to be so downhearted. The credit of the Mother of Lords is equal to the credit of the team. Without the Lord, there would be no such thing as these fishing rigs. And where would there be any talk of a good harvest? The words were thick with comfort. Jiang Yang was heartbroken. It's still Zilong who understands me. 7 p.m. The sun set completely and was replaced by darkness. The temperature dropped to about 5 degrees and cold. The three gathered around the fire roasting and drinking fish soup, completely free of this concern. There was a lot of burping after they were full. Zhao Yun continued to start baking dried fish. Exhausted, Sable went back to the cabin and fell asleep. Jiang Yang finished eating and took out the 2 ghost binoculars. Tonight the view is wide open and the night stars are sparse, making it a good opportunity to look for ghost traders. Zilong, take those 2 pots of gold coins with you. We'll go out later and look for ghosts. Jiang Yang rubbed his hands together and said so. Zhao Yun exhaled a breath of cold air and wondered. My lord, what is a ghost merchant? Jiang Yang explained everything from beginning to end. In a nutshell, it's the natives of this world. They'll be selling some useful props, and we just happen to have the gold to trade with them. Zhao Yun was half convinced. Jiang Yang has taken his saber with him. His binoculars are hanging on his waist, and he has a vibrant pipe hidden in his arms, so he can be fully armed. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, followed behind with his lance in one hand and a pot of gold coins in the other. After exiting the cabin, the two headed towards the east. The full moon is like a shuttle, and the stars are like the sea. Walking through the grass, everything was quiet. Kang Yang took out his binoculars from time to time to check, and realized that there were a lot more blue footprints in the field of view. Some of these footprints are in the sea and some are on the beach. They come from the north of the island. Ghost telescope. It really works. These were the footprints of the ghosts. Jiang Yang was sure of it. Upon closer inspection, It became clear that these footsteps were intermittent and not at all rhythmic. A few moments later, as he walked to a banyan tree, Jiang Yang looked up. Just saw a ghost. 30 meters away. At the top of the banyan tree, this ghost was looking at him with curious eyes. He wore a weird blue coat and his body was transparent and nearly invisible. Zilong, look over there. Jiang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed in the direction. Zhao Yun looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lord, there doesn't seem to be anything there? In his vision, there was nothing in the air, while in Jiang Yang's binoculars, the ghost's body was incredibly clear. Strange, the people around you have no souls. A voice came from the brain. Jiang Yang knew it was the ghost talking to him. He asked curiously, what do you mean there's no soul? The ghost's body disappeared into the air and suddenly flashed in front of Zhao Yun. Jiang Yang slowly put down the binoculars. In the near distance he could see the other side with his eyes and did not have to make a move many times. Neutral unit detected, ghosts. Combat power assessment? The Eye of Insight couldn't recognize the opponent's combat strength. Zhao Yun looked puzzled. In his eyes, nothing seemed to be working in front of him. But Jiang Yang looked there with a horrified look. Lord, what's wrong with you? He asked suspiciously. Jiang Yang stepped in to stop him, signaling him to keep quiet. The ghost wandered around Zhao Yun a few times and accidentally passed through his body. He slowly came to Jiang Yang and said, your companion is a strange being. He seems to be dead, but he seems to be alive again. How the hell did he do that? Jiang Yang exited and said, will I get a reward for telling you? The ghost laughed. You're a pretty funny guy, but it's sad to be reduced to this. Jiang Yang asked curiously, where is this place and who are you? Why am I pathetic? The ghost snorted. When you die, surely you will have a chance to learn the truth. It's a little too early for that. After all, the game has just begun, hasn't it? As he spoke, he slowly lifted his coat. You came to me with gold coins. Surely you want to trade with me, right? Just to be clear, my stuff doesn't come cheap. Chapter 30, Miraculous Goods. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes and realized that there were a lot of props hanging from his opponent's body. Charts, compasses, drawings, materials and all sorts of rare props are available. But the number is a bit low. You can count it on 2 hands. Jiang Yang didn't ask for a quote right away, but opened his mouth to ask, is that all you've got? The ghost merchant looked condescending and disdainful. Do you have a lot of gold coins? Honestly, a little Kara like you isn't worth all my stash. Jiang Yang looked astonished. So, you have other items you haven't taken out? There's no need to hide it. I'm not going to rob you. The ghost merchant shook his head. Agitation won't work on me. I may be a ghost, but I'm not a cutie. If you can spend more money with me, I'll naturally hook up with you. Well now, you're a little too young. He gave a pinky in place. Jiang Yang said helplessly. Well, can you describe these things? I can't quite read them. The ghost merchant nodded. He began by pulling out a chart. Proudly, this is a magical treasure exploration chart. In the category of extremely high quality props, which can reveal all the special locations in the neighborhood for you, including the location of treasures and treasure chests. The range is roughly a 30 nautical mile radius, and it is destroyed immediately after use. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. This one is definitely considered good. The range of the treasure chest detector in his hand was only 20 meters, so the efficiency of finding treasure chests was still a bit low, and the exploration range of the chart is 30 nautical miles, which is not a level of props at all. Jiang Yang asked curiously, so what's the price? The ghost merchant held out 3 fingers. 300 gold coins. No room for bargaining. Hearing this number, Jiang Yang was shocked. He only had more than 300 gold coins on hand, so he would be a poor man's egg if he bought this treasure hunting sea map. The ghost merchant asked, do you want it? If not, I'll introduce the next one. Jiang Yang was in deep thought. 300 gold coins is not a small number. It's still unknown whether the purchase will generate a significant income. If the nearby islands only have bronze and silver rated treasure chests, it's probably a loss to take them later. And now there's no ship to sail far. Wanting to go out and explore will have to be a long-term solution. You can't focus on that. Jiang Yang replied. Show me something else first. The ghost merchant smacked his lips. He slowly put the chart away and took out a compass. Stubborn compass, the category of mid-grade props. You should be familiar with what this thing does. The one I have in my hand is capable of any mystical influence and will never be disturbed. Sold for 100 gold coins. No bargaining. Compasses are essential in sea navigation. But for now, it's a bit of a cockamamie. Jiang Yang decisively chose to give up. The ghost merchant pulled out another item. This is a bag of magical citrus seeds that will ripen and bear fruit in half a month after planting. Its fruit has a miraculous effect of nourishing the body, and consuming it together with blood and flesh essences can drastically increase the strength of the body. Assuming, of course, that you have to grow it to live. Otherwise it's all for naught. Using it in conjunction with a miracle fertilizer will greatly increase its survival rate. As he spoke, he pulled out another bag of fertilizer labeled JKL. Jiang Yang subconsciously pronounced it. Golden Box? It was a name he knew all too well. The ghost merchant rubbed his chin in surprise. Not bad. Actually saw its producer at a glance. The name of this bag of fertilizer is Goldilocks. Seeds are sold for 30 gold coins, and gold bumps cost 10 gold coins. Purchasing both together is 35 gold coins. Hearing this, Jiang Yang was truly moved. Citrus fruits can be so important to humans. Not only is it rich in vitamins and organic acids, but it also quenches your thirst and quenches the summer heat, making it a must-have to enhance your quality of life. And it only needs to be planted for 15 days to mature. Keep in mind that the average citrus tree is a 3 to 5 year grower. The difference is tens of times. Best of all, citrus with blood and flesh extracts also strengthens the body. Gollum. Jiang Yang subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The delicious citrus beckoned and had to be moved. The ghost merchant urged. Are you buying or not? Jiang Yang decided to hold back a hand for now. Look at something else. There's no rush. What if there's something better back there? The ghost merchant put away his things and once again pulled out other items. It is an obsolete revolver equipped with 6 rounds of ammunition. With a single shot at the target, creatures below the elite level can be killed outright. Sold for 500 gold coins. Jiang Yang's eyelids fluttered wildly. The gun thing is nice, but how can you afford it? 500 gold coins. It's impossible to take it even if you empty out your family's belongings. Next, the ghost merchant put away his pistol and muttered. What a pain in the ass. Here, this is a level 3 building drawing for a blacksmith store. I don't need to tell you what the blacksmith shop is for. Only manufacturing talents can use it. Asking price 700 gold coins. No bargaining. Jiang Yang shook his head straight. Can't afford it. The ghost merchant wondered. How much money do you really have in total now? Jiang Yang answered honestly. 322 gold coins. The ghost merchant made a gesture to think for a moment. He conjured a ship model from his pocket and said, it's a hunter's schooner. Exactly 300 gold coins. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to sail. I'll give you a beginner sailing talent orb. First things first, this hunter's sailboat is only half as durable as it should be. So you'd better get it repaired before you go sailing. Jiang Yang wondered. This hunter sloop is only half durable. Can it still be launched? The ghost merchant smacked his lips. Of course you can. I wouldn't have sold it to you so cheaply if he hadn't broken half of it. The hunter schooner is a veritable speedboat. Not one of those ordinary schooners. He can carry up to 12 men, can reach a speed of up to 25 knots, and focuses on a dexterity that lends itself to picking up the strings and fighting. In complete condition, the price can be sold for 600 or even 800 gold coins. Jiang Yang came to a realization. Catch-as-catch-can combat is boarding a ship for close combat, and the faster and nimbler the turn the faster the ship, the better suited it is to this method of warfare. At sea, fast ships are far faster than those ordinary civilian or commercial ships. None of the ships used by pirates are of this type. Jiang Yang asked, what is this ship going to take to repair it? And can I do it with my current abilities? The ghost merchant said, not much, just 500 units of medium wood, and 3,000 units of normal wood. You'll be able to repair it with resources in no time once you learn the beginner's gift of navigation. Hearing this, Jiang Yang looked excited. Medium wood, which is an advanced material from ordinary wood. There is no such timber output from the island in which it is currently located. The good news is that he can buy it. Jiang Yang has a rich family and should be able to get it done in a short time. Ships mean a lot to survival games. It's certainly a necessity when you want to go out and conquer other people or explore. Jiang Yang was undoubtedly heartened. 300 gold coins for a reparable ship plus talent orbs is a good deal any way you look at it. Jiang Yang opened his mouth. Good. I'll take this ship, but citrus seeds and gold bumps I want too. The ghost merchant did the math. After buying the hunter sailboat, you only have 22 gold coins on you, which is not a sufficient amount. Jiang Yang hurriedly said, I can trade props for it. Is that okay with you? The ghost merchant was lost in thought. Tell me what you have that would interest me. Jiang Yang counted his wealth as if he were a family member, and told him all at once. 2 medium-grade sabers, 2 axes, 2 silver picks, and 2 silver shovels, primary water filter, 2 flintstones, level 2 stonehouse architectural drawing, territory stone drawing, black feather battle bow drawing, lower grade, 8 units of healing tobacco, 2 spectral telescopes, 2 treasure chest detectors, 2 vitality pipes, and flesh and blood essence, and the 22 gold coins left over from the purchase of the ship. The ghost merchant was instantly a bit surprised. I can't believe it's this good. Good man. Looks like you're doing pretty well among the Outlanders. Chapter 31, A Good Harvest. Bears come attacking. Deal closed. Ginger paid 322 gold coins as well as a silver shovel spade, bought a hunter sailboat, a bag of citrus seeds, and a bag of golden bump fertilizer. The ghost merchant also included a primary nautical talent orb. After finishing, the ghost merchant left a sentence and disappeared into thin air. I'll come back to you later if there's another chance. Next time, please make sure you have enough gold coins. Jiang Yang waved goodbye to him. Zhao Yun scratched his head in confusion the entire time, seeing only that he was talking to the air. To him, Jiang Yang was like a mental illness, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, sometimes sighing. It's downright scary. After the conversation, he noticed a ship model, a blue crystal ball, and a bag of seeds and a bag of fertilizer suddenly appear on the ground. Zhao Yun's heart was in shock. Turns out there really are ghosts selling things in this world. Jiang Yang grinned. Zilong, there are still a lot of things you don't know about this world, but you don't have to worry. With me you don't have to be afraid at all. Hearing these words, Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with admiration. Worthy of the Lord. Jiang Yang smiled smugly and bent down to pick up the talent ball. As usual, it was brought into the mouth. Gollum. The talent orb turned into a puddle of liquid into the stomach. Hot springs surged throughout his body, moisturizing Jiang Yang's body and soul. The comfort came again. A few moments later, a voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the new talent Elementary Sailing. Elementary Sailing, normal a growth talent. Masters the basics of sailing. Does not get seasick. Sailing speed increased by 20%. Upgrade progress 0%. Automatically expands the character panel for you. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 30. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of insight, rare. Junior navigator, common. Junior angler, common. The talent panel changed. Jiang Yang was overjoyed. So far, with a total of 4 talents obtained, the path to upgrade is a straight one. Immediately after that, he picked up the one ship model. The message Hunter Sailboat surfaced automatically. Name, Hunter Sailboat. Rating, 1 star. Durability, half damaged. Fully loaded sailors, 12. Maximum speed, 25 knots. Operability, good. Impact force, 25. How to use, put it into water to summon it, and it cannot be returned. Jiang Yang held the ship model in his small hands and observed it carefully. This type of sailboat is smaller in size and has the flexibility to change course to catch up with or evade other vessels. Currently it is still chipped and half damaged in terms of durability. It takes 500 medium wood, and 3,000 regular wood to fix it. Although it was possible to force his way into the water now, Jiang Yang did not intend to take any chances. It's not too late to get in the water after you fixed it. Steadiness is the way to go. He put the ship model away and began to look through the bag of seeds and fertilizer again. Citrus seeds are indistinguishable from regular seeds and are not visible to the naked eye. It smells rather inexplicably sour. Gold buck fertilizer bags with black people printed on them. Jiang Yang always felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't say his name. A jingle came to mind. Fertilizer is mixed with gold bumps, and wheat yields 1,800 per moo. Amazing citrus seeds, harvest in 15 days after planting. High fertilizer eating rate, must be planted in nutrient-rich soil. Golden bump fertilizer, other fertilizers from other worlds that can effectively improve soil quality. After collecting everything, the two returned to the campground. Starlight poured down on the earth, reflecting a clear world. The time came to 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Yang put everything away and quietly covered the door, then quietly lay down next to Sable. The fire was just burning out and the house was warm. A few moments later, Jiang Yang entered Dreamland. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Day 5 of the game came right on time. Jiang Yang was sleeping when he suddenly felt a sticky feeling on his face. It was as if something was licking its face. It was like a puppy's tongue, gentle and wet. There's also a stinky, tawdry odor. Stop it, dog. Jiang Yang let out a murmur, dreaming of his childhood playmate. It was an earth dog named Rhubarb that liked to sneak up on him while he slept. In the very next second, however, the dream of beauty was instantly shattered by reason. It's not right. Why is there a dog here? Jiang Yang snapped his eyes open just in time to see a black bear looking at him. One man and one beast, 4 eyes facing each other, wide-eyed. Asterisk. Jiang Yang jerked up, waking the person on his pillow. Ah, Sable, in a daze, saw the black bear and suddenly screamed as well. The two men's voices carried into Zhao Yun's cabin, waking him up. The Lord is in danger. He immediately lifted the lance at his side and leapt from the bed in a deft position. Just then, Jiang Yang had already had a close encounter with the black bear. Roar! The black bear let out a cry of rage, then stood up extremely erect and palpitating. Originally thought that Jiang Yang was a dead man, but I didn't expect him to suddenly stand up, directly scaring it half to death. Damn human, how dare you tease me? It angrily cocked a big hand and slapped at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang couldn't dodge in time and blocked the blow with his body. Sable was still behind her, and could only take the move hard, or she would be the one injured. Brush! The sharp claws scratched Jiang Yang's chest with several bloody marks. It was good that Jiang Yang was not in the habit of sleeping naked, and the clothes on his body warded off most of the damage. Jiang Yang endured the pain underneath and bent down to pick up the saber that was placed under the bed. Taking it in both hands, he fought his way through it. The sharp blade collided with the black bear, wounding it. Giggle! The black bear's arm was cut with a deep bloody scar. Blood was splattered and scattered all over the cabin. Jiang Yang looked at it with a vicious expression. Come on! Hostile unit detected, adult black bear. Assessment of combat power, 88. The black bear ate the pain and quickly shot running out of the cabin, his eyes actually hesitating. Jiang Yang was holding a medium-grade military sword, which was far more powerful than ordinary weapons. But the black bear was hungry and he had to finish off the human. Ouch! After yelling, the black bear ran towards Jiang Yang with its rounded legs. Just then, Zhao Yun arrived. Sinful animal, eat my shot. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Giggle dash. Zhao Yun jabs away from the cabin and hits his hindquarters. The gun pierced deeply into it, and the black bear wailed in pain. It tried to struggle, but it couldn't get away from Zhao Yun's strong pull. Jiang Yang seized the opportunity and copied his saber to step forward to make up for it. The saber kept leaving wounds on the black bear's head and blood was flowing. A low wail continued as the black bear finally collapsed into a pool of blood unwillingly. Jiang Yang put down his saber and examined his wounds. Right in the center of his chest, there was a wound that was wide and deep. Overall, it's still a minor injury that can be healed. You're lucky you didn't get hurt in a bear attack. Chapter 32, If you have hands, you can do it. Ripping off his shirt, Sable bandaged his wounds. Jiang Yang took out his pipe and poured vitalized tobacco to light it. Energizing tobacco has therapeutic properties, which came in handy at this time. Zhao Yun was on guard in front of the house, not daring to be careless. Lord, I thought you were almost going to die. Sable sat next to Jiang Yang, her eyes red. After the scene she had just experienced, she was terrified in her mind. When he saw Jiang Yang standing up for himself, he felt more guilt and worry in his heart. Jiang Yang took a deep breath of smoke and comforted. Don't worry, I have a hard life. I can't die. In spite of that, there was some inner fear. If he had woken up any later, the two would have surely died. After spending so much time on the island, it was the first time that Jiang Yang faced the danger of death. The last time I encountered a vulture. Well, I had to choose. This time, the danger came to me in the morning, silently and without warning. Luckily, Sablechan was fine and Zilong arrived in time. Sort of a false alarm. Jiang Yang had questions within him at the moment. When did black bears appear on this island? Myself and Zhao Yun had made the round several times and found no sign of large animals. Did this black bear get hit by a big truck and cross over? Maybe. It's still true. After all, in this world, anything can happen. The pain in his chest was vague. The feeling of death was real. Jiang Yang slowly got up and walked to the door. Lord, slow down. I'll help you. Sable accompanied him carefully, not daring him to make any mistakes. Coming to the black bear's corpse, Jiang Yang kicked angrily. Only because I didn't close the door tightly at night, I almost let you get away with it. Exerted too much force and pulled on the wound. Jiang Yang's eyelids fluttered in pain. Zhao Yun knew it was okay when he saw him so lively. Lord, I'll go to the neighborhood today and see what's going on. I'm afraid there's a reason why this black bear came inexplicably. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Jiang Yang nodded. In this world, anything can happen. Zilong, the two of us will accompany you later. It's not really a good idea to leave just Sable and I here, Zhao Yun said indistinctly. That's true. Jiang Yang and Sable are both incapable of fighting, and will 80% hiccup if they encounter similar dangers again. It would be safer to stick to Zhao Yun's side. After smoking, Jiang Yang realized that the wound didn't hurt as much. Gently removing the cloth, the wound had stopped bleeding and was beginning to scab over. Vibrant tobacco worked better than expected. Jiang Yang revitalized his body and carefully crouched down to touch the black bear. Large creatures detected. Do you need the system to break them down for you? Yes/no. Yes. Hint, when the system automatically disassembles, it will lose some of the meat. Ding. It's automatically breaking down the common level black bears for you. Please wait. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. Black bear meat *120 kg. Black bear claw *4. Black bear skin. Black bear tendon. Black bear bile. Seeing the bear meat all over the ground, Jiang Yang turned his sadness into joy. This black bear is here to deliver. With 120 kilograms of bear meat, it's going to take a dozen days anyhow. The prerequisite is that it has to be made into jerky. Otherwise it won't keep long. This time I guess I'll have to build 3 fires to smoke them at the same time. And Sable and myself will have to be on the line. It just so happens that there is no rain today. Black bear skins can be used to make clothing or quilts that are warm and cozy. Jiang Yang just needs to look for the drawings in the exchange. Black bear tendons can be used to make bowstrings, which happen to be used to make the black feather war bow. All that's left is a suitable piece of tough wood to put on the agenda. Black bear bile. It can only be used to sell. Nothing else for now. At Jiang Yang's command, Sable categorized the things and stored them. Then the 3 men each took their weapons, closed the wooden door, and headed east. On the eastern side of the island was a high forest, so large that it took up as much as half of the island. Both Jiang Yang and Zhao Yun had taken the time to inspect the area, but they hadn't found anything. This time they slowed down and grabbed their treasure chest detectors, ready to do a thorough search. It was about 7 o'clock when I left the house, 1 hour to go before the announcement. The sun has been on the job for a long time and the temperature is in the mid-30s and hot. The 3 of them walked through the forest, and every now and then they would get caught in the sun. It's well lit and anything can be seen clearly. Zhao Yun led the way with his spear in the front, Jiang Yang in the center, and Sable Cicada in the back. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang saw a dumped hay nest. The area was marked by a black bear and a puddle of scat was left next to it. Zhao Yun frowned. When I passed by here the day before yesterday, it was clear that this nest wasn't there. It seems to be true, as the Lord said, that this black bear appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Yang bristled. Well, now that you know about it, just be careful in the future. Black bears may be scary, but what's on them is worth a lot of money. With Zhao Yun around, I'm sure 10 black bears would be a gift. Only from now on, you'll have to close the door to the house when you sleep. With the source of the danger identified, the trio's goal shifted to finding the treasure chest. The area hasn't been carefully explored, so I'm sure there are still leaks. Sure enough, 10 minutes passed. Jiang Yang then found a bronze treasure chest. Instead of choosing to open the box on site, they had Zhao Yun move it back to the campground. Sable's prayer talent is still on cooldown, and there is no double reward for opening it now. After waiting for Zhao Yun to return, the 3 began searching again, ended up with a total of 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. So far, the largest area of the island has been cleared. Only a small patch of beach to the north remained unsearched. It was incredibly empty and I'm sure there wasn't much searching necessary. 9 in the morning. The 3 returned to the campground. The system hasn't sent out an announcement yet. Jiang Yang laid down on his bed to rest and began to swipe through the trading channel. A search for tough wood reveals only a few pages of results. Materials for making bows and arrows are scarce, and good tough wood costs 1,000 units of wood. Jiang Yang looked at a certain tough wood and added the other person's friend. The black feather war bow is a must-have today. Ding! You have sent a friend request to Li Chengfeng. A few moments of waiting later. Ding! Li Chengfeng has passed your friend request. Li Chengfeng is a Chinese player. When he saw that Jiang Yang had taken the initiative to add his friend, he was surprised and delighted. The other party had already dominated the number 1 spot on the list for 4 consecutive days, and he had to be impressed. Jiang Yang rubbed his chin and thought back. This Li Chengfeng was previously ranked 57 on the list and was a relatively low-key expert. He initiated the message. Hello, I'm Jiang Yang. Li Chengfeng is an introvert and not very good at communication. He thought long and hard before sending a reply. Hello, I'm Li Chengfeng. Jiang Yang asked. I'll take that fine tough wood of yours. Do you have any other timber on your side to bid on besides tough wood? There's more demand for lumber on my side. Half a minute later, Li Chengfeng wrote back. Yes, how many you want? Jiang Yang threw out the demand directly. 500 units of medium wood, and 3,000 units of regular wood. After a long time, Li Chengfeng sent an embarrassed expression. There's so much demand. I only have 1 pair of hands, and delivery will be days away. What are you going to settle with? Jiang Yang replied decisively. Bear meat. You want it? Li Chengfeng was shocked. You killed a bear? Jiang Yang said indifferently. It's no big deal to have hands. Li Chengfeng sent a string of question marks. Chapter 33, The Culprit. The Intrusion System. After a bit of conversation, the top tough wood took it for 5 kilograms of bear meat. As for medium and regular wood, wait for delivery to figure out the price. After the negotiation, Li Chengfeng first exited the channel. Worthy of being Jiang Yang, it's actually developing so fast. Jiang Yang submitted such a large order. It must be the rhythm of doing something big. And the other party is also rich and generous. Directly gave him 10 kilograms of bear meat as a deposit. By all rights, he could have backtracked now and just gone for broke. But Li Chengfeng didn't dare to do this at all. Anyone who dares to go directly against the MIB is certainly not a good person. And Kong Yang's points have spoken for themselves. Li Chengfeng had transcendent level talent and managed to get 1800 points on the 4th day. To be 25th out of nearly 100,000 people was a good enough result in his opinion. I didn't expect Jiang Yang to give a direct try to more than 15,000, more than 10,000 ahead of the second place. What kind of demon is this? When facing Jiang Yang, one must remain cautious and not be easily offended. On the other hand, Jiang Yang exited the trading channel. Swift. There was a spatial fluctuation, and good tough wood appeared in his hand. With tough wood, bird feathers, and bear tendons, you can use the drawings to make the black feather war bow. He couldn't wait to get out the drawings and give them a whirl. Ding! Material detection complete. Do we need to craft the black feather battle bow, lower grade? Yes/no. Yes. Ding! Successful. Please check. All the materials instantly disappeared, and a black war bow came into view. The system was kind enough to send 30 black feather arrows. Jiang Yang got on and tried it. Even though his combat power was only 30, he could just pull a full string. The chest wound doesn't hurt as much to try. After leaving the cabin, Jiang Yang found a tree to try the power. Standing 10 meters away, he learned from the science on TV and bent his bow. Phew! First shot. Missed. Shoo shoo shoo. Second. Third. Fourth shot. All missed. It was only 10 meters away, but each time the arrow brushed skin against the trees. Unconvinced, Kong Yang continued to try. All 10 arrows were shot and only one was hit. Sable covered her mouth and laughed beside her. Lord, your shot is too crooked to watch, Jiang Yang said unconvincingly. I'm pure munchkin. I'm good enough to get one shot. Not far away, Zhao Yun, who was roasting bear meat, had an itchy hand. He came to Jiang Yang's side and took the black feather battle bow. Lord, let me try. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up and gave him 10 arrows. Zilong, show us your hand. Zhao Yun politely humbled himself. Yet, as he spoke, an arrow had been shot. His movements were incredibly graceful, and a sense of beauty permeated his body as he bent his bow and arrow. Phew! The arrow drew a straight line through the air, hitting precisely in the exact center of the tree. This accuracy was dozens of times higher than Jiang Yang. On a scale of 10, Kong Yang can score a 9.9, 0.1 point more for fear of Zhao Yun's pride, 1 point less to appear petty. Sable clapped his hands and Jiang Yang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Zhao Yun's eyes were calm and he shot another arrow with a full string. Phew! In the next second, the arrow actually came into collision with the previous arrow. The two overlap and lean side by side. Divinely, Jiang Yang and Sable looked directly dumbfounded, not even knowing what to say for a moment. Followed by the third and fourth arrows, the 10th arrow. Each arrow was precisely inserted to the right of the previous one, with which it was neatly lined up side by side, in unison like soldiers in formation. Jiang Yang and Sable's mouths opened wider and wider, their eyes so big they were about to fall out. With a satisfied look on his face, Zhao Yun gently lowered the bowstring. My lord, this bow is not bad, but the power of the arrows still needs to be increased. Jiang Yang swallowed his saliva and asked back, Zilong, did you worship Hui? Zhao Yun. After this incident, Jiang Yang never touched a bow and arrow again. He's very self-aware that he doesn't have the talent for it. Zhao Yun received the black feather war bow with great joy. For him, this is a great compliment. The heart's admiration for Jiang Yang increased by 1 more point. After experimenting with the war bow, it was 9:30 in the morning. The system finally came with an announcement. Game Day 5 announcement. It's overcast. Visibility is moderate. Temperatures are -2 to 20 degrees. And a cold snap will be coming in during the night. So stay warm. The invasion system was opened yesterday, and you players must have noticed it. More creatures will be invading your territory in the future. So please be prepared. If you want to avoid being invaded, you must build a territory stone to become a true lord. Look out for it. Invade the system. No wonder there was a bear last night. Jiang Yang suddenly figured out everything. So it was all a trick by the game operator. The activation of the invasion system means that the territory may give birth to monsters every day. Last night's black bear was a product of the intrusion system. With a combat strength of 80, black bears can already pose a great threat to players. As for what other creatures would appear in the future, Jiang Yang didn't dare to imagine at all. How can you talk about something so important until today? Hot game. Ruined my life. Jiang Yang was a little angry. It's so hard to have a good life with Sable, and almost get out and out by old Black Bear 6. The system gives guidance, which is to build territory stones. Jiang Yang just happened to have the drawings in his hands, just missing the materials to build it. In order to make your territory safer, it has to be on the agenda as soon as possible. Just then, the system sent out a prompt. Congratulations on your first place in yesterday's list. There's no doubt that Jiang Yang got the top one again. Opening the leaderboard, the points had come to 17,124. Second place, whose name is hidden, has 5. 100 points. The third place name is hidden and has 4,611 points. Overall, Jiang Yang was still more than 10,000 points ahead of everyone else. Trying to keep up with him is nearly impossible. Jiang Yang counted down yesterday's battles, caught 70 pounds of fish, purchased hunter sailboats with ghost traders as well as citrus seeds and gold bumps, also killed a bear this morning and found 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. When Sable Cicada's prayer takes effect again and opens these treasure chests, I think I'll still be number 1 on tomorrow's list. Jiang Yang's heart was happy. The Miguel saw Jiang Yang dominating the list, and he couldn't have been more upset. When McDonald saw this, he immediately went into the ally group and gave everyone a good scolding. You bunch of losers. When the hell will you find Jiang Yang for me? Kawashima-chan replied. General Tang. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The ships we sent out have captured multiple islands and are actively developing territory. McDonald said impatiently. But the pace of development is also too slow. When will we be able to take down Jiang Yang? Kawashima-chan counseled helplessly. General Tang. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Please provide us with some more wood supplies. My men can still build better ships. McDonald was disgruntled. I've already distributed over 20,000 units of wood to you. I can't give any more. Your ships only make 15 knots and are too technologically outdated to be seen. A speed of 15 knots is equivalent to 27.78 kilometers per hour, or 7.7 meters per second. The speed wasn't too slow, but they still couldn't find the island where Jiang Yang was. This ocean is so big. Finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. McDonald was a pushy man and outright described the shipbuilding technology of the Republic of Yamato as a waste. But in reality, it's the best boat available today. Of course, Jiang Yang's hunter sailboat on the outside, 25 knots of speed completely crushed other boats. Kawashima-chan didn't dare to disobey and was kindly persuaded. The two parties argued for a long time, and finally McDonald exited the channel in anger. Bunch of losers, only sucking old man's blood. McDonald was expanding his power wildly on the back of the diehard men he had cultivated in the past. Even if you do nothing yourself, you can be provided for by your ministry and develop into a major power within days. However, he was powerless to do anything about it when he saw his allies being so indisputable. Right now, he could only watch Jiang Yang dominate the top one, and he was about to have a heart attack. Chapter 34, Building Territory Stones, Upgrading the Island. On the other hand, Jiang Yang was not complacent with his ranking. He is now carefully selecting rewards. Please select the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. 2,000 units of stone. 2. 2,000 units of wood. 3. Fine lighting, medium. 4. 3 boxes of noodles with sauerkraut and beef. 5. Primary farmer's gift orb, common. 6. Sturdy beach chair, lower quality, *3. Without a doubt, the most scarce resource right now is stone, so he decisively chose the first option. System, give me option 1. Ding. Rewards are being issued for you. Please wait. Reward issued successfully. Please go out and check. Out the door of the cabin. Just in time to see a white box fall. The box happened to land in the open field. Jiang Yang opened the box and found the stones neatly arranged inside. 2,000 units of rock that looks spectacular. Just 1,000 stones short of building a territory stone. Without much thought, Jiang Yang chose to exchange the bear meat for 1,000 units of stone. There's 105 kilograms of bear meat left, which is more than enough. Open the exchange and search for the stone. Sprawling over hundreds of pages, it's all about the seller of the stone. At around 40 to 50 units of stone for 1 pound of bear meat, the price is not bad. Jiang Yang was dazzled by the sight, so he chose to shout directly at the channel. Bear meat for stone. Come private chat. 1,000 units of stone to start. Long-term supply relationships can be established. This statement immediately caused all the players to marvel. Great God, Jiang Yang wants so many stones. It looks like he's going to build a stone house. It can't be list 1. It's just generous. That's bear meat. I'm envious. I'm still eating coconuts to get by until now. Dude, you still have coconuts to eat? I've been starving for 3 days. How long will it take to hammer this many units of stone with a stone pick? I have an iron pickaxe, but I only have about 300 units of stone on me. Asking for 1,000 units at a time is just sick. Jiang Yang looked puzzled. It's not just 1,000 units of stone. What's the surprise? After waiting for a while, various sellers came to the door begging for a deal. Trade requests came in at 99 plus all at once. Jiang Yang took his time to sift through it and finally selected a Chinese player. Ding! Wang Yan has sent you a trade request. Please choose to agree or reject. Agree/refuse. Agreed. Ding! The trading environment is being detected for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object. Wang Yan directly put 1,000 units of stone in the trading box. Jiang Yang said casually, "Dude, that's bold enough. Being able to come up with 1,000 units of stone at a time is no easy task." Wang Yan sent the emoticon of a bared smile. "Funny enough, I grabbed all of these from the MIB." Hearing this, Jiang Yang instantly came to life. "Oh, so awesome. Are those traders from McDonald's?" Wang Yan denied. "No, they're divided into many factions in rice, too, and McDonald is just the one that screams the loudest. These people tried to rob me, but they were eaten by my sea beasts. I've raided the resources on their island, and I'm in a hurry to get out." Jiang Yang wondered, "What does your sea beast look like? Can you show me?" Wang Yan sent over a picture. Jiang Yang took a look and realized that it was a huge-sized sea lion. The body is more than 2 meters tall, with a mouth of sharp teeth is very horrifying. The sea lion was carrying a body in its mouth. A white-skinned, blonde-haired milquetoast. Sea beasts are strange, varied and powerful. Most of them have odd tempers and many players have been persecuted by them. The fact that Wang Yan was able to tame a sea beast showed that his talent was definitely very good. Thoughts returned to the transaction. Jiang Yang talked with him for a while and set the price. 1 pound of bear meat for 40 units of stone. 1,000 units of stone cost a total of 25 pounds of bear meat. The two also added a friend in passing. The transaction ended, and there were instantly 1,000 more units of stone on the ground. So far, the stones have made up 3,000 units, just enough for the construction of territory stones. Jiang Yang finds Sable and tells her to find the drawings. Sable enters the cabin for a search and finally finds the object in some bronze chest. With the blue drawing in hand, Jiang Yang came to the pile of stones. Ding! Material testing is complete. Do we need to build a level 2 building territory stone here? Yes/no. Jiang Yang let out a deep breath and said, "Yes." Ding! Construction successful. The voice disappeared into thin air. The pile of stones in front of him disappeared and was replaced by diamond-shaped boulders suspended in the air. "Master, hello, you can call me Little Helper, Butler, or any other name." A voice came from Jiang Yang's head. The stone can talk? Appellation detected, Stone. Do you name me Stone? Yes/no. Jiang Yang's eyes widened. Nice guy. AI rocks. He answered decisively. You can just call 01. Call sign, 01 detected. Do you name me 01 Foot? Yes/no. Jiang Yang replied. Yes. Naming success. Hello master. Any instructions for 01? Jiang Yang asked. What can you do for me? In reply to the master, my functions are as follows. 1. Viewing of territories. 2. Upgrading of territories. 3. Authority to manage territories. 4. Management resource points. 5. Start/stop intrusion systems. Master, you have the power to upgrade your territory once. Do you need to use it now? Jiang Yang asked curiously. After upgrading the territory, there won't be any invasive creatures here, right? 01 replied. Yes master. The intrusion system is turned off by default. You can start/stop the intrusion system on your own. Whether or not the invasion system is turned on is up to the player's whim. This is to take care of the war-mad players, and it's very sweet. How can you not want bear meat delivered to your door? Jiang Yang asked again. What changes will occur in my territory after upgrading it? Jiang Yang is most concerned about this. 01 The mechanical voice sounded again. Back to master. After upgrading the territory, the area will double in size and refresh treasure chests, and there is a probability of generating resource points. Common resource sites are grasslands, swamps, lakes, veins, woods, rocky mountains, etc. There are special resource points, wonders, secret realms, mysterious forests, spiritual springs, inflamed mountains, snowy plains, and so on. Jiang Yang's heart surged. There are actually so many benefits to upgrading your territory. Just as he was drifting away, 01 poured cold water on him again. In addition to that, the surrounding sea will change after upgrading the territory. 1. Generate other islands. 2. Refresh maritime resource sites. 3. Bubbling up with pirate dens, treasure caches, sirens' lairs, whirlpools, and other dangerous locations. 4. Trigger mysterious events or related tasks. The dense descriptions are dazzling. Jiang Yang was dumbfounded. If you say that, you might lose your life over it when the time comes. 01 replied. These are all small probability events. Please don't worry master. Jiang Yang came to a realization. I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? The thought of Zhao Yun's firm back strengthened his conviction. Fear not. Rise and be done with it. 01. You upgrade the island right now. Received at. The sound disappeared and Jiang Yang felt the ground produce a slight vibration. It's an earthquake. It was at this point that the size of the island changed dramatically. Where Jiang Yang couldn't see, countless lands were created out of thin air. What was once an ocean is now a woodland and meadow. Seconds later, the quake ended. The change had been made in a flash. In a trance, Jiang Yang realized that the scene in front of him had changed. The pool next to the cabin became a lake, thousands of square feet. The cavern behind him disappeared and was replaced by a rocky mountain. 01's voice reappeared. Congratulations, Master. The territory has risen to level 2, and the treasure chests have all been refreshed. The territory has unlocked the following resource points. Level 1 lakes. Level 1 rocky mountains. Lakes, maintenance free, automatically expanding daily, producing fish, fowl, amphibians, etc. Stone mountain, no maintenance, automatic daily expansion, produces stone, medium stone, automatically expanding territory information for you. Territory level 2, True Lord, Jiang Yang. Lord, Jiang Yang. Territory characteristics, level 1 rocky mountains, level 1 lakes, many resources in treasure chests, area, 6 square kilometers, special facilities, none. Warning, 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 a pirate colony has appeared in the surrounding waters. Please be prepared to take precautions at all times. Pirate gathering point, this place is infested with pirates, and there is a probability that they will hide treasures in the neighborhood. Jiang Yang's face darkened into a black color. 01. Didn't we agree it was a small probability? 01 replied. I don't know yet. Chapter 35, Planting Citrus. Jiang Yang rushed to the seashore and looked at it from a distance. Several islands appeared in the otherwise empty sea. There were dozens of them, large and small, near and far, all spread out in the south of the island. Even if Jiang Yang had the eye of insight, he simply couldn't see which island would have pirates. This is trouble. No intelligence means one will be under constant threat. The good news was that the pirates shouldn't know about Jiang Yang's existence. Jiang Yang is in the dark, they are in the light. This gave him room to develop. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yang immediately told Zhao Yun and Diaochan about this matter. Sable's expression was grave. My lord, we must be careful in these days and not attract their attention. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. The Lord Mother is right. We are not sure when the pirates will be on the island. We'll need to send one of our men to keep a constant watch on the beach for their movements. Jiang Yang mused. You guys are right. We need to be on our guard now. There are only 3 of us, so if we really have to do it, we're not really a match for them. The fighting strength of the pirates is unknown, and one should never be careless. It's time to summon a third person. Jiang Yang silently made up his mind. There are currently 434 resurrection coins left, and with another 2,000 or so you can summon another S-rank character, just in time for the treasure chest on the island to refresh and be explored again. For now, though, there is one more thing that needs to be done. That's growing oranges. Miracle citrus seeds must be planted today. 15 days is still quite a long time to harvest. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang began to instruct what to do today. Zhao Yun was in charge of roasting the bear meat, and in the meantime, he gathered stone mountains to build a stone house. Sable was in charge of policing the beach and watching over the fish caught yesterday, and he himself went to find a suitable piece of land to plant citrus seeds. The 3 men split up and left. Before leaving, Sable also tells Jiang Yang to be careful. After all, he's a sick man now. Jiang Yang nodded. I know, Cindy. Sable came forward, tilted her head and kissed him on the cheek, then shyly ran away. Lord, you must come back safely. Diaochan is waiting for you at home. The sudden kiss overwhelmed Jiang Yang. In the next second, he suddenly heckled. It's nice to have someone to hurt. The last injury was due to carelessness, and Kong Yang would not make the mistake a second time. Return to the cabin and grab the treasure chest detector. This detector has a single-digit number of uses left, and a couple more uses and it will be at the end of its life. Then he grabbed seeds, gold bumps, and a silver shovel. Out of the campground, Jiang Yang walked toward the lake in the east. This was a pool of a few dozen square feet, now upgraded to a lake of thousands of square feet. Looking in, I saw that there were countless fish and shrimp swimming right in the water. The water quality of the lake is also much clearer than before. What a ghostly creativity. Jiang Yang couldn't help but sigh. This change was just too big. With the lake, the surrounding land is naturally much more fertile, attracting a number of medium-sized animals. Jiang Yang saw rabbits, frogs and flocks of ducks, and even a few deer. A scene from the land of fish and rice. After a long walk, the treasure chest detector made a sound. Jiang Yang observed from the shore and found a silver treasure chest in the water. Unfortunately, he was injured and could not go into the water, so he had to choose to give up for the time being. After silently noting the location, he moved on. To the north of the lake is an unusually fertile land. There are many wild fruit trees growing here, full of fruit that cannot be named. It looks like it's perfect for growing fruit trees. Jiang Yang used a silver trowel to make a pit and carefully sowed the citrus seeds. There are 10 seeds in all. And no mistakes. The spacing between the two was left at 2 meters. And both enjoyed plenty of sunlight. Immediately afterward, he ran to the lake to fill a shovel with water and irrigate the land. Then pour on the golden bumps and sprinkle out the golden glittery fertilizer cubes. In order to make them grow better, Jiang Yang uprooted the weeds around them. 2 hours later, a simple citrus field was planted. Jiang Yang wiped his sweat and was in a soothing mood. That's about right. He spent some time in the countryside as a child, so he is extremely skillful. After taking care of the citrus field, Jiang Yang was about to leave. It was then that the change occurred. Sprouted so soon? Jiang Yang turned his head to see the green buds that suddenly appeared and shouted incredulously. A citrus tree has sprung up in the view, and is currently undergoing a wild growth spurt. Golden bump fertilizer did the trick. Jiang Yang bent down to check it out, and with the naked eye, he could see it growing at a speed that was simply appalling. Not bad for a gold bump. He just stood by the citrus seedlings and watched with excitement as they thrived. And it was this act that allowed these saplings to escape, because just as Jiang Yang was about to leave, he sensed the presence of a rat. Rats like to nibble on young saplings and are extremely annoying thieves to farmers. Knowing that they were nearby, Jiang Yang didn't dare to let his guard down. An hour later, Zhao Yun arrived in a hurry. My lord's mother has just seen several ships on the seashore, and says they are traversing the waters. She hid behind a rock and watched for a long time, thankfully without letting the other side find out. Jiang Yang asked with a sigh of relief. Did Sable bring binoculars? How many of them are there? Zhao Yun answered truthfully. The Lord's mother said that at least 10 ships could be seen through the telescope. We'll have to watch and see exactly how many there are. They didn't come to our island, but went around by a couple of other islands for a long time and then left. So far, it doesn't look like they've detected our presence. Jiang Yang guessed. With so many men, it wouldn't be in keeping with the pirate name not to find something to do. It is in the nature of pirates to burn and loot. Jiang Yang knew they were looking for a target. He didn't ask too many questions about the pirates and asked Zhao Yun to build a fence with himself. Zilong, there are too many rats here. I'm worried that the saplings will be missed by them. Zhao Yun looked around and saw that the saplings had grown to 4 centimeters high and were verdant. He couldn't help but marvel. The Lord's planting technique is simply divine, actually making the saplings grow so quickly. It's the first time I've seen something so amazing. Jiang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. This has nothing to do with myself. It's all because of the golden bump. Still, he took Zhao Yun's praise. Without saying a word, the two men erected 4 wooden walls in place. Zhao Yun copied the axe to cut down the wood, and Jiang Yang was in charge of sanding the boards clean so the rats and mice couldn't climb up. It doesn't get to the root of the problem, but it keeps the rats and mice out at night. Jiang Yang believes that in just one day, these saplings will grow into a climate, and by then the rats and mice won't be able to gnaw on them even if they want to. As for sunlight, you'll just have to sacrifice the saplings for a while. There is no rat poison here, and doing so is the best measure. Chapter 36 Unpacking a Great Harvest. On the way home, the two stopped by the treasure chest in the water. Zhao Yun stripped off his clothes and entered the water with a poof, carrying the silver-colored treasure chest under the water on his shoulders. By the time we got back to the campground, it was 6 p.m. Sable returns with binoculars in hand and reveals the pirates' movements to Jiang Yang. The pirates haven't noticed the island for a while, which is good. Kong Yang had Sable cast prayer for himself. Ding! Wolverine has applied the prayer blessing status to you. Within 24 hours, there will be a 60% probability of getting double rewards when opening treasure chests. After receiving the blessing, Jiang Yang rubbed his hands together and went behind Zhao Yun's wooden house. Here, a full 3 bronze treasure chests have accumulated, as well as 2 silver treasure chests. The auspicious time has come to open the box. Jiang Yang shouted his slogan. The bronze treasure chest was slowly opened. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 by 2 resurrection coins for a total of 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 4,634. In Jiang Yang's vision, the contents of the treasure chest were slowly revealed. 2 large iron pots, plus 2 spatulas, and 2 kitchen knives. It's perfect for cooking. It's just as well to be missing some cooking utensils. Jiang Yang smiled out of the corner of his eye and motioned for Sable to quickly put it away. After you've gotten used to eating barbecue, you need to have the occasional stew or stir fry. The second bronze chest also triggered a double reward. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 by 2 resurrection coins for a total of 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 4,834. 2 sets of cups, 2 bags of salt, 2 packets of cumin powder, 2 packets of chili powder, 2 packets of hot pot base, and 2 buckets of cooking oil, and 2 bottles of high liquor. Come on, feelings are the home of the kitchen today. Jiang Yang couldn't help but think so. 2 sets of cups to solve the drinking vessel problem. I've always used a clay bowl before, but now I'm ready to retire. Salt is good to have, and survival requires frequent replenishment of salt, which can also be used for flavoring. Cumin and chili powder, the essential soulful little ingredients for barbecue, are just right for grilling. Fondue base, can be used to cook fondue and improve meals. 2 buckets of cooking oil, can be used for frying. The portion is enough. 10 can last a long time. Highly alcoholic liquors, which can be used for drinking, are considered a relatively rare item of trade for a winemonger. Jiang Yang never drank except at the table, so he planned to put it away for the time being. The 3rd bronze chest, again, triggered a double reward. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 by 2 resurrection coins for a total of 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 5,034. Jiang Yang's face was delighted. When opened, they were 2 black trench coats for men. The appearance of the atmosphere is condensed. The material is fine. At first glance, it is not the ground goods. Jiang Yang immediately changed into it and felt the comfort. Not only is it the right size and a funky look, but it's also unexpectedly warm and can totally be used as a comforter. That way, Sable wouldn't have to keep burrowing into his arms late at night. Combined with a warm black bear skin, the risk of catching a cold or flu is greatly minimized. Starting tonight, the temperature came in below 0. Getting a trench coat at this time of year can be a blessing. Of course, the other extra trench coat was naturally given to Zhao Yun. Under Jiang Yang's instructions, Zhao Yun reluctantly put on the trench coat, which also turned out to be very flattering to his figure. Jiang Yang's eyes were envious, and he was able to give him a 9.8 out of 10. It's really so hard to find such a handsome man. Zhao Yun kept twisting his body in place, somewhat less accustomed to it, and immediately prepared to take it off. He was still forced to wear it under Jiang Yang's lustful authority. Lord, I'm not used to wearing this. Zhao Yun laughed bitterly. Looking at Zhao Yun's squirming appearance, Jiang Yang patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Zilong, sooner or later you are going to go out and flirt with girls. How are you going to attract the opposite sex by wearing plain clothes every day? Trust me, your lord has always had a good eye, and this dress couldn't fit you better. Zhao Yun's original clothes were too plain. After putting on a trench coat, it becomes more handsome. Long spear in hand, trench coat on the side, valiant, no woman is unloved. Jiang Yang was fully convinced that the current Zhao Yun would be able to attract the attention of many pretty girls just by posing casually. A man this handsome mustn't be single for the rest of his life. Jiang Yang vowed to find him a beautiful wife. Maybe the next summoning will bring out the original Ma Yunlu? How are 2 people who have lost their memories and don't know each other supposed to cultivate a relationship? So this is something that has to be prepared for sooner rather than later. After the 3 bronze treasure chests were opened, it was the turn of the silver treasure chest. Jiang Yang nervously opened the left. The result still triggered the double bonus, which was a pleasant surprise. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 600. Remaining resurrection coins, 5,634. A familiar voice rang out in a delightful way. As the 3 of them watched, the treasure chest slowly opened. The props inside the silver treasure chest are usually lower grade to start with and won't be too bad. Better yet, a 2 combat class defense. Please. Jiang Yang prayed silently in his heart. It was as if the heavens had answered his thoughts, and were being facetious. In his surprised gaze, 2 unusually dazzling props appeared among them. Oh my god, it's still coming, Jiang Yang said excitedly. Zhao Yun also looked happy and blurted out, my lord, it's 2 silver locks of armor. Jiang Yang held up the 2 pieces of locked armor and examined them carefully. Just then, the system's introduction rang in his head. Lightweight lock armor, lower grade armor that is not easy to wear, with the advantage of high density and resistance to cuts, slashes, and blades. Put it on and fight to your heart's content. Zhao Yun finally had a reason to take off his trench coat. He was seen rushing to change out of his trench coat and put his lock armor on. Not only does it fit very well, but it's also flexible and easy to use. The defense was so crunchy good that Zhao Yun's iron-headed sharpshooter couldn't even pierce through easily. The defense range of the lock armor was wide enough to cover most of the body, shielding all the vitals to death without fear of injury. With this armor, Zhao Yun truly realized that he could pass through the thicket of 10,000 soldiers without a single leaf touching his body. Jiang Yang's eyes were excited, and he couldn't wait to see the scene where Zhao Yun put his hands to use. Speaking of which, I've never seen him use his full power until now. The fight with the vultures lasted only a few short minutes before it was over, and it just wasn't fun to watch. Wouldn't it be perfect to have another horse at this time of year? Jiang Yang thought so and couldn't help but start fantasizing. Thoughts returned to the present. There is one last silver treasure chest left to open. Jiang Yang bowed towards the sky and prayed silently in his heart. Come on, horse, autumn pear cream. If it's not a horse, a donkey will do. Nervous little hands slowly opened the treasure chest, without triggering the double rewards. Jiang Yang's heart was half cold. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 5,934. Upon opening it, what caught his eye was a blue and white egg. The three of them looked at each other when they saw the scene. An egg? What's going on here? The blue and white egg is 30 centimeters long and has a standard oval shape. Jiang Yang tried to use his eye of insight to view the creatures inside, but failed. Neutral target detected, sea creature eggs. Combat power assessment, 0. The surface of the sea beast's egg would occasionally glow with blue ripples, looking even divine. Jiang Yang reached out his hand and slowly touched it. A voice came from the brain. Sea beast egg, lower grade after hatching. You will get a small tameable sea beast. Jiang Yang looked at the egg and fell into deep thought. So the question is, which of the three of us is going to hatch this egg? The three men looked at each other again. Jiang Yang's heart was in denial. Zhao Yun also hesitated a bit. Sable took the initiative and raised her small hand. I'll do it. Chapter 37, Bear Fondue. After opening the treasure chest, it was already 7 o'clock at night. The temperature plummeted to 0 degrees in a cold gust of wind that caught us off guard. Jiang Yang hurriedly created a fire in the house. Prickly prickly. Sparks crackled through the room, and warmth and heat assaulted the trio. Tonight, we're having bear hot pot. Jiang Yang's mood had never been more excited. As he spoke, a packet of hot pot base appeared in his hand. Opening the seal, a strong aroma filled the cabin, making the crowd's mouths water. Sable and Zhao Yun gulped. I have to say that Jiang Yang has always been a good cook. The packet of seasonings alone would have raised their expectations 1,000,000%. Jiang Yang smiled slightly and put the hot pot base into the water to boil. Gollum! A strange aroma enters the nostrils of the three people present, fueled by the seasoning, and goes straight to the brain and soul. It smells so good. The meat tasted so good even before it was cooked. Sable and Zhao Yun couldn't have been more gluttonous. Under their expectant gazes, Jiang Yang put the chopped bear meat into it to simmer, followed by ginger, wild chili peppers, and scallions picked from the lake. The aroma is overwhelming and the little flavor crunch comes right up. The bear meat is slowly ripened in boiling hot water, giving off a wild flavor. Soon a delicious pot of bear fondue was out of the oven. Jiang Yang moved his chopsticks first, running the bear grease off the surface. Then he gently picked up another large piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The juices explode in your mouth and the sweet meaty flavor hits you. Yummy! Jiang Yang was so happy that she was in tears. After coming to the island, this was the first time I had tasted such delicious meat. He had been eating roasts and stews before, which were extremely bland and not at all to his modern taste. Now it's good to finally taste the long-lost hot pot meat. It's like ascending to heaven. Seeing that Jiang Yang started to make a move, Zhao Yun and Diaochan also couldn't wait to start moving their chopsticks. Wooden chopsticks enter it and pick up a mouthful of piping hot bear meat. Then put it to your mouth and gently blow on it to cool it. Then take a bite into your mouth and savor it with your lips and tongue. The whole thing was filled with meaty flavor and straight up delicious. My lord, your handiwork is simply superb. Zhao Yun's eyes were amazed and he marveled as he ate. The admiration for Jiang Yang in his heart was even greater. Sable refused to stop her chopsticks as she cradled the giant egg in her arms and held out her small hand to give a thumbs up. Lord, your cooking is so delicious. I'm really happy. After receiving the assignment to hatch the egg, she had never left the giant egg on the ground. Even when she had just gone to the lake to bathe, she had to take it with her. Jiang Yang smiled smugly. That's the beauty of technology and ruthless living. All it takes is a small packet of seasoning to capture the appetites of the ancients. Hot pot was a heavyweight cuisine for them, and at the time it was the equivalent of a fat nuke in weaponry, destroying most of the food available at the time. For Zhao Yun, who was always in the middle of the army, it was the nuclear bomb of nuclear bombs. The three stopped talking and ate the bear meat to their heart's content until there was not a single piece left. 4 pounds of bear meat, dried up in a flash. Zhao Yun has the biggest appetite. He ate his mouth full of oil and still refused to stop, and asked Jiang Yang to add 1 caddy for him. Jiang Yang naturally won't be stingy. There are still more than 190 pounds of bear meat left, so how can he not finish it? The heart is more and more grateful for coming to deliver express bears. Not only did he not take his own life, but he also gave away so much meat. How could he not be touched? After he was full, Jiang Yang had Sable Cicada and Zhao Yun continue to roast the rest of the bear meat. After half a day, much of the bear meat had begun to deteriorate and had to be baked and dehydrated immediately. Jiang Yang sat lazily on the wooden bed. A cold wind blew, rattling the small door of the cabin. The temperature was still dropping, and even with the addition of fire, Jiang Yang still felt the cold. Even Zhao Yun was a bit overwhelmed and was forced to change into a trench coat. We must build a fire tonight before we can sleep. Try to get some bedding in addition to the fire. The trench coat keeps most of the body out of the way. and the black bear skin can be used to keep out the cold. Jiang Yang entered the system's exchange, looking for futon-related drawings. After searching, there are very few results. There are only a handful of pages and they are all horribly expensive. A lower quality silk quilt sells for 10,000 units of stone and 15,000 units of wood. A lower quality quilt sells for 6,000 units of stone and 9,000 units of wood. A medium quality velvet comforter for 999 units of stone, or 999 kilograms of pure meat. Jiang Yang regretted not choosing the fine velvet bedding yesterday. It's not good if you catch a cold, and medicine in this world is worth a lot of money. Luckily, he still had 7 units of vitality tobacco that he could also use for minor ailments, so he didn't have to worry too much, and Sable has to incubate the eggs, which requires a very warm environment to do so. Just as Jiang Yang selected his target, Mo Weiyong sent a message. Ginger, do you need a quilt? I have an extra drawing here. Jiang Yang opened his friend's bar and found his avatar. Seeing the other party's message, he immediately replied, "Oh, what price can I take it for? And what materials do I need to make it?" Mo Weiyong said, "Brother Jiang, who are we to each other? We don't talk about money. I traded the fish for this drawing, and I'm giving it to you directly. Making it requires animal feathers and coarse cloth, which shouldn't be too difficult for you." Jiang Yang said happily, "Brother Mo, you're still strangely nice, but I can't whore you out for nothing. So tell me, what kind of stuff do you want?" Prostitution has never been his style, and courtesy is king. Of course, this is for friends. For other people Jiang Yang will certainly be treated differently. Mo Weiyong sent a bared smile emoji in reply. "I heard you killed a bear. Can I have the bear bile? I've recently acquired a new talent to make power pills from bear bile, which can be useful. If the production is successful, there's still a little bit to share." "No problem." Jiang Yang asked. "Power pills? What's this stuff for?" Mo Weiyong explained. "Power pill, which increases the strength level of the body, mainly used to enhance strength. Besides bear bile, other ingredients can be given to me. Maybe I can research other recipes." Jiang Yang's eyes were wide open. Mo Weiyong had gotten a pharmacist-related talent, which had piqued his interest. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed to the other party's request. "Okay, no problem. A drawing for bear bile. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. I initiated the deal. Hurry up and accept it." Ding! The other party has agreed to your trade request. "We are testing the trading environment for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object." Moments later, the deal was over. Jiang Yang lost a bear bile and gained a drawing of a futon. Down comforter, inferior 600 units of animal feathers, 100 units of fabric. Go to the exchange again and search for fabric. Dozens of pages of results appeared. Jiang Yang chose a more suitable price and traded with it. 100 units of fabric and ended up taking 5 pounds of bear meat. Exiting the exchange, Jiang Yang disassembled the feather bed and obtained 600 lower-grade bird feathers. Place the materials on the drawing and lightly read the crafting. Ding! Material testing complete. Do we need to make a duvet, inferior? Yes/no. Yes. The next second, a black down comforter appeared on the wooden bed. Jiang Yang shrunk his body into it and felt unusually warm. Chapter 38, Exploring the Island. The north wind howls and the players wail. The temperature came to below zero all of a sudden, catching people off guard. It's only day 5 of the game, and many players haven't built their log cabins and have to curl up in leaves or grass to sleep. It's hard, but you have to grit your teeth to survive. They knew very well that they were not here on vacation and had to do this to survive. Except for one person. 9 o'clock at night. Jiang Yang and Sable are sleeping together at the moment. The warm bedding was like a furnace. Not afraid of this cold, and it even made the two men sweat. Resting between the two was a giant blue and white egg. The giant egg was emitting a burst of imperceptible trembling, and the little life inside seemed to be about to break out of its shell. After only less than a day of incubation, it's already quite productive. I'm sure it won't be long before the little sea beasts are allowed to descend. Jiang Yang just took the time to look at the citrus trees and found that the saplings had grown to an appalling 40 centimeters tall. They have hard, healthy rhizomes and are not at all afraid of sneak attacks from rats and mice. In the darkness, Jiang Yang was removing the boards around him. Before falling asleep, he checked the wound on his chest. It's great. It's not painful at all anymore. The effects of the healing tobacco didn't seem to be fully utilized yet, and it was still slowly healing the wounds. Sable and Jiang Yang whispered to each other and then fell asleep. Soon they were in dreamland. Their hands unconsciously interlocked. A rough night passed. The new day arrived on time. Jiang Yang got up early and went to the lake to clean his face. He held a pinch of dark charcoal in his hand, ready to be used to brush his teeth. Without toothpaste, Cleaning your teeth was left to this more primitive method. After brushing his teeth, he didn't forget to clean the wound. The lake was so clear that fish and shrimp swam at the bottom. Jiang Yang wanted to dive headfirst into it for an ancient bath, but unfortunately, it would make the wound infected, so he could only give up. He bought a handful of water into his palm and uncovered the cloth on his chest to wipe away the dirty blood. Zhao Yun came quietly to the side. "Good morning, Lord." Jiang Yang nodded in response. "Zilong, how did you sleep yesterday?" Zhao Yun was radiant and replied, "Slept well, thanks to the windbreaker the Lord gave me. It's perfect for a quilt. After I drink my water, I'll be ready to go out on patrol." With the drastic changes on the island, it was only natural for Zhao Yun to go out for a walk to understand the situation. Even Kan Yang's statement that there would be no more bears didn't dissuade him. It was a matter of character, and Jiang Yang couldn't change it. He carried his lance in his hand and bent down to take a drink of water from the lake. "My lord, this water is clean and can be drunk directly. It's truly amazing. It's truly breathtaking that the Lord can make such a big change to the island in an instant. Water with fish and shrimp can't be that dirty." Jiang Yang agreed. "You're right, and there are plenty of fish in this lake, so Sable can stop fishing at the beach from now on. I even saw ducks out in this neighborhood yesterday. Maybe we can catch them and farm them." The lake is capable of producing fish, fowl, and amphibious organisms on a regular and automatic basis. This is what 01 said to him, and it contains no falsehood. Jiang Yang realized that this was the benefit of upgrading his territory, and he had to make good use of it. With this lake, they can not only fish and raise ducks, but also bathe and drink. And the original cavern had become a rocky mountain. It grows naturally every day and the shortage of stone resources is solved. Jiang Yang commanded, "Zilong, after those bear meats are baked, you'll get another 6,000 units of stones. Do remember to take time to patrol the south side of the island? Those pirates don't know when they'll be on us." Even though there was Sable looking out over the beach, Jiang Yang still barked a word of advice. The other party is a pirate after all, not to be underestimated. In case Sable didn't notice the other side's movements, they might sneak up on them. By that time, the chainmail armor will not even be available, and the chances of winning will be greatly reduced. Zhao Yun answered and promised his orders. "Yes, Lord." The look of perseverance was incomparable, making Jiang Yang look incredibly relieved. While the two were talking, Sable came over sleepily holding a giant egg. "Lord, you got up without calling me." The three of them talked and laughed for a few moments, then grabbed their weapons and props and parted ways. With a piece of jerky stuffed in his mouth, Jiang Yang headed straight towards the citrus tree. After a night of growth, it was well worth the wait. Halfway there, he saw a kingbird appear at the water's edge. Poof! After Wangba saw him, he immediately dived into the water, not daring to make the slightest stay. Jiang Yang lightly licked his lips. "It's been a long time since I've tasted a marinated kingfish." Walking to the citrus field, Jiang Yang looked surprised. Last night it was only 40 centimeters high, and now the citrus trees have generally grown to 60 centimeters. It can no longer be described as a sapling, it has to be renamed a small tree. Each of the small trees is growing and showing life in the bright yellow sun. Seeing them gradually branching out and thriving, Jiang Yang heart happy. Walking out of the citrus field, Jiang Yang slipped slowly towards the north. It was originally a small forest with a few occasional tall trees visible. It has now grown into a leafy forest and is a great place to get wood. A few fawns occasionally run through the woods. Jiang Yang took a closer look and found no sign of the carnivore. As he walked, he tripped over something at his feet and almost fell over. Ouch! Jiang Yang's body collided with the tree and at least stabilized his body. Looking back, he opened his mouth to fire off a spray. Immediately the next second, the frown melted away and softly stretched. "It's my favorite treasure chest." Jiang Yang turned his sadness into joy and smiled. It just so happens that Sable's prayer time is still open, making it a good time to open the box. What could it be? LOL. The treasure chest slowly opened and a yellow light shot into Jiang Yang's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 by 2 resurrection coins for a total of 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 6,134. Mystery revealed. The items inside were 2 bronze axes, the quality of which had just reached the lower grade. Jiang Yang grinned. Good thing too. The 2 axes we got on the first day are already half damaged. This just fills the gap. And it's very nice too. Pick up the axe and insert it into your belt. 2 axes in hand. The world is mine. Jiang Yang continued to advance towards the dense forest, his eyes a little sharper. A variety of insects and birds live in the dense forest. After walking into it for a long time, Jiang Yang realized that the small creatures in this woodland were incredibly dangerous. Take a few random steps and you'll be nibbled on by ants and insects. The ants with small thumbs gave him 2 big swollen bumps from the drying out and winced in pain. Fortunately, Jiang Yang had the eye of insight and avoided many hidden insect nests on the way. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded by numerous bugs and would end up with pus all over his body even if he didn't die. Yet the rewards are there. There were 3 full treasure chests found on the road, all of which were bronze treasure chests. When opened, both triggered double rewards. The first treasure chest contained 2 boxes of anti-inflammatories and 2 boxes of painkillers. The second treasure chest contained 2 large iron buckets filled with water, and 2 large bath towels. The third treasure chest, containing 2 military backpacks, and 2 tactical flashlights. After walking out of the dense forest, Jiang Yang arrived at the beach to the north. It's finally out. He got covered in dirt and mud trying to find the treasure chest. The feet were covered with little bags of ant and bee stings that were giving off fiery pain. Chapter 39, Summoning Failed. Announcement stopped. Jiang Yang checked his body and confirmed that there were no ants crawling on his body. Walking in the middle of a dense forest, one has to endure these pains. It would be bad luck to be unlucky and catch some inexplicable bacteria. Jiang Yang offered the anti-inflammatory medicine he had just obtained and applied it on top of the pustule. The medicinal mud covered the wound, emitting a cool sensation. The pain subsided and it was much more comfortable all of a sudden. Jiang Yang lay down in the shade to rest, and opened the system in his head. Resurrection coins came to 6,734, which can summon an S-rank character. Who the hell is going to come? Memories of the 3 kingdoms are gradually awakening. Jiang Yang immediately thought of the names Gan Ning, Zhou Yu, Sun Jian, Sun Su, Zhang Liao, Zhou Tai, and Lu Meng. In a world that is more than 90% ocean, navies are essential. Randomly out of one of these, you can mess up a kill. Gan Ning, courtesy name Xingba, was a famous general of Sun Wu during the 3 Kingdoms period, known as the Jin Fan Thief. It was Kong Yang's preferred goal, as well as the role he longed for the most as a young boy. He was a righteous man and distributed the money and goods he had taken to the people. He punished the local thieves, so that the area was free from robberies for more than 20 years and was able to live in peace. He was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and was eager to build a career but was not reappointed, and was never given the title of Marquis. Zhou Yu, courtesy name Gong Jin, was a famous governor of Eastern Wu. As the first marshal of the Eastern Wu, he was very capable of commanding the navy. His peak moment was the burning of Red Cliff, but he died because he was jealous of Zhuge Liang's talents. With his assistance, he would not have to worry about many things in the future. Sun Jian, Sun Wentai, Tiger of Jiangdong, General Bailu, also known as Sun Bailu. Sun Su, character Bo Fu, the eldest son of General Sun Jian, was known as Little King of the Hegemony in Sun Jiwei. Zhou Yu and Sun Su are good friends, and the two are paired together as the top stream of water warfare. Zhang Liao, courtesy name Wen Yuan, was a famous general of Chao Wei during the 3 Kingdoms period. In the Battle of Prosperity, 800 broke 100,000, which was a remarkable achievement. Sun Quan also earned the scornful name, Sun 100,000. For this reason, Zhang Liao's water battles are also comparable, and fall into the upper middle category. Zhou Tai and Lu Meng are also very strong, and should both be able to rank among the S-ranked characters. And East Wu Su Shang, Pan Zhang, Shang Pu, Huang Gai, Ling Tong, and Han Dang are all pretty good too. However, it should not be ranked in the category of S-ranked characters, and was not in Jiang Yang's consideration. While Jiang Yang thought about it, he began to get nervous inside. It's not self-selected, it's random, so be prepared to roll over. Once he was mentally prepared, he didn't hesitate. Deceased Susi, activate. Ding. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you wish to put in. Quantity 99. Summoning C-class characters. Number 666. Summoning B-class characters. Quantity 1888. Summoning A-list characters. Number 6666. Summoning S-class characters. Quantity 2333. Summoning exclusive props for S-class characters. The higher the level of the character, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit, and the result of each summoning is completely randomized. Duplicate character drawn. Fate +1. Duplicate exclusive item drawn. Refinement level +1. Jiang Yang let out a deep breath. Consume 6666 resurrection coins to summon an S-rank character. System, draw me cards. Ding. Consuming 6666 resurrection coins. Is resurrecting a random S-rank character for you? Ding. Congratulations on successfully resurrecting error. Warning. An unknown system error has occurred. This character refuses to be resurrected by you. This resurrection has failed. Emergency management measures are being activated. Please be patient. Hearing this, Jiang Yang was confused. What the hell? Can a person refuse to be revived by themselves? Who the hell is he? The first thing that came to Jiang Yang's mind was a name. Could it be Lu Bu? I robbed him of his wife and then wouldn't let me come back to life? On second thought, it seems like a real possibility. Lu Bu loved Diaochan immensely, and if he saw his wife being dominated by someone else, there was a real possibility that this could happen. But after all, he's dead. Does he still have so much power? Is there really such a thing as a ghost Lu Bu? Jiang Yang was a little uncertain, and was inwardly apprehensive. If he really resurrected Lu Bu with memories, maybe the other party would get himself killed, because if he were Lu Bu, I'm afraid he would have done the same thing if he knew that Diaochan had changed her mind. Of course, this is just his own delusion. Jiang Yang asked the system. System, who did you resurrect this time? This resurrection has failed. Does that mean my resurrection coins have gone down the drain? Returning to the host, I have no way of knowing exactly who was resurrected. This resurrection is considered valid. Please wait patiently for our processing. Jiang Yang's face darkened into a black color. What do you mean you don't know? How can you even say such a thing? I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm sorry, there were many accidents during this resurrection. We'll make compensation for you later. Please be patient. Don't worry, the result of this resurrection won't change. What's meant to be is meant to be. Jiang Yang's face was delighted. Since there's a reward, there's nothing to complain about. Instead, he began to look forward to it, hoping that the glitch would be resolved later. This is how you can blackmail. Nope, it's a legitimate claim for a little something nice. Took a break. The time came to 11 o'clock in the morning. Oddly enough, there have been no announcements so far today. The chat channels are all second-guessing each other and have started to discuss this. The players couldn't tell the difference, and some took the opportunity to start slandering Jiang Yang. These people put out explosive theories that it's a solid case of Jiang Yang's openness and that he's now undergoing rectification. In their argument, the stoppage of the game announcement is hard evidence that Jiang Yang is open. The one who shouted the loudest was Zhang Wei, the Chinese player who was ranked 5th yesterday. He had long been looking at Jiang Yang in a bad light, and at this moment, he turned on mocking mode. Jiang Yang opened up and is definitely receiving punishment now, so everyone doesn't need to sympathize with him. If you ask me, he should have been dismounted a long time ago. How can anyone go up so many points in one day, pulling straight ahead of second place by more than 10,000? I've never seen anything so outrageous on the World Channel. There's obviously something fishy going on here. The last time Jiang Yang rejected his application to join the team, he had truly disgraced himself. I thought I could surpass him in the past few days, but I didn't realize that Jiang Yang was getting fiercer and fiercer every day, sitting firmly at the top of the leaderboard. The other party didn't even give himself a chance to pretend. There were no words to express the jealousy inside, so of course he had to come out hard now to make a name for himself. This statement immediately caused the channel to make huge waves. The strongest person in ranking number 5 still carried some weight when he spoke. Everyone had memorized Zhang Wei's name and began to echo him. Jiang Yang did not speak out to explain, which sideways confirmed the credibility. Many players have begun to speculate. Did Jiang Yang really open up? Jiang Yang didn't step in to explain because he was busy just now. He was just about to step in and put a stop to the rumors, but thought better of it. In the face of these skeptical voices, the only way to get yourself out of suspicion is to use facts. As soon as the leaderboards come out, all problems are solved. Is there a bug in the game system today? I told you. How could the deceased Susi fail? Obviously the first 2 times were still fine. Associating it with what had just happened, Jiang Yang came to this conclusion. There is no reasonable explanation beyond that. Chapter 40 Late Announcement. At noon, Jiang Yang returned to the camp. He was carrying a backpack on his back and a metal bucket and various things in his hands. After setting everything down, he lit a fire to prepare the fish for roasting. A few moments later, Sable entered the cabin holding the sea beast's egg. My lord, those pirates didn't come out today. Jiang Yang looked back and answered. Okay, got it. You go to the beach and fish a sea fish over. Later we'll have grilled fish for lunch. Sable turned back and did as she was told, going about her business. It's a good thing the pirates didn't come here. Zhao Yun entered the cabin just in time and reported the situation to Jiang Yang. My lord, there is nothing dangerous around the island. I just took the time to knock out 300 units of stone, and I should be able to knock out another 700 units this afternoon. Jiang Yang rubbed his head in awe. So you can get almost 1,000 units of stone a day? Zhao Yun replied with a smile. There's a lot of swimming, and there's even room for more. Jiang Yang nodded in approval. Zilong, try to keep this efficient. And you mustn't forget that we now have to keep fighting at all times to deal with pirate incursions. It's supermodel enough to get 1,000 units of stone a day. There's no need to roll like that. And there is still a threat. So don't be careless. A combination of work and rest is the way to go. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. Kong Yang is always so thoughtful and reassuring. For lunch, the trio had a 5-plus-pound grilled fish. It was Sable who took most of the credit for catching the sea fish with her own hands. Just as Jiang Yang was getting high on food, Mo Weiyong sent a message. Ginger, are you still there? How was your day? You didn't get into any trouble. I heard that Zhang Wei say that you've been officially investigated. Really? Jiang Yang replied. The rumor mill stops at the wise man. Don't worry about that. The official answer will come. Jiang Yang didn't have to explain anything, but just comforted him a little. Mo Weiyong happily said. Ha ha, then I'll feel free to watch the show. That Zhang Wei saw that you didn't say anything and made crazy rumors about you. And many people believed his bull ********. He said that he had invited you to join the team, but that you had unknowingly turned him down. Now he can't be more arrogant. I just defended you in the channel and he pulled the plug. Ginger Yang scoffed with a face that would have been beyond comical, but it was merely comical, and Zhang Wei wasn't able to do any real damage to him. In the end, it's the man himself who gets hurt. At this time, on a certain island, Zhang Wei was celebrating with his men. He stood in front of a stone house and spoke boldly. Gentlemen, after we take the Mandalay Islands, we'll take a boat to Jiang Yang. Thanks to all of you, I'm now in 5th place, and once Jiang Yang slows down, we'll be able to capitalize on our success. The crowd chimed in. There are more than 60 of us, and we don't carry any fear at all in the face of Jiang Yang, the lone wolf. Right, this way Zhang's talent can be put to use, and any more Jiang Yang resources will be ours. Jiang Yang is too high profile and sooner or later he'll be killed by someone else, so this should be left to us to do. Brother Zhang Wei, you are now the leader of the players in China. We all listen to you. Brother Zhang is mighty. Zhang, you're so handsome. Zhang Wei held his head high, his eyes smug. The reputation of his forceful dislike of Jiang Yang had already spread and created a lot of noise among the Chinese people. At this rate, it's rather becoming an opinion leader. Even among foreigners, there were many fans of Zhang Wei. There were too few Chinese who dared to go against Jiang Yang, and his appearance filled the gap. McDonald had secretly reached out to him to talk to him about things related to Kong Yang. Zhang Wei, you're a smart person. I'm optimistic about your future. The Rice Tip Empire needs your dedication to spread freedom and democracy throughout the world. Zhang Wei received the message and was inwardly overwhelmed with joy. The other party's solicitation was strong, and now was the time to work for him to reap the benefits. Zhang Wei was not stupid and knew the importance of the thigh. If Jiang Yang hadn't been open, he would have been doomed to be scorned by the Chinese people. Considering this situation, he decisively chose to reach an agreement with the other party, promising that he would work for the MIB in the future. Zhang Wei believed in only one thing. The only way to survive was to ally with the strong. McDonald was incredibly generous and turned around and gave him a lot of supplies. Zhang Wei joining his forces was undoubtedly a good thing. His current forces numbered in the hundreds, and were still actively expanding, with a tendency to become the #1 force in the district. The fact that a dozen ships can be sent already speaks volumes. McDonald is very ambitious and Jiang Yang is one of his biggest obstacles that must be eradicated. After talking to Mo Weiyong, Jiang Yang received messages from other people. Yu Chaoqian and Sophia have sent private messages. The words were all mostly concerned, and Jiang Yang patiently replied. Yu Chaoqian is blaming herself for introducing Zhang Wei to Jiang Yang and feels guilty inside. Big brother Jiang, it's really hard for you. I didn't expect Zhang Wei to actually be able to rumor about you like this. I thought he was nice. Kong Yang replies to her that it's fine and reassures her. The other guy not only apologized on his lips, but tried to give him a box of dried meat. Kong Yang refused, stating that she didn't need it, and it was hard to convince her. Sophia's message was simple. Jiang Yang the handsome pot, I heard that you've been officially investigated. I'm worried about you. Jiang Yang replied. What can I do? Rumor mongering is a mouthful. Disproving rumors is a runaway. I'll open the pendulum and say whatever he wants. Sophia sent a bared smile emoji. Good. The fact that you're fine means that something is wrong with Zhang Wei. I'm waiting for a good show. One of you is bound to bleed to death. Jiang Yang sent a sinister emoji. Wait and see. Big sister of the snow country. The one lying on the ground begging for mercy is definitely not me. Sophia returned a sinister look. Good. I like your vindictive character. Jiang Yang sent a rejection emoji. I'm sorry. I appreciate the thought. I'm a family man. Sophia, what I mean by like is appreciation. Not that in your Chinese language. Sophia, you really have a family? Sophia sends a horny emoji. Can you post pictures of your wife's private bed? I want to see the crab apples. Hurry. Jiang Yang was astonished and looked surprised. Turns out the other side is good for it. Lesbians are scary. He immediately exited the chat channel, not daring to speak to the other party again. Zhang Wei's clownish behavior was certainly hateful. But he was not able to do anything about the other party right now. Survival goes on after the spill. After becoming a big man on the list, it was that one would be envied. And this kind of thing could not be avoided at all. Even if there was no Zhang Wei, there would still be Huang Wei, Zhao Wei and Li Wei coming out to make trouble. Jiang Yang would only bore himself to death if he really fought with them. It would be better to leave the other side to its own devices. Soldiers come and go, and the winner is the one who laughs last. Jiang Yang is confident of being the winner. Lunch break is here. Jiang Yang lay down on the wooden bed to rest. Just then, the familiar voice finally appeared. Game Day 6 announcement. We apologize for the late announcement due to our negligence in maintaining the game system. For this reason, we have given each player the appropriate compensation. So please check it out. It's sunny, high visibility, and -5 to 24 degrees. Important reminder, the red moon will fall today and the sirens will come out at night. The situation will last for 2 days. Killing the siren will have a probability of obtaining bonus props. Please take them carefully. Chapter 41, The Red Moon Descends. The sirens are coming. Jiang Yang propped his head up with his hand, carefully digesting the announcement. Point 1. The game announcement was late with a compensation bonus. Focus 2. The red moon is coming down and the sirens will be out at night. The appearance of the sirens signaled the onset of a new crisis. For the majority of touch players, this is not a good thing. What caught Jiang Yang's attention was the last sentence of the announcement. Killing sirens will have a probability of obtaining event props, so please be careful how you take them. There are rewards. Whenever these words appear, it means that someone is bound to benefit from them. Jiang Yang understood that the combat class talent would shine at this point. At the same time, the players who had awakened auxiliary type and resource type talents let out a wail. Within the channel, many players began to discuss it. What a bunch of people who engineer such events. Isn't it hard enough to survive? I've only just built the cabin. These sirens aren't going to tear my house apart. I'll swing straight for the fences and have an indulgent meal today, and die early. My house just happens to be built right on the beach. It's hopeless. Hemp. I hoarded a lot of food in the house. The sirens aren't going to smell it and come over in me. Luckily, I've awakened a combat type talent, so this will finally come in handy. Some people rejoice and some people mourn. Human grief and joy are not connected. No one was happier than players like Zhang Wei. When he saw the announcement, he was on the verge of laughing his ass off. Ha 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 ha. This is like a customized event for me. It's a blast. In his opinion, this is a good opportunity to overtake Jiang Yang to get the first place. Others, such as McDonald and Kawashima-chan, thought the same. They were incredibly confident that Red Moon's appearance would be the turning point to surpass Jiang Yang. The crowd jumped at the chance to make a splash. Jiang Yang was incomparably calm, and even a little snickering. It's not just fighting. He was worried that Zhao Yun had no place to use his skills. A supreme god general with mythic and legendary level talent was still afraid of these sea demons? It's a joke. The one who was most looking forward to the arrival of the Red Moon was instead Jiang Yang himself. There was only one thing he feared, and that was that the pirates would take advantage of this time to make a surprise attack. Pirates were human, and would definitely be harder to deal with than demonic beasts. Just then, a voice came from the brain. We are announcing the late compensation for you, so please go out and check. Compensation arrived. Jiang Yang carpooled on the bed and pushed open the wooden door to check it out. Bang! A shiny treasure chest landed in front of the house. Yo-ho! I didn't expect the official to be quite generous and actually give a silver treasure chest. Jiang Yang's face showed joy and he rushed forward to check. It just so happens that Sable's prayer hasn't expired yet. Wrestling a double bonus. Large hands gently pushed the treasure chest open. Crunch! A familiar timbre came into his head. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 600. Remaining resurrection coins, 668. In the face of this voice, Jiang Yang had long since lost his excitement. Being an O-Dog is actually a pretty boring life. The items among the treasure chest were quickly displayed. 2 small medical kits. Jiang Yang's face was delighted. That's a good one. And the drug stockpile just got a little bigger. Open it up. Band-aids, bandages, fever reducers, alcohol pads, gauze, anti-inflammatory and analgesic ointment. There is a wide variety of everything. Handling not-so-serious traumas is no problem at all. And minor illnesses such as colds and fevers can be easily cured. Jiang Yang put the medical kit into the gold storage box for good measure. One thing leads to another. Leaderboard rewards follow. Congratulations on your first place in yesterday's list. There's no doubt that Jiang Yang got the top one again. 18,210. The score didn't really go up much. Interestingly, Zhang Wei's total points came to 3,142, placing him in 4th place. When the crowd saw the data on the list, they all started questioning Zhang Wei. Didn't you say that Jiang Yang opened the actual hammer? Solid chicken. Zhang Wei is a big liar. Not only are they alive and well, they're staying at the top of the list. Jiang Wei looked embarrassed, not expecting retribution to come so quickly. In the face of questioning, he could only choose to play dead and not respond. Inwardly, he resented Jiang Yang more and more. Damn it, Jiang Yang didn't even put me in his eyes. But I've served my purpose, and this bit of cursing doesn't matter at all. Blatantly opposing Kong Yang and allowing him to successfully ally with McDonald. Zhang Wei lost credibility, but that's no big deal. Only profit is a constant theme. Soon, the channel returned to its usual tranquility. Jiang Yang was still sitting at number 1, and no one could shake it. He has not stepped forward to explain anything, leaving the crowd feeling more and more mystified. What talent has Jiang Yang awakened? How can you get so many points every day? How much longer can he stay on top of number 1? The conversation about him is still festering, and the legend of Kong Yang is getting stronger. While the channel was hotly debating, Kong Yang, however, is worried about the rewards. Please select the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. High-end grill, medium. 2. Mighty Cow yogurt 24 boxes * 5 cases. 3. The complete works of Lu Sin * 666. 4. Ball and hair growth water 500 ml * 5. 5. 5 years of higher education. 3 years of fishing * 1314. 6. Adult magazines * 520. No! What the hell? Is this system decent? Jiang Yang's brain was a little short on options when he saw them. It's only 1 and 2 that are somewhat useful any way you look at it. The complete works of Lu Sun. As a small-town essayist who has been persecuted by the language, Jiang Yang just wants to resurrect Lu Sin and execute him repeatedly, trying to get him to pick that. No way. It's too diabolical to use to wipe your ass. Option 4 is even more magical. Pour on hair growth lotion. This one looks like a mixed bag. And the hair growth is just a bluff. And Kong Yang doesn't have trouble with hair loss, so picking this doesn't do much good at all. Option 5, that's even more weighty. Jiang Yang recalled the 3 years that he had been repeatedly tortured by the college entrance exam practice papers. It's so hard to get to the other world and read stupid to pick it. When he saw option 6, Jiang Yang was completely speechless. Only a spermatozoa would pick that, right? As a man, Jiang Yang is also horny. He thinks it's normal for men to be horny. It's in their nature after all. But Jiang Yang already had Sable Cicada, a stunning beauty, so how could he possibly be moved? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If you replace Sable with a hunk, that's slightly more considerate. Don't even think about it. This option is also a straight pass. In the end, 1 and 2 were left. Jiang Yang rubbed his head and tried his best to think. Ended up going with 1. Kong Yang has basically moved into a well-off life with plenty of food. The grill solves the utensil problem just fine and is quite practical. It's not too late to grab the Mighty Cow yogurt when you come across it later. Ding! Rewards are being issued for you. Please wait. Reward issued successfully. Please go out and check. Jiang Yang witnessed a barbecue falling from the sky. Luckily it was of high quality and didn't break at all. The grill is made of stainless steel for heat resistance and durability. The rotatable, angle-adjustable vertical structure makes it easy to grill from all angles. Insulated mesh format. Mesh size can be adjusted. The surface is specially treated non-stick rust non-stick baking. It also comes with a variety of accessories such as grill clips and brush sets. With a barbecue grill, the quality of the grill can be taken to the next level and it is also more portable. Satisfied, Jiang Yang stowed it by the fire. We'll be able to have family barbecues later. The good times are ahead. 3 p.m. Jiang Yang's deceased Susiai's gift is still being processed. Even with the best of patience, it's time to get angry. System, what the hell is wrong with you? Back to the host. An unsolvable problem has arisen. And we're still working on it. And my compensation? Shall I not add more? I know you're in a hurry. But hold your horses. Hurry, 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 hurry. I'm just in a hurry. What's wrong with King Rush? What recompense will you give me? Quickly and truthfully. Congratulations to the host. We've finally dealt with this incident. Your summoning object is? Hearing this voice, Jiang Yang couldn't help but start to look forward to it. The third S-class character. Finally. But on second thought, what if a Lubu really came out and slaughtered himself? System, I'm not in danger. Am I? Fear.jpg. Back to the host. The character's appearance will not pose a danger to you. Please rest assured. Chapter 42, the late S-class character. Guan Yu. Jiang Yang sighed in relief, his face relaxing a lot. Then hurry up and announce the results. Ding. Your summoning object is the Martial Saint Guan Yu. Name, Guan Yu. Strength level, Rock. Combat power assessment, 125. Talent, Martial Sage, Myth. Flooding the Seven Armies, Legend. A clear voice enters the ear. Jiang Yang's brain instantly went blank when he heard those two words. No wonder this man would refuse his own summons. Dare I say it was the loyal and righteous Guan Yu. Guan Yu, with the character Yun Chang, is also known to the world as Guan Air Master. Not only is he invincible in land warfare, but also in water warfare, making him a rare and exceptional general in the world. He once led an attack on Shenyang, flooded 7 armies, captured the famous Wei general Yu Ban alive, and beheaded the fierce Pang Day. The war record can be said to be unrivaled in heaven and earth, but his most important quality was his loyalty to Liu Bei. In that case, it was reasonable to refuse the system's call. Jiang Yang instantly figured everything out and came to a realization. So it is. Is it really possible for such a condescending and loyal person to remain under my command? The already apprehensive heart now began to beat rapidly. The feeling. It's amazing. A spatial fluctuation appeared in front of them. Guan Yu's stance was slow to appear. Jiang Yang looked incredibly tense and was in a cold sweat, but he remained as calm as he could, not daring to take a big breath. In the face of such a ruthless person, one had to act even more ruthless than the other party. He slowly straightened his tiger's back, gazing straight ahead as he gradually calmed his breathing. The visitor. Is he Guan Yu? Guan Yun Chang? If you've been summoned by me, why won't you come out to see me? Jiang Yang said aloud, his tone firm. As he watched, the spatial fluctuations slowly expanded. A large, red-faced man, 1.9 in height, stepped out of it, his stride unhurried, steady and strong. Guan Yu was tall and lanky, with an upright and imposing figure. He was nearly middle-aged, but his face was still vermilion red like fire, and his muscles were toned and firm. Under the thick black and hard coarse eyebrows, there was a pair of eyes as tough and extraordinary as lay stone, which were gazing like arrows shooting people. His Excellency Jiang Yang, I apologize for Guan Yu's late arrival. Guan Yu's eyes were like electricity as he scrutinized the man in front of him. Noticing the other party's gaze, Jiang Yang felt his scalp tingle for no reason. Guan Yu's sight was like a tiger waiting for its chance to strike. If he or she is even slightly negligent, the other person will turn away or give him or her a knife. Guan Yu was holding a crescent moon blade in his hand. From the looks of it, it wasn't the legendary green dragon crescent blade. The two stood against each other for a few seconds before Jiang Yang finally broke the silence. Guan Yun Chang, you would have joined the world stage as one of us, but I'm too nice a guy to let the system force you to stay here. If you don't want to stay, feel free to turn back and leave. Jiang Yang's eyes were bland and his tone was unprecedentedly calm. In the face of Guan Yu's scrutiny, he managed to be as calm as water and as immovable as a mountain. Guan Yu's expression moved and his brows stretched. He has a high character and is one of the few special beings who have managed to have a consciousness in hell. He thought that he would be able to subdue the other party with his aura, but he didn't expect Jiang Yang to be the slightest bit shaken. Just as well. Stay with him for now. Guan Yu curtsied. Guan Yu is willing to serve the Lord. But someone from Guan said ugly words in advance. If the Lord did something outside of Guan's bottom line, I will not hesitate to leave. Jiang Yang's expression remained calm as he promised. I'm relieved to have you say that. Guan Yu's word is a word. With these words, it meant that he wouldn't easily betray Jiang Yang. As for whether or not he could completely retain the other party in the future, it would depend on Jiang Yang's destiny. A great thing fell into place, and there was much inner peace. Jiang Yang felt unprecedentedly tired, and his face suddenly paled. Dealing with Guan Yu is simply stressful. It's exhausting. Inside, though incredibly tired, joy trumped any emotion. What is Guan Yu? Martial sage. To be able to incorporate such a divine general into one's command was already remarkable. Jiang Yang instructed as he led Guan Yu around the camp. Right, Cloud Breather. There are 2 companions besides me that you need to meet. Guan Yu nodded his head in agreement. My lord, please feel free to introduce them, and Guan will certainly get along with them. As they spoke, the 2 came to the place where Zhao Yun was knocking on the stone. Zilong, we have new companions. Jiang Yang looked joyful and waved his hand to call for Zhao Yun. At the moment, Zhao Yun was banging on the rocky mountain with his silver pickaxe, searching for stones with great effort. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked back. This look immediately caused Zhao Yun's heart to stir. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun looked at each other with 4 eyes and both felt their bodies electrocuted. How can this man be so powerful? Who the hell is he? The 2 men rose to this thought in unison. When a master meets a master, it often only takes one look to know the depth. Jiang Yang was keenly aware of the scene. He introduced himself to Zhao Yun, who had also stayed put. Zilong, this warrior is called Guan Yu. You can also call him Yun Chang. He will be our companion from now on. Yun Chang, this is warrior is Zhao Yun. You can call him Zhao Zilong. Gentlemen, I've got to go beforehand, so you guys can talk. Zhao Yun's eyes were sharp. Yes, Lord. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Cloud leader. fighting intent climbed rapidly, and his aura gradually became stronger. The two men's fights were gradually getting hot, and it looked like they were going to come to a standstill on the spot. When Jiang Yang saw this scene, he didn't hesitate for a second. Bugger off! He rushed to the side and checked up on Guan Yu's talent. Unsurprisingly, a mythic and a legendary talent. Martial Sage, myth gradually builds up your key value during battle and opens the Martial Sage mode when it reaches 100%. Martial Sage mode, any attack will definitely trigger 200% 300% bludgeoning damage, and the chi value will slowly drop to 0 after the battle. Flooding the 7 armies, legend consume 80% of your chi to summon a torrent of water to fall from the sky. The use of this skill is limited to lakes, oceans, and rivers. Jiang Yang read the description and felt his heart tremble. How come the people I summoned are all more perverted than one another? Both were combat-type talents, and both were powerful to the naked eye. With Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, pirates and sirens come, a few are messy to kill. Jiang Yang sked. Just as the shock was over, good news came from the system. Back to the host. Your compensation reward has arrived. Congratulations on obtaining the following props. S-rank character exclusive prop card *1. Jiang Yang was happy to hear it. There's also a real compensation bonus. This is a system that can be dealt with. A space fluctuation. The next second, a card slowly landed from overhead. Jiang Yang carefully took the item and his eyes glowed. A message came to his brain as he looked down and took a closer look. S-class character exclusive props card. Select an S-class character and summon his/her exclusive props. Chapter 43, Zhao Yun vs Guan Yu. Exclusive props for S-rank characters. Originally priced at 2,333 resurrection coins. Due to the system's own malfunctioning, it compensated for one directly, which can only be described as blood money. Jiang Yang said with a smile on his face. You really don't say. This system is quite generous. 2,333 resurrection coins. That's the amount of family money it takes to save up by opening 2 gold treasure chests. Combined with the current situation, the gold treasure chest is fixed at 1,000 resurrection coins. Jiang Yang had the assistance of Sable Cicada's prayers and took several double rewards, which led to Guan Yu's appearance. Otherwise, there might only be Zhao Yun and Diaochan holding up the fort right now. It was undoubtedly a blessing for Jiang Yang to meet Sable. Not bad for my future daughter-in-law. The pride inside is unmatched. Putting away the props, his gaze once again came to Zhao Yun and Guan Yu in the distance. A battle is about to open. Zhao Yun vs Guan Yu. Both sides are the 5 tiger generals in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and I'm afraid no one has ever seen the two fight. Being able to enjoy this scene brightly was the blessing of Jiang Yang's life. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of affecting the course of their exchange. Jiang Yang ran behind a tree and quietly poked his head out. He possessed the eye of insight talent and could clearly see the movements of the two exchanging blows from 100 meters away. The two men put down their weapons and took off their tops, wearing only their close-fitting inner work pants. Zhao Yun bowed, his eyes sharp. My humble self, Changshan Zhaozilong, please fight. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently stroked his long beard. Guan Yu Guan Yun Chang, take the battle. As soon as the words fell, the two men's auras climbed steeply. Instead of starting to move right away, the two sides looked at each other in the middle of the field, shifting their feet lightly to build up their strength. Jiang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, refusing to let go of every detail. It's about to kick off. Zhao Yun's combat power is 120. Guan Yu's fighting strength is 125. There wasn't much difference between the combat strengths of the two sides, and they both possessed mythic-grade talent enhancements. This battle is destined to be very exciting. The battle was fought in the twinkling of an eye. Guan Yu grabbed the first step. His hands were as fast as lightning, and he threw several straight punches to attack Zhao Yun. However, Zhao Yun was exceptionally agile, dodging nimbly between them with his light and dexterous stance. He raised his hand to parry a strike while striking Guan Yu in the small of the back with his tiger's mouth. Guan Yu used the momentum to bow slightly and return Zhao Yun's jaw with a back elbow bump. The two men's fists and feet clashed hard together, making dull sounds, but neither refused to back down. Zhao Yun lightly leapt up, quickly turned around, and swept out his left leg in an arc. Guan Yu pushed his chest out to avoid the leg, and with one hand on the ground he made a turn, pinned Zhao Yun's leg with his right elbow, and pushed hard. Zhao Yun's center of gravity was unsteady and he fell backwards. But he was prepared for this. His body flipped back up with his hands on the ground and his feet kicked at Guan Yu. Guan Yu rolled to avoid it and then didn't budge an inch in his attack. The two men are as agile as flying, without giving way to fight into a mutual front. Each wants to find each other's cracks. The scene is always proud of the people to worship. Jiang Yang didn't dare to blink as he frantically analyzed the situation inside. Guan Yu occupies a size advantage and is good at close combat. He throws punches with power straight out of thunder and often uses his weight to overwhelm his opponents. In contrast, Zhao Yun was known for his agility. He was able to utilize light kung fu and nimbly turn around to avoid fronts and fine angles to counterattack in melee combat. Whenever Guan Yu threw a heavy punch, he would agilely prance away to avoid it, while also striking his opponent's vital points with swift punches and palms. The two sides touched each other brazenly, which could be described as a battle of dragons and tigers. Before long, both were panting, but still none of them would admit defeat. Zilong, you're good enough to make me turn on martial saint mode. Guan Yu radiated a blood-colored aura all over his body and had already entered martial saint mode. In this state, every one of his attacks was incomparably deadly. Yun Chang, you're not bad either. I haven't fought so painfully in a long time. Zhao Yun's healing battle did not show any weakness as a dazzling green aura emerged from his body and his aura was rapidly climbing. The attribute had climbed to a frightening 200%. Let's do it again. Yes, a red and a green, once again fighting each other. The two were evenly matched, and once again they battled to the death. Jiang Yang's heart was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At first you were going back and forth, with all kinds of moves whirring and going straight up, and it was so much fun. The two held each other for a long time, each displaying their skills. As time went on, the two men gradually showed a loss of stamina. Guan Yu's pace was starting to get messed up, and his straight moves were not as strong as before. Zhao Yun saw that there were many breaks and accelerated his strikes without giving him a chance to catch his breath. A kick lands squarely in the crook of Guan Yu's leg and he staggers back a few steps to brace himself. Without letting up, Zhao Yun followed up by snapping into the neck socket to pin him to the ground, his right hand clasping his shoulder and his left hand ready to make up for it. Guan Yu made every effort to straighten his waist and hips, using his size to flip Zhao Yun over, but both of them were at the end of their tether, panting like cows. Eventually both were exhausted and supported each other as they stood up, laughing and shaking their heads as they finished. Jiang Yang let out a long breath and summarized silently inside. Guan Yu had the upper hand for a while with his physical superiority, but as the wind and water turned, Zhao Yun scored more and more with his stance and skills. The two men's martial arts are unfathomable, each with their own strengths but also with their own weaknesses. Overall, the two sides were indistinguishable. It's hard to tell the real winner from the loser, and I'm afraid we'll have to fight to the death to see the difference. Jiang Yang naturally refused to let them get to that point. As he watched the two men stand up with each other's support, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like the two have become friends. That's much better. The more you don't fight, the more you fight. Guan Yu held his back and slowed down, patting Zhao Yun's shoulder. Zilong, you and I have our own strengths and weaknesses, complementing and also encouraging each other. In the future, we must come to spar often, and in the future, we will work together to assist Lord Jiang Yang in his endeavors, and I believe that our combination will surely be invincible. Zhao Yun also gave a spontaneous smile. Brother Yun Chang, today's sparring session has given me some more insights into my belongings, and in the future we will definitely be worshipped as brothers with different surnames. What do you think? Guan Yu stroked his beard and laughed. Ha 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 ha, so very good. Jiang Yang walked in with a smile and a shake of his head. You're going to be worshipping after a fight, so it seems like you guys are hitting it off. Zhao Yun bowed to Jiang Yang. Lord, you're here. Elder brother Yun and I met at first sight. We were really tickled by our skills and couldn't help but spar. Please don't blame me. Guan Yu clasped his fists. Yun Chang's mood is indeed a bit excited to see an expert like Zilong, so I hope the Lord will forgive him. Jiang Yang laughed sparingly. It doesn't matter. If you guys think it's good then it's fine, as long as you don't kill anyone. I'm your lord on the surface, but more your companion. There's no need to have so many worries. To be able to say such words was enough to show Jiang Yang's inner open-mindedness. Guan Yu felt immensely relieved to hear this. The eyes that looked at Jiang Yang changed again. Although the age is still young, but the character is decent and generous. Jiang Yang this person can handle. Guan Yu stroked his beard and took a long exam, and there were already 10,000 thoughts in his heart. Staying in this world a little longer didn't seem like such a bad thing. Jiang Yang did not know what Guan Yu was thinking, but the other party's eyes were quite naked, which made him feel quite a bit of chills down his spine. Guan Erji, could it be that? Scrutinizing me? Guess I'll have to behave better from now on. Jiang Yang thought so in his mind. He unconsciously straightened his spine and turned away. Yun Chang, follow me. It's time to get you a place to stay. Chapter 44, Exclusive Props, Night Shining Jade Lion. Guan Yu followed Jiang Yang to the camp. He asked casually as he was about to enter the cabin. My lord, where is another companion? Where is he? Is he also an expert like Zilong? Even though he had already cut his teeth hard with Zhao Yun, Guan Yu was still not satisfied. He was already looking forward to another fierce man under Jiang Yang. Hearing this, Jiang Yang coughed and said, Ahem, cloud breather. She'll be back later. When the time comes, don't act too excited. You'll scare people. When Zhao Yun appeared last time, He had really scared Diao Cicada. Guan Yu seemed to hear the meaning. My lord, is the other companion not your wife? Jiang Yang's eyes lit up and smiled. Yun Chang, you are so smart. Nothing can be hidden from you. Speaking, Jiang Yang introduced Guan Yu into his cabin. This is my room. Don't worry, I'll build you an identical one later, and won't let you sleep on the wild floor. Guan Yu said indifferently. It doesn't matter. I'll sleep anywhere. Lord, I'm going to wander around first. I have to be clear about what's going on here. Guan Yu, as a soldier, is not much of a man of honor, as long as he can get enough to eat. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Good. You and go, and come back later and you'll see the cabin. Guan Yu clasped his fists and stepped back, turning away with his crescent moon blade. Yes, my lord. Seeing the other party walk away, a stone in Jiang Yang's heart fell with a bang. He let out a long breath and wiped away a fine sweat. How nifty and exciting. I actually did become Guan Yu's lord. It was only now that the excitement and pride crept up inside. His own orders were not half resisted by the other, so it seemed that things were going well. As things stood, Jiang Yang had another supreme general under his command, another big step forward in the great plan of laying flat. Jiang Yang sat down on the wooden bed and fished out his pipe and held it to his mouth. Rest for a while, then build him a cabin. A few moments later, Jiang Yang entered the exchange and lightly found the cabin drawings. The market price is around 300 to 400 units of wood. As soon as the sellers took a look at Jiang Yang entering the exchange, they began to frantically hawk their wares. Great God, Jiang Yang, what are you looking for? I have a lot of stones here. Do you still want them? Jiang Yang, I'll give you 20% off the price. Can I get an autograph? Brother Jiang Yang, I knew that Zhang Wei was slandering you, and now his reputation stinks. Yeah, Zhang Wei is just a minion who sees the wind. We despise this kind of person the most. Brother Jiang, I want to team up with you. 400 units of stone for a friend spot, okay? Jiang Yang, I've heard that Zhang Wei and Mac Tang have allied, so you have to be careful. Jiang Yang didn't care about these words. Within these players, quite a few of them don't have their own positions at all. He helps whoever wins. They helped Zhang Wei when he was arrogant. They help Kong Yang when he gets his way. A wallflower falls with the wind. Jiang Yang was so busy right now that he was too lazy to bother with anyone about anything. Team up? Does he need it? You don't need it at all. It's hard to manage the number of friends you have. It's a pain in the ass. As for what would become of Zhang Wei, he wasn't half interested. The district is just a small person, not worth paying attention to, as a fun to see is not a problem. As for the matter of his alliance with MacDonald, it had been expected by Jiang Yang, and there was nothing strange about it. Close to vermilion is red, close to ink is black. Even if Zhang Wei found himself, could he beat Zhao Yun and Guan Yu? Jiang Yang ignored all the information and easily took the cabin drawings with 6 pounds of bear meat. Without half a moment's hesitation, he immediately exited the exchange. Go to the back of Zhao Yun's cabin and open the treasure chest containing materials. 600 units of wood lying quietly in it. This was the material that Zhao Yun had saved up in his spare time to facilitate the construction of the cabin when the time came. Jiang Yang took out 200 units and placed them in the open space, then used the plans to build the cabin with a light touch. Guan Yu's residence is taken care of. Jiang Yang pulled out that S-rank character exclusive prop card from his bosom. S-class character exclusive props card. Select an S-class character and summon her exclusive props. The surface of the card shone with a golden glow in the sunlight. Until now, Sable, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu have no exclusive props. I wonder just how strong this exclusive prop will be. Jiang Yang had infinite expectations inside. In his understanding, anything with the word exclusive on it couldn't be bad. Zhao Yun's Dragon's Guts Shining Silver Lance. Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade. It's not a bad idea to have a random one. One has to be excited. Jiang Yang collected his mind and then lightly chanted to use it. A voice came from the brain. Ding! Please select an S-ranked character from the following table and randomly draw their exclusive props. 1. Sable Cicada. Exclusive props, Blood Bead Necklace. 7-color Treasure Hairpin. Neon Dress. 2. Zhao Yun. Exclusive props, Gentian Bright Silver Lance. Night Shining Jade Lion. White Cloud Armor. 3. Guan Yu. Exclusive props, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Red Hair Horse. Red Dragon Armor. The voice faded away and a page appeared in his head. Jiang Yang examined it carefully and sked. This is a spectacular scene. Each S-class character has 3 exclusive props. Depending on the talent, the exact type of object will vary. As for what specific uses the exclusive props all have, Jiang Yang can't be unpredictable and can only judge based on conventional understanding. The system also gives no explanation, which is tickling. Who would be a good choice? Jiang Yang looked at the densely packed words and had trouble choosing. He pressed a hand to his forehead, running his brain frantically. Sable's exclusive props, which seem to favor the support type, are currently in dire need of a combat boost, so they're not being considered for now. Jiang Yang first ruled out the first option. In that case, a choice had to be made between Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. It had to be said that the two were actually indistinguishable in terms of combat power, but in terms of ceiling and all-around aspect, it's still Zhao Yun who is better. But there's the problem of what to do when you draw a horse. Most of this world is oceanic, and ships are the most convenient means of transportation. Jiang Yang hesitated and finally chose Zhao Yun. System, I'll choose 2. Draw me Zhao Yun's exclusive props. Exclusive props are being drawn for you. Random result confirmed. Congratulations, you got the Shining Knight Jade Lion. And what a horse. It's finished. Hearing this, Jiang Yang's face darkened. What bad luck. What goes around comes around. Not waiting for him to start getting frustrated, the system gave a description of the horse. Shining Knight Jade Lion, unique, also known as Yulon White Dragon Colt, taking the meaning of its slender, white and flowing posture. It is Zhao Yun's exclusive mount. Assessment of combat power, 85. Exclusive trait, when ridden by Zhao Yun, he can consume extra stamina to run and walk on any surface regardless of terrain. Jiang Yang saw the second half of the introduction, and the man was dumbfounded. No, ignore the terrain? Water running? Chapter 45, Run. Little White Dragon. A space fluctuation. Under Jiang Yang's gaze, a snow-white horse stepped on a cloud. It is white and flawless, with long, strong and lean limbs, a supple waist, a tight abdomen and a long, slender body. Jiang Yang quietly surveyed the white horse, his inner shock unrivaled. The white horse was also sizing up Jiang Yang with his big eyes. His eyes had a light in them as if they were talking. Little brother. Where's my brother Zilong? Jiang Yang let out a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand towards the white horse. The movements were so gentle that they were afraid of disturbing them. The large hand and the horse's head touched each other and began stroking from the top down. The soft and moist horsehair imparted a comfortable touch, allowing Jiang Yang to sink into it. This is a great horse with a gentle disposition. Zilong is so blessed. Coo coo. The shining jade lion let out an intimate cry. For some reason, it didn't have the slightest resistance to Jiang Yang, but instead had a sense of affection. Just then, Zhao Yun just happened to be walking with a treasure chest full of stones on his back. His eyes reddened at the sight. Little white dragon? Zhao Yun murmured incredulously. The treasure chest on his back fell with a loud bang, catching the attention of the shining jade lion. A large pair of eyes met each other. The hearts of one man and one horse were shaken, recognizing each other in a flash. Whinny! The white dragon horse turned and ran toward Zhao Yun in the distance, his footsteps windy. Zhao Yun also took a big step forward and embraced him in his arms. Even though the two were once separated by yin and yang, the bond of the soul was unbroken and solid as ever. Little white dragon. Men have tears. Zhao Yun couldn't care less about these rules and regulations, and tears blurred his eyes. Coo coo. Little white dragon's horse head lightly rubbed against Zhao Yun, intimate and incomparable, seemingly having countless words to say. Jiang Yang quietly watched the scene with a happy mood. It was definitely a good thing that Zhao Yun and Little White Dragon could meet again. After some intimacy, Zhao Yun rolled onto his white horse and galloped around the camp. Jiang Yang followed them all the way to the beach. The Little White Dragon was so excited to see the ocean. Whinny! After a happy shout, the Little White Dragon carried Zhao Yun into the sea. Jiang Yang stood on the beach and saw Zhao Yun riding a white horse and rubbing shoulders with Diaochan. Sable looked astonished, unable to believe the scene before her. Zilong? Where did this horse come from? Zhao Yun smiled sideways, clamped his horse's back and accelerated, running straight towards the sea. Sable rushed out to stop it. Oops, that's the sea over there. Don't go over there. Zhao Yun looked back and only left behind a confident remark. Main mother, don't worry, Little White Dragon and I will be fine. Jiang Yang ran over to Sable and explained. Cindy, you don't have to mind them. You'll see the unthinkable later. Sable looked puzzled. The two of them looked extremely far away, watching Zhao Yun and Little White Dragon enter the blue sea. Above the blue sky and blue sea, a snow-white stallion was galloping on it, slender limbs like knives splitting the waves, hair flying and manes flowing. Zhao Yun and the shining jade lion became one, dancing more than just in the waves. The waves coming from the front and back, left and right, were no obstacle to them, and they all avoided them with ease. He didn't forget to look back between the rolls, looking at Jiang Yang with endless gratitude. In the distance, Jiang Yang stood on top of the beach, his eyes filled with pride and admiration for this fine horse. What a perfect pair. Sable also exclaimed. Zilong can get this horse. It's like a tiger with wings. This horse must have been summoned by the Lord? She had guessed where the horses came from and asked so. Jiang Yang laughed. That's for sure. Who else here has it besides me? Sable Cicada smiled faintly. Pouring out of the country. True enough. The sea breeze blew, the waves rushed, and the white dragon ponies galloped on. Zhao Yun and he has become the king of this sea, enjoying the joy of belonging to the freedom. Behind Jiang Yang and Diaochan, Guan Yu was walking with his crescent moon blade. My lord, Guan Yunchang has come to resume his duties. Ha! Why is there a horse in the sea? How is the person sitting on top of the horse so familiar? Soon, he found out the end. Zilong? Jiang Yang snapped his fingers. That's right, it's none other than Zilong. Guan Yu came to Diaochan and saluted her. My subordinate Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang. Meet the master mother. When Sable saw this red-faced big man, she subconsciously hid behind Jiang Yang. Hello, I'm Sable. The opponent's figure was simply too large for anyone else to look directly at him. Jiang Yang explained. Yun Chang. Sable is timid. Don't be offended. Sable-chan. Yun Chang and Zilong are both trusted partners. There's no need to be so defensive. Guan Yu nodded. Don't worry, my lord mother. Guan Yu will not harm any good person, nor will he let any good person suffer any harm. As long as I'm breathing, I'm available for anything. Sable clasped Jiang Yang's hand and nodded slightly. Aha! Sakai nodded lightly at her, his eyes turning back to the sea level. My lord, the horse under Zilong is truly a one-in-a-million horse. There was a strong sense of envy between the words. In ancient times, horses were no less important than weapons. Guan Yu eyed it. Jiang Yang spoke out to comfort him. Don't worry, Cloud Breather. I swear, Red Hair will come to this world one day and be reunited with you. Guan Yu bowed deeply and saluted towards Jiang Yang. Thank you, Lord. With these words, it was enough to make Guan Yu die for him. A few moments later, Zhao Yun rode the little white dragon back to the beach. After turning over and dismounting, he excitedly came to Jiang Yang and made a half-kneeling bow. Thank you, Lord, for the horse. Jiang Yang stepped forward and helped him up. Zilong, you and I have nothing to thank each other for. All buddy. Zhao Yun's expression did not change, and inwardly his admiration for Jiang Yang increased by one more point. With such a lord, what can I ask for in this life? Guan Yu slowly walked over to the little white dragon and reached out his large hand to carefully caress it. Good horse. Eyes full of praise and love for the little white dragon. Coo. The little white dragon was tame and did not resist Guan Yu's touch, lowering his head to rub it intimately. Zhao Yun came next to little white dragon and spoke with Guan Yu. Brother Yun Chang, you could have gotten on the horse and tried it. Guan Yu didn't have the courtesy to just roll over and get on his horse. Lightly clipping the horse's back, the little white dragon began to run slowly in place. Whinny. Guan Yu's imperial horse skills were first-rate, and he was neck and neck with Zhao Yun. The little white dragon was also very facetious and didn't throw the other out because of unfamiliarity. After having had his fill, Guan Yu rolled off his horse and returned to the trio. Jiang Yang saw Guan Yu's relaxed face and began to feel a bit foolish as well. I want to ride too. With the help of Zhao Yun, Jiang Yang stayed on the horse for 3 seconds. Then, due to unfamiliarity with the operation, he was thrown a few meters away by a backward glance from the little white dragon. Sekiyu catches Jiang Yang's body with pinpoint accuracy, so it's good to see that he's not hurt. Your honor, all of you can ride it, just me who summoned you can't I? Jiang Yang wanted to cry. The little white dragon grinned his horse's mouth, revealing an angelic smile, like a child's innocence. Chapter 46, The Siren Comes. Back at the campground, it was 6 p.m. It was late in the day, and a blood-red moon slowly rose, reflecting the entire sea into an icy vermilion color. The sea was rough, rolling the waves with thrilling echoes. The blood-red moon reflected on the surface of the choppy sea, resembling a lifelike blood-colored demon. Suddenly, a miserable demonic frolicking sound came out. G. The ferocious siren hidden in the waves slowly surfaced. It had the ugly form of a man's head and a fish's body, twisted and hideous, with murderous eyes. The siren held a tattered harpoon in one hand, and the beast's teeth grinned, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. At this moment, Jiang Yang was discussing countermeasures with the three of them in the cabin. Zilong, you and Little White Dragon are highly maneuverable, so you'll be responsible for guarding the camp. We can't afford to be careless at all with our rich family. The sirens will be dealt with by Yun Chang and I. I'll come to you for help when necessary. Cindy, just stay inside the house honestly. Guard the sea beast eggs, and don't go out easily. The three men nodded their heads and led the way. Yes, Lord. There's nothing wrong with Jiang Yang's arrangement and it really is the best option at the moment. He picked up his chopsticks and proceeded to take a bite of meat and put it in his mouth. All fill your stomachs first. It's destined to be a long night. In order to give Zhao Yun and Guan Yu plenty of fighting power, Jiang Yang cooked 6 pounds of bear meat and fish today. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu called out that it was delicious and moved their chopsticks extremely fast. A few moments later, there was a roar from the beach. A siren was in the sea, trying to come ashore in search of food. Guan Yu put on his lockjaw armor and grabbed the door. My lord, we should move. Jiang Yang followed Guan Yu out of the cabin. Wait for me. Cloud breather. His chest wound hadn't healed yet, so all he could do was hold on to the other man's thighs. The two came to the south side of the island and saw that the waters were filled with human-headed, fish-bodied sirens. Luckily, Jiang Yang had already moved all the sea fish away from the scourge. Squinting, the eye of insight took effect. Hostile creature detected, siren minion group. Battle strength range, 40-60. The siren sensed Jiang Yang's sight and started walking up the shore to howl. Turtle, the siren minions still all have higher combat power than me. Jiang Yang's hand gripped his medium-grade saber, oozing a lot of fine sweat. This was the first time he had faced so many enemies, and each of them was stronger than himself. Guan Yu's expression was bland and he looked proudly at the group of monsters. My lord, these enemies appear to be somewhat weak. Ginger. No, man. You just know how to hit me for being such a smart ass, don't you? In front of Guan Yu, a three-body alien, Jiang Yang had just become a primitive man. On second thought, the other person was telling the truth. Guan Yu has a combat strength of 125, a rock-level intensity rating, a whole tier higher than Siren and Jiang Yang. The two are simply not equal opponents. Jiang Yang understood that sirens were difficult for ordinary players, with only a few exceptions. At this moment, there were already quite a few players crying in the channel. Among them is fishing guy Mo Wei Yong. He sent successive private messages to Jiang Yang, in an eager mood. Mo Wei Yong, brother Jiang, the fish I caught today didn't make it to the transfer. They were all eaten up by the sirens. Woo woo, Mo Wei Yong, how's it going over there? Do you have any weapons to deal with the sirens? Give me one will you? Mo Wei Yong, rush 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 rush. The siren is knocking on my door. Mo Wei Yong initiated the trade request. Jiang Yang was in a meeting with Zhao Yun and a few others earlier, and only now did he notice his message. He accepted the trade request and casually gave him a medium-grade silver pickaxe that he carried behind his back. Remember to give it back to me when you're done with it. Mo Wei Yong was shocked. The other party directly threw in a handful of medium-grade props, which was indeed a bit too bold. Medium-grade props can only be opened from gold treasure chests, and their rarity is evident. Mo Wei Yong was so grateful that he cried out in pain and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you Ginger. You're electric, you're light. You're my only myth. The other party gave himself the silver pickaxe, which was a real relief. Mo Wei Yong was not ambiguous and turned his hand to Jiang Yang and gave him 3 power pills. Brother Jiang, this is the medicine I made with bear bile and other ingredients. I was planning to sell it, but now I'm giving it to you directly. Eat this, and you'll be slamming yuppies when you kill monsters. Without further ado, I'm going to that siren outside the door right now. Jiang Yang did not hesitate and accepted his gift. Listen to me, thank you. The deal is closed. 3 more red pills appeared in Jiang Yang's hand. High-quality power pill. After taking it, it can permanently enhance the attribute of strength and stimulate coitus for a period of time. Is this power pill decent? Seeing the second half of the description, Jiang Yang couldn't help but think about it. Without half a hesitation, he took one directly in front of Guan Yu. Gollum. A strange fluctuation occurred as the red elixir entered his stomach. The medicine took effect quickly. A warm current flowed through his body, swimming among Jiang Yang's meridians and washing his entire body. Seconds later, his face became incredibly flushed and he was panting like a cow. Jiang Yang felt like he was filled with power. The hands gently clenched, and the veins in his arms rose. System, check my status. A personal panel is unfolding for you. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Assessment of combat power, 35. Temporary combat strength, 60. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of insight, rare. Junior navigator, common. Junior angler, common. An additional temporary combat power has been added to the panel. This meant that his combat power came to 60 in a short period of time. Importantly, real combat power is permanently increased by 5 points, and power pills really do increase attributes permanently. Guan Yu noticed the change in Jiang Yang and marveled. My lord, your fighting power seems to have gotten a little stronger. Jiang Yang bristled. What do you mean a throwaway? If you can't talk, talk less. Guan Yu scratched his head in confusion. He was clearly telling the truth. Without caring that much, he directly copied the crescent moon blade and went forward to kill the enemy. Lord, protect yourself, and watch Yun Shang go and come. After watching the siren for so long without it coming ashore, he got a little itchy. Far out in the ocean, a few of the Sphinx sirens saw Guan Yu walking alone, and their eyes were quite a bit greedy. This human actually volunteered to die. I'm gonna eat him. They were not sane, less intelligent than normal creatures, and could not distinguish the scent of a strong person. Unbeknownst to them, high-end hunters often appear as prey. The siren couldn't wait to walk towards the shore and towards Guan Yu. Once out of the water, the oxygen will also continue to cut down, and the siren's fighting ability will drop drastically. The best way to deal with sirens is to seduce them ashore and then fight a guerrilla war. It was extremely dangerous to fight against them in the sea, and it was tantamount to death for ordinary people. Guan Yu didn't give a damn and chose to just do it. He was only seen with a flat expression, silently dragging the crescent moon blade behind him. This was the classic move he used to kill Huaxiong back then. Drag knife chop. A siren let out an angry cry. It swung the ragged harpoon in its hand in a blindfolded blow. Guan Yu moved. His eyes were slightly cold, and his right hand swung violently. The crescent moon blade cut icy traces in the air and collided with the siren's harpoon. Ding! The harpoon bounced off and the siren cracked in half from head to tail. The blood bursting onto the beach was extremely striking. Chapter 47, Hunting Sirens? Enjoying Beauty. This cut is just the beginning. With every swing of Guan Yu's crescent moon blade, a siren was killed. Blood stained the sea. Jiang Yang wasn't idle either and followed him to pick up the corpses. Ding! Siren carcass detected. Do we need to disintegrate it? Yes/no. Yes. Ding. Decomposing a siren corpse for you. Please wait. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. Primary water spirit bead *1, cursed siren meat *23 kg, undigested rotten fish *3 kg. A few moments later, on the beach in front of Jiang Yang, a puddle of disgusting meat appeared, as well as a bluish orb. Cursed siren meat, if you want to see God, build it hard. And don't ask me how I know. Undigested rotting fish, undigested stuff from a siren's pouch that you wouldn't really want to eat unless you weren't afraid of getting a weird disease. Seeing these descriptions, Jiang Yang knew that this puddle of meat should not be eaten, so he chose to just ignore it and pretend it didn't exist. Eyes come to the right. A blue-colored orb came into view. This is the primary water spirit bead that the system is talking about. Jiang Yang bent down and picked up the orb, placing it in front of his eyes for a closer look. The orb shimmered with a strange color in the blood-colored moonlight. Jiang Yang suddenly had a urge to eat it. A voice came from the brain. Primary water spirit bead, after taking it, it can slightly increase the aptitude of the water body, and there is a very small probability of awakening the water talent. Water fitness, which represents the affinity of the water. The higher the aptitude, the longer you can stay in the water and the better you can swim and dive deeper. Jiang Yang is a dry duck and can't swim. To survive in such places, it becomes necessary to enhance water suitability. The importance of the water spirit bead was self-evident. As for whether or not you can awaken your talent, that can only be said to follow your destiny. This stuff is going to be a necessity for a lot of people, and it's definitely going to have to be collected more often. Jiang Yang murmured. He followed Guan Yu closely, not sparing every body. Unfortunately, not every corpse will produce water spirit beads. Guan Yu killed almost 30 sirens at once. A total of 10 water spirit beads were produced. In the exchange, a water spirit bead can be sold for as much as 300 stones, the equivalent of 1/10 of a stone house, and nearly 7 pounds of bear meat. The price can be unbelievably high. It wasn't long before the sirens all realized something was wrong. Faced with the death of their companions, they realized something was wrong even if they were stupid. This man is strong. Guan Yu was now in martial saint mode. Killing the siren was no different than bullying a child. In esports terms, it's a proper father-son game. The gap in combat power is not something that can be bridged by sheer numbers. The siren's attack on Guan Yu, who was wearing lock armor, was not even a tickle. So far, Guan Yu had only suffered some minor injuries to his calves and was not seriously hurt. This was still the result of his momentary carelessness when he had intruded into the sea demon group alone. If you're a little more cautious the whole time, there's no at all. As Guan Yu and Jiang Yang watched, the sea demons all began to back up and dive into the sea in an obscene manner. Guan Yu only had to take one step forward and the siren would hide like a scared bird. Alas, I haven't killed enough. You guys are useless. He sighed as he stroked his long beard and stood waist deep in the sea. Jiang Yang finished collecting the last of the corpses. Getting a total of 30 primary water spirit beads was a bit uninspiring. Looking at the timid siren in front of him, Jiang Yang was also somewhat speechless. That's it? District sirens? Nothing more than that. Just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. Ow. Hearing this, the sirens let out impotent fury in the sea. Jiang Yang made a face at them. Ugly, hit me if you can. The sirens were faced with taunts, but they didn't dare to step forward at all. As soon as he saw Guan Yu standing beside him, his eyes would fill with fear. The crisis of death overpowered the hunger. It's important to stay alive. The time came to 9 p.m. The sirens abandoned the island and dived into the sea to swim in other directions. If you can't scourge Jiang Yang, you'll scourge someone else. The two were very upset that they never caught another siren. Discouraged, Kang Yang returned to the shore and sat down where he was, throwing stones angrily. What a bunch of cowards. Looking at it this way, Red Moon is nothing more than that. Guan Yu also shook his head inside. Hands just warmed up. Too bad I didn't get to kill a few more sirens. The two treat the sirens like prey. It's sick. The same situation is a very different scenario in the eyes of other players. Jiang Yang opened the chat channel. So far, roughly 2,000 people have been killed in action in the region. Red Moon and Siren, a nightmare for normal players, hastened their deaths. Those who had no talent for fighting finally realized the importance of weapons and defense. In the exchange, all combat-related items are going up in price, as are medicines. Only a very few people could be a sea demon hunter like Jiang Yang. The two returned to camp and recuperated. Jiang Yang found Zhao Yun, who was riding a small white dragon, and talked to him about the situation. Zhao Yun rolled over and dismounted, arching his hand as he spoke. My lord, 15 sea demons that came to sneak up on us were killed this night. They came from the forests of the north and were at the end of their strength by the time they got here, so they were good to deal with. The citrus trees planted by the lord, which I am also taking the time to inspect, are undamaged and growing well. Jiang Yang patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Hard work, Zilong. I don't think anything can happen to my camp with you around. Zhao Yun gladly accepted the compliment. Then he led Jiang Yang to the place where the corpses were piled up. Jiang Yang had ordered in advance that the bodies of the sirens should not be wasted and should be kept. Zhao Yun did as he was told. Jiang Yang disintegrated the corpses one by one and obtained 2 more primary water spirit beads. As of now, a total of 32 primary water spirit beads had been obtained, which was considered a fortune. The decomposed rotten meat is then buried in the ground and used as fertilizer to moisten the soil. Saying goodbye to the two, Jiang Yang took the iron bucket and bath towel and went to the lake to take a bath. The chest wound is clear enough to touch the water. It's estimated that it will be fully healed in another day. The medicinal effects of vitality tobacco are really powerful. We must accumulate more in the future. Jiang Yang thought so. Upon returning to the cabin, he saw Sable, who was clutching the sea beast's egg on the bed. Seeing his safe return, Diaochan immediately rose and threw herself into her arms, embracing him tightly. A fragrant breeze came and disturbed Jiang Yang's thoughts. Lord, you're finally back. Hearing this soft sound, Jiang Yang's eyes instantly became mesmerized. An extreme urge surged through the brain. Ha, what's happening to me? The second gave the answer right away. My big knife is hungry for more. I remember. Power pills will increase credibility. Jiang Yang hurriedly pushed Sable away and shut himself out, then meditated on the Vajra Sutra. Color is empty, and empty is color. Color is empty, and empty is color. Color is color. I am color. It's over. It doesn't work. He hurriedly opened the exchange and searched for the relevant security devices. Nobody's selling balloons. Which sucks. Jiang Yang rushed to the regional channel. Anyone selling balloons? Urgent. All the players let out a gasp. A pretty siren came to your door? You really don't have to tell me that the reproductive organs of certain snake-like sirens are a bit peculiar. Identification complete. Upstairs is A. I didn't realize that great god Jiang Yang also has this kind of need. He. I'm killing monsters. He's doing love. Is this the difference between me and list 1? Asterisk. This news is nifty. Alas, I don't know which sister got it. I'm really envious of this yellow girl. Jiang Yang's best friend, Snow Country player Sophia, just happened to see the message. She immediately sent a private chat message. Yes, a big handsome man from China. You can't wait to go to war with your wife? Jiang Yang didn't have time to bleep with her and opened the door. I'm gonna suffocate tonight without this balloon thing. Somewhere on a distant island. Sophia was laughing her ass off. I didn't expect this Jiang Yang to be so interesting. I'll definitely have to go over and meet him later. And meet his wife on the way. Sophia licked her lips lightly. She traded a whole box of balloons to Jiang Yang with a big hand. 30 in a box. Feel free to use them. You're welcome. There's more when you run out. When Jiang Yang saw the familiar doo-doo, a big stone fell violently from his heart. Safe construction starts with me. Last time it was so reckless because it was safe. Without saying a word he opened the wooden door and took the puzzled Sable in his arms. Lord, I'm still in danger. Noticing Jiang Yang's intentions, Sable blushed to her ears. Jiang Yang lowered his head for a kiss. It doesn't matter. I have my own defense. Sable's jade hands wrapped around Jiang Yang's neck and tilted her head back for a kiss. Brother Jiang, go a little lighter this time, okay? Chapter 48 Balloon Fiasco. The cold night passed quickly. The red moon didn't set until 5 a.m. The siren disappeared into the sea level and with it a red sun. The night was beyond thrilling. According to one high-profile player, nearly 3,000 players have lost their lives forever. Of course, there are a few lucky people who get rich overnight as a result. For example, Kong Yang. 8 in the morning. Zhao Yun woke up early and went to the clear lake to wash up. just in time to meet Guan Yu coming out of the cabin. He waved a greeting. "Good morning, Brother Yun Chang." Guan Yu responded with a gentle nod. "Good morning, Zilong." As he spoke, he too came to the edge of the lake and bowed up a handful of fresh water to wash his face. Seeing that Zhao Yun looked rather strange, Guan Yu smoothly asked, "Zilong, is there something on your mind?" Zhao Yun answered truthfully, "It's like this. I think I heard a cat call last night. It was quite a scratchy sound, but I went out to look for him, and he heard me push the door and suddenly disappeared again. I froze looking for a long time, and finally the kitten just left. Last night at just after 11 p.m. After confirming that there were no more attacks from the sirens, the four of them went inside and slept. Zhao Yun was a light sleeper and was still somewhat awake until the early hours of the morning when he heard something out of place. It sounded like a kitten in heat, and he couldn't help but be a little curious, so they went out of the house to check it out, but there was no way to tell where the sound was coming from. Guan Yu said fervently, "Oh, there's that? Zilong, why are you still up so late? This is not good. Only when you are well rested can you have the energy to work the next day." Outwardly puzzled, inwardly muttering, "Stupid Zilong, who actually doesn't know such things between men and women? Zilong, you're still a little too young." Guan Yu was actually very clear in his heart about what happened last night. We're all men, we've been through this before. Men know best, and Guan Yu wouldn't poke at this in front of others. But Zhao Yun is a different story. When he was summoned, his age was set to be around 20 or so. Zhao Yun got married late, so he was still untouched by the world at this time and didn't understand this about men and women. Faced with Zhao Yun's question, Guan Yu could only choose to be perfunctory. Zhao Yun continued with Guan Yu, "Brother Yun Chang, I don't think it's right. It's something I've got to get to the bottom of, or I might not be able to sleep for days." Guan Yu's face darkened into blackness. "Zilong, listen to your brother. There's no need for you to care too much about such things. Zhao Yun will be convinced. Is this really good?" Guan Yu said with certainty. "Zilong, it's just a cat. You're just being overly cautious. Didn't the Lord say that the intrusion system has been turned off, and there will be no more black bears or other beasts? As long as the sirens are gone, we're safe." Thinking of Jiang Yang's confident back, Zhao Yun was finally convinced. "Well, I was negligent and shouldn't have worried so much. Brother Yun Chang, thank you for enlightening me. It's really not necessary to keep yourself up all night for a cat." After figuring it out, Zhao Yun lifted his silver pickaxe and lance and walked straight towards the rocky mountain. Guan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Jiang Yang walked out of the cabin with the waistband of his pants. Arriving at the lake, the two greeted each other. Guan Yu indirectly stated the problem. "My lord, last night Guan heard some unusual noises. I wonder what you think about that." A look of knowing it all. Jiang Yang's face was embarrassed and he instantly understood what he meant. "Ahem, it was an oversight on my part. I'll try to keep it down next time. This reminder is as thought-provoking as thunder." The soundproofing of the chalet seems to leave a lot to be desired. The stone house will have to be set up soon. Guan Yu came forward and whispered in his ear, "My lord, Zilong is untouched by the world." He really thought there was a cat purring. Jiang Yang slapped his head. Much to his chagrin, he actually forgot about Zhao Yun's late marriage. It's really bitter for such an innocent young boy. Jiang Yang laughed bitterly. "It seems like we have to find a daughter-in-law for Zhao Yun earlier." Collecting his mind, Jiang Yang quickly made a plan for the day. "Yun Chang, you're in charge of policing the beach today." With Guan Yu, it was only natural that the guard duty should be handed over to him. Sable was exhausted from last night's great battle. Jiang Yang naturally wouldn't let her overwork herself and only put her in charge of continuing to incubate the eggs. Guan Yu clasped his fists and led the way. "Yes, Lord." After the two had left, Jiang Yang went to patrol the citrus field. The small tree had grown to a height of over 1 meter and the branches were stretching out rapidly, much faster than expected. Jiang Yang came to the lake and filled a bucket of water, then watered it evenly. It's just easier to do this with a steel bucket in place. Afterward, he came to rest under a fruit tree. Mo Weiyong sent a message. Hey, Ginger, how was last night? Ever experienced the feeling of ascension?" Mo Weiyong heard about Jiang Yang's crowdfunding of the balloon, not to mention how happy he was. Jiang Yang has made this a black history. He replied thus, "Don't mention it. It's too much of a rush. Don't ever mention it in front of me again." "Okay." Mo Weiyong bared his teeth. "Come on, we're all men. I get it. It's not normal for a man not to be horny. What I'm curious about is which of these beauties gets your coveted attention. Your rumored girlfriend is all over the channel right now. A lot of women have come forward to say that you spent the night with them last night." It's a laugh. Hearing the last sentence, Jiang Yang's face darkened into a blur. What the hell? Where did I get a rumored girlfriend? Feeling like all these women are rushing to be my wife? Mo Weiyong snickered. That's normal. isn't it? It's a woman's nature to worship the strong. Who can dominate the top of the list like you? And you're so handsome. It's murderous. Brother Jiang, take the time to look at the regional channel. You have a lot of fangirls. A lot of beautiful women treat you like a meat and potatoes. Jiang Yang was speechless. Looks like this power pill will have to be taken with caution in the future. Medicine works too well, and sometimes that's not a good thing. Last night he overindulged and didn't hold back, which is why he made this shocking mess. In the meantime, Sophia also sent a message. How many balloons did you use last night? Kong Yang handsome? Has your wife's private bed photo been taken yet? Hurry up and show me. Hurry up and show me. Everyone's looking for your rumored girlfriend. The channel's a mess, and you're really a sinful man. Jiang Yang replied. It's so convincing. You don't do anything. You just think about hooking up with other people's wives, right? I do have to thank you for yesterday's feed though. I really wouldn't have dared do without doo-doo. Sophia replied. It's okay if you don't give private bed photos. Just show me jade hands and feet. If that's not possible, a tantalizing backside will do. That's a request that should always be met, right? Jiang Yang directly refused. No, absolutely not. I will pay you truthfully for buying doo-doo, and I will not agree to any strange demands. The female ketones in the snow country can be scary. Chapter 49, The Wonderful Uses of Aqua Beads. Exit the chat channel. Jiang Yang returned to the cabin and took out the water spirit bead. Without the slightest hesitation, swallow one directly. Gollum. The water spirit beads went down his throat and tasted a little sweet and a little bit of the sea. Let's try what this thing actually does first. Jiang Yang sat still and waited for the water spirit bead to be completely digested in his body. A few seconds later, a cold stream entered the body. Jiang Yang winced. So cold. Cold currents flowed through the body, chilling the entire body. The cells were trembling uncontrollably in anticipation of the change. Shortly afterward, the cold stream turned into a hot stream into the limbs, which was incredibly comfortable. It's amazing how the pores on your skin close one after the other. I'm in an evolutionary rhythm. Jiang Yang murmured comfortably. After a few moments, all change returned to calm. A prompt came from the system. You have taken a water spirit pearl and gained the talent elementary water body suitability. Elementary water body aptitude, common a growth talent. Able to stay in the water for longer periods of time. With slightly enhanced swimming and deep diving abilities. Ding! Congratulations on your realization of the talent underwater breathing. Underwater breathing, rare can obtain oxygen by breathing underwater. Extending the time in the water by 30 minutes. Explosive rate so high? Breathing underwater is a god skill. I don't have to worry about drowning anymore. Jiang Yang didn't expect to awaken his talent after eating just one water spirit bead. With these two talents added, he was able to stay underwater for at least 30 minutes and his swimming ability was enhanced. Were the others so lucky? Subconsciously open the channel to check. Families, have you eaten the water spirit pearls? Have you gotten any talent? Took 20 of them and got a beginner's water fitness. What a ruthless man upstairs. 20 of them must have killed at least 60 plus sirens. His name is Wang Defa. He's the 45th ranked big brother. I heard that he awakened the old king next door talent, which allows him to charm the opposite sex into fighting for him, as well as brothers upstairs. There's a lot of people here, so let's borrow a step and not talk. Awesome. I just killed the one in front of my house to get one. Anyone who can't swim must take one and learn to swim immediately the next second. I heard someone on the World Channel got over 40 of them. What's his name? Bell Grills? Asterisk. Master Bay. It's a tough guy. I heard he's been dominating the number 7777 channel for days. Master Bay has awakened the god of the food chain talent and has over 12,000 points so far. Great god Jiang Yang should have taken a lot of water spirit beads as well. It can't be that bad. Jiang Yang is the eternal god. Jiang Yang exited the channel and bowed his head in deep thought. A player had eaten 20 water spirit beads, and the water body suitability was only elementary. This indicates a low probability of getting the gift. The water spirit beads needed to upgrade to intermediate water body suitability were definitely a lot. Jiang Yang got underwater breathing by eating only one, and had already made a bloody fortune. There are 31 water spirit beads left. I'm not short of food or weapons or defenses right now, so I'll sell a little first to use to sell for resources. He opened the exchange and posted information about buying and selling water spirit beads. 30 plus water spirit beads are eagerly available. Stone and wood resources are available. After thinking about it, Jiang Yang felt that something was still missing, so he immediately added a comment. Imposter girlfriends and scandalous wives don't come into the picture. Thanks for your cooperation and understanding. A few moments later, a whole bunch of news ensued. Great God Jiang Yang. I want the water spirit pearl. I want. Hurry. Whoa. So many water spirit beads. Good thick meters. Hurry up and charge. Jiang Yang is loading up. Trade requests instantly shot up to 99 plus. Jiang Yang was surprised to see this scene. The world is really crazy. Clicking on the trade request to take a look. Many people were grabbing for the water spirit beads. There's no worries about selling it at all. Okay. Jiang Yang naturally wouldn't be polite or anything and directly chose to trade with the highest bidder. The first man, bidding 700 stones. The second person, offered 1250 wood for 2 water spirit beads. Soon, 15 water spirit beads went out smoothly. A total of 10, 480 stones and 150 wood were gained. Exit the trading channel. Mountains of stone and wood were piled up in front of Jiang Yang in a spectacular manner. Take out the 2 stonehouse drawings and lightly read the upgrade in front of the cabin. Ding! Material testing complete. Do we need to upgrade the cabin to a level 2 stonehouse? Yes/no. Yes. Congratulations. The cabin upgrade is complete. With a spatial fluctuation, Jiang Yang's cabin turned into a stonehouse. The space has doubled in size, coming from 10 square feet to 20 square feet, making it instantly more spacious. The wooden bed became a stone bed, stronger and bigger. Wooden walls have become stone walls, which are much more effective in terms of soundproofing, windproofing and rainproofing. No more worrying about gusty winds and torrential rains. The wooden benches and chairs remain unchanged, and the mud fire pit is upgraded to a stone hearth. There was also an additional solid wood couch in the room, and a round table. Sable woke up from her bed just in time to see this scene and was shocked. Jiang Yang hurriedly reported to her. Sable, how about this room? There are no words to express Sable's joy. Wonderful. You're the best. Lord. Jiang Yang smiled smugly. Out the door and in front of Zhao Yun's cabin, there were a total of 2 level 2 stonehouse drawings, so naturally they couldn't be wasted. Seconds later, Zhao Yun's cabin also turned into a stonehouse. Jiang Yang was pretty sure that he would never be bothered by catcalls again. The time came to 9 o'clock. The system sent out a game announcement. Game Day 7 announcement. It's sunny with good visibility and temperatures of 16 to 38 degrees. At 7 p.m. at night, the red moon will fall on time, so look out for it. Jiang Yang checked the list and realized that he was still in the number 1 position. First place, Jiang Yang. Survival points, 21454. Second place, Hidden. Survival points, 6144. Third place, Zhang Wei. Survival points, 5740. In one day, Jiang Yang rose more than 5,000 points. More than 15,000 points away from second place. Surprisingly, Zhang Wei actually came in third place. This has raised quite a few eyebrows. Chinese players took the first and third place. An unprecedented pattern. Jiang Yang looked down and found the names of 2 familiar faces. Separately, Sophia, who came in at number 9, and Mo Weiyong, who came in at number 19. Neither one hid their names. 9th, Sophia. Survival points, 3587. 19th, Mo Weiyong. Survival points, 2241. You can do it, old brother Mo. Without realizing it, you've made it to the 19th. Jiang Yang was quite a bit in awe. Just then, Mo Weiyong sent a congratulatory message. Brother Jiang, thanks to your medium-grade silver pickaxe, I killed the siren fiercely yesterday. It's a real feather in your cap to get 19th place. The silver pickaxe is a mid-grade prop and is extremely powerful. Plus Mo Weiyong has the power pill, which climbs his combat power after taking it. Just last night, he went on a killing spree with his silver pickaxe, taking out over 80 sirens in one fell swoop. So it was a good battle. Mo Weiyong, who had been hovering just outside the 3000 mark, worked his way up to 19th place in just one night. All of this, naturally, was mostly due to Jiang Yang, who had to be thanked. Jiang Yang congratulated. From now on you're the big man on the list. Powerball can get more over here. Brother likes it. Mo Weiyong posted a slip. Hey, don't worry, Ginger. I'm sure I can give you as many power pills as I have. We're all buddies. Just now quite a few people took the initiative to add me as a friend, saying that they want to invite me to join the team. This kind of treatment has never been seen before. It's really rare. Chapter 50, Pirate Attack. At this moment, the beach on the south side of the island. Guan Yu was familiarizing himself with the use of the telescope. Not many hours later, 2 small boats were seen by chance heading this way. What are they? Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and looked closely, not daring to be careless. Upon closer inspection, it was found that 2 sabers were stamped on the other sail. Above the saber, there was a conspicuous skull design. Guan Yu has never seen pirates. Thanks to Jiang Yang has done popularization. When you see 2 sabers, or skulls, you're basically sure where the other person is coming from. He immediately confirmed the identity of the other party. The pirates are coming. Without saying a word, Guan Yu turned and ran straight to the camp. Two sailboats were moving swiftly on the turquoise blue sea level. A pirate minion lowered his binoculars and marveled. Boss was right. There really are people on that island. Just now, he had seen Guan Yu's figure. Behind the minion, the bald second mate sitting in the stern of the boat came to attention. Indeed, last night I had a feeling that the siren movement nearby wasn't quite right, and I didn't realize it was really this island. Sirens will only go forward where there are people. The second mate was keenly aware of this phenomenon and so had long been on guard. The minion flattered. Boss Sucre is wise. It was thanks to the boss fighting to kill the monsters last night that Captain Duncan didn't chastise us. Those sea demons are as weak as ants in your hands. Sucre stroked his beard and let out a loud, cheerful laugh. You're quite a kid. Once Master Duncan is dead, the devil's serpent will be mine. Remember this for your masters. I am the master of the devil's serpent, and Duncan is just a man who is going to die. Sucre spoke from the heart. Duncan, the current leader of the Magic Serpent Pirates, is also at the helm of the Magic Serpent. The crew was disgruntled because they were too old and their strength did not match their heart. On top of that, he was stingy and often owed wages in arrears. The captaincy, which should have been inherited by the young Sucre. That's when there was an accident. Sucre committed a crime and was reported by First Officer Gray. Duncan used this as a reason to take charge of the Corsairs once again and get a second wind. Sucre is resentful and vows to take back the power. The minion continued to compliment. Boss Sucre, sooner or later the devil's snake will come under you. It's only a matter of time. Then we can get rid of this hole and go around taking captives. It was common knowledge that second mate Sucre coveted the captaincy. Seeing that Captain Duncan was not present, the minions began to show their loyalty. Wouldn't it be nice to be first mate yourself in case Sucre's backlash is successful? The crowd was talking and laughing, not taking what happened next seriously at all. Sucre sent 2 ships this time with a total of 20 men. In his indoctrinated perception, these Outlander players were lambs to the slaughter and not hard to deal with. However, he never expected that this move would be tantamount to death. Death has made its mark. In the camp, Jiang Yang was worried about how to choose a reward. Congratulations on getting number 1 on the list again. Please select the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. Female sanitary napkin *99. 2. Toilet paper roll *99. 320 Caddy's big watermelon *4. 4 Superior wine 750 ml *12. There are 2 less reward options today. The system is clearly reducing the leaderboard rewards. It's expected that the rewards will get lower and lower before long, which means that the difficulty will gradually increase. For this, Jiang Yang was mentally prepared. Anyway, he had already survived the toughest period, so this reward was dispensable. Jiang Yang directly ruled out options 1 and 2 and was torn between 3 and 4. Say, does this melon keep its ripeness? 20 pounds of large watermelon *4 sounds wonderful, but I'm afraid of getting raw watermelon. Kong Yang ended up with 4. System, I choose wine. Ding. Rewards are being issued for you. Please wait. Reward issued successfully. Please go out and check. Walk out the door of the stonehouse just as a basket of red wine lands from the sky. Bang. Without any unnecessary explanation, Jiang Yang directly placed them in the corner of the stonehouse. As the saying goes, wine is for heroes. Guan Yu likes to drink. Give him a drink is perfect. Not only can enlist the people, but also enhance the relationship. After placing it, Jiang Yang went out of the stonehouse door. Guan Yu walked over with his crescent moonblade and reported the situation with it. My lord, the pirates are here. Hearing this, Jiang Yang wasn't half surprised. He looked calm, stroking his chin and commanding, Yun Chang, go get Zilong and Little White Dragon. Guan Yu led the way and turned to leave. A few moments later, 4 people and a horse gathered inside Jiang Yang's stonehouse. Zhao Yun couldn't help but be very moved when he saw that his hut had also become a stone hut. My lord's love, Zilong will return the favor. Jiang Yang waved his hand and smiled. You're welcome. I'm afraid you'll be abducted by kittens at night. Zhao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. The Lord knows about this too? I also feel a bit foolish, but luckily Brother Yun Chang mentioned it in time. As he spoke, he also gave Guan Yu a grateful glance. Guan Yu's face was expressionless as he tried to hold in his laughter. Sable looked surprised. Where's the kitten? I want to keep it. Naively, she didn't know what was going on. Zhao Yun was about to explain, but Guan Yu stopped him in time. My lord mother, the incident was just an accident. There are no kittens here. Sable had a puzzled expression. In the next second, her face suddenly flushed, as if she had suddenly thought of something. Immediately afterward she covered her face and rushed out of the stonehouse. Jiang Yang covered his face in helplessness. When he saw Sable walk away, he didn't go out to stop him. Zhao Yun looked puzzled. Lord, what's going on here? Guan Yu was still gently stroking his beard, but his big face was suffocating red. The mind kept meditating. We are professionally trained not to laugh unless we can't help it. Jiang Yang pretended to be calm. Ahem. Don't mind her. His tone suddenly became serious as he spoke. Okay, time to get down to business. Just as Yun Chang said, the pirates are coming our way. From the looks of it, the other side only had 2 boats with a combined 20 men out. Remember, when the battle is fought, try to keep one person alive for my interrogation. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu clasped their fists and led the way, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord." The voice was loud and unmistakable, like a giant bell booming. Winnie, the little white dragon, stood outside the house and let out an echo. Moments later, outside the stone house, Guan Yu wore lock armor and held a supine sword, solemn and dignified. Zhao Yun was mounted on a small white dragon, clad in lockjaw armor, holding an iron-headed pointed spear, and carrying a black-feathered war bow and arrows on his back. The man is tall and valiant. The 2 are in front of the house to be inspected by Kong Yang. Jiang Yang walked out of the stone house with his saber in hand and stood in front of them. He took the time to examine the wound while he could. It's good. It's mostly healed. Jiang Yang had no defense, only weapons, and the risk of injury was too great. This fight is out of bounds for now. His main task was to protect Sable. The crowd was fully loaded, and Jiang Yang was positive. Depart. Yes, Lord. There were only a handful of people, but their voices were like thunder. Chapter 51, Welcome to the Battle. Defeat. After setting foot on the island, Sucre spat at the first opportunity. Bah! I didn't realize there was someone hiding here. It's quite strange. The sight looked forward and there wasn't even a decent coconut tree. The entire island was covered by dense forests, which vaguely exuded a primitive flavor. The minion followed close by, echoing, "Boss, someone is even good. We searched for so long yesterday, but we didn't see half of them." Sucre smacked his lips. It's just one person. Killing it probably won't raise any experience value. Let's hope he's got company, or else it's going to be a bloodless trip out. The mission of the pirates is to hunt players, which is the only way for them to upgrade. In their eyes, players like Jiang Yang were experience packs. The group dropped anchor and disembarked, following Sucre in stride. They had just taken a few steps when they saw someone appear in the distance. Sucre narrowed both eyes slightly. Oh, actually came out to die on your own. How interesting. And there's a total of 3 of them. Ha ha ha. The minion agreed. These people were desperate the moment they saw the boss, so I guess they came to beg for mercy. It is better to surrender and live than to resist and lose your life. If you meet those pirates who are short of men, you can still get a life. Becoming a pirate is not a bad way to live. With the apparent disparity in strength between the 2 parties, both the minion and Sucre misjudged Jiang Yang's thoughts. Sucre laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, that saves us a lot of trouble. Entering an unfamiliar island in search of someone is no easy task. It is certainly not sensible to do so when the returns are not high. The other party was willing to come out and meet, saving Sucre a lot of trouble. The minions behind him grabbed their binoculars. Someone shouted excitedly, "Boss, what a beautiful oriental woman. That's just fairy-like. I can't wait to fight her for 300 rounds. Heaven forbid. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in years." One after another, the crowd grabbed binoculars and looked into the distance. Sucre's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. There are women. He hurriedly stopped and put his binoculars in front of his eyes to probe. The next second, Sucre looked dumbfounded. Beautiful. The possessiveness within was instantly ignited. This woman should only be found in heaven. Brothers, we are blessed today. Sucre turned back and laughed, his eyes fiery. The crowd quickened their pace and headed forward. 300 meters ahead, Jiang Yang lowered his binoculars. See it clearly, Cloud Breather. Guan Yu nodded gently. Lord, I see it clearly. There were 20 of them, and all of them chose to move off the ship. Zilong and Little White Dragon are already hidden in the woods, ready to come out for a surprise attack. Jiang Yang nodded and smiled. As I expected, they didn't give a damn about us. Between words, the other party had already approached the 3. The distance came to about 10 meters and the 2 parties slowed to a stop. Jiang Yang stood at the forefront and said with a straight face, "How do you call your elder brothers? Can you put down your weapons and lend a hand?" Sucre drew the machete at his waist and licked his lips. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. We don't have the heart to bleep with you." Jiang Yang said nonchalantly, "Who the hell are you guys? I have to know your names before I die." Sucre smiled grimly. "Good, then I'll fulfill you. Standing before you is the famous demon snake pirates. You'd be extremely lucky to die at my hands, because I never whip a corpse." When these words came out, the minions behind him let out a burst of sinister laughter. GG. Jiang Yang's eyes were cold. "Warning, you have encountered the Serpent Pirates. Chief, Second Officer Sucre. Combat Power Assessment, 95. Battle Difficulty, Difficult. The eye of insight recognized the opponent's strength. Jiang Yang secretly shook his head. With a combat power of 90 or so, it wasn't enough for Guan Yu to fight alone. He put on a desperate expression and asked through clenched teeth, "So it's the famous demon snake pirates. I want to join you. Is that okay?" Sucre drifted off. "Exempt. We have a full crew of 90. There's no room for you. Except for the women. A few won't be enough." Sucre walked straight towards Jiang Yang and crossed his legs. He waved the knife and pointed to his lower back. "If you want to stay alive, you'll honestly drop your weapon and crawl over my crotch." Jiang Yang laughed. "I'm sorry, Master was just messing with you guys. If you ask me, you're the ones asking for mercy today." He had a teasing smile on his face, like he was looking at a little cutie, staring at Sucre as if he were. Sucre exclaimed, "How dare you fool me? Little brothers cut him down for me. I'll cut him up by 1,000 cuts and then dry him in the sun as a human jerky." Just then, Guan Yu's voice rang out like thunder. "You're the one who's going to die by 1,000 cuts." At some point, he had raised the crescent moon blade and swung it vigorously towards Sucre. Sucre didn't have time to see the action, and his eyes went slack for a split second. Giggle dash. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the beach. Sucre's fresh flesh was cut in half with a single slash. "The boss is dead." The crowd was shocked. None of them saw how Guan Yu struck. A thought snapped into his mind. This person was a rock-level Jedi Master. There was a vibrating sound at his feet. One of the minions turned his head to check, only to find the cold aura creeping up on him. "Enemy!" Before he could cry out, his head had already been poked by a long spear. The little white dragon performed iron hoof trample in the crowd, kicking several people into the air with ease. Guan Yu swung out several swords one after another, splitting the men in half in the air. Several people were instantly killed, and the members of the pirate group were in chaos. What was thought to be a massacre turned out to be their own prey. The minions are disorganized and have no intention of resisting. "Run!" The remaining dozen or so people turned into birds and beasts and scattered towards the distant ships. Kang Yang found an opportunity to set his sights on a slow runner. He swung his blade out vigorously, killing the man. Blood erupted and the sand was blood red. "Kill for me. Just remember to leave one alive." Jiang Yang looked enthusiastic and turned back to shout at the two men. "Yes, sir." Zhao Yun and Guan Yu immediately gave chase. The pirates were already in disarray, completely disregarding the deaths of their companions, using their milk strength to stride their legs. The fear of death took over. Two of them were the fastest runners and were able to get on the boat ahead of the others. They quickly stowed their iron anchors and pushed their boats off the shore, then quickly sailed away from the area. The scenes of carnage on the beach terrified the two men, and cold sweat broke out frequently on their backs. None of his companions survived more than half a minute. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu became the gods of death who harvested lives. Who the hell are these two people? Why do they even have horses? Ah, I'm going crazy. Can't this boat go any faster? The ship sailed slowly towards the distance, gradually losing sight of the coastline. Finally saved. The two men looked at each other with mutual relief. How are we going to explain this when we get back? What else can I explain? The boss is dead. So of course I'll explain truthfully. We'll be eaten as deserters by the captain's serpent. Won't we? Heaven forbid. Ever. Just then, the sound of a raging wave reached his ears. The two of them turned around to see Zhao Yun riding a white horse and coming towards the ship treading waves at a fiery pace. How can a horse run on the sea? Am I dreaming? Their minds went blank, their eyes unbelievable. And at that moment, the little white dragon made a long leap and crossed over the heads of the two. Under the blazing sun, Zhao Yun was like a god descending from the heavens as he fought his way through the air to thrust out a spear. Giggle dash. The head of the gun struck a man squarely in the left side of his chest, killing him instantly. The remaining one hurriedly raised his hands in surrender, his eyes terrified, not daring to put up any resistance. "I don't want to die. I surrender." Chapter 52 Haiji. Bounty. Treasure. After more than 20 years of living, this was the most desperate day for Pirate Chris. He carried Zhao Yun back to the shore, not daring to look at each other the entire time. The lance was across his neck, and if he dared to disobey in any way, his life would be in jeopardy. Jiang Yang waited on the shore. After the ship docked, Chris was escorted to the blood-stained sand. "Say, just how many of you are there? How many ships? And how long you plan to stay here?" Jiang Yang asked as he sat on a rock with a pipe in his mouth. Chris was too pale to hide anything. There are 92 of us. 11 ships, the largest being the Devil's Serpent, helmed by Lord Duncan himself. As for how long I'm going to stay here, I don't know. The pipe in Jiang Yang's hand spun. "I see you're running pretty fast. What's your name and what's your position?" Out of 20 people, this man was the fastest. Seeing that the boss was killed, he pulled out his legs and ran away, intending to go back by boat to inform the others. It was a good thing that Zhao Yun had the night illumination jade lion. Otherwise he really couldn't do anything about the other party and could only watch the other party escape. Chris came clean. My name is Chris. I'm a navigator. Under the orders of Second Officer Sucre. Jiang Yang pointed at Sucre's corpse and said lightly. Starting with this dead man, tell us the specifics of your pirate crew. Chris glanced at Sucre's body and his face instantly went white. He felt his mouth dry and didn't dare to hide anything. After a moment of mulling over what to say, Chris pontificated. The man who died was named Sucre, the second mate, or fourth in command, of the pirates. On top of that, there are the three adults, the captain, the mate, and the first mate. The captain's name is Duncan, and we call him his lordship. The mate is the young and beautiful Mrs. Duncan, and the first mate is Gray the Snake. Master Duncan has been at the helm of the pirates for 40 years and is our spiritual leader. He is powerful and possesses a demonic serpent dagger that can control the black snakes in the sea to fight. Extremely terrifying. That's how the demon snake pirates got their title. Mrs. Duncan is an extremely attractive woman who just turned 24 this year. Gray the Snake, a man of exceptional physical strength and Master Duncan's right-hand man. Jiang Yang squinted his eyes to digest the information. Taking in too much at once, the brain gets a little overloaded. Guan Yu spoke from the sidelines, stroking his beard. My lord, this man's words should be true. To a certain extent, Guan Yu can tell the truth of others' words. It had to do with his keen sixth sense. Zhao Yun also chimed in. Brother Yun Chang is right. I don't hear a heartbeat anywhere. Chris sighed with relief and cold sweat. In order to stay alive, he could only tell all the information, and naturally, he would not hide anything. Jiang Yang nodded slightly and continued to ask, how old is Duncan now? Chris thought for a moment and replied, over 70, long past retirement age, but don't be fooled by his appearance. As long as you have the demon serpent dagger, no one in the entire pirate corps is a match. In the entire ocean, there is no one who can stand up to him either. He made a point of adding the latter. Jiang Yang nodded. I understand, and I'll definitely take your advice. Chris, do you have anything else to say? Think about it some more. Like treasure or something. I'm more interested in that. Chris was inwardly surprised. Opponents trying to put their hands in Duncan's pockets is tantamount to death. Duncan has over 70 men left under him. These 70 or so people were no slouches, loyal to him and strong in battle. On Jiang Yang's side, how it looked like there were only 4 people and 1 horse. The gap was quite wide. Just because you can kill second mate Sucre doesn't mean you can kill Duncan. Trying to hit the treasure is even more of a pipe dream. Despite his inner thoughts, Chris pretended to think about it and then obeyed. I really don't know anything about the treasure, but I'll vouch for the fact that Lord Duncan's family fortune is certainly not on board. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. Oh, looks like I really need to meet this Duncan. I'm drooling at the thought of him burying a treasure. The words were full of confidence, as if this was a natural thing to do. Chris was secretly speechless. What a joke! Lord Duncan regarded the treasure as an anticlimax, and to move against it was tantamount to delusion. Dozens more would not be enough to kill Lord Duncan, I'm afraid. Yet he was smart enough to know not to say that. Chris, feigning excitement, chimed in. My lord, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lord Duncan is a 1-star wanted man. Killing him will get you a decent bounty. If we can find his charts and treasure keys, I'm sure the treasure will be in your pocket. Jiang Yang's mood became more pleasant. After I kill him, I'll still get gold coins? Chris's pupils flickered slightly as he mulled over what to say for a moment. Yes, my lord. Lord Duncan is one of the targets of the Hay Division's bounty. Give the special props on him to Haiji, and Haiji will be able to give you a massive bounty. Chris said a bunch of things. Something about the feud between the Sea Division and the pirates. Something about the two being fated enemies. Or something like that. Jiang Yang pressed his temples, his mind thinking quickly. He gradually understood everything. The Seas Division, full name Marine Divisional Police, is the justice organization of this world. They shoulder the burden of fighting pirates and maintaining the order of the world's oceans. The Sea Division and the pirates are incompatible and the two sides are hostile to each other. When Haiji encounters an enemy he can't solve, he will solve it by issuing a bounty quest. And in the setting, the players are the ones who exist to tackle these hard cases. Just then, a message came from the brain. Ding! You have been informed of a bounty quest. Kill Duncan, leader of the Devil Snake Pirates. Target area, number 6666C area. Reward level, 1 star. Reward? After killing any pirate leader for the first time, the bounty system will be activated. And then the special forces of the Seafarers Alliance, Pirates Alliance, and Free Peoples will appear. The voice disappeared into thin air. Jiang Yang pressed his forehead in thought. I really didn't realize that this world has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. The pipe in his hand whirled, and Jiang Yang made a judgment. The second mate is the 4th in command of the Pirate Corps, yet his combat power is only in the early 90s. Their strongest combatants are estimated to be in the early 100s, which is completely manageable. I'll take this bounty. He made his decision on the spot. Jiang Yang suddenly stood up and said to Chris, "You know these waters well, don't you? Can you find his fleet?" Chris replied in confusion, "Yes, my lord. What can I do for you?" Jiang Yang made an expression of taking things for granted. "That goes without saying. Find a chance to slaughter Duncan." "Of course." Chris instantly panicked. "Are you in a hurry to get reincarnated? What a lunatic." Chapter 53, Target, the Devil's Snake. Jiang Yang knew he had to move right away. Once this is delayed, there is bound to be a change of heart. A pirate group of more than 90 people was suddenly missing 20 or so people. If time dragged on, the other side would definitely be alerted, and changes would inevitably occur at that time. Duncan, despite his 70+ years of age, still has a robust mind and thought he wouldn't make that mistake. What if he gets scared and runs away? This is a walking gold coin. Really run. Jiang Yang designated to meet pain. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun echoed this thought and agreed. "My lord, it is time for us to move at once." "Yeah, it's just a couple of petty thieves. No big deal." Chris was confused when he heard that. "Come on, are you guys for real? You think you're invincible just by killing 20 or so people on a surprise attack?" In his opinion, Jiang Yang and the others owe much of their battle to luck. Sucre and the others weren't that bad. It was the tactical defiance of the enemy that led to the defeat. In case of a serious fight, he believed that the high probability of death would be Jiang Yang. Now a few are clamoring to challenge the entire pirate crew. Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Sucre saw that Jiang Yang was so confident and knew that persuasion was definitely not possible, so there was only the option to concur. All the while inwardly worrying about myself. It seemed difficult for himself to escape death today, without any semblance of suspense. Jiang Yang, before these people die, will certainly kill themselves first. Pad back. After all, it is their own team. Certainly have to take the blame. Jiang Yang could see his concern. "Chris, if you can honestly lead us to Duncan, then I can probably spare your life. If you have any dissent, you'll end up like Sucre." The warning was strong as he reached out and pointed at the body. Chris, despite his disbelief, could only agree. "Well, I'll certainly try to bring the ship into place." Guan Yu patted him on the shoulder. "What? You sound like you don't quite believe in our strength?" Chris shook his head frequently. "I dare not. I really believe it." Zhao Yun's expression was calm and flat. "Don't worry. The Lord is a man of his word and will certainly not go back on his word." Hearing Zhao Yun's words, a glimmer of hope grew in Chris' eyes. Of all the people present, only his words had quite a bit of credibility. The scene of the white horse running through the sea still echoed in his mind and became an unforgettable memory of his life. Zhao Yun is really strong and has the ability to fight Duncan. There was some hope of taking out Duncan if he could find a break to catch him off guard. What if this really works out? Chris couldn't help but begin to long for it. A few moments later, Sable was sent back to camp. The two embraced in front of the door, and Kong Yang comforted her for a long time before reassuring her to stay on the island. Her mission was to hide and keep herself safe. 3 men and a horse, as well as Chris, were on the boat. Jiang Yang stood at the back of the ship and closed his eyes, and the maneuvering images immediately appeared in his brain. Possessing the elementary sailing talent, one could make a ship travel across the sea with just a slight movement of the mind. Sailing speed, on the other hand, is related to the boat itself, the boat operator, the wind, and the current of the water. Overall, very complex. The full speed of the pirate ship was around 18 knots, and it could get to around 14 knots under Jiang Yang's maneuvering. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu looked on in wonder. "Lord, it's really everything. Admirable, admirable." Under the hot sun, a lone boat seems to be traveling like a grain of rice in the blue sea. Seagulls fly overhead and fish swim in the water. There were several sharks eyeing the waters around them, and even whales spouting in the distance. The sea breeze whistled in, blowing a few people's hair out of their faces. Jiang Yang felt the sea breeze on the boat with a complicated mood. Soon they will have to fight pirates. The aftermath of the killing had not yet faded, and what had just happened was still fresh in my mind. White knives in, red knives out. Killing is fun for a while, but a little panicky afterward. What if this knife falls on me? Jiang Yang wasn't the kind of person who was vicious and wouldn't show his fangs on a normal day. The whole killing thing was something beyond reason for him. He came to the little white dragon's side and stroked the horse's nose to ease the tension in his mind. Coo coo. The little white dragon let out a soft whine of comfort, reaching out to rub his head in a sign of intimacy. Guan Yu could see Jiang Yang's troubled state of mind and did not dare to come forward to disturb him. Zhao Yun wanted to go up and comfort him, but Guan Yu stepped in to stop him. Zhao Yun expressed his disbelief. Guan Yu explained to Zhao Yun. "It's the first time the Lord has killed someone. It's normal to be scared inside. You have to get past your own heart in this matter of killing. Zilong, you should know that." Zhao Yun looked at Jiang Yang in fascination. Under the throne, there must be mountains of corpses. Time flies and it's already 1 p.m. Under Chris's guidance, the boat sailed past 5 islands. My lord, we have arrived. Jiang Yang organized his thoughts, and when his eyes opened again, they were as firm as water. He picked up his binoculars and saw a pitch-black warship in the distance. It is about 30 meters long and 8 meters wide and is made of sturdy black pine wood. The two sides of the ship are painted with lurid snake decorations. The snake's mouth is open as if to devour human souls. At the ends of the head and tail are huge wooden carvings of a hideous serpent's head. The 3 sails are the tallest in the center, with yellow borders on a black background, depicting a giant serpent that reaches the entire length of the sail. The Devil's Snake. A loud name came to mind. Chris chimed in. The Devil's Serpent, fully loaded with 36 people, barely makes it into the 2-star warship category. Both the fore and aft boats have a pirate 36-pounder gun with a firepower rating of 35. With a speed of 35 knots at full sail and an impact force of a terrifying 45. It's perfect. It's just a shame that the man in charge now is Duncan, an old man who's no good. The more Jiang Yang listened, the more energized he became. This ship's attributes hanged over his own hunter sailboat. It would be nice to have it in the bag. Guan Yu lightly stroked his beard and said, a 2-star warship. Surely it can't be that bad. If the Lord wants this ship, Guan will fetch it for you. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and exclaimed, willing to serve the Lord. Seeing that Jiang Yang had pulled himself together, the two of them were pumped up. Chris blanched. What a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Yang laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, then what are you waiting for? Kill me. Kill me hard. Chris, full speed ahead toward the Devil's Snake. Chris gritted his teeth and agreed. Good. Chris, will accompany you in your madness. Feeling Jiang Yang's call, he looked insane as well. Isn't it just to die? I'm not afraid. In the next second, the ship sailed towards the Devil's Snake at an extremely fast speed, without even taking a turn. In the meantime, Duncan on the Devil's Snake was frowning in thought. What the hell? Why did Sucre's men bring a couple of strangers here? At his advanced age, he had no idea what the other man was thinking, but the experienced man gave the order. Men, send me a boat to stop that ship and bring up the strangers and the horses. We're having horse meat tonight. The voice was loud and unmistakable, but vaguely tinged with a hint of decay. Behind the cabin, an unusually beautifully dressed woman stepped out. She carried her binoculars in her white, plain hand and looked into the distance. Unworthy old man, today is your funeral day. Duncan scoffed. Just these few people still want to take my life. This is really a big joke. I'm the leader of the demon snake pirates. I've been active in these waters for over 40 years, and no one has been able to do anything to me. Mrs. Duncan showed her white teeth and snorted. You're the one who's a big joke. Duncan, you can have my body, but not my heart. Duncan, red-faced, slapped his opponent. That's enough. You stop it. Mrs. Duncan's face was red and her eyes full of hatred. Chapter 54, The Sage of Guan reveals his power. Around the Devil's Snake, countless small boats were floating. At Duncan's command, countless hooded sailors entered them one after the other, steering their ships toward the far side. They copied different weapons in their hands and looked cruel. Seeing the lone ship approaching in the distance, they all rushed forward to take credit for it. There were only 4 people on the other side, so I don't know where they got the courage to challenge the demon snake pirates. It's totally open and shut to come and die. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were silently building up their chi as red and cyan-colored auras emerged from their bodies. No one was more nervous than Chris. He was the most bottomless person on the scene. Thoughts of escape kept arising within, only to be constantly dispelled by those around him. Jiang Yang's expression was not half as nervous, indirectly infecting and encouraging him. Could these two really be that powerful? Are you really going to hug yourself today? Chris couldn't help but begin to look forward to it. The two sides began to approach quickly and began to exchange words. The pirate minions recognized Chris and whistled sarcastically. Chris, you're a gutless bastard. I'm going to stew you today. Ha ha ha, to be captured by a few outsiders. What a joke. Where is Sucre? Did he get pouted out by these guys and is now hiding in the shadows, not daring to see anyone? You're on the wrong side. Chris, we've got an extra plate of human meat for dinner today. Chris grimaced, not knowing how to answer. It's too late to backtrack now. You're dead either way. Chris let out a loud curse. A bunch of booze-soaked fools who push their luck all day long. I'm standing right here. Your father. Come me if you can. The smell of gunpowder came up all of a sudden. The distance between the two parties came to 50 meters at once. Many of the pirates began to plunge their bowstrings and shoot arrows. Shoo shoo shoo. A stream of arrows came towards the ship, and a sharp whistling sound cut through the ears. Guan Yu stood at the bow of the ship and swung his crescent moon blade. The blade danced round in the air, repelling all arrows from the ship. There is only one word to describe this scene, and that is impeccable. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing kept coming, and the arrows kept scattering in the sea. Without exception they were all stopped by the blade. After a shower of arrows, no one on the ship was actually injured. What's the situation? The pirate minions were taken aback, but what followed was even more shocking. As the crowd watched, Zhao Yun launched a comeback. You're the only ones who can shoot. He reached out and pulled up the black-feathered war bow behind him, and quickly took a triple shot with a full string. Shoo shoo shoo. The 3 arrows instantly came off the bowstring and drew a straight line in the air. Giggling and giggling dash. In the next second, 3 pirate minions fell in response, blood splattering from their throats. The body collapsed in place. Just struggled a few times, immediately pupils lax. What a situation. So accurate. The pirates were alarmed. Zhao Yun bent his bow again and aimed at the nearest person. Don't worry. There's more. The pirates didn't dare to be careless at all. They all hid under the ship and didn't dare to show their heads at all. The arrows whistled in the air like life-threatening death. As long as someone dared to probe, they would immediately eat an arrow and perish on the spot. Chris watched in horror from behind him. Geez, this man is not only a good shot, but also a connoisseur with a bow. The eyes were filled with admiration for Zhao Yun. Not to be outdone, Guan Yu couldn't wait to jump onto the approaching pirate ship. When the pirate minions saw him come to the door of his own accord, they instantly copied their weapons and began to fight back. Came to die, didn't you? The crowd was enraged, wanting to chop Guan Yu into pieces, swinging their weapons one after the other in their hands. Guan Yu's eyes went cold as he copied his crescent moon blade and blocked forward. Ding! The 3 men's weapons were easily bounced off, and Guan Yu turned around with an arc moon slash, cutting the 3 men off at the waist. The sound of blood and flesh breaking apart was unmistakable. Several other sailors were instantly alarmed at the sight. Guan Yu turned around and squinted his eyes as he looked on, copying the crescent moon blade and preparing to do it again. The other party didn't dare to take the slightest chance, and even chose to jump off the ship directly. Disperse quickly. These 2 are strong. I'll deal with them. Seeing that multiple people had already been killed, First Mate Snake Man Gray stepped forward. He was 1.9 meters tall and unusually muscular, on the same level of intensity as Guan Yu. Bang! Gray jumped on Guan Yu's boat and plowed into his machete to fight him. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes and the Eye of Insight worked instantly. Hostile elite unit detected. First Officer Gray. Combat power assessment, 130. Strength level, rock. Combat difficulty, hell. I can't believe it's a rock level master as well. The sailors instantly cheered loudly when they saw the first mate step forward. Gray. Avenge our brothers. 17 brothers have already been killed. You need to put your best foot forward. Gray responded. Don't worry. I won't show any mercy. His eyes were fiery, and he treated Guan Yu the way he looked at his prey. I know you're strong, but you messed with the wrong opponent. Today is the anniversary of your death, and I will make your skull into a rice bowl to honor my brother. Guan Yu shot his opponent a look with his Danfeng eyes. You talk a lot, but your real skills are not enough. Gray's body was bursting with veins and he was furious. What a pompous ass. Who gave you the confidence to say such things? Guan Yu stood upright and stroked his beard in reply. Just because my name is Guan Yunchang. As soon as the words fell, a dragged blade chop was already made, clashing brazenly with the opponent's large blade. The clash between powerful people often saw blood with their knives. Both of their weapons showed slight cracks. Guan Yu felt a huge force hit him, and a trace of blood crumbled out of his tiger's mouth. Gray wasn't having a good time either. His tiger's mouth jarred raw. Gray's greatsword was an inferior weapon, not as powerful as Guan Yu's, but superior in quality. So it's a move where he's half a point ahead. Gray let out a big grin. The snake pattern on his face was creepy. Ha 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 ha, you're just talking big. Your power isn't even as good as mine. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like his weapons needed to be updated. It's just as well that the others can be borrowed. Thinking of this, he could not help but swing out a blade again. The chi value was quietly building up, and it wouldn't be long before the martial saint mode could be activated. That's when Gray will die. The two began to trade blows again, their moves wide open. Both parties stopped fighting and stared intently at the amazing battle between the two. Gray moved sinisterly, occasionally bringing out a damaging move to poke a small hole in Guan Yu's lockjaw armor. Guan Yu diffused them all with his strength, his eyes cold and indifferent, and he didn't step back by half because of his injuries. The sailors were enraged, as if they had seen the image of Guan Yu being beheaded. Well played, Gray. Gray. Harder. Have you not eaten? Gray's eyes went wild and he swung out a knife. You're dead today. Guan Yu swung his sword in defense, holding it against his chest. Damn man, it's you. Next. A red light appeared on Guan Yu's body and an appalling aura burst forth. His moves became even more severe and could be considered deadly. The chi value reaches 100% and the martial saint mode is activated. Gray suddenly became overwhelmed. Struggling to parry his opponent's attacks, a bloodied gash soon appeared on his shoulder. He looked appalled and was inwardly overwhelmed with astonishment. It was clear that he had the upper hand just now. So how did the situation suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse? Just as he was thinking, Guan Yu had already entered a state of oblivion. With the first swing, Gray could no longer hold the greatsword with difficulty. Barely holding on, the second blade swung out, and Gray had an additional bloodstain on his body. Horrible to the bone. The third blade swung out, and Gray didn't dare to resist it anymore. Turning to flee. Where to run? Guan Yu roared and stretched his legs in place, flying 3 meters away. Gray turned to look, only to see an icy blade light coming at him. Pust! The large head was decapitated and fell into the sea, causing gusts of crimson-red ripples. Gray! Die! Guan Yu caught his greatsword in the air and looked around. Guan Yunchang is here. Who dares to come? The voice was like a great bell in the mountains, and it struck the souls of all present with a bang. The pirates gulped and their eyes averted. Seconds passed, but no one dared to come forward to challenge. Guan Yu stood upright in place as if he were a god of war. Chapter 55, Flooding the Seven Armies. First Mate Gray was beheaded and the pirates were on edge. Strength as high as 120 didn't even manage to take down Guan Yu, so it's clear that the opponent is extremely powerful. Aboard the Devil's Snake, the aged Duncan also frowned as he witnessed the scene. Where did the dingo come from that managed to kill Gray? So it looks like Sucre is probably dead too. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. After a few words, Duncan turned away and stepped into the darkened cabin. At sea level, the Great War resumes. When Guan Yu saw that the pirates were not moving, he took the initiative to find the door. The surrounding pirates immediately came back to their senses, not daring to fight head-on with them, turning to use flying daggers and bows and arrows against the enemy. Brothers, there are more of us. We don't need to be afraid of him. Gray has already wounded him. We just need to hold him back. Get the boats moving. Fight the gorilla. Fight the gorilla. With a few shouts, many of the pirates sailed their ships away from Guan Yu. Shoo shoo shoo. A burst of bows and arrows came towards Guan Yu, falling like rain. Guan Yu had to stop his pace and swing his sword in defense on the ship. Zhao Yun saw his chance and started bending his bow and arrows to shoot the pirates again. Brother Yun Chang, I've come to help you. As he spoke, 3 more arrows were fired, killing 2 pirates who were too late to dodge. The pirates turned to slant a portion of their fire cut towards Zhao Yun. Lord, hide behind me. Zhao Yun's eyes were stern as he raised his spear and swung it up brazenly, rejecting the bows and arrows from the ship. Jiang Yang is right at the stern of the ship. We can't let him get hurt. Guan Yu got a moment to catch his breath and shouted towards Zhao Yun. Zilong, buy me some time. I'm going to unleash my skills. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his body began to build up his aura. A horrifying shockwave vibrated out of the body. Intimidating. Jiang Yang's eyes flashed as his mind recalled Guan Yu's other talent, flooding the 7 armies. The pirates weren't stupid. Seeing that Guan Yu was about to zoom in, they started shooting their bows and arrows towards him again. Just then, Zhao Yun rolled onto his horse and barked in admonition. My lord, I'm going to help Brother Yun Chang by some time, so take care of yourselves. At the end of his sentence, Zhao Yun straddled out of the ship on his little white dragon and charged towards the pirates. The horse's hooves stepped on the surface of the sea without the slightest obstruction, and its speed was as fast as if it was walking on the ground. Jiang Yang answered loudly. No problem, I can protect myself. At the word, he steered the ship away backwards as fast as he could. Quanji is about to zoom in. If you don't run now, when will you run? God, what do I see? Horses run on the sea. Horses run on the sea. Attack him, attack him. He's getting close to us. The little white dragon was on its feet. The waves couldn't catch up with its ass, and in a flash it was running ahead of a boat. Zhao Yun raised his spear with his right hand and violently stabbed at the panicked pirates in front of him. Giggle, giggle, giggle dash. Guns over the head. 100 shots. In an instant, 5 of the pirates were killed in action, and the pirates around them panicked. It's over. How come the bow and arrow can't reach them? Too fast to react. I can't even see their shadows. The pirates were cursing and swearing, but the bows and arrows in their hands didn't stop in any way. However, none of the arrows hit the target. In the meantime, the greatsword in Guan Yu's hand also stopped swinging. His almond eyes opened angrily and he shouted, Die, little brats! Flood the 7 armies! Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, a monstrous torrent rose from the east. The pirates turned their heads to look. It was a huge wave that was 20 meters high and was traveling fast towards the ships. It's over. All of them subconsciously gave birth to a sentence, and their hearts were overwhelmed with despair. Junk ship! Junk ship! I don't know which one of them shouted out a word, and the pirates scrambled and started jumping off the ship, each one looking horrified. By this time, Jiang Yang's ship was out of range. He looked back. His eyes also filled with horror. This Nima is too terrifying. Is it a move that a human can make? Bang! As Jiang Yang watched, huge waves slapped all the ships away. Many of the pirates who couldn't jump off the ship in time flew nearly 100 meters diagonally with the ship, then landed dead on the surface of the sea. Falling into the water at this height is tantamount to jumping off a building. There was a lot of snapping, and the whole ocean was littered with corpses. Those who fell from the heights were bleeding from their 7 corners and were too dead to die. After releasing the flooded 7 armies, Guan Yu was panting like a cow, still standing upright in the lonely boat. He had already consumed nearly all of his qi, and was incomparably weak, no longer able to fight with high intensity. All the ships of the pirate minions were capsized, and the scene was one of mourning. Zhao Yun was in charge of the finishing touches, catching swimming pirates on the surface and poking them. Soon the waters were red with blood. The minions were dead, wounded and out of action. In the distance, only the demonic serpent ship was unharmed. Just now, a special shield flooded its surface, defending against the attack. Lord Duncan stepped out of the cabin, his eyes horrified. Damn it, the vessel's water shield actually broke. Who the hell is this guy? At some point, he already had a pitch-black dagger in his hand. Duncan sighed. That's just it. It looks like this is a calamity that my demon snake pirates must go through. If you survive today, you can still rise again tomorrow. His eyes suddenly went crazy. Immediately the next second, he slashed his wrist, and a stream of blood flowed into the middle of the dagger. Come on, my boy. A murmur of magical power. Seconds later, the entire ocean sent out a palpable vibration. The 4 Jiang Yangs cast their eyes toward the bottom of the sea. What the hell? Chris said in horror. It's Master Duncan. He's conjured up the black serpent. My lord, we have to leave now or we'll be eaten alive by it. He shouted at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang looked calm and said, I'm not going to leave Shirong and Yun Chang behind, so if you want to go, you go. Don't worry, your mission has been accomplished. I'm as good as my word. He reached out and pointed to a small, unoccupied boat next to him, signaling that the other man could leave at any time. Chris struggled for a moment, but decided to grit his teeth. Then I'm not leaving either. In full view of the crowd, a water snake as wide as 1 meter surfaced. It was pitch black, covered in old shells, and tens of meters in length. The giant snake opened its golden eyes and looked towards Zhao Yun, who was standing on the lone boat. Jiang Yang's eye of insight gave the information. Hostile elite unit detected, cursed sea serpent. Combat power assessment, 160. Strength level, rock. Combat difficulty? Combat strength 160. Seeing this number, Jiang Yang's mind was shaken. What a concept to have higher numbers than both Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. Can you beat it? Seeing Zhao Yun's eyes, Jiang Yang developed an inexplicable confidence. No, it's definitely beatable. Zhao Yun's expression remained light and breezy, as if there were no ripples. He stroked the horse at his crotch and spoke softly. Little white dragon. Scared? Winnie. The voice was loud and unmistakable, with no hint of fear, and even a bit of disdain. The corners of Zhao Yun's mouth rose as his smile blossomed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Winnie. The white shadow crossed the sea. The giant snake hissed, and the two instantly battled. Chapter 56, The Embrace of the Devil's Serpent. The sea serpent let out a long cry, and its huge bloody mouth lunged towards Zhao Yun. The white horse kicked his legs and dodged the huge mouth. At the same moment, Zhao Yun raised his lance in his hand and it stabbed into the snake's body like electricity. The sea serpent hissed in pain and flung itself wildly. Zhao Yun tightened his grip on the reins, and the white horse's hind hooves kicked away the sea serpent's brain, drawing out his lance in the process and bringing out a piece of flesh and blood. At this moment, he was covered in green light and his aura was still climbing. The sea serpent lashed out and swept its tail in a whip towards the white horse. Charming leans his body towards the sea and dodges sideways. Zhao Yun bent low and did a 180-degree turn, charging straight towards the giant snake. Seeing a good opportunity, the sea serpent once again opened its bloody mouth and attacked Zhao Yun. Unbeknownst to him, this was a break that Zhao Yun had intentionally put out. The little white dragon underneath him easily dodged the attack, causing the big snake to pounce. Zhao Yun grabbed his lance with his right hand and raised it high above his head, stabbing it towards his opponent's eyes. Pust! The big snake's eyes were wounded, splashing out some thick white stuff, and its body couldn't stop writhing. Zhao Yun wasn't satisfied yet and found a chance to stab towards his opponent's mouth. The spear hit the snake squarely in the mouth, causing it immense pain. Zhao Yun lightly clipped his horse's back, and the little white dragon leapt and flew out of the range of the big snake's attack. The sea serpent suffered serious injuries one after another, and his anger grew into hatred. It ignored the injured parts of its body and forcefully twisted its body towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was so smart that he didn't even fight it head-on. He served his purpose. Zhao Yun rode the little white dragon towards the devil snake and attacked, pointing straight at the other party's leader. Duncan instantly panicked at the sight. Damn! His horse is actually faster than Black Snake. What to do? He's coming right at me. Originally, he thought that after the Black Snake appeared, he would be able to subdue Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, but he didn't expect it to be a different scenario. It wasn't even on his mind. It's over. While the Black Snake was certainly strong in combat, its speed was far inferior to that of the little white dragon, and it could only be slithered around. Without hesitation, Duncan launched the ship directly toward the front. Full speed ahead. Don't let this one catch up. If you can't beat them, you can always run. As long as he could run out of the sea safely, sooner or later he would come back to take revenge. Yet he was still overthinking it. Zhao Yun's Heal the Battle had stacked up to 300% of his attributes, and even Little White Dragon had received an increase. The fight with Orochi is just a front. The stacking buff takedowns are the real deal. Jiang Yang had instructed beforehand that the Black Snake must be kept, otherwise there was no point in getting Duncan's dagger. Where to run? Hand over the dagger and surrender without killing. The voice reached Duncan's ears. Zhao Yun and Little White Dragon quickly caught up with the Devil Snake. The big snake fiercely chased after him without slowing down for a second, but still only managed to eat the Little White Dragon's tail. Stop him now. Duncan hurriedly ordered the sailors to block it. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and shook their heads. Captain, it can't be beat. Captain, let's just surrender. After the battle just now, they all had lost half of their resistance. Some people silently came to the side of the boat, ready to jump and bail out. Everyone is not a little cutie. When it comes to this kind of situation, naturally, it's important to stay alive. Duncan was furious. This is how you treat me when I pay you so much on weekdays? Immediately, someone was disgruntled. Old man, do you pay a lot of wages? 30 copper coins a month, all year round, just treating us like cattle and horses. Damned capitalist. This lord has long been displeased with you. Yang Wei's old dog, you're a softie who can't even get hard. Duncan grimaced as he was scolded. In moments like these, no one respects an old loser like him. There is no such thing as pure friendship among pirates. There is only pure profit. You guys seem to be chatting quite a bit. Can I join in? The voice rang out. The sky was obscured by a burst of overcast clouds, and the crowd subconsciously looked up. Zhao Yun rode the little white dragon and leapt up several meters into the air, landing straight on top of the deck. He looked around with a smile as he held his lance and his long hair flowed. If you surrender now, my lord can still spare your lives. Duncan grimaced and brazenly drew the saber at his waist. Do you think I'll surrender? Come and take my life if you can. I tell you, even if the sky collapses down. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly spat blood from his mouth. A cold touch came from his chest. Stinky old man, did you expect to be killed by me? A cold female voice came from behind her. Mrs. Duncan nudged the hilt of the knife and the wound went in 3 more times. Duncan's pupils gradually laxed, and he turned with all his strength, his bloodshot eyes staring at his opponent. Did you really never love me? Mrs. Duncan sketched a sneer. Love? That's not what you said when you killed my parents. The blade in his hand went deeper again, pointing straight at his heart. The dagger fell from Duncan's hand and the black snake in the sea wailed and dived. Poof! Duncan's body fell into place, but his eyes remained rounded towards the back, staring at the woman who had killed him. Kang Yang got on the boat and realized that there was only one beautiful woman left on it. The rest of the pirates were killed by Zhao Yun without mercy. Jiang Yang walked behind the woman and pondered what to say. Just call me Emily. I was not meant to be Duncan's wife, just a young girl who longed for sailing. One day he broke into my house and took me captive as his wife. Without waiting for him to ask a question, Emily began by introducing herself. Jiang Yang didn't expect this NPC to be quite on the ball. Feeling this is afraid of being killed by yourself. Emily was calm on the outside, but she was also panicking. No wonder you hate Duncan so much, even to the point of killing him yourself. At the end of his sentence, Jiang Yang did not look at her more than once and turned to gaze at Duncan's corpse. That's the big one today. Emily is just a woman and not worth caring about. It's beautiful though, that's all. Jiang Yang was in no hurry to search the corpse, but bent down to pick up the pitch-black dagger. The antique body of the knife, the comfortable grip, and the razor-sharp blade are all indicative of its extraordinary nature. As the dagger entered his hand, a low chant entered Jiang Yang's brain. My name is Lena, and I am a cursed sea serpent. Grant me the blood and Lena will serve you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the relic Embrace of the Demonic Serpent. Embrace of the Devil Serpent, relic, drop blood on it to sign a royal contract with it, and Lena the Sea Serpent will serve you. The black snake's name is Lena. What class of prop is the relic again? Never heard of it. Is it even above the extreme props? Jiang Yang didn't hesitate and directly cut his arm with the dagger. Lena let out a whimper as blood trickled down the blade. Hello, my new master. I am now wounded and need more blood from you to fully heal. Jiang Yang skimmed his lips. Zhao Yun's hand was still a bit heavy, and he directly ed his opponent into serious injury. Lena the sea serpent has 110 combat power left and will need to be fed with blood for a while to recover. Putting the ring away, Jiang Yang lowered himself to search the body. Ding! The body of pirate leader Duncan has been detected, being automatically broken down for you at. So, what exactly will come out? Jiang Yang Flies rubbed his hands together in great anticipation. Chapter 57, The Devil's Serpent, Into the Hands. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. The Silver Serpent Trigger Finger. Treasure Maps, 2 stars. The Key to the Treasure. Duncan's Captain's Suit, lower. Silver Serpent Trigger Finger, relic, a special item that gives the wearer the ability to maneuver the magic serpent and view the ship's status at any time through the Sea of Consciousness. Jiang Yang looked delighted. The Devil's Snake. It's mine. Without saying a word, he quickly put the wrench on top of his left index finger. Congratulations on obtaining the right to maneuver the magic serpent. Vessel information is automatically expanded for you. Name, Devil's Snake. Rating, 2 stars. Durability, intact. Fully loaded sailors, 36. Maximum speed, 35 knots. Operability, good. Impact force, 45. Firepower, 35. Special facilities, Level 1 waterproof cover, rupture. Level 1 fog repellent device. Level 1 windproof device. In terms of attributes, it's so much higher than a hunter sailboat. Most importantly, it has 3 extra facilities, which are a waterproof cover, a fog repellent device, and a windproof device. Unfortunately, the waterproof cover was broken by Guan Yu's skill, and Jiang Yang didn't know the way to fix it for the time being. The good thing is that the fog repellers and windshields are working and the boat is very risk-averse. There's no comparison between a 1-star vessel and a 2-star vessel. Jiang Yang was excited inside and couldn't wait to start maneuvering. He closed his eyes and sank into the middle of the Sea of Consciousness. The condition of the ship is visible at a glance. Every corner is clearly visible, and you can see exactly what people are doing. Boom boom. Driven by the idea, the devil snake made a roar and moved slowly, like a giant beast in the sea. Jiang Yang skillfully reversed the direction of the ship and headed towards his island. After stabilizing the course, Jiang Yang entered the cabin with Chris leading the way. The wide cabin had a crew room, a captain's room, 3 restrooms, and a storage room. Entering the warehouse, Jiang Yang saw weapons stacked in the corner. Knives, guns, swords, and bows were all over the place, amounting to nearly 100 pieces. Ordinary quality accounted for the vast majority of them, with less than 10 lower-grade weapons and not a single medium-grade weapon in sight. With over 900 rounds of bow and arrows, you won't have to worry for a long time. To the left of the warehouse was the grain section, with jerky, dried vegetables, dried fruit, crackers and other food adding up to hundreds of pounds. On top of that, there are many household items, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, etc. are readily available for living. So it seems that Captain Duncan is still a clean man. Get rich. Jiang Yang had a pleasant smile on his face. Chris explained, pointing to the clearing to his right. My lord, this was used to store ammunition, but unfortunately it is now shot out. Jiang Yang nodded. Ammunition for artillery will come later. There's no rush. From now on, you're my first mate. Understand, Chris? Chris gladly accepted. Yes, Master Captain. At your service. There was a reason why Jiang Yang decided to promote him to first mate. For one thing, human resources are in short supply, and one needs someone who knows what they're doing to manage the little things. Secondly, Chris doesn't have the ability to drive away from the devil's snake without fear of being stolen from his home. Thirdly, one could check the status of the ship at any time and monitor his actions at all times without worrying about him making small moves. Chris was naturally overjoyed to get first mate status. He had already seen the terrifying combat power of several people and admired them to the core. Coupled with Jiang Yang's already not low charisma, the genus could not give birth to a rebellious mind. It is undoubtedly a blessing to be around powerful people. At least it's better than staying under Duncan. After saying his goodbyes, Jiang Yang stepped into the captain's room. Emily was sitting on the bed waiting in silence. Seeing Jiang Yang enter alone, she hurriedly stood up and nodded her head in salute. Hello, Jiang Yang-sama. May I ask, what will you do with me? The calmness of just now had disappeared. Emily looked incredibly nervous standing in front of the man who could decide her fate. Jiang Yang looked around, scrutinizing the cabin, and casually asked, what do you know? Emily's eyes were sad. I'm just an ordinary farm girl. I can do any odd job. Jiang Yang commanded. Then go follow Chris and let her teach you what to do to clean the ship. Emily nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain. At the word, she immediately walked out of the room to find Chris. Jiang Yang searched the captain's room at ease. He found a lot of men's clothing as well as women's attire, solving the problem of dressing the team and keeping them warm. As for the extra bedding inside, he planned to move back to the island. The captain's cabin was small and closed, and rocked from time to time, so I don't think Sable wanted to spend the night in there. After searching a second time, he didn't get anything else of value. Walk out of the captain's room and behind you is the crew room. Just stepping into it, Jiang Yang immediately covered his mouth and nose. Dozens of sailors' hammocks were randomly arranged on the side, covered in grease and inexplicable liquids that emitted a foul odor. There was a small kitchenette for cooking in the corner, with several buckets of dirty water and empty wine bottles neatly displayed next to it. The place reeked of booze, sweat, and smelled very bad. Jiang Yang flamed out of the cabin to get some fresh air. Better check the other loot. Coming onto the deck, he crouched down and picked up the treasure map, 2 stars. In the next second, the treasure map disappeared into thin air. Ding! A treasure location has been marked for you. Please open the chart to confirm. Jiang Yang opened the chart and realized that the treasure location was not in this neighborhood, but in the middle of an unexplored mist. Why is it so far? It looks like we won't be able to get there for a while, but after all, it's a 2-star treasure, so what's inside is definitely worth waiting for. Jiang Yang chose to give up for now. He then picked up the treasure key and silently put it away. This is the only key that will open the door to the treasure. It has to be kept safe. With that, only one captain's suit remains on deck. Jiang Yang held it up carefully. Duncan's captain's clothes, lower item in Duncan's pirate career. He never took off these clothes. The clothes stay with you when you're alive, but not when you're dead. Looks like that's what's going to be given to Kaiji. I wonder how many gold coins the other side can give me. Jiang Yang caressed the clothing with his hand, then stowed it in the captain's room. This is an important prop and must be kept safe. 5 p.m. The speed of the devil snake was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at Jiang Yang's island. Hu-Han-san, am back again. Jiang Yang took the lead and stepped off the boat, darting off into the distance. Sable waited inside the stone house, hands folded in silent prayer. After hearing the familiar voice, she immediately opened the closed door of the house and darted towards Jiang Yang. Lord, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The beauty hid in her arms, her eyes wet with tears. A small farewell. Jiang Yang and embraced for a long time without parting. After some consoling, the group gathered for a hot pot to celebrate the day's bounty. Outside the stone house stood both Chris and Emily. After smelling the meat in the house, his mouth was watering. Wow, that smells good. What on earth did they cook? I never had it at sea. Emily licked her lips and murmured. Chris is also longing for more. I'm craving it too. If only I could get in there and eat too. The difference in status between the two makes it almost impossible to enter the family. Just then, the stone door blatantly opened, and Jiang Yang handed out 2 large bowls in his hand. It's called fondue, and when you're done eating hurry up and get in the boat and clean up the stains and get the stink out of the way you know. The 2 men gratefully and carefully received it, not daring to be careless. Fondue. Sounds delicious. Emily savored a mouthful of the hot soup and instantly burst into tears. It's delicious. Chris followed suit and took a sip of his soup. The gods suddenly drifted away. 2 large bowls of broth were quickly consumed. A man and a woman walked back to the demon serpent and began to patiently clean up the blood left on the ship. Night fell quickly, and a red moon enveloped the land. Sirens appeared one after another, wreaking havoc and shrillness on the seashore. After dinner, Jiang Yang and Guan Yu went to the beach as usual. After sufficient rest, Guan Yu regained his vigor and killed the siren as easily as slaughtering a dog. Jiang Yang jumped into action and touched the demonic serpent's embrace in his hand. It's time to show some real strength. He gently slashed his arm and a drop of blood fell into the middle of the dagger. Dear master, Lena senses your call. The sea was instantly choppy, and with it came a huge, pitch-black snake. Under the blood-red night light, it stretched its head out in the sea and immediately placed it at Jiang Yang's feet. Master, what is the order? Jiang Yang was beaming with joy. Kill these sirens for me. Yes, my lord. The giant serpent led the way and joined in the slaughter of the sirens. Jiang Yang fumbled for his vitality pipe and lit it. I'm in a good mood today, so I can feed you more blood. Lena let out a guttural whimper of excitement as she received the order. Great is my lord. Chapter 58 Birth of a Baby Sea Beast. Repairing the hunter's sailboat. Sea Serpent Lena cooperated with Guan Yu and quickly slaughtered the sirens. Jiang Yang followed behind to pick up the corpses, every now and then cutting out a bit of blood and dripping it onto the dagger to heal Lena's wounds. 3 hours later, the scene was a mess. Blood stained the beach and the sea, attracting sharks seeking to feed. The siren abandoned the place once again and ran away. It wasn't long before the sirens were lost from view. Tonight's hunt for over 200 sirens was quite rewarding. Farewell, my great lord. At Jiang Yang's command, Sea Serpent Lena dived into the sea to hide. Jiang Yang took the 69 water spirit beads as he saw fit and returned to the campground. The people passed the results of the battle to each other and went back to the house in succession to sleep. Everyone was tired today and opted for an early night. The next morning, Jiang Yang got up early today and washed up at the lake before 7 a.m. Looking up at the sky, I realized that the red moon had disappeared. The sea breeze whistled and brought up strands of hair. Yesterday was exciting. 4 men against a pirate crew of nearly 100, and then all returned safely. The night even went on without stopping, accompanying Guan Yu and Lina to kill sirens for a few hours. Jiang Yang looked so excited that he didn't sleep well all night. Back at the stone house, he was ready to catch up on his sleep first. Before that, Jiang Yang planned to eat those dozens of water spirit beads. Anyway, now that I'm rich, I don't need to trade it for anything, so I'll bet on eating them to get out of my talent. He took out the remaining water spirit beads from yesterday together and prepared to have a good meal. 17 plus 69 for a total of 86 water spirit beads. Jiang Yang lay on the bed and poured it into his mouth as if he were eating beans. 1 second, 30, 50. In the meantime, not a single movement has occurred. Jiang Yang cannot help but wonder a little. This game changed the explosion rate. You think I'm too European for you? Unbelieving. He continued to throw the water spirit beads towards his mouth. Jiang Yang would like to see how far he could be nonetheless. When people are angry, they tend to be more aggressive. Jiang Yang just swallowed all the water spirit beads in one gulp. A strand of icy cold nutrient liquid entered the body, nourishing the body, and the water body suitability was insanely increasing. Until the time of 70 grains, movement finally came from the system. You have taken 70 water spirit beads and gained the talent Intermediate Water Body Suitability. Intermediate Water Fitness, rare growth talent that allows you to stay in the water for longer periods of time, with a medium increase in swimming and deep diving abilities, and a 30% reduction in underwater stamina consumption. Finally a boost. Jiang Yang let out a long breath, his eyes surprised. Swimming and deep diving abilities slightly enhanced became moderately enhanced, with an additional useful word on the back. Underwater stamina consumption is reduced by 30%. Humans are so physically exhausted in the water that the importance of this phrase cannot be overstated. A 30% range is equivalent to a 1/3 enhancement. Jiang Yang was quite satisfied with the result. From here on out, he's the team's main underwater combatant. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Diaochan's water skills aren't too good, so the rest of the water spirit beads have to be left for them. Jiang Yang grabbed the door and handed the water spirit bead to the three of them. Thank you, Lord. The three of them naturally wouldn't excuse themselves, and immediately ate after saying their thanks. Unsurprisingly, they both received the primary water body suitability talent. The remaining 12 water spirit beads, Jiang Yang still planned to digest them by himself. Ow. Swallow it whole. Nothing had changed except that it was icy inside. At this point, all the water spirit beads were consumed cleanly. Jiang Yang began to lie down on the stone bed. Open the pendulum. It's time to give yourself a break after all this work. Having solved the pirate and siren crisis, there was now nothing around that could threaten his life. I'm here on vacation, not to roll. Jiang Yang thought righteously. About 30 minutes later, lying in bed, he fell asleep. I don't know how much time has passed. Kong Yang, who was dreaming, suddenly felt a sticky feeling in his thighs. Stop it, cicada. No such worldly desires for a while, Jiang Yang dreamily said, unconsciously rolling over. Just then, a thin scream came to his ears. Jojo. The voice is delicate and moving, like a bird-like animal. Jiang Yang slowly opened his eyes when he heard the sound. What comes to mind is a cute little hairless bird. It was all wet, only about 10 centimeters tall, and didn't have any feathers. The eye of insight gives the message. Neutral sea creature cub detected, Bobo bird. Sex, female. Combat power assessment, 0. Jiang Yang's mind was shaken and he hurriedly sat up in fear. Sea beast pups. One thing he realized right away was that the sea beast egg that Sable had hatched had ruptured. Jojo. The bobolink sounded a little eager, like it was begging for food. Her body was askew, shivering, and she looked pitiful as she stood still. Jiang Yang immediately called out to Sable. Sable saw the little guy and instantly mothered him. What a cute little guy. She looks hungry. I'm going to breastfeed her. Lord, get out of here, Jiang Yang said with a black face. Cindy, the birds don't seem to drink human milk. Jojo. The bobolink let out a cry of protest. Being a noble sea creature meant drinking milk. Sable hurriedly turned around, removed her own blasphemy, and placed the bird in her arms to nurse. Lord, don't worry, I'll take good care of it. It's definitely going to be part of the family in the future. Jiang Yang was helpless, but in the face of the stubborn Sable, he had no choice but to comply. Isn't it just a sea beast? Is it that rare? Forget it, do whatever you want with it, and never let it hurt you. Sable turned her head in a comforting manner. Don't worry, Lord. Sable-chan has her own way. The little one is so cute. She's not going to hurt me. Jiang Yang shook his head and exited the stone house. He stretched in place, ready to check out his beloved magic snake and take a break from the beach. It was a beautiful day, a clear blue sky with seagulls soaring freely in the sky. Just a few steps out, a message came through the friend channel. Jiang Yang opened it and realized that it was Li Chengfeng who had sent himself a message. Elder brother Jiang Yang, I can give you the 500 medium wood and 2,000 ordinary wood that you asked for a few days ago right now. Jiang Yang came to a realization. Remembering his hunter's sailboat, which had not yet been repaired, he replied immediately. There's a mole. Terminate the deal. Li Chengfeng. Jiang Yang hemmed and hawed. It was just a joke. The deal went through as normal. Li Chengfeng, scared to death. Jiang Yang immediately initiated a trade request with Li Chengfeng. The other party quickly agreed to the request. Ding! The trading environment is being detected for you. The trading environment has been detected successfully and is connecting you to the trading object. In the trading interface, Jiang Yang put more than 90 pounds of dried bear meat, then clicked confirm. Li Chengfeng similarly placed 500 medium wood and 2,000 ordinary wood, then clicked to confirm. After reconfirmation by both parties, the transaction was successfully concluded. Snap! A pile of wood appeared on the ground. Medium wood looks similar to regular wood, but it is harder than regular wood. Jiang Yang took out the ship model of the hunter sailboat from the treasure chest, then lightly chanted repair. Ding! Repairing your hunter sailboat for you. Hunter sailboat repair successful. Automatically expanding vessel information for you. Name, hunter sailboat. Rating, 1 star. Durability, intact. Fully loaded sailors, 12. Maximum speed, 25 knots. Operability, good. Impact force, 25. How to use, put it into water to summon it. And it cannot be returned. Jiang Yang went to the beach and threw the boat model into the water. Boom! A small ship appeared next to the devil's snake. The contrast between the two parties is like that of a father and a son. Chapter 59 The Age of Universal Sailing. Jiang Yang boarded the hunter sailboat and started maneuvering with his mind. The boat circled the devil's serpent and made a few turns. Jiang Yang gradually adapted to its feel. Although it was not as fast as the devil's snake, its advantage was that it was quicker to turn and more agile. Most importantly, the small boats don't have a deep draft and can get into a lot of places that larger boats can't. When you encounter a narrow bay, you also have to send out a hunter sailboat. Both ships have their own strengths and weaknesses, and their usage is varied. Jiang Yang called out to Chris and prepared to give him the ship to manage. Chris nodded his head and led the way, not daring to disobey. Yes, my lord. After giving his orders, Jiang Yang went for a ride in his own devil snake. With him went Emily, the female sailor. She had now shed her flashy clothes for a plain sailor's outfit. Duncan's death had given her relief, and she was happy to be at Kong Yang's side. Emily was industriously scrubbing the floor on the deck, humming a little song, and not the least bit sad. Jiang Yang stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the sea breeze. Just then, the system announcement was sent out punctually. Game Day 8 announcement. Just yesterday, we organized an important discussion. It started when a certain player killed the pirate leader well beyond the expected progress of the game. We've made a major decision, and that's to advance the opening time of the bounty system. Starting today, there will be Sea Division Alliance and Pirate Alliance and Free Folk in the sea area, and they will join the game as a good force, an evil force, and a neutral force. In the meantime, we're permanently canceling the leaderboard rewards, considering that the game is going to be much more difficult. We've customized some perks for everyone. From now on, countless mysterious events will occur in the waters. Please explore according to the marked points on the charts. In the meantime, we will be distributing a free ship to each player, so please check back. I would like to announce that the game is about to enter Phase 2.0. The Age of Sailing for All is here. There is more text in this announcement than at any other time in the past. It took a lot of energy for the players to digest all the information. The world channels and regional channels exploded. The message on channel number 6666 dried up to 999 plus in a minute. What the hell? Someone took out the pirates? Terrible. It's only the 8th day to kill pirates. What strength? Do you guys think it could be the great god Jiang Yang who did this? That can't be right. Absolutely impossible. The hegemonic service bigwigs in the outer regions were all killed by the pirates. Jiang Yang came only to run away. Jiang Wei, what a joke. If it's really Jiang Yang who killed him, I'll just stand upside down and eat Xiang. Asterisk 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 list 3 biggies. I'll take that one for you, buddy. It's a tough guy. Jiang Yang sneered more than once. Seeing how lively the channel was, he finally couldn't help but come down and speak. Jiang Wei, this is what you said. When the time comes, you have to leave a video to prove it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the channel was abuzz. God Jiang Yang, I want to have sex with you. I'll take pills, you can play any way you want. Woohoo, Mr. Jiang is mighty. Wow. Is it still true that the great god Jiang Yang killed them? I'm going to tell the 7 ants and proclaim this news to the world channel. It's so powerful it scares the out of me. Pirates are the existence of hordes of pirates. Jiang Yang has been strong enough to fight one against many. Various news came one after another. When Jiang Wei saw this scene, he was very unconvinced and hurriedly sent a message. Jiang Yang, you're nothing but a jumping clown. We'll see when the rankings come out. Dare you bet me that if you hadn't killed the pirate, you'd be the one eating the Shanghai. Although he was incredibly nervous inside, his mouth refused to give in. What if Kong Yang is really that guy? It can't really be that coincidental. Jiang Yang pinpointed and practically begged for it. Okay, then, bet. When the charts come out, everyone will see the surprise. Since the other guy wants to add to his drama, he'll add to it to the end. On the other side, Jiang Wei's team members could not help but panic when they saw this message. Boss, what if Jiang Yang really kills a pirate? Yes, you agreed to it too dryly. There's no backtracking. Jiang Wei got up and shouted with a red face. Where is my turn to be instructed by you bunch of losers? I don't need you to teach me what to do. I'm telling you guys, this Jiang Yang he's going to eat today. The crowd looked at each other in silence. No one dared to refute Jiang Wei's words, fearing that the other party would come over with a big slap. In the past few days, Jiang Wei's temper had more than doubled. As long as something involved Jiang Yang, he would always unconsciously give birth to anger. Jiang Yang, just wait for me. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and thought so inwardly. On the other side, Jiang Yang was as calm as water inside and even wanted to laugh a little. Without giving the other guy credit, he will always catch every opportunity to target himself. It's good to teach him a little lesson. Just then, Sophia in the snow country sent him a message. Yo, Jiang Yang big handsome, it's really you who killed the pirates. Not bad then. I'm liking you more and more. Jiang Yang replied. You don't like women. You like men instead? Whether I killed this pirate or not, you'll find out later. Sophia sent a bared smile emoji. Like for you is 80. Like for your wife is 1. 000. How strong are the pirates? Are they hard to fight? Jiang Yang sent a downward-facing thumbs up. Simple. With hands. Sophia? Sophia, you're good. You're good. You're clean. Sophia, you should have a ship in your hands. When will you come here to see this girl? I have something important to ask you. Jiang Yang directly chose to refuse. No, I'm not going to let Sable meet with you. Sophia, hey, so your wife's name is Sable. I'm making a note of it. Jiang Yang's face darkened. I can't believe I accidentally blurted it out. Exiting the chat box, he saw another message from Mo Wei Yong. Jiang, you're so fierce, you actually accomplished the pirate's first kill. Now the news has spread all over the world and all the channels are talking about you. Jiang Yang replied, do you trust me that much? Mo Wei Yong laughed. Ha ha, that silver pickaxe you gave me speaks for itself. Medium-grade weapons are really fierce. I killed many more sirens yesterday, and the ranking will rise even higher today. Jiang Yang gave a thumbs up. Awesome, keep it up. Mo Wei Yong sent a pleading emoji. Brother Jiang, can I not return this dream pickaxe first? I have to sleep with it in my arms now or I can't sleep hard. I'll give you a few more power pills later, so you don't lose out. Jiang Yang replied. Please, Mo Wei Yong said triumphantly. Another thing is that I need blood and flesh essences on my side to use to make higher level medicines. Do you have this on your side? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. I do have 4 blood and flesh essences myself, and it's been a long time since I put them in. Considering that citrus matures slowly, Jiang Yang intends to invest in a share for Mo Wei Yong first. In case this comes to fruition, one can benefit indirectly. Jiang Yang hurriedly replied. I happen to have a copy here. It's yours. Mo Wei Yong was pleasantly surprised. Holy, it's still there. Brother Jiang, thank you so much. I plan to be your exclusive apothecary for the rest of my life. The two immediately initiated a trade. Without saying a word, Jiang Yang directly handed over a blood essence. Mo Wei Yong also gave Jiang Yang 2 powerful pills. This brought Jiang Yang's number of power pills to 4. He thought about it for a moment, but he still planned to take one on the spot. Strength-boosting contraptions are not used for nothing. Ow. A red pill went down and his body instantly warmed up. Properties panel has changed and is expanding information for you. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 40. Temporary combat strength, 70. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of insight, rare. Beginner's navigation, common. Beginner's angler, common. Underwater breathing, rare. Intermediate water fitness, rare. A few minutes after taking the pill, Jiang Yang's mind shook and suddenly remembered something. No good. Forgot about the side effects of this thing. Turn around and return to the ship. Without saying a word, he immediately turned the boat around. Chapter 60, Jiang Yang really did it. After 30 minutes, the ship docked. Jiang Yang rushed out of the boat and headed straight for the camp. Inside the stone house, Sable was inside the house, teasing the little sea creature. When she suddenly heard a fierce knock on the door, she hurriedly opened the stone door and saw Jiang Yang, who had turned into a red-skinned duck. Sable, I'm sorry. Under the invasion of Jiang Yang's large hand, Sable's clothes instantly disappeared. A dimpled and seductive torso came into view. Hey, what is the situation? Brother Jiang, you slow. Ouch. Jiang Yang's eyes were covered in blood, and he actually dropped Sable directly onto the bed. Too late to explain. The next second, the battle was immediately fought. On the stone table, the young filly, Bobo Bird, witnessed everything. The young mind was greatly shaken. Half a day later, after exiting the stone house, Jiang Yang let out a long breath and wiped his sweat. Impulse is the devil. I swear, this will never happen again. Just then, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Free ships are being distributed to each player. Please go out and check. Jiang Yang came back to his senses and looked up at the sky. Phew! Under Jiang Yang's gaze, a fist-sized ship model fell from the sky. Reach out and take it gently, then examine it closely. Name, simple sailboat. Rank, incompetent. Durability, intact. Fully loaded sailors, 6. Maximum speed, 15 knots. Operational, general. Impact force, 15. How to use, put it into water to summon it. And it cannot be returned. This ship actually doesn't even have 1 star. So I guess it'll be gone after a few winds and waves beat over it. After just one look, Jiang Yang put him in the box for collection. The ships are just too low level and don't seem to be of much use at the moment. Of course, this is for him. It is important to realize that over 95% of the players, so far, have never seen a ship. For them, it was tantamount to a big gift from the system. The channel was peaceful, singing and dancing, all rejoicing in getting the ship. On top of that, the system had also thoughtfully sent a beginner sailing talent orb, which would allow you to acquire sailing skills after swallowing it. Sail the boat. It's a personal one. Jiang Yang already had this talent, so he could only take it for now. Ding! The bounty system is now open. Please check back. The system's voice rang in his head. Jiang Yang opened the system interface and found an additional function. Reward system. After tapping on it, you can see the currently triggered bounty quests. There is only one entry on Jiang Yang's panel. Kill Duncan, leader of the Serpent Pirates. Difficulty, 1 star. Mission progress, successfully killed the target. Please go to the designated place to find Haiji and submit the mission props. Mission reward? Jiang Yang followed the prompt and opened the chart. Somewhere in a distant area, marked with an exclamation point. After clicking on it, he saw a striking reminder. Traveling to number 6666 Northern Ocean Domain. Looking for the White Rose. White Rose, the name sounds awesome. It's probably some NPC's high-level ship. Jiang Yang silently wrote the name down. So much so that the trip after that was set. The target is in the north. In addition to the target points, Jiang Yang also found many more question mark points on the chart. The announcement says that traveling to these areas triggers certain bonus events that are considered perks for players. There might be a treasure chest. It's worth a visit. Turning off the charts, Jiang Yang began to think about his future plans. It seems that the landscape of the gaming world is changing dramatically at the moment. Every player has a ship and is no longer limited to a tiny island. The chances of people meeting become greater, and high-volume teams may be born quickly. At the same time, certain people with ulterior motives are more likely to find themselves. For example, Wei Zhang, McDonald, Kawashima Ko. Sooner or later, Jiang Yang's location would be exposed to the public, and the place would then become a target. When that happens, will it still be possible to defend your island? Jiang Yang felt it was time to make a change. This is where I made my fortune, but after all, it's just a bullet point. In the future, we have to go out to sea more often to seek development. We can't stick to building this small place. The original intention was to develop the place into a paradise of its own. But Jiang Yang's manpower was too small and his resources were far from enough. Even if the construction is completed, it is highly likely that it will be done for others when the time comes. If you can't think of peace, then you can only seek change. With the best ships in the world at the moment for yourself, it's the right time to make a big splash. The opportunities gained by going to sea are certainly higher than staying here. Just as Jiang Yang was thinking, today's leaderboard was released. All the players flocked into it to check it out in one stream, and they all gave the system a dry hump. A few moments later, Jiang Yang's private messages were flushed straight to 999 plus. Don't even think about it. He's still top 1. And the scores are beyond appalling. 54,112. Second place is now just 7,872 points, with the two sides pulling away by more than 40,000 points. There is no doubt that the gap speaks for itself. Jiang Yang was definitely the one who killed the pirate. There is no doubt in anyone's mind about the veracity of this. The regional chat channel was instantly full, with the number of people online reaching 6W+. People from all walks of life converged here, frantically spreading the news. Jiang Yang really killed the pirate. Jiang Yang really did it. This score, how long will it take me to catch up? I've only gotten 111 points so far. Jiang Yang is such a pervert. Now Jiang Yang is not only the regional top one, but also the world's top one. Channel number 23's White Power Goddess also has just over 30,000 points. She awakened the mythic grade talent Guardian of Light and she couldn't even over Jiang Yang. Can't even him with mythic level talent? Could it be that he has awakened dual talents? And both of them are mythic talents? No way. I don't believe it. Why do I only have rare talent? It's not fair. I'm the one with the average ING talent. It's been a good day for a full meal. I'm the of the great god Jiang Yang. Woof woof woof. The news reached the world channel and caused an uproar. At one point, the number of people online reached a record high of 4 billion. Everyone was repeating Jiang Yang and his deeds. In the friends column, Mo Wei Yong, Sophia, and Yu Chaoqian sent congratulatory messages. Jiang Yang replied one by one, without a ripple. Alas, invincibility is so lonely. It takes quite a while to return a message. It's a lot of work. At this moment, on a certain island, Jiang Wei is cowering in the corner. I'm not really going to eat, am I? He hadn't dared to look at the leaderboard since just now. In fact, there's no need to read it at all, as the private messages have been flushed out. Within the regional channel, countless people began to clamor for Jiang Wei to come out and engage in an upside-down shang eating livestream. Dude, you're going to get this today. I declare that you are the new age-old buster. When Jiang Wei saw these words, he knew he had planted himself. As things stood, he could only hide in the corner and wait for the wind to pass. But will Jiang Yang let him go? Of course not. In the regional channel, Jiang Yang came off the field directly at Jiang Wei. At Jiang Wei, remember to send me the video of eating shang upside down. I want to collect it for life. If you provoke me again, I'll just send out the video for the guys to appreciate. Do you hear me, old buddy Jiang Wei? Receiving this message, Jiang Wei's eyes were resentful and humiliated. Damn it, Jiang Yang, you wait for me. When I find you, I'm going to destroy everything about you. Chapter 61, The Wound Treatment Controversy. After exiting the channel, Jiang Yang didn't pay any more attention to this matter. With Jiang Wei's character, he was afraid that he would not fulfill this promise at all. But he didn't really care. The various insults in the channel had been enough to make him drink a pot of water. The keyboard warrior began to show his power, frantically uttering words to strike Jiang Wei's fragile nerves, making him exhausted. When faced with such a person, no one would have mercy on their mouth at all. Jiang Yang took a big step to the citrus field. He was in a good mood and refreshed. Fixing my eyes, I found that the small trees had grown to nearly 1.5 meters tall, and many of the branches already had flower buds. After waiting for the buds to open and be pollinated and fertilized, the fruit will form. Jiang Yang was pleasantly surprised. Faster than expected. This looks like it won't take 15 days at all to get a round of fruit. The golden bucket is more fertile than expected. Plus it's a good environment and the soil is already fertile. It was thought that the speed would be much faster than before, which was also expected by Jiang Yang. The thought of the sweet and savory citrus fruit made my mouth water. 5 p.m. Jiang Yang squinted in the sun in front of the door. With several underlings, he had much less work and more free time. Check ship status, he inwardly murmured, and his consciousness sank into the middle of the silver snake trigger finger. Wow. After a fluctuation of consciousness, a picture appeared in his mind. Chris and Emily were both aboard the magic snake, and were currently concentrating on cleaning out the cabin with great vigor. Very well. It seems that these two have no dissenting thoughts, doing a pretty good job and not needing to be dealt with for a while. Jiang Yang relaxed his guard against the two. Ever since he had taken in the two yesterday, he had taken the time to monitor them from time to time to prevent any accidents. To his relief, the two were still honest. Jiang Yang has always been strict with strangers, and it's harder to get his approval. But Chris and Emily did for now. I wonder how Yin Chang and Zilong are doing. Jiang Yang suddenly thought so. In the early morning hours, he sent 2 men to explore the island for the remaining treasure chests. It's been hours now, so I think there should be results. Speak of the devil. Jiang Yang subconsciously turned his head to check, just in time to see Zhao Yun and Guan Yu walking towards him. The two stood beside each other, and Zhao Yun was the first to speak. My lord, We explored the entire island and the treasure chests have all been identified. Unfortunately, both of those treasure chest detectors ran out of counts and were scrapped. Zhao Yun was a little pale for some reason. Jiang Yang got up and stretched. Didn't get into any accidents, did you? Zhao Yun said sheepishly. No, absolutely not. Jiang Yang clapped his hands. Good job. How many treasure chests are there? Guan Yu replied. 1 gold treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, 8 bronze treasure chests. This golden treasure chest was found by Zilong in a big snake nest, but he accidentally got bitten and poisoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang was immediately concerned, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Zilong, let me see the wound. Zhao Yun showed off. Lord, it's really no big deal. I've cleaned the wound. It's nothing serious. Jiang Yang's eyes were solemn. Zilong, do as you're told. Let me see. Zhao Yun couldn't argue with him, so he fished out his pants leg. Really, it's really okay. Jiang Yang leaned his body forward and fixed his eyes. It's a shock not to look at it. On Zhao Yun's calf, a red, swollen pustule appeared. At the moment, the perimeter of the pustule was rotting and stinking, and black blood was constantly flowing. And they say it's fine, it's obviously infected. Wait here, I'll get some medicine. Don't try to escape. Jiang Yang's mind was in a great hurry, and without saying anything, he directly came to search inside the stone house. Guan Yu took the opportunity to say a few words about Zhao Yun. Zilong, a snake that big didn't help you yesterday. Such a small snake today, but it almost put you down. You'll just have to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was however a bit unconvinced. Brother Yun Chang, didn't your butt get stung by a bee several times as well, and just made a point of resting under a tree for a long time? Guan Yu blushed scarlet in embarrassment. It's just a small bee. I didn't know they were so fierce. They chased me for 500 meters before escaping. But it's fine now, and it will heal in a little while. Jiang Yang walked out of the stone house just in time to hear the conversation between the two. He carried a small medical kit in his hand and looked disgruntled. Yun Chang, where are you hurt? Hurry up and let me check. Guan Yu shook his head frequently. Lord, don't listen to Zilong's nonsense. I'm not doing anything. Jiang Yang gave Zhao Yun a wink. Zhao Yun came to a realization and immediately understood. Since you won't comply, let's do it the hard way. A few moments later, a foul-smelling sound emanated from Zhao Yun's stonehouse. Jiang Yang wiped a handful of sweat and looked at Guan Yu, who was locked male enhancement by Zhao Yun's strongman, and remembered a certain deceased person. The sight came to the other man's red-covered ass. Heat sked. Yun Chang, how in the world did you endure being stung so many times with so many big stings? In my place, I would have been crying for my mom. Seconds later, he opened the small medical kit and pulled out alcohol, anti-inflammatories, and antidotes to apply to the other man's ass. Guan Yu's demeanor improved at this. Afterward, he lay on the bed like a dead fish and laughed under his breath. Zilong, you actually dare to sneak up on me. Zhao Yun laughed playfully. Brother Yun Chang, isn't this for the sake of helping you heal? I also have good intentions. Jiang Yang frowned tightly and spoke out. You two don't do that in the future. It's not a good act to keep a secret. In places like this, the insidious critters are far more terrifying than the big guys. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were silent. That statement does make sense. It's ironic but true that they can deal with hordes of pirates but not the insidious junkies. Jiang Yang's eyes came to rest on Zhao Yun. Your turn, Zilong. Zhao Yun honestly lay on the bed and resigned himself to his fate. Come on, Lord. I'll lie down. Jiang Yang's face darkened into a black color. Why does that sound so strange? Jiang Yang fished open his pant leg, sprayed some alcohol on it, and sterilized it several times. After a long time, the black blood from the wound gradually disappeared. Zhao Yun looked guilty and rubbed his head and said, My lord, this time it was our carelessness that caused you to go through so much medication. Jiang Yang comforted. All mortals make mistakes. It's no big deal. As long as you guys are alive, this doesn't matter. When Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were injured, it was actually Jiang Yang who was the most upset. It was so hard to get these two fierce men. What if they really hiccuped because of bravado? It would be ironic to kill a pirate yesterday and die today on a small bug. As their lord, Jiang Yang must nip this kind of thing in the bud, so he decided that he would check the two men's health and medicate them once a day. It won't stop until the wound is done healing. Chapter 62 Extraordinary Alchemy. Obtaining another Beiyang ship model. Night crept in. Jiang Yang found Sable and asked her to cast a blessing. Ding! Wolverine has applied the prayer blessing status to you. Within 24 hours, there will be a 60% chance of getting double rewards when opening treasure chests and treasure. Time to open the box. Gingerly, the fly caught his hand and came to the flush placement of the treasure chest. Let's start with the gold treasure chest. Great luck, chicken tonight. The treasure chest slowly opened without triggering the double reward. Cam. A big loss. The gold treasure chest actually didn't double. Ding. Congratulations on your 1,000 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 1668. Jiang Yang fixed his eyes and realized that there was a talent ball lying inside. Take it in your hands and examine it closely. The gilt finish exudes a sense of mystery. The item information came from the brain. Alchemy, extraordinary, can replace all inanimate items with gold, losing 20% of their true price during the replacement process. Hint, the replacement of each item is irreversible and can only be done once. Jiang Yang instantly came to life when he saw the description. It's actually alchemy? What a great skill! With this talent to replace gold coins, we can trade with ghost merchants again in the future. Jiang Yang had a bit more props on him, but there was not a dime of gold left. Last time, I also lost a medium-grade silver shovel in order to buy the ghost merchant's citrus seeds and golden bumps. In fact, at that time we're quite distressed. Silver shovel but gold treasure chest open out of the props. Certainly more than that, a little gold. With this talent, Jiang Yang could directly convert useless things into gold coins. There is no middleman to make a difference. Without even thinking about it, Jiang Yang reached out and tossed the crystal ball into his mouth. Ow! The talent orb turned into a nourishing liquid and went into the belly. A mysterious warmth swirled around the body and was eventually slowly absorbed by the body. Ding! Congratulations on your realization of the talent alchemy, transcendent. Automatically expands the character panel for you. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 40. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of insight, rare. Beginner's navigation, common. Beginner's angler, common. Underwater breathing, rare. Intermediate water suitability, rare. Alchemy, extraordinary. Jiang Yang felt his hand change. From now on, he was the man with the golden finger. Simply place your hand on top of any prop to convert it into gold coins. So is this okay? Jiang Yang suddenly had an idea. He tentatively placed his hand on the golden treasure chest. Alchemy. Activate. A weird spatial fluctuation. The golden treasure chest on the ground was sucked into the middle of the spatial rift and disappeared in the next second. Ding! You successfully replaced 3 gold coins with the abandoned gold treasure chest. Bang! A few seconds later, a ship model and 3 gold coins appear on the ground. Jiang Yang couldn't help but spit. It's only 3 gold coins. So stingy? I'm kinda skeptical about the ingredients of this golden treasure chest. I thought that all the surfaces of the golden treasure chest were made of gold, but I didn't expect this result. This game is too stingy to even save on that. Jiang Yang shook his head helplessly, but with his mouth, he was a little happy inside. It's not bad for 3 gold coins. Let's look at the ship model first. He cupped the ship model on the floor in his hands. In the next second, the ship model disappeared into thin air, and a prompt came from his brain. Congratulations on winning the Beiyang ship model. Collect all the Beiyang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Beiyang. Current progress, 50%. Beiyang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Beiyang Naval Division, manifesting the strongest combat power of the Beiyang Naval Division, and an invincible warship dreamed of by thousands of Chinese captains. Sure enough, it's the Beiyang ship model again. Haven't seen one in days. Jiang Yang's heart was joyful. So far, 5 Beiyang ship models have been collected. With 5 left, he can unlock the construction drawings for the Beiyang. The 2-star demon serpent is already so powerful. I wonder how this 4-star warship will be. Jiang Yang couldn't help but start fantasizing. Gather your thoughts. Eyes come to the 3 silver chests and 8 bronze chests next to each other. Jiang Yang opened the 3 silver treasure chests one by one. The props inside are 1 iron crossbow, lower grade. 1 pirate's recurve bow, lower grade. 2 flying cloud guns, lower grade. Without exception they are all weapons and only one triggers the double bonus. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 resurrection coins. Ding! Congratulations on getting 300 resurrection coins. Ding! Congratulations on getting 600 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 2,848. The flying cloud gun. It's just right for Zhao Yun to use. The iron-headed tip gun he was currently using was a normal quality weapon. Just in time for an upgrade. The iron crossbow was given to Chris, who was a connoisseur with crossbows, and the devil's serpent had some in storage. The pirate bent his bow and handed it to Guan Yu. Guan Yu can shoot arrows, and his archery skills aren't that bad. Of course, his bow skills were still a bit lower compared to Zhao Yun's, and he still had to learn further. Among the team, in addition to these weapons, there are 2 medium-grade sabers, a silver pickaxe, and a silver shovel. There's no need to worry at all about the day the weapon runs out. After completing the division of the spoils, Jiang Yang opened the bronze treasure chests one by one again. A full 6 triggered the double bonus. I got one. 400 resurrection coins alone. The resurrection coins now came to a total of 268, more than 2,000 short of summoning an S-rank character. However, to Jiang Yang's disappointment, the bronze treasure chest was filled with props of little use: axe, pure water, knife, dry food, fabric. These things, Jiang Yang is not lacking in any of them. There is nothing to use at all. Well, in the end he drove to the lighter and a wazoo. Those two things are kinda little useful. I wonder if Zhao Yun and Guan Yu smoke. Jiang Yang rose in interest and immediately found Guan Yu, who was eating hot pot inside the house. Yun Chang, want one? A cigarette after a meal is better than a living god. He handed out a wazoo in his right hand, his eyes genuine. Guan Yu scrutinized the cigarette for a long time with a puzzled expression. Lord, this thing, it's not poisonous, is it? Jiang Yang smiled mysteriously. It's not poisonous. You'll understand when you smoke it. It's a real kick. Guan Yu took it carefully, then put it to his mouth and picked it up. Jiang Yang rubs the lighter and lights the wazoo. Guan Yu took a deep breath, followed by coughing up a mouthful of white smoke the next second. Ahem. That's awesome. He quickly adapted to the novelty and began to gulp down clouds. Jiang Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and drifted off. How's it going, cloud breather? Isn't it energizing? Guan Yu nodded slightly, looking enjoyable. I feel floaty. Zhao Yun sat on the side, watching the two of them gulp clouds, and instantly wanted to join in. Lord, I'd like one too, Guan Yu and Jiang Yang said in unison. Little kids, don't learn the hard way. Zhao Yun scratched his head and refuted. Where am I small? You guys are netting nonsense. Jiang Yang and Guan Yu looked at each other and smiled as they remembered something happy. Zhao Yun was even more puzzled. What's the point of you guys again? On the other side, Sable, who was eating fondue at the stone table, blushed into a blush. You guys eat. I'm full. She hurried out of the house, trying to find a corner to cower in. After the cigarette, Jiang Yang came outside and replaced all the useless props in treasure chests. Replace 8 discarded bronze treasure chests for 8 gold coins. Replace 3 discarded silver chests for 6 gold coins. Replace 1 discarded gold treasure chest and gain 3 gold coins. Got 17 gold coins from the treasure chest alone. Plus the gold coins you got from replacing the props. You got a total of 100 gold coins. Sort of made a small fortune. Chapter 63. Setting sail. Setting sail. Next day, 8 a.m. Jiang Yang stretched and came to the front of the house to wake up Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. Get up. We're sailing today. The two woke up from their beauty sleep and started to get up and run to the lake to wash up. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu both drank some wine last night and actually passed out drunk. Hence this scene. I have to say that the wines given away by the system are of high quality. Guan Yu only took one sip and was completely hooked. One bite after another, causing Zhao Yun to crave for more. The two of them went straight through half of the 12 bottles of wine and got drunk. It was only after Jiang Yang's timely stop that the two finally stopped talking. If I drink anymore, I'm afraid Yun Chang will tear his house down. Jiang Yang felt a little bit scared when he saw Guan Yu's drunken madness at that time. 20 minutes later, the group began to pack their bags. Food. The ship has, and 1,000 pounds of it. Do not have to worry at all. Can vigorously make finished. After thinking about it, Jiang Yang still brought up all the jerky here. It was inevitable that this place would be discovered by someone else, and then it would surely be ransacked. Water. There were 5 large barrels on board. Enough for several people to drink for half a month. Clothes. Bedding. More than enough on board to wear whatever you want. Soon, several people were organized and dressed. Clothes, food, shelter and transportation are all available and ready to go. Jiang Yang didn't hurry to set off, but came here to the territory stone. 01. How far can you get a message to me? He asked. So, after the voyage, only 01, the artificial retard, was left in the camp. Without someone's maintenance, Jiang Yang was afraid of being copied by others. The 2 stone houses, 1 wooden house, and the citrus field here were his labor of love. 01 replied immediately. Back to master. The distance of 01's message transmission is not limited, but there will be a delay beyond a certain distance. If your master is going to sail away, please make sure you come home often. Jiang Yang bristled. Okay, 01 added. I wish the master all the best and all the best. After the incident, Jiang Yang came to the stone house. Sable was feeding the bobolings from a small bowl at the stone table. This bobo bird now has a name. Purple Moon. The name comes from the simple fact that she has purple feathers growing out of her body. Purple Moon is growing fast, growing to 20 centimeters in a day, with more and more feathers. She has also changed the way she eats, from milk to meat, and has a huge appetite. Just this moment in the morning, he had already finished off more than half a kilogram of meat. More than Jiang Yang, an adult, could eat. Sable, take this snacker with you. We should get going. Yes, Lord. Sable replied briefly before carefully cradling Ziyue in her arms. The movements were gentle as if they were his own daughter. Purple Moon didn't resist in the slightest, the corners of her mouth still reminiscing about today's meaty feast. She was held gently in Sable's arms, feeling the care of her mother. Jojo. Ziyu glanced at Jiang Yang with a provocative look, an unnameable expression of smugness appearing at the corner of her mouth. Can you have that? Stinky poop. Kan Yang tasted the meaning of the look and couldn't help but feel amused. Good lord. Feeling like this is showing off to myself. One of these days you're going to get a hard education from me. Ji. Jiang Yang thought darkly, revealing a triumphant smile. Sable walked forward and took Jiang Yang's hand affectionately. Lord, let's go. The two walked out of the house one after the other. After walking 200 meters, they turned backward and bowed deeply to the land. Thank you for the gift of nature. When Zhao Yun and Guan Yu saw the two come out, they immediately began covering the house with branches and leaves to give them a camouflage. That way, even if someone arrived, they couldn't easily discover the end of the place. Soon the camouflage was complete. Jiang Yang took a look from afar and realized that he could only see fallen leaves and grass through the trees. Alright, that's it. Let's board the ship. With those words, the group boarded the demon serpent without looking back. Hoo. A sea breeze blew in, lifting the hair of the crowd. It was a beautiful day with clear blue sea and pleasant weather. A good time to sail. Jiang Yang's consciousness sank into it and excitedly launched the ship. Boom boom. A roar sounded as the massive ship began to move. Chris turned and jumped onto the hunter sailboat. Captain, it's ready to go. Jiang Yang pointed his saber to the north and said with great pride. Set sail. Set sail. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu simultaneously opened the sails on the mast and shouted. Set sail. Set sail. Brush up. The three sails opened in unison and the devil's snake moved slowly. Chris also launched the hunter sailboat and cruised close behind. After stabilizing the course, Jiang Yang opened the chart and his divine sense probed into it. There are many question mark points on the northern route that are worth visiting. The closest one so far is at here. Jiang Yang selected a direction and then slightly adjusted his course once. The sea breeze is howling and the waves are rushing. A large and a small ship were traveling fast. The seafaring life is not as good as it seems. That's how it seemed to Jiang Yang. For the first 2 hours, he was in a state of excitement and joy. In the time that followed, his mood had calmed down. In fact, the sailing life is immensely boring because the scenery around you is the same all the time. It will be new to those who haven't experienced it, but anyone who has a story about it will understand the reasoning. It's a good thing that Jiang Yang is a person who knows how to self-regulate. After getting used to the sea breeze at the bow, he went to the crew room and played Fight the Landlord with Zhao Yun Guan Yu. 2 hours later, King Bomb, 1 on 3, win. Jiang Yang threw a simple hand of playing cards on the ground and laughed. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun marveled at the same time. How come the Lord gets the king's bomb in every hand? It's not fair. Jiang Yang laughed. Landlord is supposed to be a game of luck. Where is the unfairness? Besides, Zilong, why did you split the 4 twos out? A good bomb is not used. This is not a proper delivery. Zhao Yun scratched his head in disbelief. Strange. I feel like it should be better out this way. Guan Yu threw down his cards angrily, exasperated. Good of you. Why are you always crushing my cards? I don't ever want to be teammates with you again. I can only lie down and win when the Lord is with me for a piece. Jiang Yang snickered from the sidelines, playing a modern-day game with these two. Naturally, he had the advantage. Though they were smart too, they certainly wouldn't be as good as him, the king of landlords. Well, it's time for us to go up on deck. The destination is just ahead. Jiang Yang said with a straight face. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu angrily disagreed. No, one more. Jiang Yang's face darkened. Anyone who dares to disobey, I'll check his body today. When these words came out, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu instantly shrunk their necks. Okay, just go. Jiang Yang secretly snickered when he saw that his words had an effect. After exiting the cabin, the three men pulled out their binoculars to check. 1 kilometer ahead is the destination. Zhao Yun jumped ahead of him. My lord, what a big island. Guan Yu concurred. It's true that it's somehow bigger than that island of ours. As the two said, in the distance was a large island filled with lush vegetation. For some reason, Jiang Yang always felt that it exuded some kind of ominous aura. Chapter 64, Sneak Attack. Jiang Yang opened the chart and performed a wave of confirmation. Yes, the question mark spot is right over there. I wonder if this island has any players. Jiang Yang chose to circle the island before making any plans. Afternoon. After a brief look around, he found several bodies lying on the due east side of the island, which at the moment were rotting and stinking. Oddly enough, the corpses were dressed differently than the players. What's even weirder is that they don't have heads. They're all headless corpses. Something weird seems to be going on here. Jiang Yang came to a preliminary conclusion. Eventually, after a few discussions, it was decided to board the island and explore. Chris and Emily and Sable were in charge of keeping house on the boat. Jiang Yang, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu, on the other hand, all copied their weapons and defenses off the ship. The three men and their horses disembarked on the east side and first examined the body. Disappointingly, the body gives no clues and all the truth has to be sought from the beginning. Without stopping too much, the three of them slowly advanced towards the depths of the island. As Jiang Yang walked around, he realized that there were no traces of players living here. Clusters of coconut trees beckoned him, radiating vigor. Zilong and Yun Chang, you guys go get a few coconuts, Jiang Yang commanded. Yes, Lord. The two ran off to different coconut trees, one after the other. Bang bang, a lime green fruit fell from the sky and landed on the beach. Soon, Jiang Yang had a pile of bright green coconuts in front of him. He bent down and cupped one, examining it closely. An introduction came from the brain. Energizing coconut, a strange fruit that grows on the island. After consuming it, it can temporarily increase the upper limit of qi and quickly restore thirst. Good stuff. It increases the chakra cap. Jiang Yang saw the description and knew that he could stock up on this stuff. There's still plenty of room on the boat. Was worried about not having anything to put in it. But this is something that has to be explored before it's done. It can't be rushed. Jiang Yang's main goal was still to get the rewards of this island. So it's something he plans to do afterward. The three cut open the coconuts with a knife and each drank one to quench their thirst. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate and opened the biggest one, drinking the juice from it in one go. Gollum. The sweet coconut milk goes into the stomach and a surge of energy rises in the body. He felt so full of power that he could slash any monster that came his way. After dropping the empty coconuts, the trio resumed their journey towards the depths. The island's environment is predominantly forested, and the hot, humid water is uncomfortable. Tropical environments like this are full of dangers in the rainforest. All sorts of bugs, snakes and ants were crawling around underfoot, surprising a few people every now and then. There were also several people who were fully dressed, with nothing particularly obvious to break. Jiang Yang wiped down a handful of stinky sweat and felt his thighs scratch a little. He was tempted to take off his clothes, but held back. The same goes for Zhao Yun and Guan Yu in their lock armor. Lord, why is it so hot in here? Yeah, I feel like I'm covered in water and I'm about to lose my breath. Jiang Yang wiped another handful of sweat and asked slightly anxiously, how long have we been gone? Zhao Yun and Guan Yu said in unison, 20 minutes or so. Jiang Yang looked around and realized that he was surrounded by dense woods, and the sky was also covered by giant trees, so the sunlight could not shine in at all. Darkness is always associated with danger. Jiang Yang acutely sensed something, and a bad idea instantly appeared within his heart. He suddenly spoke out in alarm. There could be danger here. We need to be careful. At the end of the sentence, there was a whistling sound in his ears. Shoo shoo. 2 arrows came rapidly towards him. My lord, look out. Zhao Yun hurriedly peeled over Jiang Yang and took his body down to the side. Jiang Yang watched as the arrow grazed his face. He immediately shouted, someone's sneaking up on us. The next second, a group of shirtless people suddenly appeared around them. They were brownish-black in complexion, with only leaves covering their lower bodies, and their eyes were fierce as they came towards the men. Awa. Strange slogans were being shouted by all the people, as if they were sending some kind of message. Jiang Yang came back to his senses and saw what these people looked like. Hostile group detected, savage horde, battle strength range, 50 to 90. Seeing this message, he immediately shouted, it's the savages, kill them. Yes, Lord, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu said in unison. With that said, Zhao Yun rode Little White Dragon towards the nearest savage to attack. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was guarding Jiang Yang's side, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Jiang Yang immediately took out a power pill and put it into his mouth. Gollum. After swallowing it, his true combat power increased to 45. Temporary combat strength is even higher at 75. Damn old 6. Coming to ing sneak up on me again. Go to hell for your master. Surprisingly angry inside, Jiang Yang copied his saber and attacked towards the nearest savage. When the opponent saw him coming, he hurriedly put away his bow and arrow and copied his wooden lance to face the enemy. The savage let out a shout, puffing himself up. Shout your ass off and eat my knife. Jiang Yang's eyes were ferocious, and his hands used all their strength to slash out a knife. The opponent's body was cut in half along with the lance, blood splattering everywhere. Lord, watch your back. Guan Yu followed him to the death, slashing the wildlings that came to sneak up on him. Pust. The blood-stained ground was red, and a large human head flew in the air. Jiang Yang killed his eyes and suddenly angled his body to dodge an arrow before continuing on. I'm going to go on a killing spree today, so don't anyone mind me. The savage who shot this cold arrow was taken aback. Why is it empty? How he dodged it. Just as the savage hesitated, Jiang Yang's blade had already arrived in front of him. Let's make you a old 6. Labor will use your skull to make a rice bowl. Click. The saber arced through the air and slashed viciously at the savage's body. The savage let out a mournful scream, and his body was instantly cleaved and split into 2 halves, and he soon stopped breathing. His body fell to the ground, his eyes revealing despair and fear. Guan Yu was also a bit surprised when he saw how raw Jiang Yang was. How did Jiang Yang's character change so much after the first killing? Now he's simply fierce. Yuppie, alright. Zhao Yun was also infected when he saw this scene. The lance in his hand swung with a whirring sound, and one by one the savages fell. Go to hell, you people, how dare you hurt my lord. Guan Yu was not to be outdone, and swung his greatsword to harvest the lives of the savages. At this moment, the wildlings finally realized something was wrong. How come these guys are so fierce? The dreaded outlander. Originally, I thought it was my side that was at an advantage, but I didn't expect the other side to be a bunch of crazy batches. What are you waiting for? Run! Wha! Drool 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 drool. After a sharp shout, all the savages dropped their weapons in panic, turned and slipped away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang immediately shouted, "Give chase!" Chapter 65, Singling out the Savage King. The 3 killed red-eyed and followed behind them all the way, and the slow-running savages suffered. Riding Little White Dragon, Zhao Yun was like a ghostly Grim Reaper in the rainforest, quickly leaving nearly 40 savages dead. Guan Yu didn't show any weakness either. His ass was still healed and he was running in a somewhat awkward position, but the greatsword in his hand danced on and on. Jiang Yang's eyes were filled with blood, and his body burst out with amazing strength and speed, actually rushing at the very front, aimed straight for the leader of the other side. Come and fight to the death if you can. As he ran, he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice deafening. Clutching the incomparably sharp saber in his hand, he swung it out every now and then, cleaving through the dense thorns and foliage in front of him to make his way forward unobstructed. Seeing that Jiang Yang was raging, the savage leader dared not stop for fear that Jiang Yang would eat him alive. The 2 parties chased and fled, and were actually caught in a short stalemate. Finally, Jiang Yang followed the other party's footsteps to a sacrificial field. The place was full of crimson heads, as if some evil ritual was being performed. Jiang Yang rushed out of the grass and saw the scene around him change. His thinking instantly calmed down. Where is this? Looking around him, he murmured subconsciously. The ceremonial field consists of a whole field of white boulders in the shape of a circle. The savage leader came to the altar, and even without regard for Jiang Yang's killing intent, he immediately sat down on his knees and began to recite the incantation. The piety of the attitude and the fervor of the look were unusually strange. Jiang Yang was subdued by the aura for a moment and surprisingly did not go forward to stop it. Eyes looking around again, he suddenly realized that there were 5 people lying in the very center of the altar. 5 big live ones. Their mouths and noses were being blocked by red bloody scarves, so they could not make a sound, and their bodies were bound by a red rope, so they could not move a bit. After seeing Jiang Yang, all of them released pleading eyes towards him frantically. Help us! When Jiang Yang saw this scene, a voice suddenly came from his head. Ding! You've encountered a group of freeloaders. Your next action will affect the attitude of these free people toward you, so please be careful. The free folk. It seems to be that neutral force the system was talking about. Never mind whatever. Let's kill the Savage King first. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang walked into the altar with his saber tightly gripped and walked straight towards the Savage King. At this time, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu also rushed up. Lord, don't go over there. There's something strange about this place. Jiang Yang sniffed and slowly stopped in his tracks. At Zhao Yun and Guan Yu's prompting, he looked towards the Savage King. Ji. The other man stood up as if possessed by a demon and let out an evil laugh. He emitted a gust of blood-red fishy aura all over his body, and his aura was horrifying. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes at his opponent and inspected the situation with his eye of insight. Enemy elite unit detected, epileptic Savage King. Assessment of combat power, 100. Strength level, peak mortal fetus. Combat difficulty, extremely difficult. Luckily, that's all the fighting there is. For Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, there was nothing hard to deal with at all. Jiang Yang thought so. Just then, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu's anxious voices suddenly came. Lord, we can't get into this altar. You must be careful. Jiang Yang's eyes turned his head in surprise, and he suddenly realized that a strange red barrier had risen around the altar. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were deadlocked outside the barrier, unable to enter for a fraction of a second. Lord, beware of this savage, Zhao Yun shouted. Jiang Yang turned his head to look at the Savage King, his scalp tingling. Fooled. The other looked at him with teasing eyes and let out an evil laugh. Ji. Damn you stranger, do you think I'm a cutie? Your companions can't get in. Let's see how you can escape me now. Seeing that the other party actually spoke with his mouth, Jiang Yang's eyes were startled. The savage spoke? The other man's expression was disdainful. You think I'm a savage? Oh, that's ridiculous. I am the famous ocean wizard, Gorel. It's pure bad luck to be stranded on this island. Luckily these savages are all unseen cuties. I was able to be reborn in this world and realize the ultimate goal of my Gunrin Deep Sea dynasty. Jiang Yang's mouth turned sarcastic. A great sorcerer who has to rely on the body of a savage to sustain himself is really a big joke. Gorel laughed evilly. So don't you deliver. Truth be told, your flesh is indeed a million times better than a savage's, and I see guile in you. As long as I take your body, I'll have access to the supreme power of sorcery. Jiang Yang asked with a frown. Sneaky? What's that? Is it good? Gorel stopped answering the question and snorted. You think I'm going to tell you? That's ridiculous. Die for me. His body's aura was like a powerful storm that swept over people. Jiang Yang raised his sword against the enemy, not daring to be careless. This was the first time he had fought such a strong enemy alone, and his opponent's intensity was a full 100. Gorel rushed to Jiang Yang and swung a sharp claw at him, his sleeve-length nails growing to 5 centimeters in an instant. Jiang Yang dodged but couldn't completely avoid it, and received a claw strike to his waist, leaving a bloody mark. He turned the pain into strength, eating the pain and swinging a knife at his opponent's head. Go to hell! The blade slashed at Gorel's head, cutting a deep bloody trail. After the two parties had stood, Gorel covered his wound and frowned slightly. This person's weapon was actually so sharp. I thought that I could resist my opponent's blow, but I didn't expect to be injured the first time I was struck. Jiang Yang bared his teeth and covered his waist, his palms instantly bright red as intense pain hit him. A few more times from the other side. I'm afraid they could kill themselves. He didn't even think about it and immediately took another power pill. Gollum. The red color of the drug went down his throat and had a quick effect. Ah. Jiang Yang let out a roar, his body bursting with veins. The power of the power pill was stackable, but the effect would diminish with each one, and there would be significant side effects. Never mind that. Let's get through this first. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring sound within his body, Jiang Yang's combat power directly rose to 95. Coupled with the saber's boost, it would not be a problem to deal with the Savage King. The Savage King was confused. What the hell? What did he just eat? Without waiting for him to react, Jiang Yang's red face copied the saber and quickly attacked. As fast as lightning, he could only see him take a step 4 meters away, drawing a graceful arc in the air and swinging an extreme slash above Gorel, forcing me to get high. Ha! Die for me! Swinging the extreme blade above Gorel simply couldn't dodge the blow, and was forced to extend his hand in defense. However, he had underestimated the terrifying attack power of the medium-grade saber. Click! The sound of bones breaking in unison came. Gorel looked bitter beyond belief. Blood splattered on his hand. At first glance, the hands were actually chopped off the ground alive by the saber. My voodoo hand. It's actually broken. Gorel's mind went blank, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yang took advantage of the situation and swung the blade again with all his strength. Fighting me and trying to walk away? Eat me again. Huffing and puffing, the blade sliced a residue in the air, hitting with precision on Gorel's neck. The next second, the large head fell to the ground. Gorel, the Wildling King, dies. Chapter 66 Conquest of the Free Peoples. The fight is over. Jiang Yang's eyes went black and his body collapsed in place, losing consciousness. Ouch! A piercing pain came from his torso, as if nails were raging through it. Shortly after, Jiang Yang slowly opened his eyes and began to hallucinate. In the illusion, he saw his most beloved woman, Diaochan. The other was naked, revealing her own keto body. Jiang Yang, however, could only stay in place, unable to move. As he watched, Sable slowly came to his feet. Lord, you must get well. In the next second, Jiang Yang fell into tenderness. The dulcet tones in his ears were constant, like the murmur of angels. Jiang Yang and Sable embraced deeply for a long time, without the slightest intention of separating. After a long time, Jiang Yang opened his eyes and saw the petite body of the sea beast Ziyue. Jojo. When she saw Jiang Yang waking up, she immediately flapped her purple feathered wings and started chirping excitedly. Stinky poop, you're finally awake. Sable was lounging on the edge of her bed and immediately opened her eyes at the sound. She slowly leaned her body towards Jiang Yang and softly tweaked. My lord, can you see me? Jiang Yang turned his head with confused eyes, just in time to see Sable's flushed face. I'm not dead? Sable's eyes were red and she choked. Fool, of course you're not dead. What will I do as a lone woman if you die? At the end of her words, she slowly pressed her body against Jiang Yang's chest and couldn't stop crying. Jiang Yang slowly reached out and hugged Sable. It's okay, Cindy, It was a long time before the two separated. Sable told everything that had happened. It turned out that after Jiang Yang killed the savage king, he fell into a coma in place. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu waited for 3 hours before the red barrier disappeared. They immediately carried Jiang Yang to the boat and then resuscitated him. After the resuscitation was completed, Jiang Yang fell into a deep sleep. That sleep was 2 days. Within those 2 days, the sky rained heavily. Sable always waited silently on the sidelines, refusing to leave. Just now, Jiang Yang finally woke up. I can't believe I was in a coma for 2 days. Jiang Yang expressed some incredulity. 2 power pills taken at the same time. The side effects are actually so great. I can't do this in the future. Just then, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu also heard the letter and arrived. Lord, you're finally awake. Lord, I knew you'd be okay. The two saw their master waking up and burst into tears of emotion. Also arriving were Emily and Chris. Captain Sama, you're finally awake. They were beaming, and the joy on their faces was equally unspeakable. Jiang Yang nodded his skull lightly. I slept for so long. How are things being handled on the ship? The people on the scene were overjoyed and spoke. Zhao Yun wiped a tear from his eye. My lord, everything is fine. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Guan Yu stroked his beard and said with certainty, my lord, you'd better talk less and recuperate. We'll make claims about the ship. There's no need for you to worry at all. Jiang Yang shook his head and smiled sagely. Don't worry. I'm still very clear about my situation. I don't need you guys to worry about it. The words revealed an inexplicable confidence. Chris suddenly spoke up and offered. This matter of the Lord waking up must be celebrated. Let's have a feast tonight, shall we? The crowd's eyes lit up in agreement. Looks fine to me. That's good. Just as well as we have more than enough food for stuff on board. Lord, let's do this. Jiang Yang didn't echo them, but thought of something and suddenly asked. What about the guys? Did they get rescued? Zhao Yun replied truthfully. Don't worry, Lord. Those 5 are on deck right now. Standing by. Jiang Yang got up and said, okay, you guys get the celebration going. I'll go check on the guys. The people left with their orders. Jiang Yang got up with difficulty and felt a pain coming from his waist. Sable was heartbroken. Be careful. You have a serious wound. Jiang Yang shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's all just a small matter. Pushing through the intense pain, his tiger body froze and stood up the next second. Sable couldn't argue with him, so she had to physically assist him to prevent Jiang Yang from getting hurt twice. Lord, be careful. Don't do anything stupid, you hear? Her tone was rather reprimanding. Jiang Yang had to claim yes. Okay, I know. A few moments later, the 2 men arrived on deck. The 5 free folk were enjoying the scenery by the side of the boat at this time, and instantly burst into tears when they saw Jiang Yang coming over. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. The one at the head said so with a grateful face. Jiang Yang sized them up as he walked. Wheat-colored skin, a healthy body, and an oriental look. They were dressed in the same blue and white striped suits as the bodies on the beach. Free people, third-party neutral forces in the game, also known as civilian NPCs. In the game's setting, all free folk are people with great aspirations for life, full of hope for the future. Most of the free folk are people of friendly, kindly disposition. Free folk are born to sail away, attempting to find their own utopia. If there is no utopia, build one. Being friends with them can be quite helpful and conducive to survival. Of course, all of the above information was what Jiang Yang knew from the system. Exactly how they should be treated depends on the sincerity of the other party. Jiang Yang cared more about what he would get for saving them. After all, he had been so badly injured for their sake. So, gotta add money. With such a mood, Jiang Yang opened his mouth and spoke to them. The Great Lord informed me of the mission. It is my lifelong aspiration and honor to save you from fire and water. It's just, I got hurt in the meantime. So, as he spoke, he also deliberately looked down at his injured stomach. Have I implied that clearly enough? Jiang Yang thought secretly. Just then, a voice came from the brain. Ding! The leader of the free folk agrees with your words, and his favorability has reached the highest level. Oh, easy to hold. An imperceptible smile appeared on Jiang Yang's face. Hearing this, the leader of the free people was moved beyond words in an instant. Your honor, it is difficult to repay your kindness. The 5 of us have unanimously decided that we will serve you from now on, and that we will turn in all the coins we have on us. As he spoke, he hurriedly scavenged 79 gold coins from his companions and handed them over to Jiang Yang. We apply to join your team and work for you to create utopia. Ding! The free folk leader has applied to join your flotilla. Do you agree? Yes, recommended/no. Hint, the favorability of the other party has reached the highest value. After accepting it will never betray. Jiang Yang's mouth crooked with laughter when he heard the prompt. With pleasure. It just so happens that the ship is still short of some Negro slaves. Nope, it's companion. Ding. You have gained 5 new crew members. Occupation, Freeman Swordsman. Congratulations, you've unlocked a new feature. The Free Citizen Formation System. Chapter 67, Free People Raising System. From now on, you guys will follow Chris for now. He is the first mate of this ship and is responsible for accounting for your duties. Jiang Yang dismissed the new crew member in a couple of sentences. He then ran to the bow of the ship with the sea breeze blowing and opened the crew raising system. Basic information on all crew members is listed here. Include age, gender, specialties, etc. One of the most important columns is the crew advancement function. Checking the rules carefully, he realized that this was similar to the soldier advancement system in some games, and the current occupation of the 5 free folk was Free Folk Blade Soldier. Combat power in. Jiang Yang scratched his head and inquired. System, what do I have to do to make them fulfill the advancement conditions? Back to the host. You can dispatch them to the designated general. As time passes, the free people will gradually gain experience from the general, transforming it into an advanceable state. Important note, the higher the talent of the general, the higher the probability of special advancement routes appearing for free folk. The system clattered and hollered. Jiang Yang tasted it for a long time before finally understanding the meaning. The progression routes for these 5 free folk are fixed, usually advancing all the way down the Free People's Swordsman Elite Swordsman. However, if they are given to highly talented generals like Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, they may evolve into special soldiers. Jiang Yang thought to himself as he rubbed his forehead. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu both have strong talents. I wonder what kind of soldiers both will evolve. It's decided. Guan Yu will take 3 and Zhao Yun will take 2. Without saying a word, Jiang Yang assigned 5 people directly to 2 people. It would certainly be a good thing to produce special soldiers. The 2 of them showed joyful faces, and the grandeur in their hearts was greater than the sky. Thank you, Lord. Coming from a military background, they were happy to be given the opportunity to train their men. So how could they refuse? A chance to make a name for yourself is all anyone wants. The 5 free folk were loyal to Jiang Yang, so naturally they wouldn't refuse the allocation. Phew. Drink. Hey. Soon the group was on the boat and began to drill each of them. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun are both experts at practicing soldiers, and drilling their subordinates is simply like a fish out of water. So I believe that they will soon have to be able to get to a fine army. Jiang Yang smiled in relief as he saw the crowd get busy. Well, at this rate, I guess I'll be pensioned off and retired soon. The joy within speaks for itself. As a Grand Marshal in command of a fleet of ships, it was fun to see his little brother slowly unfolding. The stage for Zhao Yun and Guan Yu is really big. Jiang Yang couldn't wait to see the 2 of them leading the army to a great slaughter. Night time. The crowd had a great feast of wine on board. Jiang Yang was so boozy that he brought out all the wines to entertain the crew. Today, everyone is going to stay drunk. Drink hard for the master. The crowd laughed and agreed. Thank you, Lord. My lord is wise. Delicious wine, a hearty neat feast, and sweet, refreshing coconut milk. Every single thing is out of reach of other players. Everyone ate, drank and indulged. After experiencing the threat of death again, Jiang Yang's thoughts once again changed. There are few waves in life. If you don't make a wave now, when will you make a wave? He was one of the drunkest at the reception, with no regard for his image. 9 o'clock at night. Jiang Yang and Sable sat leaning against the side of the boat looking at the stars. Cindy, it's been really hard on you these past 2 days, Sable said softly, her small face slightly drunk. Lord, it's you who are the one who is working hard. Sable is happy to have her lord by her side. Jiang Yang gently wrapped his arms around her and whispered. It wasn't until late at night that the 2 men went to sleep on the ship. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang woke up early and went to the deck to blow the sea breeze. It's still a sunny day today, with the sun shining and no clouds. The system's announcement hadn't appeared since the day before yesterday. Jiang Yang thought it was because he was unconscious, so he cut out the chat channel decisively and contacted Mo Wei Yong. Old Mo, hasn't there been any official game announcements in the past few days? Mo Wei Yong soon came with the news. Brother Jiang, I've missed you since I haven't seen you for 2 days. That's right, the announcements have stopped going out for the past few days. I don't know what this is all about. Even the rankings aren't published anymore. You're receding so much from the heat. Jiang Yang replied. I can't wait to be out of heat. You have no idea. I've been harassed like crazy with private messages lately. This statement is not half true. Since Jiang Yang reached the pirate's first kill, private messages have been in an explosive state. There is no eye to see. Not only the people from the regional channel, but even the people from the foreign service came to join in the fun, giving him a headache. Jiang Yang didn't recognize them and could only treat them all as harassment. Mo Wei Yong laughed. Ha ha, I've been getting a bit too many private messages lately. with that silver pickaxe of yours? I'm killing beasts on the island every day now, and the intrusion system doesn't even bother to turn off. Jiang Yang gave a thumbs up. Awesome. How many pounds of meat did you hit? Mo Weiyong smiled mysteriously. Over 700 pounds. It's a small fortune. Thanks to that blood essence of yours, I've now upgraded to the rock level. Combat power up to 102. Bull or not? Jiang Yang straight. You kid. That's really something. A rock level expert. TSK. Scary as hell. Mo Weiyong laughed. It's not just me. There have been many players who have reached this level. I'm not the only one who got a strange encounter. Oh, brother Jiang, take it easy. Be careful of being retaliated against. Seeing this, Jiang Yang's heart fluttered. Mo Weiyong's warning is not false. After only 2 days of stagnation, the others had made such great progress, and if they didn't work harder they would fall behind. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang immediately called for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. Lord, is it time to go to the island again? We're all set up and ready to kill at any moment. The two men had a fierce look in their eyes, bound to clear the island of the savages. Jiang Yang laughed. Seeing as you guys are so demoralized, that's a relief. How are those warriors doing? Zhao Yun said truthfully, reporting to the Lord. My lord, I have already subdued the three, and there is no problem in this aspect of the battle. Guan Yu stroked his beard and smiled long. My lord, our greatswords have long been hungry and thirsty. Jiang Yang turned his gaze to the 5 freedom folk fighters behind the two men. Great guys, all alive and determined. Zhao Yun gave each man a gun and bow, while Guan Yu gave his men a greatsword. Groups of friendly units detected. Freeman. Battle strength range, 50 to 60. Jiang Yang sked. Good lord, it's only been a day. How come every one of them is better than me? He then boarded the island again with 7 men. Chapter 68, The Ruby Chest. The group re-embarked on the island. Jiang Yang had injuries on his body and walked in the center this time. After the last drive, there weren't many savages left at all, so this time they traveled fast. The few remaining leaks were easily found and stabbed to death by Zhao Yun. After confirming that it was safe, Jiang Yang and the others once again came to the same altar from yesterday. The setting hasn't changed much and remains the same. Jiang Yang looked down and searched and saw the body of the savage king. He bent down and touched it, allowing the system to break it down. Ding! We're breaking down the enemy unit Savage King for you. Congratulations on receiving the following props. Gurel's severed hand, cursed object. Evil sneaky thighbone, relic. Higher human meat 56 kilograms. Primary flesh and blood essence *1. A few seconds later, several props appeared on the ground. Primary blood essence. Jiang Yang had gotten it a long time ago. He bent down and put away the blood-red beads, still intending to keep them for now. Immediately afterward, the sight came to a puddle of broken flesh. It's human flesh. Jiang Yang only looked at it and lost the desire to eat it. It served no purpose other than to bury it as sustenance. The sight then came to rest on top of a pair of azure-colored severed hands on the ground. It was as if the pair of severed hands had some special magical power that attracted his gaze. Jiang Yang picked up the palm of his hand and then placed it in front of his eyes to check it out. Gurel's palm, cursed object, you can try eating it in your stomach. It's definitely tasty. Eat, 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 get tired of paralyzing. Jiang Yang said disdainfully. System, what's the deal with this cursed object? Back to the host. Cursed objects usually have some kind of special effect. Please don't be tempted to think of it in a particular way until it's been authenticated. Jiang Yang continued to ask, who do I have to identify? The system didn't make a reply for a long time. Jiang Yang spread his hands. Come on, the feelings still need me to find it myself, right? The system was just so free, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Jiang Yang instructed his subordinates to put the palms away and individually put them into a sealed bronze treasure chest. With that, only a dark thigh bone remained on the ground. And what the hell is this? For bone broth? Jiang Yang frowned and pinched the thigh bone, putting it to his mouth to sniff. A strong stench hits. The thigh bone was extremely heavy in the hand, like it was filled with iron. Jiang Yang held it and waved it in front of him a few times, and the air let out a gust of sinister whistles. Evil sneaky thigh bone, relic. A blow to an enemy's body can trigger bone and flesh tremors, causing their internal organs to bleed. I've tested it myself, and it works great on the head, so I've got 5 stars. Jiang Yang looked surprised. That's quite a weapon. He flicked his leg bone through the air a few times again, making a whirring sound. Immediately afterward, he came to a large tree. Jiang Yang exhaled a few deep breaths and swung his bat hard at the solid tree in front of him, striking the surface of the bark. Bang! A crisp vibrating sound came. Only a circular halo appeared on the surface of the bark, reaching deep into the trunk. Snap! The next second, the trunk twisted into a heap and blossomed from the inside out, as if an amazing cannonball had been set off inside. The whole tree fell straight backward in a dry process. Powerful. Jiang Yang couldn't help but marvel. He once again selected a tree in the distance and threw the bone rod. Bang! The trunk of the tree made contact with the bone rod with an earth-shattering noise that startled the birds that were perched nearby. Easing up to the tree, the crowd noticed that the tree had blossomed at the point of impact. The whole tree was askew and ready to fall into the wind. Jiang Yang was too shocked to speak. Equally shocked were Zhao Yun and Guan Yu. My lord, this bone rod is a good thing. Yeah, if this was made into a throwing stick, it would probably catch the enemy off guard. Jiang Yang rubbed his head and thought, good idea. Zilong, you know what to get. Zhao Yun laughed. Naturally, I know. Jiang Yang immediately handed over the bone stick and quietly watched him operate. Zhao Yun was skillful, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he secured it with a knot, making a throwing stick with a range of several dozen meters. He came out into the clearing and copied the throwing stick and flicked it in place. Bang! 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 The bone rods touched the surrounding trees and made a horrifying sound, causing the flying birds, insects and beasts to let out guttural cries. The trees around them fell in unison as they were girded out by the bone clubs. Simply a crowd pleaser. Jiang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Thus, the throwing stick became Zhao Yun's exclusive weapon. There was no way for Jiang Yang to use it. After all, he didn't have that ability to manipulate. If one of them accidentally gives himself a shot, it's all over. After counting the loot, Jiang Yang used alchemy to refine the ruby treasure chest into 10 gold coins. The crowd then immediately prepared to leave. Just then, a message came from the system. Ding! Congratulations on completing the island's hidden quest, cleaning up the savage nest. Please stand in the center of the altar and pray. The system will hand out special rewards for you. Jiang Yang's eyes froze and he was slightly pleased. And a windfall? He followed the prompting and went to the center of the altar to stand and pray. Under the watchful eyes of Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, gusts of red light continued to emanate from Jiang Yang's body, as if a heavenly god had descended. A moment later, a flare of light emanated from the center of the altar. In the center of the tall altar, a radiant red treasure chest appeared. Jiang Yang looked up with an agitated expression. Ruby treasure chest? Right in front of her eyes lay the treasure chest made of rubies, reflecting a tantalizing scarlet sheen in the sunlight. Jiang Yang is out with a prayer. He didn't hesitate and went straight for the live opening of the box. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the double reward. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned 3,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 6,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 10, 268. The familiar tones are exciting. Jiang Yang's gaze was incredibly tense as he slowly probed his sight into it. 2 spheres glowing with dazzling red light came into view. Could it be a talent ball? With just one look, he knew he was rich. Jiang Yang gently picked one up to check it out. A-level female character summoning orb, special props for the survival of the dead talent. When used, summons an A-level female character. His expression froze in surprise. It's not a talent orb. It's a character summoning orb. The information coming from his brain made him feel surprised. Jiang Yang's mind was a bit messed up. An A-ranked character at a price of 1888 resurrection coins isn't a loss, right? But only female characters can be summoned, which is a bit of a problem. Instead of choosing to use it right away, Jiang Yang began to hesitate. It's true that there is a bit of a shortage of your own crew these days. Understaffing is real, but the existence of women is a double-edged sword. If the 2 dragons were summoned, Jiang Yang really didn't dare to make a promise that he would be able to take good care of them. Why don't we just use alchemy and turn these 2 character balls into gold coins? Jiang Yang scratched his head as the idea bubbled up. After a long time, he finally made up his mind. How about, use one first before we talk about it? Chapter 69, Sun Shangxiang. Jiang Yang stood outside the altar and lightly recited a sentence. System, use the A-class female character summoning orb. Ding! Summoning an A-list female character for you. Please wait. Congratulations on your successful summoning of Sun Shangxiang. You will automatically be given character information. Name, Sun Shangxiang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 92. Talent, bow siren, extraordinary. 100-meter sniper, rare. When Jiang Yang heard this name, he felt a shock in his heart. Sun Shangxiang? System, you're doing well. Hey, my fragrance. Jiang Yang's face showed delight as he stared at the spatial fluctuations in front of him without letting go. When it comes to his favorite female military general in the 3 kingdoms, there must be the name Sun Shangxiang. She is highly forceful, skilled with a bow and arrow, and has a strong personality. Put it in the present context, and it's a big deal. Or at least it doesn't drag. In terms of attributes, it actually finished off his own self who had taken 2 power pills, not to mention 2 other traits that look good. Under Jiang Yang's gaze, Sun Shangxiang slowly walked out of the space door. She had long black hair pulled back in a braid, clear, 3-dimensional features, and a stern, keen gaze. As a result of years of martial arts training, there were faint muscle lines on his arms. Sun Shangxiang, wearing a fiery red martial arts robe and carrying a fire wand short work on her back, was looking at the people around her with fiery eyes. When she eyed Jiang Yang, her eyes revealed a bright look. Lord, I've missed you. Without saying a word, Sun Shangxiang directly leapt forward and actually hugged Jiang Yang with her entire body. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu looked instantly confused. My lord, there are assassins. Lord, I've come to save you. Jiang Yang was surprised by Sun Shangxiang's action and didn't react for a while. Smells good. Sun Shangxiang exuded a unique odor that made him feel relaxed and happy. While fuming, Sun Shangxiang had already gotten off of him. He. I didn't expect to be able to take on two great masters today. I've earned it. She pulled out the short bow behind her, her expression leaping to attention. Zhao Yun could not help but directly plunge his lance and stab a blow at her. Female thief, stay away from my lord. The gun whistled, cutting a trail in the air and heading straight for Sun Shangxiang. The other party was not the least bit flustered, but actually pulled out a bow and arrow, then bent down to dodge it, and took the opportunity to pull a full string. My gun actually missed. What's the situation? Without waiting for Zhao Yun to react, Sun Shangxiang had already shot an arrow at his lockjaw armor. Phew! The flight speed of the bow and arrow was extremely fast, and it touched Zhao Yun's locked armor, hitting the edge and not shooting Zhao Yun in half. Guan Yu watched from the sidelines and let out a gasp. This woman is not to be trifled with. Zilong, get away. Let me deal with her. Seeing that his opponent was so powerful, he couldn't help but make a move. Sun Shangxiang smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. Good timing. This girl likes to fight against those of you who are strong in kung fu. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, rather disdainfully. Within 3 moves, Mr. Guan will be able to take down you, female thief. Sun Shangxiang's eyes were fiery and her aura did not flinch. Afraid of you. It looked like the two parties were about to have a dragon and phoenix fight. Just then, Jiang Yang stood between the two. Hold on, I have something to say. It was only after a long time that Jiang Yang was able to talk the two down. Guan Yu heard his explanation before he realized. Lord, you didn't tell me earlier if you wanted to summon the men, causing me to mistake Sun Xiaomei for a female thief. Sun Shangxiang crossed her small savage waist and pouted as she retorted. Where do I look like a female thief? I see you blushing, completely evil as a mountain bandit. Guan Yu stared at her. You have such a spiteful personality, and it's really unseemly for you to hug my lord as soon as you see him. Sun Shangxiang's small face was slightly red, but her mouth was not at all merciless. Red-faced uncle. I'm the lord's common maid. Isn't it normal for me to cuddle and kiss the lord? When Guan Yu heard this, he expressed his disbelief. My lord, is this unruly little woman really your common maid? Zhao Yun's face changed constantly. The common maid actually has such fighting power. The lord is truly a wonder. Jiang Yang's old face turned red in an instant. So this is how the system set up Sun Shangxiang? Shame on you. Tashiko, can the three of you, yourself, Diaochan, and Sun Shangxiang really sleep together? Can't do it any way you want to. The two women are sure to get up at night and go at each other. And the winning side is definitely Sun Shangxiang. Jiang Yang hurriedly explained. It's all just a misunderstanding. Calm down, all of you, and stop arguing. Both sides finally quieted down and stopped fighting. Jiang Yang pulled Sun Shangxiang to the side. He had to give the other man a little mind massage. Wanting to be one's common maid, that's a no-go. Jiang Yang was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Sun Shangxiang suddenly hugged herself tightly. Lord, why did you go out for so long without looking for me? Isn't Keat cute enough for you to dislike? Hearing this, Jiang Yang sweated profusely. No, I've been thinking about you, okay? Sun Shangxiang climbed onto his waist like a monkey, happiness written all over her face. Really? Lord, you're too good. Xiang will never leave you again. Jiang Yang's face suddenly darkened. Just come down and listen to me. When Sun Shangxiang saw how serious he was, she was immediately startled. Lord, where did Xiang do wrong? Jiang Yang pretended to be pensive and put on a dignified look. Xiang, how did you treat Big Brother Guan Yu just now? He is my most loyal subordinate. How can you describe him as a mountain thief? Sun Shangxiang panicked and hurriedly jumped off of him, looking like she had done something wrong and was being punished. Should I have said that to him? Sang knows he is wrong and will be punished seriously. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. Sun Shangxiang was so obedient. It seemed that the system's conditioning was successful. He said after a long examination with his hands behind his back, insulting the generals of the army is the fault of heaven's punishment. I'm going to take off your maiden name and let you go follow Guan Yu to kill the enemy and redeem your honor. When Sun Shangxiang heard this, her small face instantly turned white and distraught. He really made the Lord angry. She rushed to her half-knees and responded through clenched teeth. Yes, Lord, Sun Shangxiang leads the way. Despite the real shout on his lips, there was a tear in the corner of his eye. The thought of spacing out her identity with Jiang Yang made her a little disappointed in her behavior just now. I blame myself for being reckless. Jiang Yang coughed and added, Ahem. Don't worry. If you do well in the future, I will try to fulfill any request you make. After thinking about it, he still gave Sun Shangxiang something to look forward to. Sure enough, when Sun Shangxiang heard this, she immediately smiled brightly. Thank you, Lord, for your favor. I swear that in the future I will follow Big Brother Guan Yu in his endeavors to build a successful career and lay down 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains for my Lord. I will show the world with my actions that women can be great heroes without compromise. Chapter 70, Sable and Sun Shangxiang. Shortly after, Jiang Yang returned to the group with Sun Shangxiang. When Sun Shangxiang saw Guan Yu, she immediately made a kneeling gesture. General Guan, I was abrupt just now. Can you forgive me when the Lord chastises me for working under you? Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, straightened up, and said in the harshest of words, I, Guan, will not treat you with special favor just because you are a woman. Since you chose to be punished, you'll definitely have to suffer a bit. Understand? Sun Shangxiang clasped her fists and led the way, looking solemn. Sang Yang isn't the kind of woman who's wishy-washy. I'm going to be a heroine in the future. General Guan, please feel free to command me. Hearing this, Guan Yu stroked his beard in relief. Gong's vision is really good. The words were thick with compliments. The two men hugged each other and laughed it off. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang secretly wiped his sweat and let out a long breath. Looks like I'm doing okay as a peacemaker. While solving the problem, Kan Yang also reflected on his actions. It seems that in the future, the whole group will have to be notified of the summoning. A moment later, Jiang Yang gave orders to the crowd. Zhao Yun's team is in charge of hunting. Guan Yu's team was responsible for gathering coconuts and fruit. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, took Sun Shangxiang back to check on the situation of the devil snake. And in the meantime, let Sable and the others get to know this new companion. As he walked down the road, he finally had a chance to take a closer look at Sun Shangxiang's talent. Bao Demonis, transcendent passive skill. When wielding a bow and arrow, action speed is increased by 50% and stamina consumption is reduced by 30%. Tracking shot, rare active skill. Consume 30% of chi. The next 3 arrows will automatically track the target. Limit tracking distance 300 meters. Sun Shangxiang's talents are all related to archery, making her suitable for a long-range output role. Shangxiang's bow skills are probably stronger than Zilong's. The team has an extra bow general to be happy about. Jiang Yang was inwardly satisfied with the result, and he began to ponder over another A-ranked character summoning orb. What character will this one summon? Zhang Xingcai, Guan Yinping, Zhu Rong? Any one of them will do. After thinking about it, Jiang Yang still didn't choose to hide his hand and focused on the 10,000 plus resurrection coins first. Opened a ruby treasure chest and took 6,000 resurrection coins. It's like getting rich overnight. We must summon an S-class character to help us out tonight. The thought brought pleasure to his face and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Just then, Sun Shangxiang, who was on the side, sensed his expression. Why is the Lord so happy just to be back on the ship? Is that Diaochan really that good? An inexplicable flame burned inside Sun Shangxiang. So what if she's good looking? I'll definitely outshine her. Sun Shangxiang was never afraid of anything. After exiting the forest to the beach, Sun Shangxiang finally met Jiang Yang's magic snake. Wow! Lord, you can actually sail such a nice ship. Sun Shangxiang was born in Jiangdong, so naturally she was familiar with ships. The ships in the game are somehow better than those at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Jiang Yang snorted. That's for sure. I've spent a good deal of money to snatch this ship. Can it be bad? Sun Shangxiang's small face was excited and scarlet. Lord, will I be able to drive a boat like this in the future? Jiang Yang waved his hand. That's a must. Sun Shangxiang immediately hugged Jiang Yang's arms happily. Lord, you are so good to me. Jiang Yang silently pushed him away, not daring to be overly intimate. Times have changed, and modern technology for shipbuilding has arrived so far that it's a downgrade for the ancients. To Sun Shangxiang, the Devil's Serpent was a dream ship of love, all around slaying all the ships of the day. It would certainly be a godsend to sail a boat like this. The two men boarded the ship one after the other. Sunshine bounced out onto the deck and met up with Chris and Emily. Hello, I'm Sun Shangxiang. Chris and Emily, right? I know you guys. Oh, the Lord has introduced me. A man and a woman looked at each other with puzzled eyes. Immediately after that, both of their eyes came back to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang told all the ins and outs, and soon the two parties got to know each other. Where's Sable? Is she still inside the cabin? Jiang Yang asked casually. Sun Shangxiang was all smiles and seemed a bit pleased with herself. Could it be that you dare not come out when you see my lady's handsome gallantry? Just as she was thinking so, a pleasant female voice entered her ears. "I'm here. Lord, you're back." As soon as the words left her mouth, Sable Cicada walked out of the cabin and fought with Sun Shangxiang. On his shoulder was the bobbled bird Purple Moon, which had grown to 40 centimeters tall. Purple Moon was tilting her head and looking at Sun Shangxiang with a curious look. "That's my sister-in-law?" Jiang Yang hemmed and hawed and made a brief introduction. "Sable. Her name is Sun Shangxiang, an aspiring heroine who aspires to be a heroine. From now on, she's our companion." Sun Shangxiang's eyes instantly widened when she saw Diaochan's appearance. "Good, so pretty." Sable held a smile and walked with lotus steps. "So it's little sister Sun. Please take care of her. Her movements are gentle and generous. Her tone is elegant and dignified, and she shows the posture of the Mother of the Lord between her knitted brows and her smile." Sun Shangxiang secretly grumbled, but her face remained unchanged with a stubborn smile. "Meet Sable, Mother in charge. It's over. I've met a master." The two women met, and the highs and lows were clear. Although Sun Shangxiang is a strong martial artist, she is not as outstanding as Diaochan in terms of temperament. Sable Pinkie Pie smiled. "As beautiful as a flower. Little sister Sun, please follow me. I will choose a good spot in the cabin for you. We have more men here, so please don't mind at all." Between the words, he had already walked to Sun Shangxiang's side and gently pulled her arm up. Sable Cicada charm infinite, talk elegant and unobtrusive, which makes Sun Shangxiang at once no master. Although she refused to be led by the nose by the other party, she could only go along with the flow without the slightest bit of resistance. Okay. The two faded into the cabin. Jiang Yang scratched his head and smiled, dumbfounded. Facing Sable Cicada, Sun Shangxiang simply had no power to fight back, and her temperament was suppressed to death. Chris and Emily saw the two walk away and were instantly impressed with Jiang Yang. "Captain, where did you take that pretty girl?" "Yes, and Sun Shangxiang has an athletic stance. She looks like a martial arts practitioner." Jiang Yang smiled mysteriously and pointed his finger to the sky. Where else could it come from? It fell from the sky, of course. The two men shook their heads and spoke in unison. "I don't believe it." Jiang Yang spread his hands helplessly. "I'm telling the truth, believe it or not." Chapter 71 S-Class Character. Gan Ning. In the afternoon, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun and the others returned. Their shoulders were full of prey, 2 wild deer, 3 small boars, and dozens of hares in all. Jiang Yang stepped forward with a smile on his face to check it out and spoke out in praise. "I can't believe you guys have worked so hard to hunt so much." The system's decomposition function came in handy again, and after one operation, a total of 800 pounds of meat was obtained. The fleet won't have to worry about food for a long time. Zhao Yun smiled and arched his hand as he spoke. "My lord, there are still a lot of vibrant coconuts on the island that have not been collected, so we will have to make another trip later. Unfortunately, we didn't find any of the treasure chests." Guan Yu shook his head in regret. "Yeah, it's weird that there's not a single treasure chest here." Jiang Yang rubbed his chin and guessed. "Maybe because it's not player territory?" Back to the host. "Only player territories produce treasure chests?" Jiang Yang inquired. "That means I can refresh the treasure chests just by building territory stones here? Then what are you waiting for? Get a drawing and start the whole thing. There will definitely be people selling drawings of territory stones in the exchange." Just as Jiang Yang was about to open it, the system poured cold water on him. Back to the host. "The prestige system is currently not open. All players can only build 1 territory stone." Jiang Yang frowned. "The prestige system is not open? So how do I unlock this system?" Back to the host. "When the game progress reaches a certain stage, the prestige system will be automatically unlocked." Jiang Yang was silent. Rather than choosing to take the bull by the horns, he put the matter behind him for the time being. Since there are no treasure chests, it's time to get on the road immediately after scavenging this place. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu once again went to the island to collect energizing coconuts. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, lazily lay down on the deck to rest. The wound on his lower back hadn't healed yet, and he needed to rest at the moment. Also beside him was Violet Moon, who had just come out of the cabin. "Jojo." She let out a cute purr and jumped into Jiang Yang's chest. Jiang Yang gently stroked her feathers and surveyed Zu's small body. "Turtle, it's only been 3 days and you've grown to over 40 centimeters. That's heavy." Purple Moon puffed up her cheeks and fluttered her fat, purple feathered wings. "Jojo, stinky poop, you're the heavy one." She's a standard beauty. Naturally, Jiang Yang didn't understand her words and thought she was begging for food. He casually fished a piece of jerky from his chest and handed it over. In the process, a blood essence fell out of it and landed on the deck. Jiang Yang was about to reach out and put it away, but Zu snatched it up and took it in her mouth. "Choo choo." Purple Moon let out a triumphant shriek that seemed to be claiming credit. Jiang Yang extended his hand towards her. "Good girl, do as I say and give me the beads." Instead of agreeing, Purple Moon looked up and swallowed the beads before belching. Hiccup. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang's face darkened into blackness. You can eat this stuff too. Spit it out. Ouch, that hurts. He sprang to his feet, forgetting for a moment that the wound in his lower back was still flaring up, and Purple Moon had fluttered her fleshy wings farther into the ship. Jiang Yang covered his face in pain. This is a tiger being bullied by a bird. The 4 primary flesh and blood essences that had been saved with great difficulty were just one gone. Damn stinking bird. If it weren't for Sable protecting you, I would have roasted you long ago. Jiang Yang thought viciously in his heart. Night fell quickly. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun and the others arrived on the ship with several large boxes of coconuts and fruit. Jiang Yang opened the box and inspected the results. Good guys, durian, loquat fruit, bananas, mangoes, coconuts, everything, hundreds of pounds. Had to get a hard dose of vitamins tonight. Jiang Yang immediately ordered another roasted whole feast tonight. The crowd immediately went ahead and maneuvered, taking out the high-end grill that Jiang Yang had gotten earlier. 2 hours later, all 11 members are gathered. Jiang Yang was rarely happy and took out 2 bottles of high-level liquor that he had hidden for a long time. He raised his glass with the crowd and said, "Gentlemen, here's a toast to our heroine son Shangxiang." At the end of his sentence, he drained his cup. The crowd chimed in and drained a glass of wine. Jiang Yang blushed slightly and laughed immediately afterward. Our team will be growing rapidly over the next few days. A new companion will appear among the fleet. Everyone needs to get along. Got it? Zhao Yun looked agitated and arched his hand in greeting. My lord, your vision is always so good. Zilong has no doubt about that. Guan Yu was also overwhelmed with emotion. With the lord leading us, I believe our team will grow stronger and stronger. Heading straight to the top. Sable-chan's small face slightly reddened, with which she said with a frown, My lord, Cindy will always be with you to the end. Immediately afterward, she drained her glass in one boozy gulp. Son Shangxian was not to be outdone. My lord, Shangxian came late and didn't walk with you through the toughest times, but I swear that in the future Shangxian will fight bravely to kill the enemy and fight for the Lord for 10,000 miles. Chris and Emily were inspired to speak out. The 2 of us have been given a new lease on life because of the Lord's presence, and Chris and Emily will always be at the captain's service. Jiang Yang smiled in satisfaction. Yes, since you guys have lifted me up so much, I won't hide anything. Just for tonight, I'm also planning to summon a new companion, so I can't afford to have today's oops. The crowd was immediately interested. Oh, I wonder where he is a warrior again. Male or female? Lord, start right away. We're used to this. Oh, there are still experts? My greatsword is hungry for more. Lord, serve it up quickly. Jiang Yang let out a deep breath. You guys watch? He'll be here in a minute. As he spoke, he called the system in his head. Ding. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you wish to put in. Quantity 99. Summoning C-class characters. Number 666. Summoning B-class characters. Quantity 1888. Summoning A-list characters. Number 6666. Summoning S-class characters. Quantity 2333. Summoning exclusive props for S-class characters. The higher the level of the character, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit, and the result of each summoning is completely randomized. Duplicate character drawn. Fate +1. Duplicate exclusive item drawn. Refinement level +1. Jiang Yang did not hesitate and directly chose the classic 6666 gear. System. Summon an S-class character. Ding. Consumes 6666 resurrection coins. Is summoning a random S-rank character for you? Ding. Congratulations on successfully summoning Gan Ning. Automatically unfolding character information for you. Name, Ganning. Strength level, Mortal Tire. Assessment of combat power, 86. Talents, Gene Fan Man, Myth. Cross River Dragon, Legend. Chapter 72, Junior Gan Ning's Divine Technique. Ganon squinted, regaining his vision in a white light. There was an endless blue ocean in front of me and an infinite black night overhead. And in front of him stood a handsome youth. The youth was looking at himself with a startled expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Ha ha, big brother Jiang Yang. It's been a long time. Xingba has come to play with you. Gan Ning greeted Jiang Yang in a slightly childish tone. Jiang Yang was confused. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu and the others were also confused. Where's the brat? Not bad. Ganon has just turned 18 now and his face is childish. The young man Gan Ning had an outstanding appearance, with exquisitely handsome features and a short, rather casually groomed head of hair. At this moment, Gan Ning was lazily holding a reed in his mouth. Hey, brother Jiang. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? As he spoke, he unclasped his loose, thin cloth coat with one hand, revealing his well-proportioned and sturdy upper body. Long, slender fingers rubbed the reeds, eyes roving with a wild, untamed resourcefulness. Jiang Yang felt a bit headstrong when he saw this unruly teenager. System, why did you get an underage over here? Don't you know it's illegal to hire child labor? Back to the host. Gainen is over 18. There is no such problem. I don't believe it. I want to complain. Returning to the host. Complaints invalid. Jiang Yang sighed darkly and scrutinized the teenager once again. Gan Ning's body revealed the smell of a punk, kind of like he owed a beating. When Jiang Yang saw him, he unconsciously remembered a certain childhood friend who loved to skip school. Fist, hard. How does this look like one of those hairless little Jiang Yang had to review the history, and soon he was relieved. Not bad. Gan Ning was a water thief in his early days, so I guess he didn't do a lot of out-of-the-ordinary embarrassing things in his spare time. As a young man, he was a punk-ass existence. Jiang Yang never expected that the system summoned the young Gan Ning. He felt his scalp tingle at the thought of interacting with a Gainen of this age. Here comes an unsettled lord. Too pitiful. Seeing that Jiang Yang was ignoring himself, Gan Ning also immediately lost interest and turned away from himself. He saw the raging waves in the moonlight. Brother Jiang, do you mind if I go for a wave on the sea? Jiang Yang hurriedly shook his head. I haven't introduced you to the others yet. Can it wait? Playfulness is still a bit hard to get. Gan Ning held a reed in his mouth. Brother Jiang, although he is my nominal brother, I didn't say I had to listen to you. At the end of the sentence, he ran ass backwards to the beach and jumped into the sea with a long leap. Before he disappeared, he left only 2 words. Big brother Jiang, don't worry, I'll definitely be back by 12 tonight. If you don't come back, go ahead and I'll catch up with you. It was so fast as lightning that there was no time to stop it. Jiang Yang watched him disappear into the waves and was instantly speechless. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, as well as Diaochan and the rest of the group, were also talking about it. What's going on here? How did the Lord get a little kid? The Lord must have something in mind when he does this. Sun Shangxiang came to Jiang Yang and crossed her small waist, revealing her white teeth and said confidently, Lord, this disobedient little brat is for me to clean up. Jiang Yang pressed his temples. This boy Gan Ning is very naughty. You can't control him. He knew that it was useless for anyone to control such a child, and the only one who could control him was himself. The crowd turned their heads to see that Gan Ning had already swum out of sight. Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Disperse everyone. Gan Ning will come back on his own sooner or later. They were ordered to disperse and continue to join in the feast. Jiang Yang sat on the beach and examined Gainen's talent. Gene Sailorman, mythic active skill, consumes 50% of chi to paralyze the opponent's ship for a period of time. The length of paralysis depends on the target as well as its own attribute gap. Paralyzing ships, a divine skill of the control class. There really isn't a single scrap of mythic rank talent. The corners of Jiang Yang's mouth rose slightly, making it difficult to hide the joy in his heart. In a world full of oceans, naval warfare is always king. The loss of the ship's ability to move is tantamount to waiting for death. Gan Ning's first talent was a real surprise to Jiang Yang. The eye continued to move down to the second talent above. Crossing Dragon, Legend passive skill. When underwater, ignore 80% fluid resistance and increase speed by 200%. Gain permanent underwater breathing ability. Seeing this, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel envious of Gan Ning. This god is too rewarding. Ignoring 80% fluid drag means greatly enhanced agility of movement in the water. 200% increase in speed. This increase is also exceptionally sick. The permanent underwater breathing ability, on the other hand, means that Gainen can sleep underwater and complete surprise attacks on his enemies. All the effects showed that Gan Ning could be a fish out of water in the sea, and not have to worry about dying in the waves at all. This can no longer be described as perverted. It's simply demonic. Jiang Yang was frequently surprised. The only drawback to Xingba is his own attributes. A combat power value of 86. Although it's higher than me, it's actually not even comparable to Sun Shangxiang. Still a little too young. Needs to be exercised and nurtured. Gainen's shortcomings are above attributes and likewise above character. High-minded and proud. He is vulnerable in the midst of this treacherous and cunning world. Jiang Yang had to protect him well in order for him to shine in the future. Xingba, you're just in time. This world stage is big. It's the place for your dragon to prosper. I'll definitely help you set the stage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but begin to envision the future. On the other side, Gan Ning, who was wandering in the sea, was in the midst of extreme excitement. Ah, the oceans of this world are actually so vast. I am blessed. It's just a pity that Big Brother Jiang is still the same old man, still treating me like a child. Humph. I'm going to make a big achievement to show him. In the setting instilled by the system, Jiang Yang is Gan Ning's half-brother and half-best brother. Whenever he was bullied, Jiang Yang would always stand up to protect himself and teach those bad guys a lesson. Once Ganon turned 18, he was desperate to change all that. He didn't want to be protected by Jiang Yang anymore and very much wanted to prove himself. And killing the enemy to get credit is the best way to do that. Then where would Big Brother John's enemies be? Ganon stopped his body in the water and thought carefully. I'm such an idiot for forgetting all about it. How am I supposed to help him when I don't even know where the enemy is? Gon Xingba, come to your senses. You're no longer a child. He slapped his face in the water and a trail of blisters sprang up. Just then, a voice came from the sea. Baka, who's there? Sir, I've been watching the sea for a long time. There's no way someone could be hiding underneath our ship. I guess it's the fish moving. Thought so. We managed to locate Jiang Yang's position with great difficulty, and quietly came over just to give him a big one. Jia. Jiang Yang definitely doesn't know yet that he's already fallen into the middle of a 10-sided ambush by our Republic of Yamato. There are 50 of us. He's going to die tonight. By then that big ship of his will be in our hands. Ji. Gan Ning came to his senses when he heard this. His eyes narrowed slightly as an excitement rose within him. A chance to make a mark. Isn't that what this is all about? Chapter 73, Death in the Water. Ganon isn't the type to think twice before acting. He did what he said he would do without hesitation. But even though he was anxious to make a mark, Gan Ning didn't drop his reasoning because of it. Instead he was cautious as never before. Anyway, let's scout the enemy first. Big Brother Jiang told me that all battles are reckless without sufficient intelligence. From the language of the other side, there are more than 50 of them, so there is no room for carelessness. Thinking quickly in the water, Ganon quickly identified the target. He slowly raised his head, watching every move above him through the starlight. From time to time, boats passed by on the sea. Their speed was strangely slow and hard to detect in the darkness of the night. It just so happened that Ganon was underwater and could clearly see all the traces of the ships. 5 ships, 6 ships, 7 ships. The ones next to them are small boats, so I can drag the men down and kill them, then go for their weapons. There's another big ship in the very center that's not too good to deal with. Gan Ning swam slowly through the sea, finally figuring out the general situation. He slowly followed behind a small boat and poked his head out. Gollum! In the middle of the darkness, an unidentified creature full of seaweed appeared in the back. Who's there? There's a hostile attack. Suddenly, one of the Yamato players shouted. His demeanor was wary. His eyes focused on the mass of seaweed not daring to move. The weapon in his hand held in a death grip, ready to come off at a moment's notice. Gan Ning's head was motionless, and his body drifted backward with the sea, looking like a mass of dead matter. You're looking at it wrong. That's just a clump of seaweed. Nagano-kun, you're worrying too much. How can anyone stay underwater for so long? We've just confirmed so many times that there's no one around. The 2 Yamato players next to him yawned, losing interest after just one look at the seaweed. I hope I'm really overthinking this. Nagano stopped paying attention to the clump of seaweed and squinted his eyes as he began to doze off. Ganon breathed a sigh of relief and silently left the seaweed. This ship, for the time being, will not be touched. He swam slowly to the side of the other ship and looked up. In view, several players had fallen asleep and were snoring over the side of the ship. Just you guys. Ganon grinned and snapped out his body, dragging a player into the water. Poof! Loud and piercing sound of water. Gan Ning's movements were incredibly sharp, and without waiting for his opponent to react, he snatched the sharp weapon from his hand. Cough cough cough. The Yamato player inhaled seawater and coughed so hard that he didn't even distinguish what was happening. Gan Ning's complexion was cold, and his right hand lashed out, the long sword in his hand slicing out residual shadows in the water. Dare to hit on my big brother. This is what happens. In the next second, the long knife slashed across the throat of the Republic of Yamato player, and blood spilled out in all directions. Giggle dash. Immediately afterward, his body convulsed a few times in the sea, and his vitality was quickly severed. The few people on the boat were just then realizing what had happened. One of them was just about to shout out when a phantom appeared behind him. Poof! Another sound of falling water. In the next second, a blood-colored ripple rose from the surface of the sea, staining the entire sea red. The second man, dead. What's going on? Why are there suddenly 2 people in the water? They're dead. Their bodies are floating over there. Did a shark do this? Look for it with a flashlight. Quick! 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 Horrified, the crowd copped a flashlight and began to rush to find out where the killer was. Where is it? Where the hell is it? I don't see anything. My vision is blocked by a blood red. I can't see anything at all. It won't come back. I don't think. The noise of the ships drew the attention of the chief of the Yamato. What's wrong? Why are you guys making so much noise? What if Jiang Yang and the others find out? What did Kawashima-chan tell you guys before? The operation has to be covert, you know. Jiang Yang is not a master to be dealt with. Do you guys have any numbers in your hearts or not? A scar-faced middle-aged man in black light armor with a hawkish face droned. He was the mastermind who carried out the assassination plan. named Nobuyoshi Kawasaki. Seeing his teammates being so pig-headed, Kawasaki Nobuyoshi was instantly enraged. However, faced with his rebuke, his teammates were in a difficult position, and they immediately explained, "Brother Kawasaki, we've lost 2 people on our ship. We have no idea how they ended up in the water. It's really weird. Sirens, it must be the work of a siren. We'd better leave the sea quickly. Brother Kawasaki, I think we should return to the ship tonight and do it another time." The people were so alarmed that they wanted to return to their homes. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi became even angrier. "I told you to treat this matter well. Who told you to doze off? We've been plotting for so long, just for tonight, and we're just going to say we're giving up? The operation will go on as usual. You guys turn off your flashlights. Yang will designate it to flee when he sees it. It's just 2 dog lives, not something to be pitted in." Kawasaki, he immediately decided to keep a few people honest and stay involved in the action. A few people slowly came back to their senses at Kawasaki's scolding. Even though there were 10,000 times inwardly not to be obeyed, he could only accept this order silently. Kawasaki, as the team leader, possessed 2 transcendent-level combat talents, but if they dared to disagree, there would only be one downfall. That's death. Kawasaki, his face full of scorn, said to the people around him, "Anyone who makes another sound, I'll him on the spot. Tonight's operation will be a triumphant triumph, and any sacrifice will be worth it." The flotilla continues to depart, maintaining a speed of 15 knots toward the target. The crowd returned to their posts once again and no further discussion of the matter took place. Of course, no one dared to doze off anymore. Even if they were tired, they had to carry on. Just then, Gan Ning, hiding under the ship, had bared his fangs. "Still want to keep moving? Then I'll play with you to the end tonight." The ship continued on its way, going only a little faster than before. The crowd's guard was raised, not daring to take a step closer to the boat. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would be dragged into the sea by the sirens and hunted. Time passed by, and the crowd's ships were less than 3 nautical miles away from Jiang Yang's magic snake. During this period of time, surprisingly, no accidents happened again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like the siren has left, and it won't come after us when it's had its fill. It's a shame about those 2 companions. They died honorably for the operation. Let's sit down and relax. There's no need to be so nervous. At the end of the conversation, many people began to sit by the bow of the boat, looking much more relaxed. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. "Ah!" An abrupt scream rang out. A familiar sound of falling water followed. Several streaks of blood splattered on the surface of the sea with a horrible cackling sound. In just under 2 seconds, another Yamato player died. The crowd sweated and looked with horrified eyes in the direction where the man had fallen into the water. "Why is it here again? It's over. This siren has set its sights on us." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 more people were dragged into the water at the same time. Save! Ah! Without a chance to make a full sound, their life was already cut short. Over the next minute, people continued to fall into the water and die. The corpses on the surface of the sea were increasing, and the scene was unusually bloody. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi finally couldn't resist the pressure when he saw the scene. He clenched his teeth and said with all his strength, "All hands on deck. Stop the ship. Everyone alive stay close together and never go near the boat." Just then, Gan Ning had gotten away and dived into the deep sea to let loose a laugh. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you still dare to sneak up on my big brother Jiang." Chapter 74. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. At this point, Kawasaki Nobuyoshi is already thinking of giving up. A squad of over 50 people is now down to just 40 people out. If it continues like this, it is estimated that before we reach Jiang Yang's heel, our side will be completely wiped out. Damn it! I've obviously prepared a secret weapon against Jiang Yang, but I've let this siren get in the way. How are we going to maximize its power now when we can hardly even get close to him? Kawasaki Nobuyoshi's face turned blue with discouragement. The people around him spoke out to discourage them. "Kawasaki-sama, life is important. Lord Kawasaki, there's an old Chinese saying, if you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. Yeah, let's hurry up and hit the road. Maybe we can keep a few more people." The words of several people did not have the slightest effect, but instead stirred up Kawasaki Nobuyoshi's desire to win. His eyes were bloodshot, almost frantic. He said, "No, I prefer not to. Tonight, Jiang Yang must disappear from this world. He has had a major negative impact on the development of the Republic of Yamato, and we can't afford to keep him around. All seafarers unleash their talents and charge towards Jiang Yang as fast as they can. The target is less than 3 nautical miles away. Let's take our lives and fight him with our secret weapons." Nobuyoshi Kawasaki shouted towards the crowd, inspiring them greatly. His words immediately drew a response from the many dead soldiers. "Charge! Kill Jiang Yang! I'll drag Jiang Yang to the back even if I die. We have a secret weapon. We're not afraid of him at all. Just do it. Everyone was in a state of madness, and their emotions were instantly aroused. Gan Ning's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Secret weapon. What the hell is that? Bad. If we really let them succeed in their sneak attack, Big Brother Jiang Yang will probably really be in trouble." Thinking of this, he no longer had any hesitation and swam towards the direction of the demon snake at speed. It was also at that moment that Nobuyoshi Kawasaki led the ships in an ultimate charge at the devil snake. Several people mouthed incantations, and a flash of swift light rose from the surface of the vessel. Over the next few hours, the fleet gradually came to 25 knots, moving at a rapid pace of 13 meters per second. Gan Ning's eyes were anxious, and his body traveled through the middle of the ocean at an extremely fast speed. Faster, faster. He swung his thighs in the water like a fish and felt like he was burning for his life. Staying in the water for a long time was bound to be fatiguing, and Gan Ning was not a god naturally. Although the talent mitigated 80% of the resistance of the water body, fighting these people was clearly a struggle. 15 meters per second, which would have been the limit of his swimming speed. Thanks to a burst of adrenaline, Ganon came in at 20 meters per second. There was only one belief within him, and that was to return to the demon snake before these people did. Soon after, the exhausted Ganon finally saw the light. The devil's snake is just ahead. Just then, however, a shark blocked his path. Gan Ning was stained with the smell of blood, so naturally this result would occur. The shark opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and came at him. Ow! Gan Ning's mouth shattered, so he had to stop and plunge his long sword against the enemy. "You've come at the right time. How dare you spoil my big event?" His leg swung as if he were a fish breaking free from his spot, easily dodging his opponent's bite. Turning around, he reached out and swung a knife, slashing his opponent's dorsal fin. The shark let out a twitch of pain and fled. Gan Ning did not covet the sword, and without even looking at his opponent, chose to continue on. Reporting is important. Reaching the front of the devil's serpent, he sprang out of his seaweed-covered head and leapt his body high into the air like a fish. At this moment, Jiang Yang and his group were eating high and still in the atmosphere of revelry. The only person who was completely sober was Zhao Yun, who hadn't touched any alcohol. He heard a strange sound of water and copied his lance over to the boat, just in time to see a demonic man covered in seaweed get on board. "Where are the outlaws from? Surrender!" he jabbed out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, the other party's movements were incomparably sharp, actually dodging and dodging to avoid the strike. "It's me, Ganon." Zhao Yun couldn't help but relax his guard when he heard the familiar timbre. "Stand still. Take off your mask and show me your true face." Ganon immediately complied, stripping the seaweed from his head. Zhao Yun fixed his eyes and recognized his appearance. "Gan Xingba, you kid actually came back so quickly." Gan Ning hurriedly and vociferously told what had happened to him, without half dragging his feet. Zhao Yun sniffed and hurriedly frowned to find Jiang Yang, who was guessing with Guan Yu. "My lord, something big is wrong. There's a group of players approaching our ship, saying they're going to use a secret weapon against us." Jiang Yang's face was full of alcohol, but he hiccuped when he heard this. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xingba, you can really joke. Our team is so strong, there's no one to beat us at all. Who would come to us in the middle of the night to die?" Between the words, there was actually no sense of crisis at all. Gan Ning hurriedly explained, showing the long sword in his hand. "It's true, and this knife is proof." Jiang Yang was about to make a mocking remark. However, the next second he saw the blade. His smile froze. The cherry blossom pattern, and this familiar knife pattern. It's a taijutsu. So what country are these knives usually found in the hands of players? He rushed to take a sip of the sweet coconut juice and his eyes cleared instantly. 80% is that Yamato country. Jiang Yang told Gan Ning to tell everything truthfully and not to hide anything. Ganon did as he was told. The crowd looked grave as they listened. Jiang Yang brought his binoculars to the boat and looked in that direction. Unsurprisingly, there was indeed a fleet of blackened ships bearing down on them. If it wasn't for Gan Ning's reminder, they wouldn't have noticed the enemy's presence at all. How did they find me? No, this is not the time to be concerned about that. We have to find a way to deal with it. Jiang Yang's heart was incomparably strong, and he immediately formulated a countermeasure. He came to the crowd and paced slowly. "The visitors are from the Yamato country. They are players like me. There are about 40 of them. They shouldn't be strong enough to fight on their own, and they can still be dealt with. But they seem to be carrying a secret weapon. I don't know what they're up to, so everyone must be on their toes." After the words were spoken, all of them began to prepare for the work of battle. "It's time to change your equipment and use it." Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were the main force, and they were most likely to be injured during a trap charge. So the best defense, lock armor, was still worn by them. Gan Ning could only exert his strongest combat power underwater. and he continued to lurk in the sea waiting for an opportunity to act, ready to raid the ship at any time. Sun Shangxiang is responsible for protecting Jiang Yang and being a long-range output hand. Sable and Purple Moon, responsible for beauty and cute. The others do their jobs and improvise. Once that was done, Jiang Yang asked the crowd to extinguish the candles to create the appearance that no one was watching the house. This is to confuse the other side and make them careless. What would your secret weapon be? It had better be something I imagined, or you are doomed to disappoint me. Jiang Yang murmured in the night sky, a blazing fire igniting within him. He casually lit the energizing tobacco and held the butt in his mouth. His eyes glazed over. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Chapter 75, I bomb myself. In the middle of the dark night, Nobuyoshi Kawasaki kept checking the movement of the devil's snake through his binoculars. Heaven help us. Their ships are out of lights. They should all be sleeping peacefully. This way, the secret weapon we prepared can be utilized with maximum power. If the plan goes well, we'll be able to take Jiang Yang tonight. The people beside him were beaming. Really, Boss Kawasaki, God has truly favored us by granting us such a great opportunity. Boss Kawasaki undoubtedly made the right decision. Even the sirens have selectively spared us. Although that siren is terrifying, it must be full after eating so many people, and it definitely won't come back to hurt anyone. Boss Kawasaki, what kind of reward will we get after we finish off Jiang Yang? At the mention of the word reward, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Nobuyoshi Kawasaki smiled mysteriously and made a gesture. He asked rhetorically in the most appetizing way possible. All I know is that the reward has something to do with that lord. What do you think it could be? Gollum. These words instantly aroused the crowd's reverie. It's actually related to that lord. No wonder it makes Boss Kawasaki so persistent. It's not easy for Kawashimako-sama to climb into that lord's relationship. Being able to obtain that lord's favor will make our lives much better in the future. Once Jiang Yang dies, we'll be rich. That lord seemed to be a magical word, and its appearance instantly mobilized the crowd. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi sneered darkly. The little soldier with little talent never has a chance to get ahead, and in the end the person who profits the most is himself. Time passes by. Kawasaki and the others slowly approached the magic serpent, and the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Success is just around the corner. However, just when the distance between their two sides was only 300 meters, Kawasaki vaguely noticed something was wrong. The air was too quiet, so quiet that it gave rise to bad thoughts. Kawasaki was always careful, which is why he was able to get this mission. What if you fall into the other side's trap? He waved the fleet to a halt and repeated his observations himself with binoculars. By the dots of starlight, Kawasaki noticed through his binoculars that a group of men had suddenly appeared on the devil snake. Who else could it be if not Jiang Yang? The one leading the group? No good. They turned out to have defenses. There was no time to react, and what followed was the sharp whistling of an arrow. Shoo shoo shoo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's an ambush. The fleet is spreading out quickly and opening shields for defense. Kawasaki shouted in a hurry. Many days of combat experience made him immediately make the right option. When the crowd heard the shout, they came back to their senses and began to set up on their hands and knees. Only a small blue orb appeared in their hands. After crushing the orb, a blue light shield suddenly rose from the top of the ship. The circular blue shields defended against most of the wash of arrows and didn't cause too many casualties. There were only a few unlucky people who were shot dead in the first moment of the arrow rain starting, and overall the casualties were not too high. Jiang Yang murmured in the distance. There really is someone among the players of the Republic of Yamato who has awakened a defense-type talent. I also wonder who made these knotted balls. He possessed the eye of insight and clearly saw the image of the use of the orb. At the same time, a prompt came from the brain. Enemy group detected, players. Assessment of combat power, 8110. The average combat strength of the opponents was around 90. Undoubtedly a group of elites. If they dare to come after me, they must have prepared for it, and I'm more worried about how they were able to find me. Jiang Yang was aware of this in his heart, so he wasn't too surprised and instead began to care about something else. How difficult it is to find a ship on such a vast sea. The Yamato and Republic players must have pulled some kind of stunt. Zhao Yun and Sun Shangxiang and the others briefly stopped shooting. Lord, the arrows can't break through the blue barrier's defense. Do we still have to keep shooting? Jiang Yang waved his hand. Keep shooting for me. I want to see how many attacks their barrier can block. The crowd obeyed and immediately resumed firing. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi laughed out loud at the sight. Jiang Yang, your weak bow and arrows are destined to be useless. Obediently leave the devil snake behind. Maybe I can still save your life. Jiang Yang shot back. I appreciate your kindness, but when dealing with you mean old six, my principle is to leave no one behind. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi taunted. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Jiang Yang didn't pay any more attention to him, but turned to Sun Shangxiang. Sang Yang, save your energy. I probably know what their secret weapon is. Although Sun Shangxian was puzzled, she decided to agree. Yes, Lord. Jiang Yang squinted at Kawasaki's ship, his eyes focusing on a certain strange plank on the deck. There was obviously something fishy about the fact that there was no one standing on top of this board. It can't really be a cannon. Jiang Yang was even more certain of his suspicions. Soon the mystery was revealed. Kawasaki looked around and realized that their ships had surrounded the devil's snake in a semicircle. Even if Jiang Yang wanted to run, he would have to go through them first. Without further hesitation, he directly ordered his companions to take out their secret weapons. Quickly, bring out our Yamato cannons. Jiang Yang's devil snake is at optimal range. One shot will kill them. The men immediately complied, flicking an activation switch somewhere. Seconds later, an ancient black cannon appeared on the deck. The minions aimed their cannons at Jiang Yang and threw in a pitch-black shell without saying a word. The smirk on Kawasaki's face could no longer be hidden. Jiang Yang, I'm sure you didn't expect that we would have this on board. Jiang Yang said disdainfully. Truth be told, you guys do have some skills to get this stuff, but alas, I have foreseen everything you have. Kawasaki sneered. What a death wish, knowing you're going to die and still being so conceited. What are you waiting for? Fire me. At the word of command, the men behind him immediately made a move. The fuse was quickly ignited, sending a flood of black smoke over the surface. Jiang Yang put his head to Sun Shangxiang's ear. Shangxiang, this is a good opportunity for you to make a great achievement. I'm sure you can do it. Sun Shangxiang was full of pride and didn't half flinch. Lord, do you even need to say that? This battle merit, Shangxiang wants it. She strung her bow full and aimed it at the blackened mouth of the cannon. The next second, the cannon sounded. The bow and arrow in Sun Shangxiang's hand, however, had already shot out first. 100-meter sniper. Target, shells in the air. Boom! Immediately in the next second, the bow and arrow collided with the cannonball in the air and came to a big blowout, blowing the barrel of the cannon alive. A horrific wave of air accompanied by deadly pieces of iron splattered all around. Kawasaki, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had his body shaken by this airwave and was directly crippled by the blast. What's the situation? How did I blow myself up? The people around them ended up the same way, with only a very few managing to remain unharmed. The powerful force of the shells also shattered the ship's blue light shield instantly, losing its protective ability. Jiang Yang ordered in cold words, all hands on deck. Xingba, it's time for you to perform. In the next second, Zhao Yun stepped out of the ship on his little white dragon and attacked towards Kawasaki's main ship. Gainin boarded the ship at the same moment, unleashing his gift to paralyze the vessel in place. Today is the day you die. Of the Yamato players on the main ship, only a few still exist to fight. Surrounded by his teammates whose faces were white and who fell to the ground wailing, even the leader Kawasaki didn't survive. Seeing Gan Ning jump onto the boat with a fierce look on his face, they didn't have half the heart to resist at all. I surrender. Please don't kill me. A Yamato player simply chose to raise his flag and surrender. Gainin didn't choose to spare him, raising his taijutsu above his head and delivering the killing blow. See you in the next life. Giggle dash. A large head fell. Chapter 76, Kawasaki's Secret. At the same moment, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun also came to the battlefield. After boarding the ship, he relied on his strong combat power to kill everyone without any delay, and soon took control of the main ship. The bloody scene attracted the attention of the surrounding small boats, and the players of the Yamato and Republic were in a state of chaos as they scrambled and began to flee. Such a terrifying combat power. Is it really something a person can do? Just us little minions. How dare we come to trouble Jiang Yang? Run! The combat power of Jiang Yang's squad had exceeded everyone's expectations. With just a bow and arrow, he killed Kawasaki's group and instantly took control of the ship's movements. Once the chief Kawasaki was dead, they naturally had no reason to get killed again. The greed in his heart was instantly replaced by the fear of death, and living naturally became his only hope. Jiang Yang certainly had no intention of letting them go. He hurriedly shouted towards Guan Yu. Yun Chang, don't spare any of them. Guan Yu's eyes met and he instantly began to gather his aura. Without waiting for the boats to unleash their full speed, Guan Yu bellowed from his spot. Flood the 7 armies. A monstrous wave of water descended from the sky, attacking all the small boats from east to west with an appalling sound. The players of the Republic of Yamato looked back, their eyes wide and mouths open. The fear within them no longer describable in words. Mamma mia! What the hell is going on here? Where did that huge wave come from? I really don't want to die. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to trouble Jiang Yang at all. Jump ship. Jump ship. Jia 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 jia. None of you will try to run away. I'll pull you all to my back even if I die. Yoshida-kun, are you crazy? Why are you grabbing my leg and not letting go? I have no grudge against you. Why are you setting me up? cut off his hand. Yoshida-kun has gone mad and is completely hopeless. The players of the Republic of Yamato were in chaos, mad and fleeing, and there were even people who started to hurt each other. All of this was seen by Jiang Yang. What a show! Tonight's nightly feast, you are the best of the best. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he slowly placed the demon serpent's embrace into his arms. At this point in the story, there was no need to bleed herself to get Lena to come out and help. Boom! The monstrous current finally slapped the small boat, and the blue light shields all shattered in an instant. The small boats of the players of the Yamato Republic all capsized without any semblance of resistance. The ship's crew was shot 100 meters into the air and then fell to their deaths on the surface of the water, bleeding from their 7 corners. More than 30 players from the Republic of Yamato, with only a few surviving after a few seconds. Jiang Yang slowly spoke out. Zilong, Shang Xiang, wherever I point, you guys make up an arrow to the people there, got it? He possessed the eye of insight, so he could naturally notice many things that were out of place. Want to play dead? No way. Zhao Yun and Sun Shangxiang arched their hands and led the way. Under Jiang Yang's instructions, they kept mopping up the players' corpses to avoid a situation where someone was lingering on. In the end, it really did allow Jiang Yang to discover at least 5 people who were pretending to be dead. Still not satisfied, Jiang Yang instructed Chris to pile up all the corpses and burn them in a blazing fire. Chris led the way and did as he was told, sailing the hunter's sailboat to the surface to collect the body. He soon realized that 3 of the men were still breathing and decisively drew his knife to kill them. In a few moments, the sea turned into a crimson earthly inferno. Jiang Yang smacked his lips as he silently watched the scene from the boat. That's it? It was all over in less than 10 minutes. It was no fun. Despite what he said, he was a little panicked inside. Tonight, thanks to Sun Shangxiang and Gan Ning, or else it's not really clear whether Jiang Yang is alive or dead right now. The power of the cannons. Kawasaki and the others had already tasted it for Jiang Yang. Shortly afterward, the scene returns to calm. Jiang Yang maneuvered the devil snake to the shore and lit a fire to burn all the corpses. Then he came to the main ship of the Yamato players and searched for Kawasaki's scattered corpses. Soon, he fished a ring out of one of his pockets. Squid ship ring, special item. The wearer gains the ability to maneuver the squid ship and can check the ship's status at any time through the sea of consciousness. There's no reason not to use a ship that's delivered to your door. Jiang Yang smiled sparingly and accepted the gift from Kawasaki. In addition to the ring, he found a crumpled map in the other man's pants. What a great flavor! Jiang Yang held his nose and opened it. Immediately afterward, his expression began to become grave. On this tiny map, a prominent red dot is marked, alongside a few lines of conspicuous Yamato text. Fortunately, the system came with a translation function, so Jiang Yang could read their language. By starlight, he slowly read between the lines. According to Mori-sama's analysis, all we have to do is head to this location and we'll be able to find Jiang Yang. Although I'm a bit unconvinced by his speculations, after all, it's a terrifying existence that Kawashima-chan invited out of the altar. Lord Mori also brought the ultimate weapon, artillery as well as gas bombs, but I don't think it's the turn of the gas bombs to make a move. In the case of a sneak attack, the artillery is already enough to give Jiang Yang a pot to drink. Maybe, this gas bomb should stay? Kawashima-ko's leadership is too weak, and I no longer want to lick the Yanks with a clear conscience. I hid the gas bombs in the mezzanine of the warehouse. After reading everything, Jiang Yang fell into thought. Mori-sama? The last name? Why did it sound so familiar? People coming out of the altar. What the hell does that mean? Resurrection? The only thing Kong Yang could figure out was that Kawasaki might be plotting a rebellion. Why else would he hide gas bombs in the mezzanine of a warehouse? If this gas bomb is really used, I guess I'll die in my sleep. These people are really vicious. Jiang Yang's expression was a bit ugly. It's a good thing that nothing happened and that the gas grenades were captured for themselves. Yun Chang, help me go do something. Jiang Yang calls out to Guan Yu and tells him to look for the mezzanine in the warehouse. Yes, Lord. Guan Yu led the way and left, and a few moments later walked over holding 3 dark green artillery munitions. Jiang Yang bent down to take a closer look. His brows furrowed. The green ammo is round and has some unidentified bumps on the surface. Kong Yang wasn't surprised that the Republic of Yamato could make this kind of harmful stuff. After all, poisoning is an old tradition for them too. Now that this thing had fallen into his hands, it was only natural to return the favor. Gas grenades. He'll only use them on Republic of Yamato players. Jiang Yang instructed Guan Yu to take good care of this object. Then he returned to the devil's snake and gave Ganon a manly hug. Okay, Xingba. Thanks to you, we were able to escape tonight, and you got a lot of credit for that. Ganon rubbed his hand along the edge of his nose, his eyes indescribably proud. Big brother Jiang, I've gotten so much credit. I should be rewarded with a ship anyways. As he spoke, he also looked at the squid ship ring in Jiang Yang's hand. Jiang Yang laughed dumbly. Well, credit where credit is due. I certainly won't refuse. But understand that the ship's ring belongs to me, and I will take it back without mercy whenever you commit an offense. One more thing. Now that you've got the squid, you have to cherish him, and you'll be responsible for all maintenance costs. From now on, you and I will no longer be brother and brother, but more of a subordinate relationship. Is that clear? Gan Ning's eyes were firm, and he clasped his fists in return. Thank you, Lord. Jiang Yang shed the ship's ring and slowly handed it to Gan Ning. Keep in mind what I said above. Xingba. Name, squid. Rating, 1 star. Durability, slightly damaged. Fully loaded sailors, 28. Maximum speed, 30 knots. Operability, good. Impact force, 30. Firepower, 30. Special facilities, level 1 fog repellent. Level 1 windshield. Chapter 77, a dozen of sea-level minions. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang slept until the sun was on his ass before he managed to get up. After going on deck, the first thing he saw was Ganon, who was cleaning the squid. Xingba doesn't go out for a wave early in the morning, but he's actually starting to take the initiative to clean the boats? Jiang Yang snickered. Ganon replied with a giggle. Lord, this boat I like very much. Lu. Surely must treat it well. The ship was no less than a second life for Gan Ning, and represented Jiang Yang's affirmation of himself. Jiang Yang had a big smile on his face. Looks like you're adapting quickly. That's good. Ganon giggled and nodded. The sound of the brush in his hand constant. Jiang Yang no longer cared about him. Shaking his head and returning to the warehouse, he counted yesterday's loot. The food, at least, must be several thousand pounds. Weapons, more than 60 in all. Ordinary weapons actually only accounted for a handful of them, and there were more than 20 lower-grade weapons. But unfortunately, there was not a single medium-grade weapon. Artillery ammunition, 10 rounds total. 7 of the rounds were ordinary ammunition and 3 were gas rounds. Clothes, bedding and other household items. These things, which the squid has in abundance, are not a worry at all. There was no one more joyful than Sable, for she had found a pretty and dressy little pink dress, and said she would wear it every day to show it to Jiang Yang. On top of that, Jiang Yang found more than 30 blue orbs. Primary boundary sphere. When crushed, it will form a barrier against physical attacks. The larger the vessel, the shorter the duration of the barrier. This is good stuff, actually leaving me so many of them. Without saying a word, Jiang Yang divided some of the beads between Gan Ning and Chris. Afterwards, he opened the charts and planned for the future. Kawasaki and the others were able to find their location, presumably by some unseemly means. The only way to break this crisis is to move frequently. We must leave these waters as soon as possible today. Jiang Yang immediately walked on deck and gathered the crowd for a morning meeting. From now on, our mission is to go north until we find the White Rose. Do you have any comments on the current situation? Zhao Yun took the lead in making an example. My lord, I think we need to add more watchmen to the ships at night to avoid sneak attacks from the enemy. Also, if a patrol course could be set up, that would be great. Jiang Yang nodded his head in praise. Good idea. This will keep us safe at night. Zilong, your idea is very good. Well, we just happen to have a hunter sailboat for this. Chris, I'm appointing you to take charge of this. Chris gladly took the order. Yes, Master Captain. Chris promises to fulfill the mission and fight to keep everyone safe. Jiang Yang gave him a satisfied look. This man of pirate origin was unexpectedly somewhat reliable. Guan Yu said slowly, stroking his beard. My lord, the ship's watch needs to be rotated at regular intervals so that everyone can be assured of rest. Jiang Yang spoke up in agreement. That's a good idea. And you'll be in charge of scheduling. Cloud breather. Guan Yu clasped his fists and led the way. Mr. Guan obeys. Sun Shangxiang excitedly raised her small hand. My lord, Shangxiang can do anything. Please just feel free to use me. Jiang Yang nodded. Don't worry. Naturally, I won't let you be idle. Just follow Big Brother Guan and do things together. Sun Shangxiang smiled out her white teeth and agreed. Sang Yang obeys. Gan Ning, not willing to show weakness, hastily extended his hand and said, Me too. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Any other suggestions? Again, Ganon raised his hand high. Lord, I'm a lightweight now. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat all the stuff on the ship for half a year. So I must have some brothers to make me work. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu both had free men under them, so naturally he was a bit unbalanced in his heart. Gan Ning is also really a bit of a pushover when he's in charge of the squid all by himself. Such a reminder instantly enlightened Jiang Yang. He rubbed his chin and thought, it just so happens that there's a bit of a glut of S-ranked martial artists right now. It's time to get some minions to use. Now that the team has a total of 3 boats, there is suddenly a lot more work that needs to be carried out during the weekdays. Cleaning ships, cooking, gathering, exploring, guarding, etc. are full of staff gaps. Previously, Because of the lack of supplies, Jiang Yang had never had the intention of summoning C and B class characters, and nowadays his own family is very rich, enough to support many ministries. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang spoke out in agreement. Xingba, you're right. It's time to grow our team a bit. Now is the time when we need companions. What do Yun Chang and Zilong think of this proposal? Zhao Yun, his face showed joy. My lord, Xingba's words are not without merit. It's time to grow our team. Guan Yu stroked his beard in approval. My lord, there is no reason for Guan to refuse this offer, and I recognize the words of little brother Guan. Jiang Yang nodded and smiled. Then I'll respectfully offer you a few more minions. You guys wait for me for a while. I'll be right there. With that, he walked off the boat on his own. Gan Ning's eyes instantly lit up when he received Jiang Yang's affirmation. My lord is wise. After arriving at the beach, Jiang Yang first checked the number of resurrection coins. A total of 602 remain. System, activate the Dead Sosin talent. Ding. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you wish to put in. Quantity 99. Summoning C-class characters. Number 666. Summoning B-class characters. Quantity 1888. Summoning A-list characters. Number 6666. Summoning S-class characters. Quantity 2333. Summoning exclusive props for S-class characters. The higher the level of the character, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit, and the result of each summoning is completely randomized. Duplicate character drawn. Fate +1. Duplicate exclusive item drawn. Refinement level +1. Jiang Yang said directly. Give me 30 C-listers. Back to the host. You have two ways to summon a C-class character. 1. No talent. Attributes will rise slightly. 2. Randomly get positive or negative talents with poor attributes. Jiang Yang pondered for a while and finally chose 1. I'll go with way 1. It doesn't matter if you don't have the talent. You can do odd jobs. At the moment, it doesn't seem like a C-list character is needed to provide combat power. Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were enough to hold up the scene, and considering that option 2 would give the character a negative talent, Jiang Yang then decisively chose way 1. Ding! Summoning 30 C-level characters for you. Please wait. The crowd waited for a while before they suddenly saw a strange fluctuation in the space in front of Jiang Yang. Buzz off. A person of varying appearance and stature stepped out of it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-rank character Changwu. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-rank character Lu Xian. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-ranked character Lu Zhen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-rank character Qinjun. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-rank character Chenlin. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning the C-rank character Chenlan. Jiang Yang kept checking with his eye of insight. It was found that the people who came out of it all had combat strengths between 30 to 50. Chapter 78, The North Peking Region. Kong Yang divided the 30 people. Zhao Yun took 7, plus the free folk for a total of 10. Guan Yu took 9, plus the free folk and Sun Shangxiang for a total of 12. Ganon took 14 and split the most people. Lord, you are so good to me. Good brother. Why don't you issue me another medium-grade saber? Gan Ning hugged Jiang Yang's thighs, tearfully crying and pleading. Jiang Yang rolled her eyes and reached out her foot to kick him away in disgust. Okay, I know you've been craving that knife for a long time, so I'll give it to you. Okay. He had a total of 2 medium-grade sabers in his hands, one of which happened to be unused. He once gave it to Zhao Yun, who said he couldn't use it well. It had also been given to Guan Yu, who said he preferred to use a large, long sword. Sun Shangxiang, on the other hand, says it's not necessary, and she usually prefers to use a short blade. So the saber was left empty and unused for the time being. It just so happened that Gan Ning was very fond of this sword, and saw that no one had grabbed the good sword, so he moved to do so. Hearing Jiang Yang promise himself, he immediately broke into a smile. Thank you, Lord. After receiving Jiang Yang's saber, he excitedly jumped onto the squid and immediately started drilling in front of his men. Eat my blade technique. Saber in the hands of Gan Ning, dancing tiger wind. Hunting, cannot mention how pleased. Seeing Gan Ning's happy look, Jiang Yang lost his smile and shook his head more than once. This kid, he's a real livewire. The time came to noon. The hot sun was still high in the sky. At the moment, Jiang Yang was leading the fleet northward. With dozens more people in the team, the boring path of the ocean no longer seemed so tedious. On the deck, Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were each drilling their soldiers in a good way. Ha! Drink! Ha! The sound of the soldiers' drills resonated through the sky. Jiang Yang and Sable leaned on the bow of the boat, blowing the sea breeze while viewing the fish and seabirds in the distance. Staying by the side of the two, Bobo bird Purple Moon. Purple Moon had stolen a blood essence yesterday, and her body had grown much larger overnight. and now she had grown to 50 centimeters tall. Her feathers were fully spread out and her length was estimated to be around 1.2 meters, and she looked to be on the verge of adulthood. This evolutionary speed, for a time, made Jiang Yang feel incredibly surprised, but when he associated it with Ziyu's horrifying appetite of 20 pounds of meat per day, it wasn't that unusual for him. Fortunately, Jiang Yang's family is rich, can afford to raise this king of big appetite. If replaced by ordinary people to raise, it is estimated that this little fat bird has long been starved to death. As her wings plumped up, Purple Moon evolved a special ability. Spray water. Jiang Yang scared at this. In all my life, I've never seen a bird that squirts water. Hearing this, the beautiful-looking sable cicada slanted a glance at him. Jiang Yang didn't understand what she meant and was full of innocence. Cindy, have you ever seen a bird that can squirt water? Sable gave him a blank look and didn't answer. Jiang Yang scratched his head in confusion. Is there a problem with what I said? Purple Moon heard this conversation and was instantly reminded of some unforgettable past events. She didn't manage to hold back the agitation of her mood and sprayed a mouthful of water directly at Jiang Yang's face. Jiang Yang's black face, which had been tanned for a few days, was instantly washed into a white face. Instead of blaming Ziyue, he found a mirror and stunk it up. Hey, I'm that big handsome guy from back in the day again. Purple Moon's eyes widened in inner contempt. Stinky poop. Shame on you. In his spare time, Jiang Yang would get Zhao Yun, Guan Yu and Gan Ning to play mahjong, fight the landlord, and touch tiles. There is no doubt that Jiang Yang's level hangs over everyone. The game is all about laughing. Remember, you guys, failure is the mother of success, and one day you will surpass me. Jiang Yang laughed. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun and Gan Ning listened and gritted their teeth at this. My lord, you are simply a villain. Lord, you're really standing on your feet, and you don't know to let us novices go. Lord, spare Xingba, quickly release me, want to go back to practicing. At one point, the trio was abused to the point of breaking their defenses, but the Naiad was so addicted that after their frustration, they would find Jiang Yang again and try to get back on their feet. Jiang Yang is naturally accompanied to the end without fear. It was not until the third day of the sea voyage that the situation changed. Now, Jiang Yang is losing more and winning less. In 4-player mahjong, Guan Yu is the big brother and always draws his own. In a fight with the landlord, Gan Ning always draws good cards and can pull out a king bomb at any time. Word cards, Zilong always who big cards, do not say half reason, and the point of canon is still always Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang himself, on the contrary, became an abused one. Time passes quickly. Flash forward to day 4 up north. Pass through multiple player islands on the way, with multiple rainstorms falling from the sky. Fortunately, several of the boats were of high quality and none of them were damaged in the slightest. Morning of the 5th. Finally, we've come to the Northern Ocean domain. Jiang Yang stood at the bow of the ship on time, his eyes carrying some excitement. In front of us, a new sea. Sailing in meant that it wouldn't be long before the White Rose could be found and the bounty mission completed. Guan Yu and the others came to his side and lifted their binoculars to check. The surrounding sea, obviously, had changed slightly. The fish are dense, the seagulls roam, and the archipelago is full of islands. In the first few days of the voyage, Jiang Yang had encountered so few ships that he could count them on one hand. However, only 2 hours into the Northern Ocean domain, they encountered a full 10 or so flotillas. This is no longer a sparsely populated area like the South China Sea, but a place of conflict. These flotillas, for the most part, are made up of players on their own accord. Most of them were dressed in rags and poorly equipped. A far cry from Jiang Yang's team. All the players reported horror upon seeing Jiang Yang's flotilla, and none of them sailed towards the distance. Jiang Yang had wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but when he saw this scene, he could only choose to give up. It wasn't long before he figured out why. The Devil's Snake is a pirate ship, and it would be strange for the players not to be afraid of it. After figuring everything out, he was relieved. The fleet continued to head north. It was still important to find the White Rose. Just like that, Jiang Yang and the others piloted their ships and rampaged through the Northern Ocean domain. The news, in a flash, ignited the channel's conversation. News of the pirate ship infestation is also festering in the regional channels. Scared me to death. We just saw a pirate ship in the Northern Ocean domain. Half pirates appeared in the Northern Ocean domain again. So terrifying. The Northern Ocean domain is a gathering place for powerful people. Many teams are rooted here. Of course pirates will come to patronize it. Luckily I'm in the nooks and crannies of the Southern Ocean domain. Poor yes but better than the world. Older brother, did you see who the leader of the pirates was? Is it Dorora? Or Lindsay? Or Stella? Didn't see it coming. We realized it was pirates and rushed to slip away. Good thing we were poor. They didn't come after us. Do you guys think there's any chance it could be that man? Jiang Yang? He hasn't moved for days, and I don't know where he's gone. He plundered the pirates. It could still be him. This isn't the Southern Ocean domain. If he really dares to come, he'll probably suffer. Ugh. Let's just mind our own business and worry about nothing. Chapter 79, Primary Physical Strengthening Potion. Exit the chat channel. Jiang Yang opened Mo Weiyong's private message. Mo Weiyong, Brother Jiang. It's been a long time since we've been in touch. I miss it. Mo Weiyong, I heard you came to the Northern Ocean domain. Is that true? Jiang Yang replied. Yes. I'm here to find the White Rose. Do you have any information on this ship? Mo Weiyong paused for a moment before replying. I don't know about that. Why don't I ask my teammates for you? Jiang Yang snickered. Yo, you found the organization? Congratulations. Mo Weiyong bared his smile. Ha ha ha, the leader of this organization is still myself. I named it the Star River Alliance. The goal is to become the second power amongst players in China. Ha ha. Jiang Yang replied. Star River Alliance? That's not a bad name. But why target second? Shouldn't it be first? Mo Weiyong sent a scared emoji. Because you are the number one power in China. How dare we challenge you? It's so out of character. Even though we control 165 islands, our combat power is not even close to yours. Jiang Yang marveled. 165 islands. So awesome? Mo Weiyong explained. They say it's an alliance, but it's really just a bunch of fellow huggers. Now the Northern Ocean domain can be a mess. And the bad guys have been working as raiders since they got their ships. Many of us have suffered so much that we have no choice but to do it. Jiang Yang understood what they meant. Only by reaching an alliance and being on the same page can the marauders be deterred. It's hard for a person to survive in this world without a backer. The power comes naturally. Speaking of which, Mo Weiyong opened the box at once, pouring out the bitterness in his heart. Jiang Yang listened silently without interrupting him. Where Mo Weiyong is located, the archipelago is full of islands and strife. In order to obtain more resources, people kill each other by any means, full of savagery and conflict. Mo Weiyong has gone to great lengths to ensure the safety of his team members. He leaned on the strengthening potion he had made and managed to gain a foothold here and get a sliver of breathing room. Jiang Yang heard it really well and couldn't help but admire the man a little. He spoke out in encouragement. Dude, watch your body. Don't get exhausted. Is that silver pickaxe working okay? Didn't use it much to kill the enemy. With that said, Mo Weiyong sent a grateful emoji. This pickaxe is definitely a credit. As long as I show up with him, enemies high and low will have to call me the king of powerful pickaxe. I don't have much on my side to repay you except for the medicine. Didn't I ask you for a blood essence last time? I'll give you a dose of the finished medicine later. Don't refuse. When Jiang Yang heard this, he immediately became interested as well. Oh, you're making big progress in your pharmaceutical research? Show me what you got. The two men immediately initiated a trade. Soon, Jiang Yang had a tube of red potion in his hand. The liquid in the potion reflected a divine scarlet light under the sunlight. Elementary physical strengthening potion. After taking it, it increases the strength of the physical body by a small amount and gains the energetic buff for a period of time, with diminishing effects after multiple doses. Energetic, the decrease in fatigue value is slowed down by 40%, making you harder and longer lasting. I can't believe there are no negative buffs, but let's just say, next time can we not have these weird instructions please? Harder and longer lasting. How does this look like an advertisement for some kind of drug? Jiang Yang shook his head helplessly, crying and laughing. Mo Weiyong left a message instructing, after taking this potion, don't take any power pills for a while for 2 days. Got it? Jiang Yang immediately replied. Understood. Mo Weiyong continued. This is a crystallization made with a lot of effort on my part, and it would fetch a big price outside, but I wouldn't dare take a penny from you. We're close enough, aren't we? Kong Yang left a comment. That's a must. We're all the same. You send me a location, and when the time comes, if you need any help on your end, I'll sail straight over to you. The other party was willing to give such a precious potion to himself, so it was natural to give the other party a little response. Mo Weiyong bared his smile. Ha ha, it's still Jiang who's good to me. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few moments and exited the chat channel. Jiang Yang did not hesitate and immediately drank the physique strengthening potion into his belly. The sooner you drink something that boosts your strength, the better, naturally. Moreover, there were no side effects, and it was many times better than the power pill. Gollum. The potion enters the body and instantly radiates a fiery sensation of impact. So warm. Jiang Yang's face was glowing red, and his muscles were bursting with veins in all parts of his body. A long time passed before the feeling stopped. He opened his panel and checked the attributes. Name, Jiang Yang. Strength level, mortal tire. Combat power assessment, 70. Temporary combat strength, 100. Talents, survival of the dead, mythic. Eye of insight, rare. Beginner's navigation, common. Beginner's angler, common. Underwater breathing, rare. Intermediate water suitability, rare. Alchemy, extraordinary. Just one bottle of the potion increased his combat power by 20. Temporary combat power was even as high as 100. 1 point short of breaking through the human limit and reaching the legendary rock realm. Jiang Yang straightened his tiger's waist, feeling energized and full of strength. If that black bear from back then had reappeared, it was estimated that he could beat it to death alive with the strength of his physical body. On deck, Guan Yu, who was drilling his soldiers, happened to see the scene. Seeing that Jiang Yang's strength had undergone a surge, he was also heartily happy. Guan Yu walked to Jiang Yang with big strides and cupped his fists in congratulations. My lord, congratulations on improving your strength a bit more. Jiang Yang bared his smile. Yun Chang, do you want to practice martial arts with me? I feel all screwed up right now with nowhere to put my power. Guan Yu stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha, the Lord's request. Guan Mao is indeed eager to oblige. It's just that Guan Mao throws punches without weight, and is bound to injure his lordship, so it's better to leave this to Zilong. Jiang Yang's eyes were on fire as he shifted his gaze to Zhao Yun on the side. Zilong, what do you say? Zhao Yun smiled happily and cupped his fists to lead the way. Respectfully, the two men quickly stood on the deck and removed each other's tops. Zhao Yun looked down at Jiang Yang's waist and spoke out. My lord, are you done with your wounds? Jiang Yang grinned. It's long gone, don't worry about it. Zhao Yun no longer had any worries and took a defensive strong stance in place. Well then, lord, you attack first. Jiang Yang took large steps forward without the slightest intention of holding back. Soon the two were battling and coming at each other. After a long time, Jiang Yang's entire body was paralyzed on the ground, and actually could not get up again. Sable took him in her arms and carefully wiped his chest with alcohol. Egu, Zilong, you're hitting hard. The corners of Jiang Yang's eyes tightened as he grimaced in pain, and he couldn't stop complaining under his breath. The final result, naturally, ended with Jiang Yang's defeat. The difference between the two was too great to watch the process. Sable's small mouth pouted and lightly slapped Jiang Yang's head. Not in a good mood. It's not because you're incapable yourself. The other General Zhao has let you have many moves. Jiang Yang was about to retort, but he was subdued by a shout. My lord, there are two groups of people fighting each other ahead. Shall we go over or not? Jiang Yang got up with great difficulty and picked up the binoculars to take a look. And sure enough, he realized that not far ahead of him there were several ships battling to a standstill. Two parties that seemed to be fighting over something. Jiang Yang did not choose to make a decision right away, but gently moved the binoculars, slowly gaining insight into the overall condition of the battlefield. By chance, he saw a familiar face. In the next second, Jiang Yang decisively issued the order to advance. All troops, attack!